As midnight approaches, the village of Konoha, enveloped by lush greenery, stands eerily silent, its streets deserted. A gentle breeze stirs, causing the leaves to rustle softly. Even the occasional chirping of insects no longer seems jarring, but rather a soothing accompaniment to the night. Perhaps I shall never return to the world that truly belongs to me, muses Shwani Yehua, sitting by the bedside, his gaze lost in the view beyond the window, an overwhelming sense of melancholy washing over him. As the clock strikes midnight, marking a full year since Shwani Yehua traversed into the world of Naruto, his existence remains unremarkable and mundane. Though his parents are not ordinary individuals, they are merely low-ranking ninjas within Konoha. Additionally, he has a younger brother, Shwani Shueyin, who, at merely a year his junior, is currently studying at the Ninja Academy. This brother is exceptionally bright and gifted, having been singled out for intensive training even before turning 11. His excellence, starkly contrasting Shwani Yehua's own mediocrity. Alas, am I destined to be the most ordinary of all transmigrators, idly squandering my life in the world of Naruto? He laments. Even more tragically, I might not even pass the Chunin exams that I have connected to. Originally, Shwani Yehua had not been so pessimistic, however, after a year of striving to survive in this world. He has come to understand the significance of bloodline and innate talent. Truly, there could not be a more unfortunate transmigrator than I. He sighs deeply in the stillness of the night. In that very moment, time freezes at precisely midnight. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have finally passed the initial assessment of the system, having survived in the Naruto world for a full year, and have now unlocked the system. Would you like to activate it? Activate! Shwani Yehua's heart swells with excitement. He has waited an entire year for this moment. Congratulations, host! The system has been activated. This system is known as the Ultimate Fragment Fusion System. The functions of the system are straightforward. It can decompose any item and merge it into various powerful jutsu and tools. Currently, the system is at level 1, requiring 100 experience points for the next upgrade. Shwani Yehua is almost elated to the point of jumping for joy. That sounds wonderful. Does this mean I can decompose everything, including the very bed on which I sleep? Theoretically, yes, but only items related to ninjas can yield experience points. The rarer and more precious the item, the greater the experience gained. Especially for legendary items, decomposing them could yield corresponding fragments or even grant the respective jutsu outright. What? There are so many stipulations. Given my family's influence, does that mean there is little of value to decompose? Upon hearing the words of the system, the previously exuberant Shwani Yehua was abruptly doused with a cold splash of reality. Dear host, there is no need for such despondency. The system has only just been activated, and it shall bestow upon you a generous beginner's gift package, which includes various fragments, a keen eye, and 2 fundamental ocular techniques. What? Such delightful news. Pray tell me more. Shwani Yehua's spirit was instantly rekindled. Furthermore, this system is one of disintegration and fusion. All items and ninjutsu must be acquired through the decomposition and fusion of fragments. Typically, there are 3 primary avenues to obtain fragments: disassembling ninja tools, engaging in combat with ninjas, and eliminating ninjas. The quantity of fragments obtained through these 3 methods increases sequentially, with the latter likely yielding a complete ninjutsu, or even the inheritance of a bloodline limit. For instance, in the world of Hokage, the most formidable ocular technique is undoubtedly Kagaya's Rinne Sharingan. If you manage to defeat her, you stand a considerable chance of acquiring the Rinne Sharingan. As Shwani Yehua absorbed the system's words, he nearly drooled with anticipation. That is the powerful existence known as the Eye of the Ancestor. If I could possess such an ability, wouldn't that be? Yet, as reality encroached upon his thoughts, Shwani Yehua promptly dismissed the notion. At present, he was uncertain of even passing the final examination at the Ninja Academy, let alone confronting or defeating the ultimate antagonist of the Naruto universe. Enough of this, let us return to practicality. System, what precisely is the purpose of the keen you have bestowed upon me? The system replied, at last, the host exhibits a semblance of self-awareness. Shwani Yehua's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. The keen eye is, in fact, a unique bloodline limit inherent to your family, though it has been lost for several generations and has only begun to awaken within you. The keen eye is also a form of ocular technique, yet its activation necessitates a self-awakening of the bloodline akin to winning a lottery worth 5 million. Immense luck is required. Much like the Sharingan, the keen eye possesses numerous applications. As of now, the ocular techniques available to you are strong light and radiance. In simple terms, strong light enables you to emit a powerful beam of light from your pupils in the dark, transmitting the images covered by the light back to your mind as if you were witnessing them firsthand. Isn't that somewhat reminiscent of a telescope? The system interjected, "Very well, you may now attempt to employ strong light." Xuan Yehua nodded and began to perceive the transformation within his eyes. As fine threads of chakra converged towards his eyes, a beam of light soon radiated forth. In that instant, he distinctly sensed that everything under the night sky appeared markedly clearer than usual. It was akin to viewing objects in broad daylight, with even the minutest details rendered in exquisite clarity. His abilities, however, are limited. His vision can only extend to a range of 100 meters, beyond which his sight becomes obscured. This ability can be likened to the farsightedness of the Byakugan, though you perceive more within a smaller scope. The Byakugan possesses a broader field of vision, yet when considering the same chakra consumption, your sight reaches farther. Xuanqi Yehua nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, when compared in this manner, the advantages of the clear sight are rather commendable. The system responded, "Next, we shall discuss the application of the radiance technique. In contrast to the strong light, radiance is more suited for actual combat rather than supporting roles. If the strong light condenses chakra into a powerful beam, then radiance transforms chakra into an even more blinding brilliance, akin to the effect of a flash grenade." Chapter 2. The ability to compete with the Manjiki Sharingan system. This is not the most terrifying aspect. The most daunting part is that when your strength reaches a certain level, the radiant eye possesses a degree of illusionary effect. Xuanqi Yehua was momentarily taken aback. If the radiant eye indeed has the capability to induce illusions, does that not imply that it can rival the Manjiki Sharingan? Is our Xuanqi clan's radiant eye truly that formidable? For a fleeting moment, Xuanqi Yehua found himself astonished by his own thoughts. System, host. The radiant eye is a form of ocular technique, with immense potential for future development. However, it largely depends on the wielder's skill. If the host can harness it, there is no telling what powerful ninjutsu may be developed in conjunction with the radiant eye. Upon hearing the system's words, Xuanqi Yehua's mood instantly transformed into one of excitement. His heart surged with fervor, for with the system's support, he felt he had already achieved half of his goal in the world of Naruto. However, he realized that he still needed to enhance his application of ninjutsu. "All right, since you speak so highly of it, I shall give it a try, hoping you do not deceive me." After all, having spent a year in the world of Naruto, despite his efforts, he remained one of the least remarkable individuals in his class. Even though his theoretical exam scores surpassed those of Naruto, his talent in ninjutsu was still significantly lacking in comparison. Were it not for his aspirations to sustain himself and pursue his dream of becoming a ninja, he might have already abandoned his studies for other pursuits. Nevertheless, incessant practice of ninjutsu had proven to be an arduous endeavor, positioning him alongside Naruto as one of the lowest achievers in the class. The only distinction being that his mediocrity did not attract as much attention as Naruto's. After dinner, Xuanqi Yehua made his way to the open space in the courtyard to practice his ninjutsu. This was his first attempt at utilizing the radiant eye. Although merely a preliminary trial, it held significant meaning for someone who had long been devoid of talent. Arriving in the open area, he deliberately chose a secluded spot and began to channel the chakra from his abdomen to his eyes. Thanks to the system's support, it was as though he had already mastered the method of chakra manipulation, enabling him to succeed on his first attempt. Almost immediately, one of his eyes flashed with a brilliant white light, enveloping the entire area in a radiant glow. Though it lasted but a moment, it bestowed upon Xuanqi Yehua a sensation akin to that of a flashbang. In this instance, even a Nin before him, caught unawares, would fall victim to its effects, while he remained immune to his own ocular technique, a most peculiar phenomenon. As the brilliance of the light faded, Xuanqi Yehua promptly retrieved a mirror and gazed into its depths, only to behold a peculiar reflection. His eyes appeared as black orbs enveloping white sclerae. Though the sight was somewhat bizarre, his ocular technique soon faltered. and his eyes reverted to their original state. However, the recent expenditure of chakra had left him feeling quite unwell. Host, the system chimed. You have only just bound with me. The depletion of your physical energy is significant, thus refrain from frequent usage of ninjutsu. Yet, as you ascend within the system, both your physique and chakra reserves will experience substantial enhancement. Despite a tinge of frustration, Xuanqi Yehua remained undaunted. After all, he had finally mastered a true ninjutsu that belonged solely to him, rather than the commonplace techniques taught in school. Well, I should return to sleep promptly to avoid being caught by my mother and facing her reprimand. Born into an ordinary family, Xuanqi Yehua's parents were not ninjas, which provided him a sense of fulfillment in their wholesome presence. Although having ninja parents might have spared him some trials on the path of a shinobi, he reflected on the tribulations faced by Sasuke and Naruto, concluding that he need not bear such burdens. Returning to his room through the window, Xuanqi Yehua swiftly succumbed to slumber. The following day, he attended ninja school, as usual, where they were to review the body replacement technique. At this moment, their instructor Irika was earnestly leading them through warm-ups on the playground. Among the students, Naruto remained the most enthusiastic, albeit also the one who stumbled the most. This spectacle was somewhat unbearable for Xuanqi Yehua. Just as he was about to speak up, a chubby boy beside him abruptly intervened. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Naruto is an ill omen for our village. If you approach him, you'll be opposing us. Do you wish to meet your demise? The boy, a local ruffian and class bully, was known for preying on the weak. They often banded together to taunt Naruto, though they dared not torment him too severely. For Irika consistently defended him. Yet, this insignificant figure would merely endure the bullying, eventually earning their disregard. Today, Naruto had been cornered by a few bullies, and Xuanqi Yehua intended to help, but was halted. Frustrated and unable to suppress his anger any longer, he confronted the bully. Kato Miku, what do you mean by this? I merely wish to assist Naruto, and you are targeting me. Do you seek a fight? Hearing Xuanqi Yehua's words, Kato Miku erupted into laughter. As the teacher granted them the freedom to engage in activities, Kat Mikawa became even more brazen. Xuanqi Yehua, have you ever taken a moment to reflect on your own standing? We, the descendants of ninjas who have contributed to the village, hold a legacy, while you are merely the relative of a migrant worker. With these words, Kat Mikawa placed his hands on his hips and erupted into laughter without restraint. Infuriated by the insult, Xuanqi Yehua retaliated with a swift punch to Kat Mikawa's abdomen. However, Kat Mikawa had anticipated such an attack. Instead of flinching, he forcefully thrust forward, sending Xuanqi Yehua flying. He then strode confidently towards Xuanqi Yehua's position, his body suddenly swelling like a massive balloon, charging directly at him. Will cannon. Unlike a kid Dingzi, whose technique required a running start, Kat Mikawa's version descended straight down with no need for momentum, boasting a swifter reaction time and comparable lethality. Chapter 3. Xuanqi Yehua's last stand. Faced with the imposing figure of Kat Mikawa, Xuanqi Yehua resolved to give it his all. In that moment, his eyes transformed, the scara enveloping his irises, leaving only a white dot at the center. Miraculously, Kat Mikawa's speed appeared to decelerate, as if time itself had slowed to half its normal pace. Seizing the opportunity, Xuanqi Yehua leapt to evade Kat Mikawa's assault. Kat Mikawa crashed forcefully into the ground, creating a substantial crater upon impact. The collision left him in considerable discomfort, yet Xuanqi Yehua seemed to be in a far better state. Glancing at Kat Mikawa, he smirked and taunted. With your meager speed, you think you can hit me? You must be dreaming. Perhaps you should consider shedding some weight. It might do you some good. You look as hefty as a pig. Though Kat Mikawa appeared somewhat disheveled, Xuanqi Yehua's words ignited a furious rage within him. His body swelled once more, transforming into a solid mass charging towards Xuanqi Yehua with increased velocity. Unbeknownst to him, Xuanqi Yehua had activated his ocular technique, a beam of white light erupting from his eyes. In an instant, the area was engulfed in blinding radiance, rendering even nearby students from the Ninja Academy unable to open their eyes. Kat Mikawa, caught directly in the glare, was momentarily blinded, letting out a cry of despair before crashing headlong into the ground. With a thunderous impact, another crater formed, and when the dust settled, Kat Mikawa was left buried in the earth, devoid of the strength to extricate himself. At this moment, Irika-sensei arrived rather late. Upon witnessing the handiwork of the two individuals, he felt a sense of helplessness. He immediately summoned the medical staff to take Kato Mikawa away and then approached Xuanqi Yehua. First, he expressed his admiration with praise. Xuanqi Yehua, I have long heard that your family possesses the powerful dojutsu, the Byakugan. It is quite remarkable that after several generations of its disappearance, you have awakened it. Congratulations. However, as ninjas, we must assist one another and unite as a whole. It is not a place where one individual's strength can bully others. Therefore, I am assigning you to stand on the playground for the duration of one class today to reflect on the meaning of my words. After speaking, Irika indicated a spot for Xuanqi Yehua to contemplate. Xuanqi Yehua was already accustomed to such occurrences, as the teachers at the ninja school and many parents of students were familiar with one another. Occasionally, parents with influence would intervene, allowing some punishments to be averted. Nevertheless, he was merely an outsider, and his parents were not ninjas. Gaining admission to the ninja school was already a testament to the village's significant tolerance towards him. Moreover, the notion of someone advocating on his behalf was far-fetched. Nonetheless, as he was on the verge of graduating from the ninja school and had mastered the foundational ninjutsu, the relevance of attending the subsequent classes seemed negligible. It was merely the embarrassment of standing alone on the playground that troubled him. As soon as Xuanqi Yehua positioned himself on the playground, he noticed Uzumaki Naruto hesitantly approaching him. Before Xuanqi Yehua could speak, Naruto extended his fist for a bump and exclaimed, "Thank you so much for what you did earlier. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that someone in our class cared about me so much. However, those individuals have backing at school, and given that you injured Kato Mikawa so severely, Irika-sensei's actions are also a means of protecting you." Xuanqi Yehua, not lacking in understanding, responded thoughtfully, "It's all right. I was just looking for a place to stand for a while." "So, you still haven't perfected your ninjutsu?" Scratching his head, Naruto replied, "With Irika-sensei giving me some extra guidance, there will be no problem. Just wait and see my performance." After exchanging a few more casual words, they saw Naruto depart. In truth, Xuanqi Yehua was aware that Naruto's mention of Irika-sensei's assistance was merely a boastful claim. Many times, he had observed Naruto practicing ninjutsu alone on the school playground late into the night, enduring considerable hardship and feeling quite aggrieved. However, Naruto's situation was distinct from his own. Before he had bound himself to the system, he had been entirely devoid of talent, while Naruto struggled to harness the chakra sealed within him, making the practice of ninjutsu significantly more challenging than for others. However, once Naruto Uzumaki truly masters this formidable chakra, his life will undergo a significant transformation. Yet, this bears no relevance to Xuanqi Yehua at present. After all, he is fortunate to have a pair of good parents. Although they may not have left him any tangible inheritance, they have bestowed upon him the greatest wealth imaginable. In contrast, I find myself in a different predicament. Without the binding system, I am merely a grassroots individual destined to remain in obscurity. At long last, the school day came to an end, and Xuanqi Yehua turned to leave the premises. However, not far from the school gate, he was intercepted by 3 unruly delinquents, led by Kato Miku, the very individual he had previously injured. At this moment, Kato Miku, sporting a bandaged head, glared at him menacingly. "Huh, aren't you quite the arrogant one? If that's the case, prepare to face the wrath." His 2 accomplices glared fiercely at Xuanqi Yehua, as if awaiting the signal from their leader to pounce upon him mercilessly. Yet, Xuanqi Yehua remained unfazed, standing before them calmly. "Kato Miku, you didn't even manage to touch the hem of my clothing at school today before you fell to the ground yourself. You self-harmed and now seek me out? Have you lost your mind?" At this, a scrawny accomplice grew agitated. He promptly unleashed his ninjutsu. "Shadow mimicry technique? Huh, you acknowledge this as the shadow mimicry technique. And now you are frightened? It's too late for that." Xuanqi Yehua then observed a shadow suddenly ensnaring him from across the way, compelling him to mimic every movement made by his opponent. This caused a flicker of anxiety within him, for his adversaries had come prepared, and he feared he could not handle their assault alone. But then, a leisurely footstep echoed from a distance. Chapter 4. A visit to Uchiha Sasuke's home. Is it not somewhat unseemly for a group to bully a solitary weakling? As this indifferent voice resonated, not only did the 3 ruffians appear astonished, but even Xuanqi Yehua found himself perplexed as to why the owner of that voice had come to his aid. Despite exuding an aura of coldness and detachment, in that moment he seemed unexpectedly approachable. Yet, upon hearing the newcomer's words, Kato Miku could not help but tremble. "Uchiha Sasuke, this matter between Xuanqi Yehua and me is ours alone. Moreover, he injured me in class, seeking retribution now is hardly excessive. Uchiha Sasuke, with one hand languidly in his pocket and the other stylishly adjusting his hair, replied with an expressionless demeanor, "He struck you, and retaliating is indeed justifiable. However, ganging up on him with 3 against 1 is indeed excessive. Moreover, this transpired within the confines of the school. When I encounter such a situation, I must intervene, unless you vanish from my sight at this very moment." As he spoke, Uchiha Sasuke promptly raised 3 fingers. The 3 individuals present mistakenly believed he referred to them collectively. However, in the next instant, Sasuke's fingers transformed into 2. Clearly, he was counting down. Kato Mikawa was instantly infuriated by Sasuke's audacity. He bellowed in response, "Uchiha Sasuke, do not overstep your bounds. In the past, I would have quaked in fear, but now, your clan has dwindled to just you. Why should I be afraid?" Despite his bravado, his body betrayed him, instinctively wanting to retreat. At that very moment, Sasuke sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Kato Mikawa's 2 lackeys, and before they could react, Sasuke unleashed 2 powerful punches, sending the thugs sprawling. He then turned his gaze towards Xuanqi Yehua, declaring, "This fellow is yours. I hope you can impart a profound lesson this time." Xuanqi Yehua, having been simmering with frustration, felt liberated with the 2 nuisances now dispatched. At this juncture, he unleashed his ocular technique, a blinding light. In an instant, a brilliant radiance pierced Kato Mikawa's vision. From a distance, it appeared as though a sudden beam of light had erupted in the vicinity. In the next moment, Kato Mikawa found himself bereft of sight, and Xuanqi Yehua stood before him. Although Xuanqi Yehua's physical prowess was lacking, he poured every ounce of strength into his assault against Kato Mikawa. A flurry of punches rained down upon him, and within 5 minutes, Kato Mikawa was brought to his knees. Xuanqi Yehua, drained from the exertion of his ocular technique and physical combat, leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. In stark contrast, Uchiha Sasuke had already dealt with the 2 lackeys and now observed the unfolding scene with a relaxed demeanor, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. "Not bad. You're a tad stronger than that underachiever Naruto." With that, Sasuke prepared to leave, but Xuanqi Yehua hastily called out, "Sasuke, may I visit your home?" Sasuke glanced at Xuanqi Yehua, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and simply returned homeward with his hands in his pockets, adopting his signature posture. Seizing the opportunity, Xuanqi Yehua followed closely behind. His intention in visiting Sasuke's abode was not merely to foster camaraderie, but also to discreetly pilfer some items from the Uchiha household. The Xuanqi family has not had a ninja in at least 2 generations, leaving their home devoid of any ninja paraphernalia. Searching for such items would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. In stark contrast, the Uchiha clan boasts several generations of ninjas, forming a prestigious lineage that once wielded immense power in Konoha. Tragically, their downfall came when a traitor emerged from within, leading to their annihilation, a sorrowful tale indeed. Nevertheless, this does not preclude him from shamelessly seeking to borrow a few items from Uchiha Sasuke's abode. Xuanqi Yehua had a reasonable understanding of Uchiha Sasuke's temperament, and without receiving a definitive rejection from him, he brazenly followed him home. At this moment, the Uchiha residence was utterly deserted. As he gazed upon the empty expanse of the grand house, even Xuanqi Yehua felt as though he had entered a haunted dwelling. "Am I truly stepping into a ghost house? Sasuke, I actually came here to borrow some items for research." Standing at the threshold, Xuanqi Yehua hesitated to venture further. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Sasuke turned with a mysterious smile and replied, "We seem to have a certain rapport. I have long since lost any attachment to the items here. Feel free to take whatever you wish. I only have one request. Once you've taken what you need, leave promptly and do not let me see you again." With that, Uchiha Sasuke retreated to his room, not to be seen again, with the main figure having vanished. Xuanqi Yehua was overwhelmed with excitement. After all, the items here had all been touched by the Uchiha clan, and perhaps he would stumble upon something worthy of disassembly, potentially yielding great fortune. With that thought in mind, he hastily summoned the system. "System, please check what items from the Uchiha clan can be disassembled. I am not greedy. I only wish to master Susanoo." The system could not help but respond with a note of discouragement. "Host, please understand that the system is designed to create ninjutsu for you, not to facilitate theft. However, should you acquire Susanoo, the system will reshape it for you, ensuring it does not replicate the original user's techniques exactly." Though initially disappointed by the system's words, Xuanqi Yehua quickly reconsidered. Perhaps this was not such a negative outcome. After all, if he truly mastered the Uchiha clan's Susanoo, explaining its origins could become quite complicated. Very well, I shall heed this advice. Now, what items can we take for disassembly? In response to Xuanqi Yehua's inquiry, the system began to analyze the surrounding items and provided him with a reasonable suggestion. Host, since you intend to maintain a relationship with Uchiha Sasuke rather than engage in a one-time transaction, I recommend you take some of Uchiha Itachi's clothing from his room. This would yield a better cost-benefit ratio and would not offend Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 5. The Nature of Talent. Talent. Let us venture to Uchiha Itachi's chamber. But where exactly is it located? Xuanqi Yehua considered inquiring with the system, yet at that moment, the system remained inexplicably silent. This left Xuanqi Yehua in a state of exasperation. It seemed he had no choice but to seek out Uchiha Sasuke for guidance. Moreover, it appeared that Uchiha Sasuke had previously indicated a desire not to have him appear before him, rather than an outright prohibition on speech. Perhaps this reasoning held water. With this thought, Xuanqi Yehua stealthily approached the door of Uchiha Sasuke's room, his nerves rendering him nearly breathless. Before he could utter a word, a chilling voice emanated from within. Haven't you already visited? Why are you still here? Fearing an abrupt confrontation with Uchiha Sasuke, Xuanqi Yehua hastily replied, Sasuke-kun, I merely wish to inquire about the location of Itachi-sama's room. I wish to pay my respects. After all, he was once a significant figure in the village. Xuanqi Yehua had intended to refer to him as a hero, but then recalled that Uchiha Sasuke remained oblivious to the fact that his brother had once protected him. Presently, Uchiha Sasuke harbored deep resentment towards Uchiha Itachi, hence Xuanqi Yehua dared not speak well of his brother in Sasuke's presence. Nevertheless, he reasoned that merely visiting should pose no issue. Indeed, upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's words, Uchiha Sasuke responded with palpable irritation. Itachi's room is right next door. Once you have finished, please leave promptly. I do not wish for a stranger to linger in my home. Hastily nodding in agreement, Xuanqi Yehua assured, Sasuke-kun, rest assured. I shall depart swiftly. Although he feigned admiration for Uchiha Sasuke, internally, he could not help but curse. Inviting someone into your home without offering hospitality, allowing them to roam aimlessly, what a peculiar way to host. Despite his inner discontent, Xuanqi Yehua reminded himself that he was there to borrow items, and having the owner present could complicate matters. Thus, he promptly made his way to Uchiha Itachi's room. Observing the meticulously organized space, he immediately addressed the system. System, please identify and decompose several items so I may complete my task. The system scrutinized the surroundings before responding to Xuanqi Yehua. The items here have long been neglected by their original owner, and thus their essence has significantly diminished. However, I have located 3 outfits frequently worn by Uchiha Itachi prior to his departure from the village. You must immediately place them into the system for decomposition. Afterwards, make haste to exit the Uchiha residence. Perhaps there will be further discoveries awaiting us. At that moment, Xuanqi Yehua was still reveling in the exhilaration of acquiring Susanoo, rendering him less concerned with other matters. Soon, he approached the wardrobe and retrieved 3 designated outfits. As these garments were disassembled, a crisp and melodious notification echoed within the system. Congratulations, host, on successfully disassembling 3 sets of clothing worn by the Akatsuki member, Uchiha Itachi, during his time in the Umbu. Analysis is currently underway, and results will be available in 1 hour. At that time, the host will randomly acquire a ninjutsu from Uchiha Itachi, with proficiency increasing as the host practices and utilizes it. Furthermore, collecting similar fragments later on will also enhance experience. The host is advised to leave the Uchiha residence promptly to avoid being killed by Uchiha Sasuke, although he was unsure why the system had issued such a warning. Xuanqi Yehua immediately dashed towards the entrance. Before he could escape the Uchiha household, he sensed an intense flame approaching from behind him. With a whoosh, the fire spread, prompting Xuanqi Yehua to flee with even greater urgency, narrowly avoiding the flames as they licked at him. Witnessing Xuanqi Yehua's rapid retreat, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but smirk with a hint of derision. Visiting is one thing, but taking my brother's belongings, even his undergarments, is quite perverse. I must keep my distance from him in the future. With that thought, Uchiha Sasuke instinctively touched his backside before contentedly returning to his room. Meanwhile, Xuanqi Yehua had miraculously escaped and returned to his neighborhood. Noting that dinner had likely not yet been prepared at home, he opted not to rush upstairs. instead choosing to relax on a swing below. At that moment, a tall boy approached him. Yehua, why did you get into a fight with that Kato Makawa today? He's not someone to be trifled with. Did he corner you at the school gate after classes? This boy was also a student in their class, and they shared a decent rapport. His name was Fujita Kamika, a grassroots ninja, albeit with parents who were both ninjas. However, they held lowly ranks as Jinin and were rather inconspicuous in Konoha, so naturally, no one would stand up for him. During school, Fujita Kamika refrained from defending Shuanchi Yehua primarily because his parents worked under Kato Mikawa's father, making them hesitant to offend him. Nevertheless, their families were neighbors, and their relationship was generally amicable. I'm alright really. I suppose the pressure eventually leads to an eruption, but my situation differs from yours. I've no reservations. If it comes to it, I can always take a beating. He continued, by the way, we're about to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Do you have any plans? Fujita Kamika couldn't help but shake his head. Some standout ninja students will be taken by Nin to carry out missions, ensuring a bright future in the village. For someone like me, finding a position as a bodyguard in the village would be quite an accomplishment. What about you? Any aspirations? As Shuanchi Yehua contemplated, he expressed, I believe I can pass the exam to become a jonin and ultimately accompany them on missions. Therefore, I yearn to venture outside. After all, in Konoha village, being a ninja is more honorable than any other pursuit, and the formidable self-defense capabilities of a ninja will earn me respect in the future. Fujita Shanka glanced at Shuanchi Yehua, nodded in agreement, and chose not to elaborate further. The talent of a ninja holds significant importance. Individuals like them, lacking extraordinary gifts, would likely fade into obscurity unless fortune smiled upon them. Sensing the potential disconnect between their futures, Fujita Shanka opted to return home, thereby ending the discussion. Chapter 6. The illusion unfolds as the system's notification chimed. Shuanchi Yehua was liberated from his melancholic thoughts. He soon heard the system announce, Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the analysis of Itachi Uchiha's belongings and acquired a complete ninjutsu, illusion bubble. This technique allows Itachi Uchiha to transform into a raven and vanish from the enemy's sight when faced with danger or when he wishes to escape. In essence, it serves as a sophisticated form of the substitution technique, surpassing the ordinary in brilliance. Additionally, the illusion bubble possesses a degree of aerial teleportation capability, enabling Itachi to depart from his original location in a specific manner, with the distance contingent upon the user's abilities. Upon hearing this, Shuanchi Yehua was instantly filled with excitement. He recalled his fascination with the series, particularly captivated by Itachi's ability to metamorphose into a raven and disappear without a trace. It was undoubtedly a spectacular display of prowess. System, can I master this technique immediately? The system replied, Host, this is a ninjutsu mastered by Itachi Uchiha. You cannot utilize it instantaneously. However, the system can inject the chakra usage methods related to this technique into your mind, and you can subsequently practice to acquire it. As for the form you can assume, that will depend on your creativity moving forward. Upon hearing the system's guidance, Shuanchi Yehua felt invigorated. Alright, since you say so, let me give it a try. He promptly channeled chakra into his body. As this illusion technique was executed through ocular abilities, he distinctly sensed a transformation in his eyes at that moment. Almost instantaneously, his body flickered with radiant light, and in the next heartbeat, he found himself teleported several meters away. Although the distance was shorter than anticipated, and he landed headfirst on the ground, the experience left him acutely aware of a newfound power coursing within him. Even in the minutiae, he sensed the formidable power of this ninjutsu. It appeared that I still lacked practice. Perhaps next time I would not find myself in such an embarrassing predicament. After straightening his attire, Zhuanyai Fire once again rose from the ground and began to conceal himself in the shadows to cultivate his new illusionary art, Radiant Bloom. Compared to Uchiha Itachi's transformation into a crow, his illusion was markedly more aggressive and ostentatious, yet it simultaneously lacked the cold, enigmatic aura that characterized Itachi, missing certain elements of unique charm. The prowess of Itachi's ninjutsu was indeed unparalleled. After some practice, Zhuanyai Fire ultimately conceded his attempts. He now fully comprehended the vast chasm between himself and Uchiha Itachi. The disparity was akin to that of heaven and earth. Of course, it was not only him. Even his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, had yet to catch up with their elder brother's footsteps, and in comparison to Sasuke, he found himself significantly lacking. so there was no need to mention it further. Perhaps it was best to return home for a meal. After practicing outside for a while longer, Zhuanyai Fire made his way back indoors. At that moment, Zuanayamai Ji was already seated at home, eagerly awaiting the meal. However, within their modest household of 3 chairs, one sat empty, having been unoccupied for quite some time, lending a sense of desolation to their already small family. Upon seeing Zhuanyai Fire return, Zuanayamai Ji joyfully served him rice and inquired, "So, what new ninjutsu did you learn at the Ninja Academy today? Can you share it with your mother?" Zhuanyai Fire gazed at his mother, who had accompanied him for over a year. Although he felt a surge of happiness, he struggled to articulate certain thoughts. Nevertheless, he could not resist the urge to speak. "Mother, I believe I may have awakened the Sharingan. I heard from my teacher that this is also our Zhuanyai clan's bloodline limit." Upon hearing her son's words, the bowl and chopsticks in Zuanayamai Ji's hands suddenly fell to the ground, the bowl shattering with a resounding crash, and the rice scattering everywhere. In an instant, an expression of profound terror crossed her face. Seeing his mother in such a state startled Zhuanyai Fire. He hurried over to steady her, asking, "Mother, what is the matter? Did I say something wrong?" Zuanayamai Ji quickly shook her head and replied, No, it's nothing. Mother is simply overjoyed to hear that you have awakened your bloodline limit. I accidentally dropped what I was holding in my excitement. By the way, do many people know about your awakening?" Zhuanyai Fire shook his head, responding, "I'm not entirely sure, but my classmates should know that I possess ocular techniques." "Is this very dangerous? Should we consider moving?" Zuanayamai Ji promptly shook her head, saying, "That is unnecessary, and when I came to the village, I also discussed our family situation with the 3rd Hokage. Indeed, our ability to settle in the village and secure stable employment is somewhat intertwined with the bloodline limit of our family. However, we never anticipated that your father, lacking any awakened abilities, would see such potential flourish in you. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain." Upon hearing my mother's words, Xuanqi Yehua let out a sigh of relief and responded, "Mother, if it is not a curse, then that is a relief. I had feared that our ocular techniques, akin to the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan, were also doomed." At Xuanqi Yehua's remark, Xuanqi Meiji nearly lost her balance, nearly toppling over. Noticing her son's astonished gaze, she quickly said, "Yehua, help me to the dining table to rest for a moment. There are still matters I wish to discuss with you. Originally, our family resided in the depths of the mountains as an ancient clan. However, due to the terrifying legacy of the Byakugan, we have always been monitored by the Land of Fire. Subsequently, a catastrophic event led to our family's complete annihilation. Your grandfather was one of the few fortunate survivors. His survival was not merely a stroke of luck, but rather because he lacked ninjutsu, thereby escaping the wrath of the Land of Fire's rulers. Now, we have fled from other cities within the Land of Fire to Konoha Village. The 3rd Hokage, upon hearing of our plight, granted us permission to remain in Konoha, hoping that your father would eventually awaken the Byakugan to contribute to the village. To our astonishment, our son has preemptively awakened the bloodline limit." Chapter 7. Awakening the bloodline limit. Upon hearing this revelation, Xuanqi Yehua's expression turned to one of astonishment. "Are you suggesting that my father might also awaken the bloodline limit?" Xuanqi Jingyu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you are correct. In recent years, your father has been secretly practicing ninjutsu in hopes of awakening the bloodline limit. The extinction of the Byakugan was significantly tied to a conspiracy orchestrated by the Land of Fire. Fortunately, their schemes ultimately failed, albeit at the cost of many lives within our clan. It was solely due to your grandfather being an ordinary man that he managed to survive. Otherwise, you would not exist today." Xuanqi Yehua, upon reflecting on this, could not help but feel a sense of dread, realizing that sometimes being an ordinary person might not be such a disadvantage. However, with the system he now possesses, reverting to an ordinary existence would be rather unexciting. "Mother, do we possess any relics once used by ninjas? I would like to keep them as mementos." In response to Xuanqi Yehua's inquiry, Xuanqi Jingyu pondered for a moment before saying, "I believe your father mentioned that there are indeed some items left by your grandfather's father. At that time, our family was quite large, and he hoped your grandfather would become a true ninja." As she spoke, she moved into the house and retrieved a wrapped package. It contained a box enveloped in cloth. Upon opening the box, one is greeted by a neatly arranged collection of shurikens alongside a pristine pocket designed to be worn at the waist for their storage. "My son, now that you have embraced the path of a ninja, these belongings are entrusted to your care. As for your father, there is no need for concern. We are merely ordinary merchants, and even without mastery of ninjutsu, the village of Konoha would not cast us aside. Furthermore, now that you have become a ninja, we possess even greater security within the village. Xuanqi Yehua nodded, understanding that Konoha is regarded as the safest haven in the entire world of Hokage. Nevertheless, within the village, status is determined by strength. To attain a more prosperous existence, one must grow stronger. Perhaps if he became sufficiently powerful, he could provide a better life for his parents. It is getting late. You should rest now. After dinner, Xuanqi Jingyu began to tidy up the household chores alone. Meanwhile, Xuanqi Yehua feigned going to rest, but secretly ventured to a secluded corner of the back mountain to practice ninjutsu. Their family's ocular technique is known as the bright eye. This seemingly unremarkable technique has remained under the radar, as no significant figures have emerged from those who wield it, nor has it been associated with any remarkable historical feats. Consequently, this ninjutsu has retained its low profile. Nonetheless, some older ninjas are aware of its existence, albeit only recognizing it as a form of ocular technique. Now, Xuanqi Yehua intended to ensure that his family's talent did not fade into obscurity. If circumstances permitted, he aspired to become the Hokage. In that hidden location, Xuanqi Yehua diligently honed his ocular technique. At that moment, his eyes began to emit radiant beams of light, illuminating the walls with dazzling brilliance. Yet, he felt it was insufficient. The intensity and quantity of light he released varied, and once unleashed, the effects were scattered, rendering the brilliance less impactful. Therefore, he focused on concentrating the beams into a singular burst, aiming to create an effect akin to a flash, believing that even if only for an instant, a sufficient amount of chakra could inflict considerable damage upon an adversary. Additionally, he sought to explore methods to induce illusions in his enemies, a direction he needed to research further. Beyond that, he was eager to delve deeper into the technique of Zhongguang, which he had recently pilfered from the Uchiha clan. At present, his use of Zhongguang merely resulted in a fleeting flash, lacking any aesthetic appeal, which he found somewhat embarrassing. Thus, he aspired to evolve his Zhongguang, envisioning it transforming into the shapes of animals. It appeared that he would need to fuse his great-grandfather's relics to gain further experience. After practicing for a while on the back mountain, Xuanqi Yehua turned his attention to his great-grandfather's heirlooms. Fate had bestowed upon him a system. As the box gradually vanished into the portal of the system, its voice resonated within Xian Shi Yehua's consciousness. Congratulations, host, for successfully decomposing the heirloom of the previous patriarch of the Xian Shi family. You have acquired the method to wield the illusory art of 1,000 nights. 1,000 Phantom Night. 1,000 Phantom Night. He murmured. What manner of art is this? Upon hearing the system's words, Xuanyai was momentarily taken aback. Host, the reason your Xuani family is not renowned is not due to the weakness of your ocular techniques, but rather because your clan has yet to produce a formidable ninja. However, this does not imply that the ocular techniques of your esteemed Xuanqi family are lacking. The 1,000 illusions of the night that you have now acquired is indeed a manifestation of the art of clear sight. Now, I shall implant the knowledge of the utilization of chakra from the 1,000 illusions night into your mind, enabling you to comprehend the art of employing 1,000 illusions night. Upon hearing the system's words, Xian Shiyihua began silently absorbing the memories flooding his mind. Soon, he comprehended the essence of Qian Huanyi. In truth, Qian Huanyi was an illusionary technique, one that, at the moment of the bright eye's manifestation, induced an overwhelming sense of dissonance in the enemy. Given that the bright eye could generate intense light capable of temporarily blinding its target, Qian Huanyi essentially plunged adversaries into an illusion of darkness. This was, in essence, a visual blind spot conjured by the bright eye. According to the inherited memories, when the elders of the Xian Shi clan wielded Qian Huanyi, it merely inflicted profound psychological shock upon their foes. Yet, in reality, this illusionary art should have encompassed myriad surreal visions, yet none were documented within the memories. Thus, it appeared that Qian Huanyi was, in fact, an incomplete ninjutsu system. He murmured, why does the knowledge of Qian Huanyi seem fragmented? Upon hearing Xian Shiyihua's words, the system promptly explained, currently, you've merely attained the foundational level, equivalent to a first-tier skill. Should you acquire more experience in this domain, specifically by obtaining additional relics from your ancestral elders, You might gather fragments of knowledge to accelerate your experiential accumulation. Very well. Although Xuanqi Yi had lingering regrets, the system's assertion was undeniably correct. If it were so effortless to acquire ample experience, it would indeed be a trivial matter. With this thought in mind, Xuanqi Yehua once again immersed himself in the study of ninjutsu. Despite his efforts, the quantity of ninjutsu he had mastered surged considerably, compelling him to dedicate even more energy to practice. Chapter 8. A provocation renewed. The ninjutsu known as Qianhuan Yi was exceedingly profound. Even after an entire night of diligent training, the results were barely perceptible. As dawn approached, Xuanqi Yehua found himself feeling little to no significant advancement. Thus, he could only drag his weary body back home. No sooner had he lain down on his bed than he succumbed to a deep slumber. However, not long after, he was roused by the sound of his mother's voice calling out to him. "Night Fire, rise and shine. If you do not hurry to school, you shall be late." Xuanqi Yehua immediately drooped his head in resignation and climbed out of bed. He hastily consumed a few bites of food in the kitchen before rushing towards the school. His mind was consumed with visions of leisurely mornings spent in slumber after graduation. He truly did not wish to attend classes any longer. Upon arriving at school, Xuanqi Yehua noticed a considerable number of classmates already engaging in various activities on the playground. With graduation looming, today still featured practical lessons. As everyone gathered, the focus of today's instruction was once again ninjutsu, specifically the art of disguise. Irika Yumino stood before all the students, who bore expressions of disdain upon their faces. Clearly, their interest in this mundane ninjutsu had waned significantly. However, when Irika gazed at them, his eyes remained resolutely steadfast, and his teaching was undeterred. He then began to demonstrate for all the students. Suddenly, Irika threw a smoke bomb, and in an instant, he vanished from their sight. Irika Yumino had disappeared, but scarcely had he vanished when a student abruptly lifted a yellow curtain from the ground. In the next moment, Yumino Irika reappeared before everyone's eyes. Evidently, he had employed the effect of the yellow drapery to camouflage himself, blending seamlessly with the earth's hues. TCH, is this what passes for ninjutsu? How utterly pathetic. Indeed, if the school were to impart such skills in ninjutsu daily, I would prefer to abstain from learning altogether. One by one, the students displayed disdainful expressions upon realizing that Yumino Irika's ninjutsu had been exposed. However, only Xianxia stepped forward to stand beside Yumino Irika and said, "Teacher, they fail to comprehend the significance of your ninjutsu. They merely speak recklessly here." He then turned his body towards the crowd and spoke. Do not be deceived by the seemingly simple nature of the art of disguise. In reality, it profoundly tests a ninja's psychological resilience and adaptability. For instance, if we were to encounter a formidable adversary from which escape seems impossible, perhaps employing a guise could allow us to evade peril. Upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's words, a student stepped forward and disdainfully remarked, "The art of disguise is so inferior that others would likely see through it at a glance. What use is your ninjutsu? You might as well flee." At that moment, a chorus of derisive laughter erupted from the crowd. Suddenly, Kat Makawa stepped forward and declared, "Xianxi Yehua, instead of boasting about your prowess, why not engage in a friendly contest? If you emerge victorious, I shall concede to your claims." Other students joined in the ruckus. It was evident that Kat Makawa dared not provoke Uchiha Sasuke, yet now sought to bully those he deemed weaker. It was truly somewhat disheartening. Perhaps after a single night, this fellow believed himself emboldened? Xuanqi Yehua, undaunted, stepped forward and declared, "Do I still fear you? What I truly fear is that today you might once again find yourself fleeing with your head in your hands." Haruno Irika glanced at Shienzai Huo and inquired, "How are you holding up? I've heard that Kato Makugawa has just mastered a new ninjutsu under his father's tutelage. In the village of Konoha, as long as both parties are willing and the sparring takes place on a relatively equitable basis, it is entirely permissible, and even instructors cannot intervene. This is a world where strength is revered. Even the third Hokage, despite his esteemed position, would not obstruct those under his command if they could substantiate their claims through their prowess, provided they do not contravene fundamental principles. This reality has led to the emergence of many grotesque figures within the village, with Shimura Danzo being a quintessential example. He is undeniably a tragic character within Konoha, yet one might argue that he met his end in a fitting manner. Of course, these events unfold in the later chapters of Naruto, while currently, Danzo remains alive and is one of the upper echelons of Konoha. Rest assured, Dear instructor, I shall remain vigilant and exercise utmost caution. Having spoken, Xuanqi Yehua made his way towards the direction of Kato Makawa. In an instant, a large area in the middle of the playground was cleared. Not only were the classmates from their own class eagerly observing, but students from other classes were also drawn to the spectacle. Naruto stood by, cheering for Xuanqi Yehua, as they had developed a friendship by now. However, Uchiha Sasuke's gaze towards Xuanqi Yehua remained tinged with a hint of perplexity. At this moment, the two had taken their positions, and Xuanqi Yehua launched the first strike. With a kunai in hand, he charged towards his opponent, exclaiming, "Ah, you wish to engage in close combat? Very well, I shall oblige." Upon witnessing Xuanqi Yehua charging towards him, Kat Mikawa was instantly filled with exhilaration. It is noteworthy that their physiques differed significantly. Although Xuanqi Yehua, standing at approximately 1.70 m, was no longer a small stature like Naruto, he still paled in comparison to the towering height of Kat Mikawa, who stood around 1.80 m. Yet, as Xuanqi Yehua approached, a brilliant light emanated from his eyes once more. In that fleeting moment, Kat Mikawa could not help but curse aloud. Once again, he resorted to such underhanded tactics, truly despicable. Although he verbally expressed otherwise, his form had already retreated backwards. Yet, how could Xuanqi Yehua allow him an opportunity to escape? He hastened his pace, rushing towards the position of Kat Mikawa. Without hesitation, he hurled the kunai in his hand. Kat Mikawa evaded the kunai with a swift motion, but his trajectory was swiftly captured by Xuanqi Yehua. Xuanqi Yehua swiftly approached Kat Mikawa, delivering a powerful punch and kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Kato Mikawa, with his rough skin and thick flesh, found this degree of damage insufficient to pose a threat. However, this only served to further ignite the fury within him. In that instant, he propelled himself off the ground and charged directly at Xuanqi Yehua. Notably, Xuanqi Yehua's speed had increased significantly compared to before. It appeared that he was prepared to engage in a fierce battle. Just as everyone anticipated Xuanqi Yehua's impending defeat, a sudden flash of white light erupted, and countless white ribbons exploded from his body. Chapter 9. Defeating Kato Mikawa until he lost his way. As the white ribbons dissipated, Xuanqi Yehua seemed to vanish from sight. Yet, in the next moment, he leaped down from midair and delivered a powerful punch to Kato Mikawa's head. With a resounding thud, the blow sent Kato Mikawa reeling, utterly disoriented. This punch, fueled by the momentum of his descent, significantly bruised Kato Mikawa's face. Following this, Xuanqi Yehua unleashed a flurry of strikes, and Kato Mikawa soon bore numerous new wounds. As Kato Mikawa's body fell to the ground, the students in the playground gained a renewed understanding of Xuanqi Yehua. If his victory over Kato Mikawa the previous day was deemed a stroke of luck, today's performance was nothing short of a complete domination. It now seemed that within the Ninja Academy, only Uchiha Sasuke could hope to restrain him. So what say you? Do you concede? Xuanqi Yehua disdainfully placed his foot directly on Kat Mikawa's chest and declared, unyielding. As he spoke, Kat Mikawa prepared to rise from the ground. It was evident that he had yet to fully unleash the ninjutsu entrusted to him by his father. Moreover, at present, their interaction is merely a friendly exchange, and Xuanqi Yehua does not dare to exert himself too forcefully. Thus, the injuries he has inflicted upon Kat Mikawa are superficial and not severe. This is also the reason why Kat Mikawa is able to rise to his feet. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Xuanqi Yehua retreated several steps, awaiting Kato Mikawa to rise from the ground. At that moment, Kato's face was a portrait of rage, reminiscent of an elephant humiliated by a mere mouse. Yet, Xuanqi Yehua understood that unless Kato resorted to forbidden techniques, victory was beyond his grasp. In that instant, Kato's physique began to transform. Once slightly portly, he now exhibited a sculpted form, as if sculpted by the hands of a master. The fury of martial prowess ignited within him. At this moment, a surge of chakra erupted from Kato Mikawa's body, enhancing both his strength and speed to a considerable degree. Subsequently, his figure began to accelerate towards the location of the mysterious night fire. Perhaps this ninjutsu could enhance the body's healing capabilities. Thus, at this moment, the wounds on Kato Mika's body had completely vanished, making it appear as though his previous injuries had healed entirely. However, the combat prowess he now exhibited was terrifyingly formidable. The surrounding students, some of whom were timid, had already retreated to the back of the ranks, leaving only a handful standing leisurely at the forefront, observing the unfolding spectacle. Alas, this time the mysterious night fire was in for a dire fate, having compelled Kato Miku to unleash his ancestral secret technique. It matters not. I have heard that the Xuanqi family possesses ancestral secret techniques. When pitted against each other, the outcome of their contest remains uncertain. Xuanqi Yayao was taken aback to discover that the seemingly ordinary cat Mikagawa possessed such remarkable strength. Ha ha ha, you truly are impressive, but in my presence, your skills are utterly insufficient. At this moment, Xuanqi Yehua unleashed a brilliant light once more. A beam of intense radiance shot directly towards Cat Mikawa's face. Undoubtedly, this tactic could be effective for achieving a surprising victory. However, its impact diminished upon subsequent use. Yet, Xuanqi Yehua did not intend to rely on this maneuver for triumph. He merely sought to impart a lesson to Cat Mikawa. Begone. Xianzhehuo observed Kato Kichikawa's figure momentarily suspended in midair, the opponent's eyes closing in that instant. His form abruptly dissolved into countless silken ribbons, vanishing from the spectator's sight. In the next heartbeat, he materialized behind Kato Kichikawa. Startled, Kato swiftly pivoted and lashed out with a punch aimed at Xianzhehuo. Though the strike connected, Xianzhehuo's body burst apart once more, dispersing into a flurry of white ribbons before disappearing. Yet, in the following moment, he reappeared directly above Kato's head, descending from the heavens. Xianzhehuo drove his fist toward Kato's chest and skull. Though panic flickered through Kato's mind, his instinctive confidence surged, compelling him to meet Xianzhehuo's assault head-on. After all, his mastery of physical combat was formidable. In a direct clash, he had never truly feared anyone. Moreover, at present, Xuanyihua is merely a student at the Ninja Academy, sharing the same class as him. If he cannot prevail even when employing his family's secret techniques, his father would undoubtedly mete out severe punishment upon him tonight. Contemplating this, Cat Mokua's face displayed an expression of resolute defiance in the face of death. With this punch, he had exerted all his strength. Yet, in the following moment, his fist struck nothing but air once more. With a resounding clap, Xuanyihua's form shattered, transforming into countless white ribbons that gracefully descended from the heavens. Just when people believed that Xuanqi Yefei would emerge from another location, they discovered that he did not flee this time. He merely sidestepped momentarily. Immediately afterward, Xuanqi Yefei's fist landed forcefully upon Kato Miku's head. Bang, bang, bang. With a flurry of punches, Cat Mikawa was sent sailing through the air. In the next moment, he crashed harshly onto the ground. Just as he attempted to rise and continue the battle, he was intercepted by Yumino Irika, who promptly declared the outcome. In this clash, Yehua triumphed over Zamukawa. Upon hearing the words of Irika Yumino, all the students erupted in cheers. Particularly joyous were those who had suffered at the hands of Kato and Kikawa. This battle today had undoubtedly established Shiyihua's reputation. Not far away, Sasuke Uchiha seemed to feel a considerable sense of relief, turning to walk in another direction. At that moment, Sakura Haruno hurriedly approached from a distance. Casting an admiring glance at Shiyihua as she remarked, "I never expected you to be so formidable, Shi. You'll have to take good care of us during future missions." Xuanqi Yehua paid no heed to Haruno Sakura, instead exchanging friendly greetings with other classmates. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto seemed to be wandering nearby, cradling his head in his hands as if by chance. Xuanqi Yehua promptly pulled him before her and addressed Haruno Sakura. "I am aware that Naruto has harbored affections for you. He is, after all, my dear brother. I sincerely hope that you will nurture a harmonious relationship with Naruto-kun in the future." Chapter 10. You must have misunderstood. There is absolutely no such thing. You must have misinterpreted. Upon hearing the words of Su in XY Vortex Naruto immediately began to feebly argue. Meanwhile, the others burst into laughter. Seemingly unaffected by the situation at hand, Kato Mikawa was promptly escorted by the teacher to the infirmary for treatment. Thus, the morning hours slipped away. As they were a class on the brink of graduation, the afternoon was free of formal lessons, allowing for leisure activities. This time, as Su XY exited the school gates, he encountered no hindrance. Instead, numerous students from the Ninja Academy greeted him warmly, displaying a sense of camaraderie. It is worth noting that the emergence of two prodigies at the ninja school had garnered much excitement among the students. Unlike Uchiha Sasuke, Su XY appeared far more approachable. Although he may not possess Sasuke's striking appearance, he certainly had his own charm. After walking a short distance, Su XY sensed that someone seemed to be trailing him. He then paused, turned to face the distant figure, and with a smile, remarked, Sasuke, since you have followed me, why not step forward for a chat? Soon, Uchiha Sasuke appeared before Shuanchi Yehua. He cast a surprised glance at Shuanchi Yehua and remarked, although you do not speak of it, I can discern that the ninjutsu you employ at school bears a striking resemblance to my brother Itachi's techniques. Pray tell, how did you acquire such a skill? Did you perhaps discover something in my brother's room? Observing Uchiha Sasuke's envious demeanor, Shuanchi Yehua shrugged in resignation and replied, if your brother truly left something behind, it was intended for you. However, your ignorance of it merely indicates that such an object does not exist. The primary reason I am able to perform this technique is due to my family's secret art, the Byakugan. Upon hearing Shuanchi Yehua's words, Uchiha Sasuke's spirits lifted. The Byakugan? Is it truly that formidable? Shuanchi Yehua chuckled at his inquiry. It is not as formidable as you might think. My family's Byakugan merely allows us to perceive certain traces invisible to ordinary eyes. Ultimately, one must rely on personal insight. For instance, I collected my brother's work uniform to discern the chakra patterns he typically employs, thereby grasping some ninjutsu. Though Shuanchi Yehua spoke thus, he was subtly deceiving Uchiha Sasuke. Yet, Uchiha Sasuke believed him, for it seemed the most plausible explanation available. Very well, I shall take your word for it. I will fetch my father's clothing for you to examine. Perhaps you can glean some insights from it? With that, Uchiha Sasuke began to lead Shuanchi Yehua back to his home. Shuanchi Yehua quickly gestured. Sasuke-kun, I understand your eagerness to grow stronger, yet this requires time. How about this? As a token of gratitude, I will teach you your brother's ninjutsu, and we shall become good brothers from this day forth. What say you? Upon hearing the term good brothers, Uchiha Sasuke's expression turned grave. He instinctively reached for the blade at his side, which startled Shuanchi Yehua. He hastily apologized. My apologies. I forgot about your family's circumstances. Let us merely be friends henceforth. Uchiha Sasuke, still gripping his blade, felt a twitch in his eyelid. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Being good brothers is acceptable, as long as you never fear that I might betray you. He then declared, let us proceed to my home to train. As he walked towards his house, Uchiha Sasuke exuded confidence, seemingly untroubled by the possibility of Shuanchi Yehua's potential betrayal, which left Shuanchi Yehua quite astonished. Could it be that Uchiha Sasuke possessed such unwavering confidence? At that moment, the system could not help but comment, Uchiha Sasuke is but a pitiable child. To maintain this aloof persona, he endures great inner turmoil. Indeed, Shuanchi Yehua slowed his pace, and Uchiha Sasuke, in front, matched his speed. Yet he did not urge Shuanchi Yehua onward. It is evident that he endures immense internal torment in order to maintain his facade. In simpler terms, he suffers for the sake of preserving his pride. Certainly, the accomplishments of Uchiha Sasuke are significantly attributed to his remarkable endurance. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to joining Orochimaru and transforming into a formidable being. It is evident that he is willing to undertake any action in pursuit of vengeance. Soon, the two arrived at the ancestral home of the Uchiha clan. There, Shuanchi Yehua began to elucidate the intricacies of the chakra flow for Uchiha Sasuke. Before long, Sasuke's form began to distort, and he transformed into a crow, soaring into the sky. Although this ninjutsu was executed rather clumsily by Sasuke, it is worth noting that it was his first attempt, and he effectively restored the essence of the technique. However, unlike a crow, the creature he conjured was a large black stork, a bird known for its fierce nature, even more intimidating than the crow. As the black stork vanished, Sasuke's form reappeared at the spot where it had just been. Witnessing this, Shuanchi Yehua was left in astonishment. He had managed to master the technique in such a brief period due to the advantages of his system, yet Sasuke's comprehension seemed to surpass his own at an alarming rate, which felt rather unusual. Observing the incredulous expression on Shuanchi Yehua's face, Uchiha Sasuke inquired curiously, is there something amiss with the technique I just employed? Shuanchi shook his head and remarked, there is no issue. It appears that you have yet to grasp the essence of the foam. After a brief smile, Uchiha Sasuke once again unleashed his technique. In that moment, the form he transformed into, a black stork, towered at over 2 meters in height. Yet, in the next instant, it shattered into countless broken feathers that gracefully drifted down around him. Almost immediately, Uchiha Sasuke materialized less than 3 meters away. Although the distance was brief, he had indeed succeeded. Subsequently, He turned to Xuanqi Yehua and expressed his gratitude, saying, "I truly appreciate your assistance. Without you, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to comprehend this jutsu. However, I am grateful for your rather unique approach. How about we engage in a friendly spar?" Upon hearing Uchiha Sasuke's words, Xuanqi Yehua felt a surge of excitement. "Indeed, I have long anticipated a confrontation with you. Let us engage in a sparring match." Chapter 11. A fruitless exuberance. As he spoke, Xuanqi Yehua initiated the offensive. In that moment, his figure surged forward with remarkable speed, charging towards Uchiha Sasuke. Immediately, a brilliant beam of light illuminated Sasuke's face. In an instant, he was enveloped in a dazzling haze. However, he had already prepared himself, having closed his eyes in advance. It was merely the swiftness of light's velocity that denied him such rapid reflexes. Even so, the blinding radiance's effect was largely negated upon him. In the next instant, Uchiha Sasuke retrieved several kunai from his pouch and hurled them toward Hyakki Yaku's position with unerring precision, the whirling blades forming an inescapable cage of steel around his opponent. With a derisive chuckle, Hyakki Yaku mirrored the assault, his form dissolving into countless white ribbons that scattered like mist before Sasuke's eyes. In a heartbeat, he reappeared behind the Uchiha heir, thrusting a kunai toward his spine, only to find his blade piercing through the obsidian feathers of a towering 2-meter black stork that erupted into a storm of dark plumes. A presence materialized at his back, the air itself crystallizing with killing intent. Sasuke's blade descended like winter's wrath. Hyakki Yaku's fingers flickered, substituting himself with an enchanted effigy as the katana split the wooden decapitant asunder. Their first exchange ended in stalemate. "Heh, you surpass my expectations," came Hyakki Yaku's voice, laced with dark amusement. "No wonder you sent Kato Kichiwa fleeing like a whipped cur." Although Uchiha Sasuke verbally praised Xuanqi Yehua, he was, in fact, intently perceiving the location where Xuanqi Yehua was concealed. At that moment, Xuanqi Yehua had ascended to the rooftop, lying in wait for an opportune moment. It must be said that Uchiha Sasuke's strength was truly formidable, far beyond the capabilities of Kat Mikawa. During their confrontation, Xuanqi Yehua felt an immense pressure. After just a brief encounter, he sensed his stamina waning, and his current concealment was merely a strategy to recuperate, allowing him to face his adversary in a more favorable condition. "Here he comes." Xuanqi Yehua sensed that his stamina had fully replenished, and in the next moment, he leapt down from the rooftop. Uchiha Sasuke appeared to have anticipated Xuanqi Yehua's location all along. The instant Xuanqi Yehua manifested, Sasuke surged forward towards him. Subsequently, the katana descended, transforming into a vast expanse of cold light that enveloped Xuanqi Yehua. Armed with 2 shurikens, Xuanqi Yehua engaged in an intense duel with Uchiha Sasuke. And for a time, neither could gain the upper hand. The battle devolved into a fierce melee, with neither participant able to claim victory. However, after their second encounter, Xuanqi Yehua distinctly felt the toll of excessive exertion, leaving him somewhat fatigued. In contrast, Uchiha Sasuke, despite also experiencing considerable fatigue, maintained a noticeable edge and strength over him. Thus, the disparity in their abilities became apparent. At least in terms of physical prowess, Uchiha Sasuke surpasses Xuanqi Yefeng. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke abruptly retreated, swiftly forming a series of hand seals before placing his hand to his mouth, unleashing a colossal fireball. The Great Fireball Technique. As the Great Fireball emerged, Xuanqi Yehua found himself retreating. Despite his swift withdrawal, he was nonetheless struck by Uchiha Sasuke's formidable fireball. In the next moment, Uchiha Sasuke burst through the residual flames, appearing before Xuanqi Yehua, and delivered a swift strike aimed at him once more. In an instant, Xuanqi Yehua exploded into a multitude of white ribbons, vanishing before Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke did not pursue immediately. Instead, he took a moment to ascertain Yehua's whereabouts. In the next heartbeat, Uchiha Sasuke surged towards where Xuanqi Yehua might reappear, bringing down his blade to sever any potential escape routes. Yehua, taken aback that his illusion had been penetrated by Sasuke, felt a wave of despair wash over him. However, in the following instant, a brilliant beam emanated from his eyes, momentarily slowing Sasuke's movements. Seizing this opportunity, Xuanqi Yehua hastily threw several shuriken to buy himself some time. He then swiftly distanced himself from Sasuke, and just as Sasuke was about to charge, he raised his hand and declared, "Sasuke, I concede. In truth, Xuanqi Yi still possesses the strength for another battle. However, he is acutely aware that there is no necessity to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Uchiha Sasuke, resulting in mutual destruction. Moreover, his ultimate trump card is currently unstable, and he remains uncertain about the ultimate outcome it may yield. Furthermore, his interaction with Uchiha Sasuke is merely a friendly spar, not a definitive contest to establish a victor. Thus, reaching this point is already a prudent conclusion. Upon hearing Xuanqi Ye's words, Uchiha Sasuke seized the opportunity to gracefully respond. Xuanqi Jun is indeed formidable. Let us agree to a draw. As he spoke, he sheathed his katana and, accompanied by Xuanqi Yehua, made his way to his father's usual abode. This is where my father typically resides. Soon, the village will reclaim this place, and I too shall depart from here. Therefore, feel free to take whatever you wish without hesitation. At this moment, Xuanqi Yehua finds himself in a state of hesitation, for he has suddenly acquired an overwhelming array of ninjutsu. He fears that his skills may not be sufficiently refined, ultimately leading him to a fate akin to that of Kakashi, who remains perpetually at a 50-50 standing. Of course, this also hinges on individual capability and, to some extent, luck. Should he manage to gather a substantial number of fragments, it could indeed expedite the elevation of his ninjutsu prowess. Very well, then, I shall not hold back. Upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's words, the system let out a deep sigh. Apologies, dear host, but the items within the dwelling are largely rendered unusable, and what little can be salvaged amounts to mere fragments. This is, of course, attributable to the considerable age of these belongings, and I hope you can prepare yourself mentally for this reality. Subsequently, Xuanqi Yehua expressed his astonishment by inquiring, then why do Uchiha Itachi's two outfits exhibit such remarkable efficacy? The system replied with resignation, Uchiha Itachi's garments have been worn frequently, and moreover, Uchiha Sasuke has maintained them over an extended period, thus their performance is entirely different. Chapter 12. A rare practical exercise. Very well. Fragments are fragments. They are certainly preferable to having nothing at all. Xuanqi Yehua promptly placed these garments into the system for disassembly. Soon, he acquired a few fragments of Uchiha clan ninjutsu. However, these fragments bore no particular attributes and could only be classified as universal fragments. The advantage of universal fragments lies in their capacity to offer opportunities for patching any Uchiha clan ninjutsu. Yet, their drawbacks are quite apparent. They cannot, on their own, form a complete ninjutsu set. Congratulations, dear host. You have obtained a total of 4 universal fragments. A mere 4 fragments? Truly insufficient. Nevertheless, it is better than nothing. Xuanqi Yehua could not suppress a sigh, and noticing the late hour, he returned home to rest. He certainly wished to avoid being roused by his mother tugging at his ear the following morning. Once home, he indulged in a leisurely slumber. The next day, as the alarm clock rang, he arose. Although he was not particularly keen on attending school and even entertained thoughts of skipping classes occasionally, the anticipation of graduation hastened his pace. Upon arriving at school and seeing his classmates, particularly Kato Mikawa, who seemed exceedingly fearful of him and promptly fled, he was quite astonished. He had expected Kato to summon his parents to seek retribution. However, it appeared he had not done so, which piqued Xuanqi Yehua's curiosity. Had Kato developed such fortitude in his demeanor? Nevertheless, it was advantageous, as it would save him considerable trouble in the future. Xuanqi Yehua walked directly into the line of his class and began to listen to Irika Yumino, who tirelessly elucidated various details. Today, Irika would primarily lead them in practice sessions. After all, if left to their own devices, the students' focus would likely dissipate rapidly. However, with Irika guiding their exercises, their enthusiasm remained heightened. In fact, some students would even engage in practice alongside Irika, if only to maintain appearances. This was likely Irika's well-intentioned strategy, especially since it was their final lesson together. Before long, the morning came to an end, and Irika Yumino stood before his classmates with a hint of sorrow. Everyone, this is our final class together. Soon, you will be leaving the classroom to graduate, which fills my heart with profound sadness, he expressed, delivering a heartfelt speech that moved several students to tears. However, many boys remained indifferent, while Naruto Uzumaki wept uncontrollably, resembling a sorrowful figure. Xuanqi Yehua could discern that he was likely reluctant to part with Irika. Nonetheless, since it was the last class, no one caused any disturbances, although most quickly departed once the lesson concluded. An examination awaited in the afternoon, with another scheduled for the next morning. After completing these assessments, graduation would follow seamlessly. The afternoon's exam primarily focused on theoretical knowledge, while the next day would emphasize practical skills. In reality, the practical examination entailed merely the application of several fundamental ninja techniques: the body replacement technique, the shadow clone technique, and the transformation technique. Conversely, the theoretical portion encompassed a broader array of scenarios encountered during missions. After returning home and enjoying a meal, Xuanqi Yehua headed back to school. The tense afternoon of examinations left him with a slight headache, as his grasp of theoretical concepts was not particularly solid, making the prospect of achieving a perfect score daunting. Consequently, he felt considerable inner turmoil. However, the following day, his theoretical results were announced, and to his astonishment, he received an outstanding grade, a mark of excellence, indicative of a perfect score. This outcome was indeed unexpected. Following the theoretical tests, the practical examination commenced in the morning, conducted individually. Unfortunately, Naruto was eliminated in this round, and upon witnessing Naruto's skewed clone, Xuanqi Yehua felt a wave of resignation. Nevertheless, he understood that Naruto would soon master the multi-shadow clone technique. As the preceding students completed their examinations, Xuanqi Yehua approached the testing area. The execution of the 3 foundational ninja techniques was remarkably effortless for him, allowing him to pass the exam swiftly. After successfully completing the assessment, a joyful expression illuminated Xuanqi Yehua's face. "I didn't anticipate that I would fare so well in this exam," he thought, knowing he could now return home and await the announcement of the final examination results. This period would span approximately 2 days. During this time, Xuanqi Yehua's father also returned home. His father, a somewhat absent figure, would typically appear only once every month or two, yet each visit lasted over 10 days. This news was a pleasant surprise for Xuanqi Yehua. "Every time my father returns, he brings with him delightful delicacies and invaluable guidance. This occasion is no exception. Yehua, how did you fare in the recent ninja exam?" he inquired. Without hesitation, I placed my theoretical and practical exam results before him. Upon reviewing my scores, a satisfied smile graced his face. "Your performance is commendable, nearly perfect scores throughout. Truly, you are my son," he exclaimed. "Now that I am back, it is time for you to engage in some practical training." Upon hearing my father's words, a look of joy illuminated my face. I was about to undergo the assessment conducted by the J-Nin instructor, and I felt uncertain about my prospects. Failing the evaluation would undoubtedly diminish my standing within the village. However, succeeding would allow me to join a team on missions, securing my future. The prospect of my father taking me out for practical experience was indeed delightful news. In our Xuanqi family, it is my grandfather who lacks ninjutsu abilities, while my father is a ninja, albeit a low-ranking one. His status in Konohagakure is rather modest. Were it not for our family's bloodline limit, his position may have been even more precarious. Nevertheless, being a ninja affords us a better quality of life compared to ordinary villagers. Thus, I was filled with anticipation at the thought of my father guiding me in my training. "Father, where shall we go for this practice before the final assessment list is revealed?" I asked eagerly. It's nothing particularly special. I simply wish to take you to our family's ancestral home," he replied with a chuckle. "The ancestral home? What do you mean?" I asked, momentarily taken aback. My father continued with a smile. "I heard from your mother that you have mastered our Xuanqi family's Mingyan technique. Is that true?" I nodded. "During my J-Nin training course, I inadvertently unlocked Mingyan. I wonder if that is a good thing?" "Indeed, it is a fortuitous development. Awakening a bloodline limit is akin to possessing a powerful weapon to overcome adversaries, significantly increasing your chances of survival on future missions," my father responded eagerly. "However, remember that Mingyan is not a mere privilege to flaunt. It should serve as a catalyst for your relentless pursuit of progress. You must strive even harder. By the way, the purpose of taking you back to our ancestral home is to assist you in fully unlocking the potential of Mingyan, for it is the very birthplace of this technique." My father's words sparked a realization within me. Indeed, I seemed to be lacking certain elements of the Thousand Illusions Night. If I could return to the ancestral home and uncover something useful, might I not be able to complete the missing parts? A playful smile swiftly graced the face of Xuanqi Yehua, suggesting that this return to his roots might yield fruitful discoveries. As Xuanqi Fengjian was soon to face a final assessment, he was reluctant to squander time at home. Thus, upon returning, he promptly took Xuanqi Yehua back to their ancestral abode. However, it was inconvenient to take Xuanqi Yehua's mother along. making this journey a solitary affair for the two of them. As they walked, Xuanqi Fengjian remarked to Xuanqi Yehua, "In truth, I did not grow up within the family. After all, contemporary clans do not permit members lacking ninjutsu to reside among them. Initially, your grandfather and I lived in a nearby city where I received a conventional education, wholly unaware of ninjutsu. Later, our Xuanqi clan became embroiled in political strife, resulting in the entire family being eradicated overnight by hostile forces. It is rather astonishing that your grandfather and I, due to our inability to wield ninjutsu, managed to escape such a calamity. Now, it fills me with trepidation." Upon hearing his father's words, Xuanqi Yehua could not help but nod in understanding. The father and son continued their journey, engaging in conversation that deepened their bond. Before long, they arrived at a grand estate. Though it was a distance from Konoha village, it was not too far, nestled within a great mountain. Although this vast estate had fallen into disrepair, the remnants of its former grandeur revealed the prosperity of the Xuanqi clan. It was astonishing that even such a powerful family could be utterly annihilated in a single night. "Come, there may be traces of our family's existence here," Xuanqi Fengjian asserted as he unlocked the grand entrance, pushing the door open to reveal a magnificent fountain and an expansive garden. Regrettably, the garden, which once flourished in meticulous order, had now succumbed to rampant weeds. Particularly, the fountain stood dry, devoid of even a single drop of water. "Let us consider this a tour of our ancestral home." Xuanqi Fengjian led his son around the courtyard, recounting tales of the estate. Though these stories were passed down from Xuanqi Yehua's grandfather, it was only fitting that they now reached Xuanqi Yehua. However, Xuanqi Yehua's interest lay not in the stories, but rather in the potential fragments of ninjutsu that might be hidden within the estate. Consequently, upon entering their ancestral home, Xuanqi Yehua promptly addressed the system. "System, could you please assess what items within this estate may be disassembled?" The system promptly commenced its analysis. Approximately half an hour later, it swiftly reached a conclusion. "Congratulations to the host for acquiring some inconsequential items, which are capable of yielding universal fragments. Furthermore, within a concealed corner of the ancestral residence, there exist even more valuable treasures, which, when disassembled, may provide precious ninjutsu fragments that could potentially remedy the deficiencies of the Thousand Illusions Night." Upon hearing the system's initial statement, the previously disheartened Xian Shi regained a flicker of interest. He hurriedly inquired, "System, do not jest with me. This place has long been abandoned. Where could there possibly be valuable items?" Noticing the system's silence, Xian Shi had no choice but to follow its guidance and disassemble some trivial items. Though he dismantled a considerable quantity, he only received 2 universal fragments in return. While the yield was meager, it was still better than nothing. After a thorough recounting of the entire narrative of the ancestral residence, Xian Shi Fengjian turned to find Xian Shi, who seemingly disengaged. At that moment, Xian Shi Fengjian, feeling somewhat helpless, asked, "Son, have you not gained anything at all?" Xian Shi, who shook his head and replied, "I certainly have nothing to show for it now. After all, these items have been forsaken, and the glory of our family is no longer visible. Father, do you believe there might still be other locations within this old residence that preserve more intact relics of our Xian Shi lineage?" Xian Shi Fengjian pondered for a moment, then shook his head in resignation. "Your notion is somewhat absurd. I believe it would be best for you to earnestly accompany me in honoring our ancestors." As he spoke, Xian Shi Fengjian led his son in continuous veneration of their forebears, perhaps a means for the Xian Shi family to receive ancestral protection. "Very well. We shall spend the night here, and at dawn tomorrow, we will return home. I will step out to procure some food. You tidy up the room." With that, Xian Shi Fengjian left Xian Shi Hu at the ancestral residence while he sought sustenance outside. However, Xian Shi Hu was not entirely content. He immediately contacted the system. "System, could you provide me with a hint to help me locate those invaluable items? Otherwise, my return would be a futile endeavor." The system pondered thoughtfully before responding. "This is simple. First, take a circuit around the entire estate and see if you can uncover any clues." Chapter 14. Surviving Qin Xian Shi, who knew that the system would not deceive him. If the system asserted that something existed within the ancestral residence, it surely did, though it had not specified the location. Now, he could only rely on his keen perception to seek out the treasures hidden within. But where might these treasures be concealed? As Xian Shi Huo observed his father departing, he resumed his search throughout the ancestral home. While he searched, he communicated with the system. For despite having traversed the premises with his father, they had uncovered no clues. Now, searching alone, could he truly find anything? System, you wouldn't be toying with me, would you? Just as Xian Shiyihua voiced his grievances, a shadow suddenly flashed past him. He was momentarily taken aback. Had he not known that ghosts did not exist in this world, he might have genuinely believed he had encountered one. What was he to do now? Spinning around, he soon realized that the shadow had vanished without a trace. This predicament was indeed troublesome. System, could you possibly provide a hint? The system chuckled and marked a location before him, stating, Host, you might want to investigate this area. It could yield some discoveries. Xian Shiyihua swiftly approached a rockery. After feeling around for a while, he turned a stone tile and discovered a hidden passage beneath the rockery. To his astonishment, he had indeed stumbled upon something. With this thought in mind, he began to descend the passage. As he walked, he pondered aloud. Why was I unable to see that shadow earlier, yet can now? The system replied with a light chuckle, Host, you are the sole descendant of your family endowed with keen sight, so the entity will undoubtedly treat you with special care. But do not rejoice too much. Your Xianxi family was annihilated due to betrayal. The shadow he had just glimpsed was certainly not a ghost, yet it likely harbored considerable suspicion towards him. Let us proceed below and see if we can uncover any clues. As Xian Shiyihua continued his exploration, he soon came upon a secret chamber. Just as he approached the chamber, a masked figure appeared before him. You traitor, today I shall end your life. It was evident that this individual had lost his sanity. Upon his arrival, he thrust a shuriken towards Xian Shiyihua's chest. The gloom enveloping the area was thick, yet the keen sight of Xian Shiyihua's family allowed them to perceive light even in darkness. They could discern their surroundings without the aid of a torch. Thus, even in the underground, devoid of illumination, Xian Shiyihua was capable of seeing clearly. The suddenly emerging figure seemed to possess a similar ability. Suddenly, a beam of blinding light erupted from the madman's eyes. Xian Shiyihua promptly shut his eyes, realizing that his opponent's strength surpassed his own, and he too would be affected. However, endowed with keen sight, he was still able to perceive some indistinct images even after being struck. Ah, young one, what brings you to our Xuanqi family? Do you seek to acquire the Mingyan? I assure you, even if our entire Xuanqi clan were to be slaughtered, we would never relinquish the Mingyan to you. As he spoke, the madman erupted into a fit of laughter. In that moment, a brilliant light enveloped him, and Xuanqi Yehua found himself ensnared within a phantasmagorical realm. Within this illusion, a horde of assassins surged into the Xuanqi residence, unleashing a brutal massacre upon its inhabitants. In a matter of moments, members of the Xuanqi family, young and old alike, fell victim to the onslaught, becoming mere specters of the past. This battle nearly obliterated the Xuanqi lineage. Amidst the chaos, a middle-aged man cautiously emerged from a hidden passage, gazing upon the devastation that lay before him, his visage etched with profound sorrow. It was evident that he was deeply pained by the fate of his family, yet he felt utterly powerless to alter their grim reality. Xuanqi Yehua soon extricated himself from the illusions. Upon regaining his bearings, he found the madman had lunged toward him. You traitor, I shall end your life. The adversary, having employed his illusions, wielded a kunai with the intent to strike at Xuanqi Yehua's vital points. Although his movements appeared swift, they lacked lethal intent. Had he truly sought to harm, Xuanqi Yehua would surely have sustained grave injuries. In an instant, the madman vanished as if he had never existed. Xuanqi Yehua's countenance shifted to one of astonishment. Were it not for his current confinement within the underground chamber, he might have doubted the veracity of his earlier experiences. Nevertheless, he continued to search the secretive confines, yet found no trace of the enigmatic figure. Had he truly evaporated into thin air? Xuanqi Yehua was momentarily rendered speechless. However, glancing at the time, he realized it was late. His father must have returned from his outing. Not wishing to incite concern, he retraced his steps through the subterranean passage to the surface. Upon entering the familiar dwelling, he discovered his father had placed a roasted hare upon a plate. Yet, due to his prolonged absence, Xuanqi Fengjian appeared visibly anxious. The moment Xuanqi Yehua reappeared, a weight was lifted from his father's heart. Yehua, where have you been? He inquired. With a smile, Xuanqi Yehua replied, Father, I merely took a stroll. I aim to explore the vicinity for any remnants that could enlighten me regarding the Mingyan, but instead stumbled upon a hidden passageway. Xuanqi Fengjian was momentarily taken aback, urgency flooding his voice as he pressed. Did you truly discover a hidden passage? Take me there at once. His father's anxiety was palpable. Xuanqi Yehua glanced at the roasted hare, contemplating his next words. Father, since the secret passage is unlikely to vanish suddenly, let us first savor the rabbit meat before embarking on our search. Xuanqi Fengjian nodded in agreement with his son's words. The two of them enjoyed a peaceful reunion dinner together. After the meal, Xuanqi Yehua led his father towards the direction of the artificial hill. As they turned a stone slab, a passage leading underground came into view. Upon seeing this concealed path, Xuanqi Fengjian seemed to recall something and promptly said to his son, I remember your grandfather mentioning that he had a half-brother whose body was never found after the massacre. Could he be hiding here? Chapter 15. Yunxi Shunzhan and Qianhuanyi. Let us descend and investigate. By the way, did grandfather ever mention anything about this underground passage? Xuanqi Yehua was pleasantly surprised to learn that his father was aware of this matter. Xuanqi Fengjian shook his head and replied, Your grandfather was somewhat of an outlier in the family. How could he possibly know such secrets? However, if it truly is the person your grandfather spoke of, I should be able to recognize him. We often played together in my youth. He should have some recollection of me. Xuanqi Yehua's heart leaped with joy as he exclaimed, Then let us seek him out. Perhaps he will recognize you. As they spoke, they arrived at the underground chamber. Yet, upon reaching this place, they could find no passage leading to the other branches of the family. This meant they had not only failed to locate anyone, but had also stumbled into a dead end. Apart from this cul-de-sac that did not entirely seal them within, there were no further clues to pursue. Suddenly, Xuanqi Fengjian recalled a lead and called out loudly, Uncle Xuanqi Wooly, are you there? I am your nephew, Xuanqi Fengjian. Do you remember how we used to play together in my youth? To his surprise, there seemed to be a response. Soon, a stone door turned, and a disheveled figure emerged, exclaiming, Xuanqi Fengjian, did you not leave the family? How have you returned? Are you a traitor? Xuanqi Fengjian quickly clarified, Uncle. Both my father and I were driven from the family to live in a nearby city. We were fortunate to have survived, not traitors. We have returned to seek information regarding the bright eye. Your grandnephew has awakened his bright eye, and I hope you can guide him. Furthermore, our family's enemies have received their due punishment, and we have avenged our grievances. Upon hearing Xuanqi Fengjian's words, Xuanqi Wooly gradually regained some semblance of sanity. He approached Xuanqi Fengjian and scrutinized his face closely. After a considerable pause, he nodded and said, Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance to your father, there is no doubt. You are Xuanqi Fengjian. After all, I am a member of the illustrious Xuanqi family, possessing the gift of keen perception that allows me to remember every individual who crosses my path at a mere glance. Regardless of the passage of time, I can discern subtle traces upon your visage, rendering it impossible for you to deceive me. Having spoken thus, he approached Xuanqi Yehua, scrutinizing him with great attention. No wonder he bears a striking resemblance to me. It appears he too is a descendant of our esteemed Xuanqi lineage, and he possesses the gift of keen sight. However, this extraordinary ability has been lost to our family for many years, and my own understanding of it is rather superficial. In truth, I have only scratched the surface. Nevertheless, I do possess some ancient texts that may provide you with valuable insights. Follow me. With that, Xuanqi Wooly led them toward the rear of the stone door. At that moment, the system emitted a series of prompts once more. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a wealth of precious information regarding the Xuanqi family. Should you deposit this information into the system's recycling bin, you will gain substantial experience and memories related to the keen sight of the Xuanqi Ye family. Upon hearing the system's words, Xuanqi Yehua gazed at the vast collection of texts before him, feeling rather speechless. After all, these are invaluable records of the Xuanqi family. If the system were to dismantle them entirely, it would be akin to incinerating these tomes. As a member of the Xuanqi family, I simply cannot allow that to happen. At this moment, Xuanqi Wooly gestured towards the numerous documents strewn across the floor. These are all replicas. You may take them for your study. However, I still need to continue making copies, which may prove somewhat inconvenient. Upon hearing Xuanqi Wooly's words, Xuanqi Yehua was instantly filled with excitement. He promptly began to gather the books in his arms, intending to transport them outside, while Xuanqi Fengjian, witnessing his son's fervor, looked on in astonishment. My son, what need do you have for so many books? Xuanqi Yehua quickly replied, Father, I can take them home to study. Rest assured, I shall comprehend them. Though uncertain of his son's intentions, Xuanqi Fengjian nonetheless assisted him in carrying out the numerous volumes. The two of them labored tirelessly until they had cleared the chamber of all documents. However, upon exiting the secret room, an eerie silence enveloped them. Even when Xuanqi Fengjian called out, there was no response. Well, perhaps Uncle prefers solitude. We ought not to disturb him. With that, the two of them returned to their abode, arms laden with a plethora of books. Xuanqi Yehua then secluded himself in a separate chamber to peruse the texts. Yet, upon finishing his reading, he promptly deposited the volumes into the system for immediate disassembly. Soon enough, the system's prompt chimed in accordance. Congratulations, host. You have acquired rare information from the Xuanqi family. After disassembly, you have obtained the previously missing components of the 1,000 Illusions Night Ninjutsu. In addition, the host has acquired the complete chakra flow path of the advanced technique, Yunqi Shunzhan, from the Xinyan family. However, it is advised that the host refrain from practicing Yunqi Shunzhan until he has mastered Qianhuan Yi, as this technique imposes a significant burden on the body and may induce adverse illusions. A misstep could lead to a backlash. Heeding the system's counsel, Xinyan Yehua decided to seal away Yunqi Shunzhan for the time being. Instead, he found himself intrigued by the chakra flow of Qianhuan Yi. On the surface, Qianhuan Yi appears to transform day into night instantaneously. In reality, it creates a stark contrast through flashes of light, exploiting this contrast to breach the psychological defenses of the adversary. The technique then utilizes the enemy's mental vulnerabilities to conjure various illusions, ultimately forming a genjutsu. Moreover, Qianhuan Yi can be complemented with the Mingyan technique, with its lethality determined by the user's comprehension. Historically, Qianhuan Yi has manifested in three prevalent versions. The first, Qianhuan Yi Maze, ensnares the enemy in an inescapable labyrinth upon falling victim to the illusion. The second version establishes a relentless cycle, the nature of which depends on how the caster exploits the enemy's inner weaknesses to secure victory. The third and most frequently encountered version engenders a formidable backdrop of slaughter, where those ensnared by the illusion find themselves adrift between the realms of reality and fantasy. Once entrapped, they risk losing their sense of self and may commit regrettable acts. Chapter 16. Mastering the key aspects of Yunqi Shunzhan. Upon hearing the system's analysis, Xinyan Yehua promptly nodded in agreement, recognizing that certain matters cannot be forced. Nonetheless, his visit to the ancestral home was not without merit. He had acquired a wealth of fragments regarding Mingyan and grasped several key elements of Yunqi Shunzhan. Yet, his current physical condition was inadequate for learning this technique, making its temporary sealing beneficial. The following morning, the books in the house had vanished, leaving only a heap of ashes. It was evident that Xinyan Yehua had incinerated all the texts. Observing his son's actions, Xinyan Fengjian did not express anger. Rather, a look of profound satisfaction graced his features. My son, you have acted wisely. After all, Mingyan is our family's bloodline limit, and the fewer who know of it, the better. You did well to burn those books. It was clear that Xinyan Fengjian felt a tinge of inner conflict. Once such actions were taken, someone must bear the consequences. With only a handful of family members remaining, it was prudent that secrets be known to as few as possible. Father, rest assured, I can keep this secret. Xuanqi Fengjian smiled as he glanced at his son. Shall we remain here for the time being, or return to the village? Returning isn't necessary just yet. This time, I wish to take you on a mission. Although it may not be particularly arduous, it is not trivial either. I was initially concerned about your ability to complete it, but now it appears you exceed my expectations, so my worries have lessened considerably. Let us proceed. As they made their way, Xuanqi Fengjian spoke to his son. We are to eliminate a band of mountain bandits. Are you frightened? Xuanqi Yehua responded with surprise. Father, are you truly capable of confronting a group of bandits on your own? Xuanqi Fengjian chuckled. In truth, I now possess strength nearing that of a chunin. However, I have yet to pass the examination, hence my current rank as a genin. I had also assured your mother that I am merely an ordinary logistical support member of Konoha village, not required to undertake missions, as I did not wish to cause her concern. You understand that Konoha village does not place great emphasis on ordinary individuals. Only by becoming a ninja can one lead a fulfilling life. Thus, my intention was not to deceive her. Xuanqi Yehua nodded. Father, I am no longer a child. I comprehend your worries and hesitations, and I shall keep this secret for you. Please, continue with the details of the mission. Xuanqi Fengjian elaborated. This mission does not entail eliminating all the bandits, but rather a few that are on the run. According to our intelligence, 2 or 3 bandits have fled to this vicinity, which is why I took on this task. You do not harbor resentment towards me for not informing you beforehand, do you? Xuanqi Fengjian nodded as his son replied, Father, rest assured, I do not blame you. After all, this serves my interests as well. Moreover, the opportunity to undertake a mission alongside you brings me immense joy. Xuanqi Fengjian nodded in acknowledgement and then retrieved a headband emblazoned with the symbol of Konoha village from his backpack, presenting it to Xuanqi Yehua. Son, I have no other gift for you. Consider this headband as your present. However, it is to be worn only in private for now. Once you graduate from the Ninja Academy, you may wear it openly with pride. Xuanqi Yehua accepted the headband from his father and placed it upon his forehead, feeling an indescribable surge of excitement. In that moment, he sensed that he was no longer an ordinary boy, but had transformed into a ninja imbued with a profound sense of purpose. Excellent. Your awareness signifies that you have a promising future ahead. Upon seeing Xuanqi Yehua adorned with the headband, Xuanqi Fengjian noted a remarkable change in his son's demeanor. This also filled Xuanqi Fengjian with a profound sense of pride and satisfaction. Let us proceed. I shall escort you to the nearby village to see if we can gather any intelligence. As they ventured out of the mountains, they soon arrived at a village of moderate size, home to nearly 100 households and several hundred inhabitants. The village boasted a few scattered shops, which lent it an air of relative prosperity, though it could not be compared to Kanahegakure. Upon entering the village, they noticed many curious gazes directed at them. Shortly thereafter, a young boy approached, inquiring, Are you ninjas from Kanahegakure? Xuanqi Yehua nodded and replied, Indeed, we are ninjas. Is there something you require of us? The boy's face lit up with a smile as he said, Recently, some bandits have been frequently raiding our village and stealing our belongings. Could you help us rid ourselves of them? Bandits? Upon hearing the boy's words, Xuanqi Yehua and Xuanqi Fengjian exchanged excited glances. Xuanqi Yehua promptly asked, Where are your elders? We would like to discuss the situation in detail with them. The boy waved towards a middle-aged man in the distance. Soon, several middle-aged men approached them and introduced themselves. Greetings, we are the village head and members of the village council. Our village has always been peaceful and harmonious. The only concerns we had were wild beasts. We feared nothing else. However, the recent events have been quite different. Many villagers venturing out have faced attacks. The bandits merely steal our money and do not resort to murder. Yet they threaten us not to seek assistance from Kanahegakure. While we are indeed frightened, we are even more reluctant to provoke them, for they are considerably stronger than we are. If we were to anger them, it would likely lead to even harsher treatment. Listening to the village head, Xuanqi Fengjian nodded in understanding. Rest assured, our purpose here is to locate them. Now, please tell us where they might be found. The village head appeared troubled. That is difficult to ascertain, as they could be anywhere, and I cannot say for certain. Xuanqi Fengjian pondered for a moment before asking, Can you determine how many there are? The village head considered and replied, There should be 3 of them. 2 are only slightly injured, while one appears to be severely hurt and is likely recuperating in a cave. Chapter 17. The fixed resting place. It seems they must have a designated resting spot. Xuanqi Fengjian deduced immediately. However, the village head shook his head, stating, We are not certain about that. We are aware that they not only seize money but also demand us to deliver medicine in exchange for hostages. Moreover, the 2 individuals who frequently venture out are only slightly injured and capable of moving freely. Thus, I surmise that there must be others among them who are incapacitated. Xuanqi Fengjian nodded and remarked, Tonight, we shall stay in the village for the night, and after dark, we will venture out to gather intelligence. If we can locate these bandits in advance, it would be a significant aid to you. If not, we can at least familiarize ourselves with the terrain. Upon hearing Xuanqi Fengjian's words, the village chief promptly agreed. Then please stay at my home. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Murakami Yashushu, the village chief and also the wealthiest individual in this village. However, we do have guards at our residence, and those bandits would not dare to disturb us easily. As Murakami spoke, a confident smile spread across his face, revealing a hint of pride. Xuanqi Fengjian remained nonchalant, while Xuanqi Yehua perceived a hint of boastfulness in the chief's demeanor. If his guards were indeed formidable, why not eliminate the bandits themselves instead of seeking their assistance? Of course, such thoughts were not ones he could voice without causing offense. Nevertheless, as long as they were willing to lend a hand, the chief would undoubtedly treat them with fine food and drink. As expected, when dinner time arrived, The chief promptly prepared an extravagant feast for them. The table was laden with a variety of delicacies, causing Xuanqi Yehua to indulge to his heart's content, reminiscent of his first experience at a buffet. The chief, observing his enthusiasm, felt a touch of embarrassment. In contrast, Xuanqi Fengjian maintained a calm demeanor, consuming a substantial amount, perhaps to the point of being 8 parts full, before resuming his inquiry about the bandits. This allowed Xuanqi Yehua to avoid the chief's scrutinizing gaze. Upon finishing his meal, Xuanqi Yehua waited until they were on their way to their quarters to inquire, "Father, what did you discuss with the chief tonight?" Xuanqi Fengjian shot his son a disgruntled look and replied, "What else could we discuss? Merely excuses to allow you to indulge further. Yet, I do not blame you. After enduring hardships for so many years, it is only natural to relish such a feast of delicacies." Xuanqi Yehua retorted with mild annoyance, "Did you eat less? It's simply that you finished faster than I did." Xuanqi Fengjian's expression shifted to one of awkwardness, prompting him to hastily change the subject. "After conversing with the village chief for a while, I gathered a fundamental understanding of the situation. The bandits arrived just 2 days ago, and during this short period, they have only managed to seize a modest amount of wealth. Additionally, they requested numerous medicinal herbs from the village, presumably for treating their injured companions, which aligns with the intelligence I had received. It appears that they are 3 brothers. The eldest and the second have only sustained minor injuries, while the youngest has suffered a broken leg. Although his injuries are not life-threatening, he will likely need to rest for 2 or 3 days. Given their cowardly nature, I surmise they will not linger here for long. It is quite possible they will attempt to make a significant haul tonight." Xuanqi Yehua immediately grasped her father's intent. "Father, do you mean to say they plan to rob the village chief's house?" Xuanqi Fengjian nodded in affirmation. "If they continue to rob the ordinary villagers, even if they empty their homes, they would scarcely accumulate any substantial wealth. However, the village chief's residence is a different matter altogether, as you have observed. This grand estate is undoubtedly a treasure trove." Xuanqi Yehua nodded in agreement, fully endorsing her father's analysis. "What should we do next?" she inquired. Xuanqi Fengjian smiled and responded, "I noticed that one of the servants at their estate may be a disguised bandit. Therefore, after we bid farewell to the village chief, we will claim we are heading out to scout the area, when in reality, we will conceal ourselves nearby. If all goes as anticipated, they will coordinate to remove the valuable items from the chief's home, and at that moment, we will apprehend them." "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." They took a brief respite before making their way toward the main residence. Shortly thereafter, they encountered a guard who obstructed their path. Xuanqi Fengjian immediately addressed the guard. "We are ninjas from my village, here to bid farewell to the village chief. We shall return to the mountains to investigate, and will likely not be back until tomorrow morning." As he spoke, Xuanqi Yehua scanned the surroundings, and indeed, she spotted a shifty figure lurking in the shadows, eavesdropping on their conversation. The guard promptly reported the situation to the village chief at the entrance of the main house. Upon returning, he conveyed, "The chief has advised you to exercise caution. He cannot accompany you tonight." Subsequently, Xuanqi Fengjian and Xuanqi Yehua departed. They quickened their pace, moving further away. Once they were at a safe distance, a servant disguised as one of the bandits revealed his true identity. Soon after, 2 additional bandits scaled the wall to enter, one of whom limped, clearly injured. In the distance, Xuanqi Fengjian and Xuanqi Du witnessed the unfolding scene. The 2 of them leaped down from the rooftop of a nearby house, retracing their steps. As they made their way back, Xuanqi Fengjian addressed his son, "My dear boy, although they are injured, they are still ninjas. You must exercise caution when engaging with them. Remember, these ruthless bandits are capable of taking lives without a second thought. Do not be misled by their apparent mercy towards the villagers. They merely wish to avoid a deadly confrontation with them. Should the moment arise where they must fight for their lives, they will show no mercy whatsoever. As far as I know, each of those 3 has claimed at least 7 or 8 lives." Xuanqi Yehua nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Father, rest assured, I will give my all tonight." Chapter 18. Xuanqi Yehua cannot fall behind. Though it was Xuanqi Yehua's first foray into actual combat, he had awakened his family's bloodline limit, granting him strength surpassing that of an average genin. Especially upon returning to his ancestral home, he had acquired considerable experience with the bloodline limit, thereby equipping himself with the necessary skills to confront these bandits. Moreover, with a clear division of labor between him and his father, his task of dealing with the injured bandit would be significantly less daunting. He hoped that the night would unfold smoothly. seeing his father hastening towards the village chief's residence. Xuanqi Yehua felt compelled to keep pace. In no time, he arrived at the outer wall of the village chief's courtyard. At that moment, he could hear the sounds of conflict erupting within. We must hurry. Upon entering, they discovered that several guards of the village chief had already been dispatched by the bandits, confirming his father's earlier warnings about their viciousness. Xuanqi Yehua noticed his father forging ahead, and he followed closely behind. Soon, a piercing scream echoed from within, likely the voice of the lady of the house. It seems they have already breached the interior. Stay close behind me, and do not lose sight of me. Xuanqi Fengjian charged into the house, where he saw two bandits holding the village chief and his wife hostage, demanding the location of their valuables. The village chief initially attempted to resist, but one of the bandits ruthlessly plunged a knife into his arm, causing blood to flow profusely. The bandit leader menacingly warned, "Village chief, if you do not comply, your life is forfeit. Both you and your wife will perish." Overcome with terror, the village chief hastily pointed to a painting on the wall, pleading, "The valuables are behind that painting. Please spare our lives." In response, the bandit kicked the village chief away, and his wife had already fainted from fright. Just as the two bandits retrieved some jewels from behind the painting, Xuanqi Fengjian and Xuanqi Yehua arrived on the scene. However, the two individuals had already succeeded, swiftly departing through a window they found in the room. Xuanqi Fengjian glanced at the window and immediately pursued without hesitation. Naturally, Xuanqi Yehua could not allow their father to face the peril alone, and thus followed suit. At this moment, the five of them staged a thrilling display of speed and intensity within the village. In a short while, they reached the outskirts of the village. Upon exiting, the three bandits immediately halted, blocking Xuanqi Fengjian and Xuanqi Yehua's path. The leader of the bandits laughed heartily, exclaiming, "You two dare to chase us? How audacious! And you, bringing a child along. Do you not fear that this child may already have met their demise at our hands?" The bandit leader signaled to his companions, advancing towards Xuanqi Fengjian, while the other two charged at Xuanqi Yehua. It was evident that they intended to resolve the matter swiftly, aiming to eliminate Xuanqi Yehua as quickly as possible. Realizing his miscalculation, Xuanqi Fengjian urgently called out to Xuanqi Yehua, "Child, flee. Do not concern yourself with me. I can handle this." Yet, he underestimated the bandit leader's strength, finding himself evenly matched in combat. Simultaneously, the other two bandits approached Xuanqi Yehua. Despite their injuries, they showed no signs of fear as they confronted him, their gazes akin to that of a fierce tiger eyeing its prey. The second bandit taunted, "Hey kid, you must be a student from the Ninja Academy, huh? How pitiful to be out on a mission at such a young age. Are you not afraid for your life? If you run now, we might just let you go." Xuanqi Yehua discerned their mocking intent. With a cold smirk, he retorted, "Enough. You two could never hope to defeat me. Perhaps you should consider your own safety instead." As he spoke, Xuanqi Yehua lunged towards the two bandits. Since they had chosen to target the weaker opponent first, he resolved to do the same. "You're injured. You deserve your misfortune." In an instant, Xuanqi Yehua produced a shuriken he had prepared and hurled it towards his adversaries. Although still a student of the Ninja Academy, the lethality of his shuriken was far from negligible. The two bandits were taken aback, realizing that Xuanqi Yehua had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he was launching a counterattack. The angles of the shuriken were calculated, aimed directly at their vital points. In that moment, the two bandits found themselves unsettled. "Damn it, this kid has some skill. We cannot afford to be careless." In the midst of the fray, the second bandit wielded a machete, deftly dodging and parrying. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Xuanqi Yehua's true target was not the second bandit, but rather the injured third bandit. Just as the third bandit was desperately evading, Xuanqi Yehua had already positioned himself before him. Upon seeing Xuanqi Yehua charging towards him, the third bandit hastily began to weave hand seals. Subsequently, he opened his mouth, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes that erupted forth. Although these ice spikes were diminutive, they resembled small shurikens. In a swift flurry, over 20 ice spikes intercepted Xuanqi Yehua's onslaught. Xuanqi Yehua merely scoffed, transforming into countless white ribbons that cascaded from the heavens. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before the third bandit. Before the third bandit could react, Xuanqi Yehua thrust a shuriken into his lower abdomen. With a sickening sound, the shuriken pierced through, causing blood to flow uncontrollably. Witnessing his brother's injury, the second bandit charged forward in a frenzy. He began to manipulate his hands with fervor, causing stones to coalesce around him, resembling a flurry of shurikens, which he then hurled towards Xuanqi Yehua's position. However, in the next instant, Xuanqi Yehua dissipated into a multitude of ribbons, vanishing from sight. When the second bandit regained his senses, Xuanqi Yehua had already appeared at his side. In that moment, Xuanqi Yehua's eyes transformed into a singular white point, surrounded by a void of darkness. Chapter 19. A Mutual Demise? It was clear that Xuanqi Yehua had ensnared the second bandit within an illusion using the technique of Qianhuanyi. Given his current mastery of Qianhuanyi, the bandit would remain ensnared for the next hour. Swiftly, he retraced his steps towards the direction where his father and the bandit had been, only to find the area deserted, marked solely by splattered blood and the remnants of severed trees. A sense of foreboding crept into Xuanqi Yehua's heart. Could it be that the two had inflicted fatal wounds upon one another? With this thought, he quickly returned to the second bandit, binding him securely with rope and suspending him from a large tree. He then activated his keen sight, searching for any trace of his father and the bandit's disappearance. It was evident that one of them had sustained severe injuries while the other had ventured forth in pursuit. However, if the bandit held the advantage, he would have returned to regroup with his brethren. Had he grown overly confident in his brother's ability to subdue the threat? It seemed quite plausible. Xuanqi Yehua's mind raced with speculation, yet his pace remained unwavering. Fortunately, he awakened his keen senses, enabling him to discern numerous clues even in the darkness. Otherwise, anyone else would have surely lost the trail. After pursuing for some distance, he witnessed two figures clashing once more ahead. However, Xuanqi Yehua could discern that it was his father who was currently being overpowered, blood continuously oozing from his wounds. In that moment, Xuanqi Yehua felt as though something within him had ignited. A surge of immense rage flooded his heart. At that instant, he was genuinely enraged. "Ah, you dare to harm my father. I shall ensure your demise." At that moment, Xuanqi Yehua's eyes turned a blood-red hue, as if bleeding. Suddenly, his form shifted violently, and a flurry of crimson serpents erupted from his being, only to dissipate into a pool of blood upon striking the ground. In the next heartbeat, Xuanqi Yehua materialized behind the bandit leader. At that moment, Xuanqi Fengjian, witnessing his son's peril, could not help but shout, "Son, flee. He possesses the strength of a Ch-Nin. We are no match for him. This is my fault for being reckless, placing you in danger. I shall hold him here. Quickly return to the village for reinforcements." Yet, before he could advance, the bandit leader sent him flying with a kick. Xuanqi Fengjian coughed up blood and collapsed, unable to move. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, his father would have soon met his end at the hands of the bandit leader. Even so, his father's injuries were severe. Meanwhile, Xuanqi Yehua appeared behind the bandit leader, thrusting a kunai deep into his back. The bandit leader was no weakling. He seized the kunai and spun around, delivering a powerful punch to Xuanqi Yehua's chest. Xuanqi Yehua braced himself for the impact, and in the next moment, a blinding light erupted into the bandit leader's eyes. This was no ordinary light. It was infused with Xuanqi Yehua's hatred, embodying the profound resentment and fury within his heart. Consequently, upon being struck by this radiant force, the bandit leader felt as though his eyes were pierced by countless steel needles, blood streaming forth instantly. He clutched his eyes, screaming in agony, clearly rendered incapacitated. Chapter 20. Injuries stabilized. The bandit leader howled incessantly, yet Xuanqi Yehua was far from satisfied. He unleashed another strike, embedding a kunai into one of the bandit leader's thighs. The bandit leader writhed in agony on the ground. Soon after, another kunai pierced his other thigh, intensifying his suffering. However, with his vision lost, retaliation was no longer an option for him. At this moment, the air was thick with murderous intent as Xuanqi Yehua contemplated the demise of the bandit leader. Yet, he felt a firm grip on one of his hands. Just as he was about to turn and attack, he beheld his father, bloodied and battered, standing resolutely behind him. Swiftly, Xuanqi Yehua pivoted to retrieve a first aid kit to tend to his father's wounds. Ironically, these supplies had been prepared by his father for him, and now they were being utilized for the elder's care. After a considerable time had passed, Xuanqi Fengjian finally exhaled a sigh of relief, visibly reassured by the efficacy of the first aid kit. With a sense of pride, he glanced at his son and remarked, "Son, I never anticipated your perceptiveness would reach such heights. Your progress surpasses even my expectations. You truly are a genius." Xuanqi Yehua smiled in response, "Father, My prowess is merely a reflection of your own legacy. Nonetheless, I did manage to eliminate one of the bandits. Otherwise, I wouldn't have arrived here so swiftly. Xuanqi Fengjian nodded in agreement. It is entirely natural to eliminate foes during missions. However, as a ninja and a possessor of keen insight, you must refrain from indiscriminately taking innocent lives. Xuanqi Yehua grasped his father's intent and acknowledged with a nod. Perhaps we should release a signal flare tomorrow. Surely, assistance will arrive from the surrounding area. With this thought in mind, Xuanqi Yehua proceeded to attend to the bandit leader's wounds and subsequently bound him with rope. Under Xuanqi Yehua's firm guidance, they swiftly returned to the village. By this time, the village was ablaze with light as numerous villagers had gathered, determined to venture into the forest in search of them. Notably, the village chief exhibited an unprecedented fervor, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Upon witnessing this, Xuanqi Yehua could not help but smile and declared, "You need not search any further. We have returned. We have slain one bandit and captured the remaining two alive. Also, please prepare a cart for us, as we intend to return to the village tomorrow, and it would be beneficial to have 2 individuals assist us." Upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's words, the village chief nodded vigorously. "Absolutely, that poses no issue. And where is the other bandit?" Xuanqi Yehua instructed the villagers to escort his father to the infirmary for treatment, while he took a few villagers to retrieve the second bandit. Since both bandits remained capable of fighting, several villagers took turns guarding them throughout the night. Finally, the dawn of the next day arrived, and Xuanqi Yehua and his father boarded a cart, accompanied by the 2 captives, embarking on their journey back to Konoha village. As the 2 bandits were finally dispatched, the village chief and the other villagers breathed a sigh of relief. On the cart, Xuanqi Fengjian lay side by side with the captives. Although their posture was somewhat unseemly, his spirits were buoyed. After all, the bandits' mouths had been securely bound with cloth, rendering them unable to speak. He could move freely, and aside from avoiding strenuous activities, his injuries had stabilized. Chapter 21, quite ordinary. However, Xuanqi Yehua did not remain seated in the carriage. Instead, he jogged behind it. After all, as a ninja, such physical training was utterly commonplace. Furthermore, through this battle, Xuanqi Yehua had come to understand the significance of stamina. Without sufficient endurance, even if he managed to catch up to his foes, he would likely be overpowered. After approximately half a day's journey, they arrived at Konoha village. With the bandit leader confirmed as a nin, this mission had escalated to a higher rank, and the rewards increased several-fold. The 2 generations of father and son had accomplished a profitable endeavor. However, this money could not be squandered indiscriminately, as Xuanqi Fengjian was injured and would need to recuperate at home for some time. Thus, this sum would serve as his nourishment expenses. For Xuanqi Yehua, this outing had been immensely rewarding. He not only acquired the technique of Qianhuanyi, but also completed a mission alongside his father. Although the entire process was somewhat fraught with challenges, it concluded satisfactorily. Yet, his father's condition could no longer be concealed from his mother, and upon returning home, Xuanqi Yehua witnessed his father receiving a stern reprimand from her. After scolding him, his mother wept like a sorrowful figure, clearly concerned for her husband. As Xuanqi Yehua walked alone along the village path, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Before long, he noticed Cat Makawa approaching him, which piqued his curiosity, prompting him to meet him halfway. Before he could speak, Cat Makawa bowed deeply and said, "Xuanqi-kun, I was in the wrong before. Please forgive me." Shortly after, an extraordinarily beautiful blonde emerged from behind him. Yamamoto Keisuke? Upon seeing this girl, Xuanqi Yehua was momentarily taken aback, uncertain as to why these 2 had sought him out. Especially since Yamamoto Keisuke, despite being the school's belle, seemed to have no prior connection with him. "Are you 2 waiting specifically for me?" Xuanqi Yehua inquired. Yamamoto Keisuke smiled and replied, "Xuanqi-kun, we are indeed here to wait for you. You may not know, but in a few days, we will be taking our final exam. And the 3 of us are in the same class." As she spoke, Yamamoto Keisuke unconsciously leaned closer to Xuanqi Yehua, her soft form brushing against him, sending a jolt through his system. In that instant, his spirits lifted, albeit just barely. What astonished him even more was that the school had placed the 3 of them in the same class. It was inconceivable. Our relationship is far from perfect. How could we possibly be grouped together? Especially since I seem to have some personal grievances with that hefty fellow. Xian Shihua glanced at Kato Miku, showing no concern for him. He had now learned some fundamental applications of his abilities, and if he were to face Kato Miku again, victory would be nearly assured. At that moment, a tall and burly ninja suddenly emerged from the alley. His features bore a striking resemblance to Kato Miku, almost to a fault. Yet his aura was as formidable as a towering mountain. Chapter 22. The main event approaches the instant he appeared. Xian Shihua felt the weight of this presence make it difficult for him to breathe. In response to Xian Shihua, Kato Benjia, the senior ninja, bowed and spoke. I am Kato Benjia from the interrogation department. I have come to personally apologize on behalf of my son. Xian Shihua was taken aback, not expecting the man as father to come forth to apologize. He quickly waved his hand and said, Mr. Kato, my conflict with Miku is merely a trivial matter. There is no need for you to apologize personally. Xian Shihua understood that the parents' visit was a gesture of respect toward him. Had the situation been more ruthless, they could have ensured that his family would find it impossible to remain in Konoha village. Noticing Xian Shihua's diplomacy, Kato Benjia smiled and said, In that case, I am aware that your father was injured during a mission, and the Internal Affairs Department is in need of someone to oversee matters. I can leverage my connections to secure him a position. Not only will the salary be higher, but the risks will be reduced as well. Xian Shihua promptly bowed in appreciation, saying, Thank you very much, Mr. Kato. Kato Benjia glanced at his son and nodded toward Xian Shihua before turning to leave. At this point, he had completely lost his temper with Kato Miku. However, he still addressed Kato Miku, saying, I know your father came today to apologize on your behalf, but I hope you will refrain from bullying the weak in the future. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to deal with you. Kato Miku quickly responded with a smile. I have heard that you and your father recently captured 2 bandits, even killing one of them. That's 2 lower ninjas and 1 middle ninja. My father mentioned that your father is merely a lower ninja and that you were the one who captured the middle ninja. I shall follow your lead from now on. Yihua, you will be my boss from now on. I will do whatever you say. Seeing that Kato Miku seemed to be obedient, Xian Shihua nodded and said, Since the 3 of us will be a team from now on, you are treating us tonight. Let us have a delightful meal. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Yuki beside them helplessly rubbed her forehead. The desire to lose weight loomed large, making the consumption of such high-calorie delights utterly unfeasible. Yet, before the words could fully escape their lips, Xian Shihua was already tugging them towards a seafood restaurant. This establishment was renowned as one of the finest dining venues in the Hidden Leaf Village, celebrated for its exquisite and delectable offerings. Upon entering, they spotted Hinata Hyuga gazing around with curiosity, accompanied by Yunushino and Inazuka Kiba, who swaggered in with an air of confidence. Oh, a gathering of wealthy heirs dining together. Indeed, a spectacle to behold. Intrigued by the trio, Xian Shihua approached them with enthusiasm. Hinata, Shino, Kiba, are you here to dine as well? Hinata, caught off guard, could only fumble with her fingers in a shy response. Yunushino, however, disregarded his presence entirely and moved on, leaving Inazuka Kiba to greet him warmly. With a grin, Kiba remarked, I heard you 3 were grouped together. What brings you here for a meal? Why not join us at the same table? Xian Shihua glanced over at Yunushino and commented, Doesn't it seem like Shino isn't particularly pleased? Kiba chuckled in reply, He has always been somewhat of a lone wolf. Just ignore him. Besides, both of their families are well off, so they certainly won't skimp on the bill. Xian Shihua nodded in agreement. Though his own background was not particularly affluent, he hailed from a once prominent family. Moreover, having recently completed a significant mission, they had earned a tidy sum, just right for a night out. The dynamics within their respective groups were quite distinct. Xian Shihua's group was notably more vivacious. However, given that they had only recently formed, some minor tensions persisted, resulting in a rather subdued dinner. Upon returning home, Xian Shihua wasted no time, dedicating himself to the practice of ninjutsu. His return to his ancestral home yielded fruitful insights, particularly in mastering the technique of Thousand Illusions Night. Additionally, he had acquired a substantial fortune, albeit at a considerable cost, an unexpected yet welcome surprise. Over the next 2 days, they undertook a series of examinations, and Xian Shihua, alongside his 2 teammates, successfully passed the evaluation conducted by River Middle Leaf June, earning their status as genin in the Hidden Leaf Village. In the ensuing days, they planned to adjust their schedules slightly before embarking on their forthcoming missions. Xian Shihua felt a stirring curiosity about the nature of his first assignment and wondered what tasks awaited him. Soon, the time for task allocation arrived. Upon entering the third Hokage's office, they found Sarutobi Hiruzen seated at his desk, engrossed in the documents before him. He promptly addressed River Middle Leaf June. This time, I present to you a significant mission, and I hope you will cherish this opportunity and perform admirably. Might this mission be a tad too simplistic? Just after completing a recent assignment, Xuanqi Yehua suddenly felt that the task seemed somewhat beneath his capabilities. At that moment, an inebriated old man staggered into the room, appearing rather refined, as though he were an intellectual. Upon seeing him, Xuanqi Yehua was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the main storyline from Naruto? However, this task was supposed to belong to the team of Uzumaki Naruto. How could it possibly be assigned to him? Furthermore, during the execution of this mission, they would encounter the formidable Zabuza Momochi from the Hidden Mist Village, leading to an exhilarating confrontation. They would also encounter a character known as Haku, often referred to as androgynous. The ambiguity surrounding Haku's gender has sparked much speculation among Naruto fans, with many believing Haku to be male while others contend that Haku is female, thus giving rise to a division of opinion. Xuanqi Yehua felt compelled to explore this further. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the bridge builder, Dazna. Your mission is to protect me and ensure my safe arrival at the destination. As he spoke, Dazna raised a flask to his lips, savoring its contents with evident delight. In response, Hizhonya Jun offered a non-committal smile and remarked, "In that case, let us set forth." Hizhonya Jun appeared to be a gentleman of quiet demeanor, speaking with a gentle tone. His attire bore a resemblance to that of Shino Aburame, imparting an air of mystery, and he was not one to engage in excessive conversation. However, it was undeniable that he was a highly capable jonin. Chapter 24. Hitting the nail on the head while not serving as their mentor, he was a member of the intelligence division, primarily tasked with gathering information. Thus, despite his seemingly stern exterior, he was, in fact, a master of disguise. His ninjutsu was versatile and formidable, akin to that of Sarutobi Hiruzen, making him an all-round expert. All right, let us hope for a smooth journey. Dazna glanced at Hizhonya Jun, finding him to be a reliable ally, and chose not to elaborate further. However, Xuanqi Yehua and the other two team members regarded this somewhat arrogant old man with a degree of disdain. Xuanqi Yehua was particularly concerned about the potential troubles that might arise upon encountering Zabuza, as the gap in strength between them and a jonin was quite significant. "Mr. Dazna, are you heading to the destination to construct a bridge?" On the way, Xuanqi Yehua intentionally engaged Dazna in conversation, sensing that Dazna harbored a desire to express himself. Dazna nodded in affirmation. "In truth, our nation of water is one that cherishes peace. My recent journey to this land was to assist in the construction of a bridge, fulfilling a heartfelt wish of the locals." Observing the grave expression on Dazuna's face, Xuanqi Yehua couldn't help but exhale a sigh. On the surface, Dazuna appeared to have hired ninjas out of concern for potential dangers or threats he might encounter along the way. However, in reality, he faced a formidable adversary, the underworld boss, Kato. Kato had even gone so far as to employ Zabuza to thwart Dazuna's efforts in building the bridge, showcasing his ruthlessness. Until now, Dazuna had concealed all of this remarkably well. Yet, as they progressed further, Dazuna's demeanor gradually became more tense. Upon reaching the midpoint of their journey, the sound of rapid footsteps suddenly echoed ahead. Xuanqi Yehua and his companions immediately halted in their tracks. In a matter of moments, 6 ninjas descended from above, appearing directly before them. Upon seeing these 6 ninjas, Dazuna's complexion turned pale. Xuanqi Yehua seemed to grasp the situation and quickly directed his gaze towards Dazuna. "Grandfather Engineer, are these individuals here to hunt you down?" Dazuna glanced at the ninjas, wanting to deny it, but fear held him back. In that moment, he could only stutter, unable to articulate his thoughts clearly. Meanwhile, Hakone Yejuin maintained an air of calm and remarked, "From the very beginning, I sensed this task was far from simple. If it were straightforward, why would he engage us in idle chatter all along the way, seemingly to divert our attention? Moreover, the compensation he offered was rather generous compared to ordinary missions." Xuanqi Yehua was taken aback. Hakone Yejuin, typically reserved, had struck directly at the crux of the matter with his words. "I sincerely apologize for the trouble I've caused you." Dazuna now recognized the peril he was in and hurriedly apologized to Xuanqi Yehua and the others. At that moment, the 6 ninjas began to spring into action. "If you possess any wisdom, it would be prudent not to obstruct us. Otherwise, you shall all perish here." Without a moment's hesitation, The two leading ninjas charged towards Dazuna's position, while the remaining four lunged at the other four individuals. However, Hakone Yejuan was swifter. Before the opposing ninjas could reach him, it was as though they had collided with a mere bubble. In the blink of an eye, Hakone Yejuan vanished from sight. Yet, when he reappeared, he stood protectively in front of Dazuna. He then opened his mouth, releasing two bubbles, which instantaneously enveloped the two ninjas before him, lifting them into the air. Subsequently, Hakone Yejuan produced what appeared to be a straw-like object, continuously blowing bubbles into the sky. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of bubbles continuously overlapped with the two ninjas, ensnaring them within their confines, rendering them as helpless as fish in a barrel. Observing the approaching ninjas, Xuanqi Yehua, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a brilliant beam of light from his eyes. The opposing ninja momentarily halted, only to find Xuanqi Yehua had already materialized before him. Without delay, Xuanqi Yehua delivered a powerful blow to the ninja's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Kato Mikawa's form suddenly expanded, before the approaching ninja could reach him. He propelled himself forward like a cannonball. A resounding crash echoed as Kato Mikawa's body collided forcefully with the ninja, driving him into the earth and rendering him unconscious. Lastly, there was Yuki Sanji. At first glance, she appeared delicate and fragile, yet as the ninja drew near, her hands formed an unusual gesture. The opposing ninja's movements became erratic, culminating in a slap to his own face that knocked him out cold. Overall, their first encounter with the enemy was nothing short of a resounding victory. Witnessing this spectacle, Dazuna could hardly contain his joy, exclaiming, I never anticipated that the ninjas of Konoha would be so formidable. I should have known I needn't worry along the way." However, upon hearing Dazuna's words, Hijong Yejuan's expression turned grave as he inquired, "Mr. Dazuna, could you elucidate the situation to me?" Dazuna offered an awkward smile and replied, "Indeed, our maritime transport in the land of waves has been under the control of Kato." Upon hearing this name, Hijong Yejuan was taken aback. He quickly added, "Dazuna is a powerful gang leader. He not only oversees maritime transport, but also engages in numerous illicit dealings. I cannot believe you have offended him. However, you have concealed critical information from us, which is a profound breach of trust. As their instructor, I reserve the right to refuse to complete this mission." Dazuna glanced at Hijong Yejuan and hastily explained, "I did not intend to deceive you. We are indeed facing considerable troubles, and the bridge must be constructed swiftly. Otherwise, the land of waves will soon fall completely under Kato's control. At that point, his influence will grow even more formidable, plunging the people of the land of waves into a dire existence. Conversely, if we can expedite the bridge's completion, the land of waves will gain an alternative transportation route beyond maritime travel, effectively breaking Kato's hold. When the nation's economy flourishes, the land of waves will naturally liberate itself from Kato's grasp, ensuring the safety of its people, who will then be able to lead improved lives." In Chapter 26, it is destined to remain unaltered. Moreover, my grandson hopes that I can construct the bridge, as it was his stepfather's wish during his lifetime. If I can realize this bridge, it may bring him great joy. Upon hearing Dazuna's words, Kawaguchi Yejuan nodded and replied, "Let this be your last deception. Let us proceed. If I am not mistaken, they will soon dispatch even more formidable ninjas to assassinate Mr. Dazuna." As he spoke, Kawaguchi Yejuan took the lead, heading towards their destination. Simultaneously, within Kato's mansion, he anxiously awaited news. Soon, one of his subordinates rushed in, kneeling before Kato in a panic. "My lord, the ninjas have failed in their mission. Dazuna remains alive and is advancing towards our land of waves." Upon hearing this, Kato erupted in fury, pointing at Zabuza, who was still seated on the sofa. "Did you not claim our task would be effortless? You assured us of success, yet now look. The 6 imbeciles you dispatched have all been eliminated." Zabuza paused, momentarily taken aback, and responded with uncertainty, "How could that be? I sent my elite, trained from the Mist Village. I trust in their strength." However, he reassured them, "Rest assured, having accepted your payment, I shall resolve this issue. Grant me one more day to assess the situation, and I may yet fulfill the mission." With that, Zabuza rose to depart. At this moment, Kato, filled with indignation, glared at Zabuza and scolded, "You lot of failures. Are you planning to flee because you cannot complete your task? I knew you were untrustworthy. Return the deposit I gave you." Zabuza chuckled at Kato's words, saying, "I, Zabuza, am one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. How could I abandon my post for such a trivial matter? Kato, I recognize your influence in the land of waves, yet you do not comprehend the essence of a ninja's way. The way of the ninja is a lifelong commitment, and my path is to restore the former order of the Mist Village. In comparison, the remuneration for this task is but a mere trifle to me. Nevertheless, I possess principles. As long as there is payment, I shall see the task through. What? Do you dare to challenge me? As he spoke, Zabuza pressed his executioner's blade against Kato's throat, while the two bodyguards beside him appeared utterly oblivious. Throughout the journey, everyone traveled joyously. Yet only Xian Shiyihua seemed deeply troubled. He was acutely aware that the formidable Zabuza Momochi had yet to make his appearance. Thus the peril they faced was far from abated. Consequently, he maintained a heightened state of vigilance throughout their journey, which struck Hajong Yejuan as rather peculiar. At last, during a brief respite, he turned his attention to Xuanqi Yehua. Yehua, you performed admirably in today's battle, but may I inquire why you seemed so apprehensive throughout our journey? Is it your first time undertaking a mission outdoors, and are you feeling unsettled by the unfamiliar environment? Xuanqi Yehua quickly shook his head and replied, Teacher, my anxiety does not stem from that. Rather, I am concerned that the enemy will surely dispatch others to pursue us, and I fear for your safety. Upon hearing this, Hajong Yejuan appeared to resonate with Yehua's sentiments and nodded thoughtfully. You are indeed correct. Based on my analysis, these individuals are likely the renegades from the hidden Mist Village. Furthermore, as they are currently in exile, they must be the rogue ninjas of the Mist. Among the recently active exiles, the most notorious is Zabuza Momochi, whom you are apprehensive about, aren't you? I must commend your vigilance. Do maintain it in the future. After speaking, Hajong Yejuan turned and departed from Yehua's line of sight, clearly reassured by the young man's capabilities, which infused Xuanqi Yehua with a sense of warmth. Chapter 27. The advantages of Hajong Yejuan despite appearing cold and aloof as a high-ranking ninja. Hajong Yejuan occasionally exhibited small gestures of concern that warmed the hearts of those around him. Perhaps this is where his true strength lies. All right, everyone, our break is over. Let us resume our journey. We are nearing the land of waves. If the land of waves lies ahead, then this segment of our journey will undoubtedly be the most perilous, so I urge each of you to exercise utmost caution. With that, Hajong Yejuan took the lead, while the others followed closely behind. At that moment, a small pond suddenly manifested before them, prompting Hajong Yejuan to signal for the team to halt. He then approached the water's edge. In the blink of an eye, a hand emerged from the pond, grasping one of Hajong Yejuan's feet. He instantly exploded into a flurry of bubbles, vanishing from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared before Xuanqi Yehua, as if he had never left. Subsequently, a figure surged forth from the water, standing defiantly before the group. I did not anticipate you would evade my trap. Nevertheless, it matters not. This was merely a preliminary test of my abilities. Upon seeing this individual, Hajong Yejuan burst into laughter. Isn't that the rogue ninja Momochi Zabuza from the hidden Mist Village? How did you find yourself in such a predicament, taking on any task that comes your way? Momochi Zabuza's expression shifted, revealing disdain. Intelligence ninja, Kawaguchi Yoshido. It appears you have abandoned your intelligence work to play the role of a teacher instead. Have you offended too many individuals during your years in intelligence, resulting in a bounty on your head, much like mine? Kawaguchi Yoshido shook his head, responding, I believe there is no need for idle chatter between us. Let us engage directly. After all, there are times when true skill must be demonstrated. With those words, Kawaguchi Yoshido lunged forward, swiftly closing the distance to stand before Momochi Zabuza. In that instant, Kawaguchi opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of bubbles that enveloped Zabuza entirely. At that moment, a triumphant grin appeared on Zabuza's face. He swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A dragon of water materialized before him, charging forward with ferocity towards the vast array of bubbles. Kawaguchi Yoshido, undeterred, continued to form hand seals, causing the bubbles in contact with the water dragon to explode in a series of detonations. Boom, boom, boom. The water dragon's body was ensnared in a multitude of bubbles, annihilated in a spectacular display. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a thick mist enveloped them, heightening the tension for Ginshi Yehua. Nevertheless, they were seasoned individuals, quickly encircling Dazna in a perfect protective formation. However, the narrative was poised to repeat itself. The once vanished Momochi Zabuza re-emerged before Dazna, behind Ginshi Yehua. Just as his executioner's blade began to swing, Kawaguchi Yoshido, who had been positioned ahead, appeared before Zabuza. Clearly, both had held back their true capabilities. In that moment, Kawaguchi pointed a kunai at Zabuza's throat. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Zabuza's form erupted and vanished. Genshi Yehua immediately recognized this as the water clone technique. The genuine Momochi Zabuza had now positioned himself behind Kawaguchi Yoshido. With a swift motion, he swung his great blade, a fierce arc aimed at Yoshido's waist. Witnessing this striking resemblance to history, Genshi Yehua couldn't help but warn, "Teacher, Momochi Zabuza is right behind you. Be cautious." As Zabuza struck, Kawaguchi Yoshido's figure exploded into a bubble, disappearing without a trace. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Junhee appeared behind Momochi Zabuza, and their movements were astonishingly synchronized as they lunged towards one another. Zabuza swiftly turned to strike with his blade, while Yi Junhee, wielding a kunai, charged forward in tandem. After exchanging several blows amidst the dense fog, Zabuza vanished without a trace. At that moment, Yi Junhee suddenly opened his mouth wide, and an enormous bubble materialized before the eyes of the onlookers. Just as Genshi Yehua pondered Yi Junhee's intentions, the bubble was abruptly pierced. With its shattering, the surrounding mist was instantaneously dispersed. Witnessing the sudden disappearance of his hard-earned efforts, Zabuza was filled with rage. He stepped forward before the crowd and began forming hand seals, preparing to unleash a new ninjutsu. Chapter 28. Overcoming Kakashi Hatake. Oh no, Zabuza is about to employ the water style, Great Waterfall technique. If he executes this jutsu, we will all be swept away by the powerful torrent. As Zabuza's movements unfolded, Genshi Yehua recalled how Kakashi Hatake had defeated Zabuza using this very technique in the main storyline of Naruto. To their astonishment, in their current situation, no one was restraining Zabuza, who had grown audacious enough to unleash his ninjutsu at will. It is noteworthy that in Naruto, he had always been countered by Kakashi Hatake. However, Kakashi's Sharingan was immensely draining, rendering him unable to undertake further missions after their battle. Yet, their circumstances were entirely different now. Genshi Yehua believed that Yi Junhee's strength likely exceeded that of Kakashi Hatake. Of course, each ninja has their own specialty. Should Kakashi make advancements with his Sharingan, he could potentially surpass Yi Junhee in power. Nevertheless, Yi Junhee's ninjutsu was versatile, capable of both offensive and defensive maneuvers, far exceeding many of his contemporaries. Rest assured, as an intelligence ninja, I am well aware of Zabuza's capabilities, Yi Junhee declared, having already positioned himself before Zabuza. In the next moment, a colossal bubble suddenly appeared in Yi Junhee's hand. Before Zabuza could unleash his jutsu, Yi Junhee enveloped him within the giant bubble, which promptly ascended into the air. As Zabuza released his technique, torrents of water surged forth, yet they instantly collided with the bubble, rapidly filling it to capacity while the bubble continued to expand. In no time, the bubble expanded exponentially, enveloping the figure of Peach Land No More Cut, as if he were swimming in a miniature pool. Heh, Peach Land No More Cut, surely this water can quench your thirst now. At that moment, Peach Land No More Cut found himself struggling in the water. Suddenly, a few shurikens flew towards him from the opposite side. The bubble burst, and he escaped, tumbling onto the ground. A deluge of water cascaded down, drenching the individuals beneath like drowned rats. When Genshi Yehua sought out Peach Land No More Cut, he discovered they had vanished without a trace. At this moment, Peach Land No More Cut had already fled, hiding beneath a large tree, gasping for breath. I never anticipated my attempt would end in failure. Yet, that fellow in the river, Yi Jun, is indeed formidable, and your strikes are still as heavy as ever. If you continue this way, I want to require your rescue next time. With that, Peach Land No More Cut rose from the ground and turned to leave. I glanced at him, then at the direction of Genshi Yehua, ultimately opting to depart. It was evident he was still troubled by Peach Land No More Cut's defeat. Meanwhile, Genshi Yehua had already boarded the vessel heading to the Land of Waves. However, due to Kato's presence, the boatman dared not start the engine, opting instead to silently paddle them towards the Land of Waves. Upon reaching the shore, they arrived at Dazuna's home. As they entered, a woman with a beaming smile emerged to greet them. This was Tsunami, Dazuna's daughter-in-law. Seeing their return, Tsunami's face lit up with joy. Chapter 29. Stealthily Executing the Mission. Father, you have finally returned. Was your journey pleasant? Dazuna shook his head, replying, had it not been for Kato's interference, I would not have left the land of waves. But now, with their assistance, we can rebuild our great bridge. Once it is completed, that madman will no longer be able to impede the progress of our nation. Moreover, his maritime blockade against the land of waves can finally come to an end. Upon hearing Dazuna's words, Xuanqi Yehua was preoccupied with another matter. Today, I had come to rescue Peach Land No More Cut, diverging entirely from the main storyline. Yet, according to the original plot, Bai would perish for the sake of Peach Land No More Cut. In truth, he never discerned whether Bai was a man or a woman. If he were to successfully complete this mission, might he dare to reach out and touch? Although such an action could be deemed lewd, he was willing to attempt it for the sake of an ancient enigma. Certainly, if the bird remains uncaught, I could allow the snow in the mountains to confirm matters one last time. However, the mere thought of this filled Xuanqi Yehua with a sense of dread, stemming from his own malice. No, it would be prudent to devise a solution that benefits all. Moreover, since I have traversed into this realm, it is indeed possible for both of them to survive. The challenge lies in ensuring their safety. The plot of Naruto dictates that Kakashi Hatake is injured, followed by their rigorous training in ninjutsu. Since I have arrived here, might I not alter the course of events and seek a private audience with Zabuza Momochi? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xuanqi Yehua found this daunting decision suddenly surfacing in his mind, startling himself. If he were to approach Zabuza, it would surely lead to his demise. Yet, he could not bear the thought of Zabuza and Haku perishing so easily. He must find a way to intervene. Indeed, Zabuza must be injured by now. I should venture to Kato's lair. If only I could persuade them with my silver tongue. Even in the worst-case scenario, I should be able to return alive. With this thought, Xuanqi Yehua suddenly resolved to take a bold step. At that moment, a child entered the scene. Tsunami warmly introduced him, saying, "This is my son Inari. He is a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village here to assist grandfather in building a bridge." Upon hearing Tsunami's words, Inari's anger flared, and he swiftly vanished from sight. Xuanqi Yehua recognized the fragility of the boy's emotions. He must seek a place to weep. It seemed his stepfather's influence weighed heavily upon him. With the main storyline converging here, he felt inclined to ascend the stairs and comfort Inari. Thus, he followed the narrative and made his way upstairs. Indeed, he found Inari in tears. Although Xuanqi Yehua understood this was part of the main plot, he had always been averse to witnessing tears. He approached and pushed open the door, exclaiming, "A true man does not cry. Who are you? And why do you meddle in my affairs?" Inari retorted, his eyes flashing with anger. "Do you know that my father was killed by Kato's men? He perished aspiring to be a hero." He continued, "Thus, I despise those self-satisfied individuals like you, for you all will meet a grim fate." Witnessing the boy's sorrowful expression stirred something within Xuanqi Yehua. "Ha ha ha, you are indeed an intriguing individual. In truth, your father's demise was not due to the futility of heroism, but rather a lack of support in his battle against malevolent forces. This time, we have come to assist you in the construction of the bridge. Once the bridge is completed, you will be able to stand against the malevolent forces of Cardo. And at that moment, everyone shall be a hero." As he spoke, Xuanqi Yehua approached Ina, gently patting him on the shoulder before turning to leave. Observing Xuanqi Yehua's calm demeanor as he departed, Ina felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. Meanwhile, dinner was being served downstairs. Although Xuanqi Yehua found the cuisine of their household somewhat unpalatable, he endured the discomfort, determined to maintain his strength. Later that evening, seizing an opportune moment when others were distracted, Xuanqi Yehua stealthily slipped out of their residence. Just as he was about to push the door open, he noticed a figure quietly materializing behind him. "Shanzhong Shui, why have you come out with me?" he inquired. In response, Shanzhong Shui flashed a mysterious smile. "Do not deceive me. You are surely intent on secretly carrying out a mission. While I may not know your exact purpose, it is undoubtedly extraordinary. How about this? Take me along, or I shall inform on you." Xuanqi Yehua's expression shifted to one of resigned exasperation. "Very well, but you must ensure your own safety. I cannot be held accountable should any mishap occur." Shanzhong Shui promptly nodded. Rest assured, the girls of the Shanzhong family are quite astute. Seeing the cunning smile upon Shanzhong Shui's face, Xuanqi Yehua was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. It appeared she was determined to accompany him. "All right then, having an extra person may indeed bolster our strength. However, I remain skeptical of your cleverness." Upon hearing her intelligence questioned, Shanzhong Shui playfully made a face at him. Xian Shihua, uninterested in further banter, quickened his pace and darted into the alley. During the day, he had gathered intelligence and was aware of the locations where Cardo's forces were active. They intended to stake out those spots that night, hoping to encounter Cardo himself. If they located Cardo, then they could find the elusive Zaibu. Trailing behind Xian Shihua, Shanzhong Jingshui found herself perplexed by his intentions. Along the way, she seized opportunities to pry for information, ultimately irritating him to the point where he revealed, in truth, "I am acquainted with Tao Di Zaibu and the one who aims to rescue him. His name is Bai. I wish to assist them, hoping they do not stray down a misguided path." Shanzhong Jingshui regarded Xian Shihua with curiosity, exclaiming, "You strike me as quite enigmatic and intriguing. It is effortless to find you captivating." Xian Shihua glanced at Shanzhong Jingshui, who seemed to be somewhat smitten, and he felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. He then turned his attention back to the harbor ahead. The port was exceedingly tranquil in the evening, yet figures could be seen patrolling back and forth. These were undoubtedly the subordinates of Cardo. They stood watch throughout the night, and as the clock approached midnight, the stillness persisted. Just as Xuanqi Yehua contemplated departing, he noticed that Shanzhong Jinshui had fallen asleep against him. A look of resignation crossed his face, and he gently lifted Shanzhong Jinshui onto his back, retracing his steps. Upon returning to their quarters, he cautiously placed Shanzhong Jinshui in the room with Tsunami before stealthily making his way to the living room. His bedding was laid out on the floor, alongside 3 large men. However, when Xuanqi Yehua crawled into his makeshift bed, Hezhong Yejuan could not resist the urge to open his eyes and glance at him. Only after confirming his return did he feel entirely at ease to resume his slumber. The following morning, everyone rose early, having returned to their homeland. Dazuna was set to commence bridge construction. Hezhong Yejuan gathered Xuanqi Yehua and the other 2, stating, "Now that Mr. Dazuna has begun his work, we must also intensify our training. Although we performed admirably on our recent mission, I cannot guarantee that we will not encounter even more formidable adversaries in the future. To protect our comrades and ensure the successful completion of our tasks, we must remain in a constant state of readiness through training. Therefore, I will assign you training tasks today, and then we will split into teams to safeguard Mr. Dazuna." Hezhong Yejuan promptly led them to a nearby grove. There, he pointed to a grand tree and explained, "Our practice of ninjutsu essentially revolves around mastering the use of chakra. If you can better harness your chakra, even when employing ninjutsu, you will expend less physical energy. Today's training will focus on your chakra utilization. Allow me to demonstrate." As he spoke, Hezhong Yejuan approached the tree and continued, "Normally, we cannot walk directly upon this tree, but by concentrating a small amount of chakra in our feet, we can generate a certain degree of attraction, thus maintaining our balance." In the blink of an eye, he ascended to the top of the tree and then leaped down, declaring, "Now it is your turn to practice." He pointed to Xuanqi Yehua, saying, "Yehua, you shall go first." Although Xuanqi Yehua was aware that the original narrative called for Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to undertake this exercise, he felt a twinge of insecurity at being selected in their stead. Nevertheless, he emulated Hezhong Yejuan's technique, distributing his chakra evenly across his feet, and began his ascent up the tree, all the while fixated on its summit. Although a sense of trepidation lingered within him, an inexplicable confidence surged as his feet firmly adhered to the tree without faltering. This newfound assurance led Xuanqi Yehua to believe he was capable of mastering the ascent. Thus, he hastened his pace towards the top of the tree. However, midway through his climb, the chakra beneath his feet suddenly wavered in stability, causing him to lose his balance and plummet from the height. Fortunately, his proficiency in illusion techniques came to his rescue before he could hit the ground. His body transformed into countless white ribbons that detonated. Utilizing this force, he landed gracefully on the ground. In that moment, he was reminded of the scene when Naruto Uzumaki first fell, resulting in a considerable bump on his head, an episode that made him feel a twinge of guilt. Had he not reacted swiftly, he too would have suffered a similar fate. Previously, he had mocked Naruto for such misfortunes, unaware that karma would return with such swiftness. Now, as he ventured into the world of Hokage, he was thrust into the main storyline, even facing training that had him feeling quite resentful. Little did he know that not only Kakashi Hatake and Asuma Sarutobi, but other instructors also engaged in similar training. Thus, this was not an isolated case, but rather a rigorous exercise in chakra control. After Xuanqi Yehua completed his practice, Yuki Yamanaka began her training as well, though she too fell from the tree. Her progress surpassed that of Xuanqi Yehua by a slight margin. Upon witnessing Yuki's descent, Xuanqi Yehua rushed over to catch her. As she found herself in his embrace, Yuki's cheeks flushed crimson, and she promptly leaped from his arms. Safely back on the ground, she did not forget to express her gratitude. Thank you so very much. Soon, it was the turn of the heaviest team member, Kato Mikawa. All right, now it's my turn to give it a shot. Despite his earnest efforts, Kato Mikawa's considerable weight caused him to tumble from the tree after only a few steps. Fortunately, his robust physique spared him from serious injury. Nevertheless, the three of them had grasped some fundamental techniques, and it was time to progress in their training. Observing this, Asuma Sarutobi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. You shall train here. Do not leave until the task is complete. With that, he clapped his hands and turned to depart, clearly heading off to protect Tazuna. The trio diligently continued their training. Both Xuanqi Yehua and Yuki Yamanaka exhibited comparable prowess in chakra manipulation, with Yuki slightly edging out Xuanqi. In stark contrast, Kato Mikawa, whose weight exceeded 200 pounds, found this particular exercise exceedingly challenging. However, it is precisely for this reason that this cultivation practice has yielded the greatest progress for him. After nearly a day's training, Xuanqi Yehua sensed that he had grasped the essence of the technique. He faintly felt that his chakra was in harmony with his spirit. As he evenly distributed the chakra upon his feet, Xuanqi Yehua began to ascend the trunk of the great tree. The allure generated by the chakra enabled him to tread upon the main trunk with increasing steadiness. Just as he was nearing the summit of the tree, Xuanqi Yehua suddenly lost his footing, causing him to plummet from the branches. Fortunately, he managed to grasp a nearby limb, preventing his body from falling into the abyss below. Chapter 30. Achieving the cultivation goal with a sigh, Xuanqi Yehua surveyed the scene before him, realizing he had fallen just short of his goal for the day. Meanwhile, in the adjacent mountains, Jian Shui had gracefully reached the apex of the tree, exclaiming, I have accomplished my cultivation objective. Perhaps overwhelmed by joy, she unexpectedly tumbled from the treetop. Seeing Jian Shui about to hit the ground, Xuanqi Yehua rushed over and caught her in his embrace. With a thud, he became a cushion, absorbing her fall. However, Jian Shui, now disoriented from the fall, looked at her own body and displayed an expression of astonishment. Unscathed. How is it that I fell from such a height without injury? She mused, perplexed. Yet, upon glancing at the figure of Xuanqi Yehua beneath her, her face instantly filled with surprise. Ah, so you caught me with your body. I sincerely apologize, she exclaimed, quickly helping him to his feet. Despite the pain evident on Xuanqi Yehua's face, he managed to smile and reassured her, I am truly unharmed. By the way, are you all right? At that moment, he was still concerned about Jian Shui's well-being. Just then, another thunderous sound resounded nearby. Boom. It turned out to be Kato Mikawa, who had also fallen from the tree, landing with even more severity, creating a substantial crater upon impact. Clouds of dust billowed as Kato Mikawa rose from the ground, determined to continue his training. Fortunately, he had only ascended a little over a meter. Otherwise, such a fall might have resulted in dire consequences. Nevertheless, numerous visible injuries adorned his body. Witnessing this, Jian Shui hurried over and urged, Mikawa, you must be cautious. If you sustain any more injuries, your body will not withstand it. Kato Mikawa cast a stoic glance at Jian Shui, who was still diligently practicing. At this moment, Xuanqi Yehua approached with a ruthless stride, glaring menacingly. Mikawa, do you still wish to be beaten? Upon seeing Xuanqi Yehua, Kata Mikawa hurriedly descended from the tree, wearing a servile expression. Xuanqi-kun, shall we return to rest and have a meal now? Observing the stark contrast in Kata Mikawa's demeanor towards herself and Xuanqi Yehua, Yamamoto Kiyuki could not contain her frustration. Kato, we have been childhood companions. How could you treat me this way? Kata Mikawa glanced at Yamamoto Kiyuki, dismissing her concerns nonchalantly. My father said that Xuanqi-kun has defeated me multiple times and has never severely harmed me. He is far superior to me. In my heart, he is already my superior. Since he is my superior, I must heed his commands, whereas you shall not receive such privileges. With that, he turned and left the grove. Xuanqi Yehua shrugged at Yamamoto Kiyuki and began to walk back with her at a leisurely pace. As they walked, Yamamoto Kiyuki looked at Xuanqi Yehua and inquired, Are we still ambushing at the port tonight? Xuanqi Yehua nodded affirmatively. Unless Momochi Zabuza shows up early, I must find him beforehand. After all, This is a matter of life and death. Gazing into Xuanqi Yehua's resolute eyes, Yamamoto Kiyuki, though uncertain of his unwavering commitment, decided to support him wholeheartedly. After all, someone who relentlessly puts themselves in danger for her cannot be all bad. Moreover, the Yamamoto clan possesses a strong sense of empathy, allowing her to sense that Xuanqi Yehua's intentions were purely to save lives, devoid of any ulterior motives. Upon returning home, Xuanqi Yehua noticed that Ainari still wore a sullen expression, so he chose to sit beside him. Although Ainari maintained a dark demeanor, he at least opted to join them for dinner, which was a sign of progress. Xuanqi Yehua promptly patted his shoulder and remarked, "You look rather well today. How about training with us tomorrow morning?" Ainari shot a glare at Xuanqi Yehua, responding with irritation, "I have no desire to become a ninja like you. I despise ninjas." Despite his words, his body remained firmly seated, betraying his true feelings. Witnessing this scene left not only Dasna astounded but also Tsunami, who wore a look of contentment. Tsunami then smiled and said, "Esteemed guests, do not be upset. This child is simply stubborn. Although he claims to dislike you, deep down, he has already taken a liking to you." Xuanqi Yehua grinned in response. "That is undoubtedly true. Ainari is incredibly obedient and well-behaved." Ainari glanced at Xuanqi Yehua, his face flushing with embarrassment, and promptly began to devour the rice in his bowl with fervor. After a brief meal, he dashed upstairs, nearly vanishing from the crowd's sight. Yet he turned back to glance at Xuanyihua. Ultimately, he ascended the staircase. Xuanyihua immediately grasped the intention behind Yi's actions and hastened to finish his meal before making his way to Yi's room. At that moment, he stood with his back to Xuanyihua, gazing out at the scenery. Even with Xuanyihua seated beside him, he remained silent. After a considerable time, he finally spoke to Xuanyihua. "Brother Hua, could you teach me the art of?" Upon hearing this, a gentle smile graced Xuanyihua's face as he replied, "Of course. But I must warn you that learning will require enduring considerable hardship. Are you prepared for that?" He nodded earnestly, saying, "As long as I can grow stronger to protect our village, I am ready to endure." With that, Xuanyihua began to impart some chakra manipulation techniques to Yi, who diligently practiced alongside him. Soon, it was time for Yi to sleep. Xuanyihua offered him a few comforting words before descending the stairs. Observing that Xuanyihua and Yi had become friends, Tsunami's face radiated with a grateful smile. "Xuanyijun, I cannot thank you enough for helping Yi emerge from his inner gloom. Ever since his adoptive father passed away, he has been sullen and reluctant to engage with others. Since meeting you, it seems his demeanor has transformed. He even speaks now. I am truly grateful." As Tsunami spoke, she attempted to kneel before Xuanyihua, but he gently stopped her. Tears streamed from her eyes, yet they were clearly tears of joy. Xuanyihua quickly reassured her, "You need not worry. He is merely grappling with some thoughts at the moment. I believe that as he matures, he will undoubtedly improve." Tsunami nodded in agreement and turned back to her tasks. Before long, it was again time to sleep. However, Xuanyihua quietly slipped out of the house. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered Jun, who leaned against the wall, blocking his path. As Xuanyihua opened his mouth to speak, Jun, eyes closed as if in a dream, muttered, "You little rascal. You didn't even let me know you were going out. Just be careful tonight. Goodness, why do I keep sleepwalking?" With that, Jun returned to his room to rest. Upon stepping outside, Xuanyihua found Yamashita Kiyuki waiting for him. Seeing Xuanyihua emerge, Yamashita Kiyuki couldn't resist playfully sticking out her tongue and laughing. "Ha! You are truly amusing. I never expected you to possess the ability to delight children. How impressive." In the mountains, Jing Shui could not help but make exaggerated expressions, prompting Xian Shihua to helplessly pull her close. Before Jing Shui could protest, Xian Shihua swept her into a princess carry and began leaping from one building to another. In a short while, they arrived near their destination. Xian Shihua then set her down, saying, "If you wish to avoid walking next time, just tell me directly. There is no need for such elaborate measures, understood?" As he spoke, he gently wiped Jing Shui's face, and the two finally managed to conceal themselves. Seeing the earnest demeanor of Xian Shihua, Jing Shui felt herself utterly entranced. Just then, a cruise ship suddenly approached their harbor at a rapid pace. Soon, the large vessel docked, and crew members began disembarking. Workers at the port hurriedly ran over to unload cargo. After a while, a stretch limousine slowly came to a stop at the entrance of the port. Moments later, a man clad in a black suit, portly, wearing sunglasses, and resembling a poodle, stepped out of the vehicle. Upon seeing this man, Xian Shiyihua's expression sharpened as he immediately recognized his identity. Kato? A look of delight spread across his face. He had not anticipated finally locating their target. Kato. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. I can finally find Kato. Let us follow his car. In high spirits, Xian Shiyihua wrapped an arm around Jing Shui. At that moment, it appeared Kato had completed his inspection as he entered the car and began to depart from the port. Xian Shiyihua promptly followed from the rooftop. The vehicle traveled at a leisurely pace of about 40 to 50 kilometers per hour, perfectly matching Xian Shiyihua's full-speed pursuit. The car exited the suburbs and arrived at the front of a grand estate. Surrounding the estate were numerous armed bodyguards patrolling back and forth. They soon saw the car drive into the estate, with Kato directly entering a castle within. It was evident that this was Kato's residence. Truly, as the wealthiest individual in the Kingdom of Waves, his home resembled a palace. Let us enter and search for Zaibu Zhan. Xian Shiyihua immediately led Jing Shui stealthily into the castle. The corridors of the castle were indeed long and shadowy, stretching endlessly out of sight. Xian Shiyihua and Jing Shui searched through each room for Zaibu Zhan, but to no avail. Suddenly, Xian Shiyihua heard a furious roar. "Oof, you worthless fool. Do you think I hired you to lie in bed and enjoy yourselves?" Recognizing the voice, Xian Shiyihua deduced it must belong to Kato. This man, being the leader of his gang, acted with impunity and now blatantly disregarded Zaibu Zhan. Perhaps in his eyes, Momochi Zabuza was merely a dog he had paid for. At that moment, the two ineffectual subordinates by Kato's side began to speak up. "Did you hear our boss? Quickly rise from that bed and admit your mistakes," they shouted. "If you continue to present such a defiant demeanor, we shall not be so courteous." As the two lackeys prepared to resort to violence against Zabuza, Bai Meng unleashed her strength, sending them both flying. She then turned to face Kato. "Since we have accepted your payment, we shall fulfill our duties. However, if you persist in insulting Lord Zabuza, do not blame me for being unkind." Kato glanced at his two subordinates, feeling a twinge of fear, yet he cursed and departed. Once they had retreated, Xuanqi Yehua appeared alongside Yuki from the mountains. "Bai, I never anticipated we would truly find you." Upon seeing her adversaries, Bai immediately adopted a defensive stance, ready to strike. In contrast, Zabuza remained remarkably composed. He waved dismissively at Bai and said, "What brings you two here? If it is merely to convince me to abandon my mission, then I shall disregard it. Should you wish to challenge me to battle, I assure you, I am not afraid." As he spoke, Zabuza sat up from his bed. Though he appeared to be in some discomfort, he was still capable of fighting. Moreover, as the saying goes, a skinny camel is larger than a horse. How could a jonin fear two genin? Heh, Momochi Zabuza, you are quite amusing. Do you truly believe that with your current strength, we would spare you? Or that the mere presence of Bai would enable you to vanquish us? Zabuza looked at Xuanqi Yehua and asked, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Xuanqi Yehua glanced at Bai and inquired, "Actually, I am merely curious to ask you, Bai. Are you male or female?" Upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's question, both Bai and Zabuza were taken aback. Yuki, standing nearby, felt equally perplexed. Never expecting Xuanqi Yehua to show such interest in someone whose gender remained a mystery, especially one who wore a mask. Unfazed, Xuanqi Yehua calmly shut the door, stating, "If you choose not to speak, then we shall linger here all night. By the time Kato arrives, you will find that no amount of cleansing will absolve you." Zabuza sighed and glanced at Bai. "You may speak, but make sure to send them on their way afterward." Bai nodded, removing her mask as she spoke. "In truth, I am a girl." As her long hair cascaded down, a beautiful fairy appeared before Xuanqi Yehua. At this moment, even the usually composed Yamashitake Yuki was taken aback, for it was her first encounter with such a breathtaking fairy. Xian Shiyihua nodded slightly and remarked, "Since you have answered my question, I shall be departing shortly. However, I wish to express a few sentiments. Toji Zabuza, I am aware of the grand aspirations that dwell within your heart, and your desire to alter the circumstances of the hidden mist village. Yet, merely completing these tasks for monetary gain will not suffice. You are accompanied by a companion. At least you still possess hope. If you insist on accepting every task presented to you, are you not straying from your original intentions?" Upon hearing Xian Shiyihua's words, Toji Zabuza's countenance turned frosty as he retorted, "What does a mere child like you know of such profound matters? My ambitions are not subject to your judgment. You should leave at once." Xian Shiyihua glanced at Bai beside him and said, I hope you can engage Toji Zabuza in earnest conversation. After all, life is meant for pursuing myriad endeavors. Once extinguished, all is lost. I pondered over Shien Shiyihua's words in silence. Soon after, Shien Shiyihua took Yamashita Kiyuki and departed from the estate. He intended to return the following year. On their journey back, Yamashita Kiyuki appeared rather disheartened. Shien Shiyihua, noticing her demeanor, gently cradled her in his arms and smiled. Why the glum face? Is it because I wish to ascertain Bai's gender? I merely think that if she were as adorable as you, she would surely possess a kind heart. Moreover, I understand Toji Zabuza's political ambitions. He is not inherently malevolent, merely misguided. My actions today were simply to propose a modest request, to lower their guard, and not to harbor any ulterior motives towards Bai. Upon hearing his words, Yamashita Kiyuki's cheeks flushed as she responded, Why do you share such thoughts with me as if I have affections for you? Shien Shiyihua sighed in resignation. It seems I must continue to play the role of your laborer. With that, he resumed, carrying Yamashita Kiyuki along the path they had come. Throughout the journey, Yamashita Kiyuki quietly admired Shien Shiyihua, though he was not the most striking of individuals. He possessed a certain charm that grew more appealing the longer one gazed upon him. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted into slumber in Shien Shiyihua's embrace. When she finally opened her eyes again, it was already the following morning. Had she not remembered the events of the previous night, she might have suspected it was all but a dream. That hour, he rushed out of his room at dawn with remarkable speed, only to reveal a relaxed smile upon spotting Shien Shiyihua. He then inquired, Mother, have they had breakfast yet? Tsunami immediately discerned her son's little ploys and inquired, Are you not going out with them? To which he promptly shook his head and replied, How could that be? I merely wish to eat a bit faster than they do. With that, he dashed downstairs to commence preparing the meal. Witnessing her son's newfound eagerness to assist her brought tears of joy to Tsunami's eyes. Chapter 32. Caution is paramount. Boss, how shall we deal with the ninjas from Konoha? Should we eliminate them swiftly? Upon contemplating a confrontation with the little whirlwind, Kaga Ichiyo felt an exhilaration surging within him. For the little whirlwind was the most formidable adversary he had encountered in recent years, discounting the abnormal members of Akatsuki. Eradicating those bothersome individuals from Konoha was certainly necessary. Yet we must exercise heightened caution. Remember, during this operation, we should avoid conflict whenever possible. However, once engaged, we must ensure absolute annihilation without leaving any remnants. With that, the cloaked figure turned and departed. Observing the retreating silhouette of the cloaked figure, Kaga Ichiyo spat disdainfully. Although his current strength was insufficient to confront the cloaked figure, the future held endless possibilities. Just you wait. I shall surely obliterate you in due time. With that declaration, he turned to leave, seemingly preparing for the impending assault on Linshan village the following day. Meanwhile, Master Jiejing and Hinata Q had returned to the village with Linshan Xiong. The village was already resounding with shouts, indicating that the little whirlwind had commenced training with everyone. However, upon seeing Linshan Xiong return dejectedly, a throng of villagers gathered around him, offering their concerns. Village chief, what was the outcome of your negotiations? Linshan Xiong sighed, expressing his resignation. The negotiations have failed. We must immediately pack our belongings and vacate the village. Upon hearing Linshan Xiong's words, discontent rippled through the villagers. Village chief, what do you mean by that? We have sacrificed so many to extract resources from the mine. Our lives have just begun to improve a little, and now you want us to relinquish the mine? Is that not exceedingly unjust? Observing the villagers' naivety, Linshan Xiong remained lucid. He sighed and explained, The ninjas they sent are not here to assist us. They seek to seize the mineral veins. Moreover, they intend to use the villagers to assist in attacking our village, which would inevitably lead to severe casualties. I understand your reluctance to part with the mineral veins, yet our lives are equally precious. We cannot allow you to sacrifice yourselves for this. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing Linshan Xiong's reasoning, the villagers dismissed his words, growing increasingly agitated. Village chief, your words come too easily. Your family's circumstances are favorable. But what shall we do if we leave here? Will we not starve in the end? Indeed, we possess this valuable mine, which promises a prosperous future. If we were to leave this place, it would be a stroke of luck to merely survive, let alone thrive. Therefore, we firmly refuse to abandon our home. Upon hearing the villagers' sentiments, Lin Shangyun sighed and spoke. I understand your current thoughts, but do you realize that if conflict arises, At least half of the villagers from both our communities may perish. Our village may suffer even greater losses. If you wish to die in battle, feel free to step forward. I assure you, I shall not oppose." The villagers, who had previously boistered bravely, now stood frozen in place at the mention of death. After all, these individuals are driven by a sense of survival. If they could live, they would certainly not choose to fight to the death. The atmosphere in the village plummeted to a freezing point. "What is the matter? Why have you all ceased to step forward? Were you not fearless of death?" Upon hearing the village chief's words, no one dared to take the initiative at that moment. Lin Shanyan sighed deeply. "It is not that I do not wish to preserve the mine. I merely do not want you to make unnecessary sacrifices. Moreover, I can see that these ninjas do not genuinely have your best interests at heart. Once they seize the mine, their true nature will be revealed. At that time, if we strike back, we may incur lesser costs in reclaiming the mine, and perhaps even facilitate the merger of our two villages." Upon hearing Lin Shanyan's words, a villager could not help but speak up. "Chief, is it truly feasible for our two villages to merge?" Lin Shanyan nodded. "For many years, our two villages have been embroiled in disputes over interests, but if we could merge, such troubles would cease to exist. Imagine the joy of living harmoniously together, like one big family. Before us lies an opportunity, but we must exercise patience. Let us gather our belongings and depart the village. After all, the little whirlwind and his companions are here to carry out a mission." Since Lin Shanyan does not wish to confront the enemy head-on, little whirlwind chose to remain silent. Though the village is filled with many possessions, everyone has already prepared to leave. Furthermore, no one desires to perish amidst chaos, so while the mood is heavy, there is little regret. By nightfall, the villagers had gathered their belongings and were pushing carts away from Linshu village in the opposite direction. Less than 50 miles from here lies a long-abandoned village, which was once the home of Linshu village. They had relocated here only after discovering the mine. Through generations of development, the mine had finally been successfully exploited, allowing them to enjoy a prosperous life. Yet, just as their good fortune had begun, they now faced another relocation, leaving them in a state of discontent. However, given the current circumstances, this was a course of action dictated by necessity. As the village began its advance, news reached the Kaga clan. He had not anticipated that the obstinate Linshan bear would choose to compromise. This outcome was indeed unexpected. "It appears I have triumphed this time. Summon Lin Shuyan to me." Sitting in his dwelling, Kaga Ichijo's face was instantly illuminated with the joy of a victor. Shortly thereafter, Lin Shuyan entered from outside, equally astonished by the result. Upon seeing Kaga Ichijo, his expression was predominantly one of delight. After all, should a conflict erupt, the villagers of their community would inevitably suffer, a consequence he was keen to avoid. The current situation was markedly different. At least there would be no bloodshed among their people, which was a cause for mutual celebration. "Mr. Kaga, should we relocate now or postpone until tomorrow to move to Linshan village?" Kaga Ichijo promptly replied with a smile. "Gather all the villagers immediately for the relocation. We must not allow them to reconsider. You must arrange this at once." Although Lin Shuyan felt a pang of discomfort at Kaga Ichijo's words, he complied and began to make the necessary arrangements. Before long, the villagers commenced their preparations to pack up and move. For the residents of Linshu village, the sooner they could transition to Linshan village, the sooner they could embrace a life of happiness, a long-anticipated prospect. The village soon resonated with laughter and cheer. Those people from Linshan village appeared quite arrogant, believing their possession of the mine made them invincible. Look at them now. The village chief was formidable, enlisting allies to swiftly drive them away. The mine will soon belong to us in Linshu village. Indeed, with the mine under our control, we shall live abundantly, no longer reliant on the whims of nature. The villagers remained blissfully unaware that their forthcoming days might be even more dire. As they eagerly packed their belongings for the move, fueled by excitement, they managed to transport their possessions to Linshan village within a single night. Upon arrival, they began searching for homes of their liking. Given the already substantial population of Linshan village, they had no concerns regarding the availability of housing. Even Kaga Ichijo and his entourage were allocated their own residences. The atmosphere in the village reached a euphoric crescendo. However, the villagers were oblivious to the graver trials that lay ahead. The following morning, Kaga Ichijo instructed the village chief to gather all the inhabitants. Standing before the assembled villagers, Kaga Ichijo coldly remarked, We have successfully driven out the people of Linshan village and secured the mine for you. Now, it is time for you to repay us. Henceforth, except for the elderly, infirm, and those who prepare meals, all of you are to ascend the mountain to mine. Moreover, everyone is required to work for over 10 hours each day, with only mealtime as a respite. No other breaks are permitted. From thee, or you gather, I shall claim 50% of the revenue. Upon hearing the words of Kagarichio, the villagers were rendered speechless. Some had believed that these individuals had come to assist them voluntarily and without charge, thus they had extended warm hospitality to them. However, upon learning that Kagarichio and his ninjas intended to take half of their earnings, the villagers were immediately incensed. In that moment, all eyes turned to the village chief. Chief, these individuals were summoned by you. It is your responsibility to dismiss them, or else we shall hold you accountable. Lin Shuyan, upon hearing their words, wore a look of helplessness and spoke up. Fellow villagers, listen to me. These ninjas will not only remain to protect us, but they will also partake in our production efforts. With their involvement in significant projects, our tasks will become considerably easier. Otherwise, during times of extensive construction, relying solely on our strength could prove perilous. When considered in this light, their request for 50% of the ore revenue is not unreasonable. Rest assured, as long as we unite in purpose, our future days shall undoubtedly improve. Nevertheless, despite Lin Shuyan's words, a palpable sense of despondency shadowed his countenance, for he was acutely aware that he had been deceived. Upon hearing Lin Shuyan's remarks, Kaga Ichio immediately replied with a smile, "You see, this is the will of your village chief. Rest assured, we shall cooperate amicably moving forward. Furthermore, with such an abundance of ore here, should anyone attempt to lay claim to this land in the future, our family will protect you. I can also assure you that if you work diligently, our share will be reduced to 30% in due time. However, we have suffered the loss of a brother and must provide substantial compensation to his family. Thus, the initial expenses will naturally fall upon your village." Upon hearing Kaga Ichio's words, the villagers seemed to grasp the implications. Previously, due to their presence, indeed one life had been lost on Kaga Ichio's side, while they had emerged unscathed. Reflecting on this, such a distribution of resources did seem rather equitable. Very well. This matter is settled. With that, everyone began to leave their positions to retrieve their tools and ascend the mountain to work. Observing the villagers' cooperation, Kaga Ichio wore a satisfied smile and said to Lin Shuyan, "From now on, these villagers will be under your management, while we shall ensure your safety. However, you must guarantee the yield of ore, otherwise, we shall not hesitate to be unkind." Kaga Ichio shot a fierce glare at Lin Shuyan before turning to depart. Witnessing the villagers naively returning to their tasks, Lin Shuyan could not suppress a wave of bitterness within him. At first, the villagers managed to persevere, but as the workload intensified, they faced the grim prospect of going hungry if they failed to complete their tasks. At times, they were even subjected to cruel lashings by the ninjas, leading to widespread discontent among the villagers of Linshu. Meanwhile, several miles away, Linshan Xiong anxiously awaited news. After all, the mine was a treasure unearthed through the sacrifices of generations in Linshan village, and he had no intention of relinquishing it lightly. His current strategy was one of retreat to advance, hoping to expose the nefarious nature of the ninjas to the villagers of Linshu. Days had passed, and surely the villagers must have realized their misjudgment by now. Thus, he approached Xiao Xianfeng to share his thoughts. "Mr. Sato, I hope you can take them to the mine to assess the situation there. If possible, I also wish for you to understand the villagers' living conditions. I believe they are currently being exploited by those ninjas and are enduring severe hardships. Perhaps we can mount a counteroffensive." Xiao Xianfeng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I share your sentiments. Collaborating with those individuals is akin to courting disaster. Regret is inevitable." After speaking, he proceeded to the village square, where Xuanqi Yehua was practicing ninjutsu with two other teammates. Xuanqi Yehua had gained considerable practical experience in recent times. As he began to form hand seals, thicker vines erupted from the ground. Before Hinata Jingxiang could react, the vines had already ensnared her. However, in the next moment, the chakra emanating from Xuanqi Yehua shattered the vines. Yet, he had already closed the distance, standing before Hinata Jingxiang. He delivered a punch, and surprisingly, she did not attempt to evade, clearly accustomed to his ambushes. Seeing her failure once more, she wore an expression of dejection. "It seems my progress has been the least among us. My record against you has now shifted to 3-8, remarked Omujigaben with a chuckle. My situation isn't much better, but at least it stands at 6-9. Observing his students making notable advancements in their training, Xiao Xuanfeng's face illuminated with a smile of satisfaction. However, he quickly urged them, now, gather your things, for we are about to embark on our mission. Remember, safety is paramount during this operation. Our primary objective is to gather intelligence. Begin checking your weapons and gear. Upon reaching the trio, Xiao Xianfeng adopted a markedly serious demeanor. They commenced inspecting their weapons, ensuring that their kunai and various talismans were adequately prepared. Once everything was in order, Xiao Xianfeng promptly gathered them together. All individuals formed a circle, leaning their heads towards the small whirlwind. Listen closely, declared Mr. Linshan Bear. I suspect that those ninjas have begun to coerce the villagers of Linshu village into mining operations. Our mission is to locate some villagers to gather information. If permitted, we will lead the villagers of Linshan to rescue them. Then, we will coordinate our efforts to repel these foreign ninjas. Upon hearing the words of the small whirlwind, Xuanqi Yehua and the others became increasingly excited. Meanwhile, a multitude of fans in the live broadcast room were keenly following Xuanqi Yehua's progress in executing the mission. Initially, it was anticipated that the two villages would engage in a fierce confrontation, thrilling the fans for quite some time. However, they remained remarkably rational. After all, the inhabitants of the Naruto world are living beings, not mere tools for entertainment. Thus, the vast majority of netizens did not wish to witness any casualties among the villagers. Yet, in such chaotic times, survival often necessitates the use of force to quell insurrections, and combat becomes inevitable. Now that the mission could finally proceed, the fans in the live broadcast room erupted in excitement. I told you Linshan Bear would not be so cowardly. If he were truly surrendering, he would have relinquished the mining rights long ago. His refusal to do so likely indicates a strategy of retreating to advance. You are absolutely correct. I believe his actions are indeed quite astute. After all, there has never been any deep-seated animosity between Linshan Village and Linshu Village. If a minor sacrifice can yield greater benefits in the future, it is certainly acceptable. One cannot deny that Linshan Bear is a visionary leader. For this reason alone, I am his fan. In a moment, the group buzzed with enthusiasm, yet their focus remained primarily on the task at hand. The small whirlwind began outlining the mission details. For this task, I will be paired with Demu Jiaban, while Yehua and Jingxiang will work together. You two must not separate. Your responsibility is to establish contact with Linshu Rock, while Demu Jiaban and I will seek out villagers to gather intelligence. Remember, the primary objective of this mission is to collect information. You must not enter the mine. If discovered, retreat immediately. Do not engage in battle. Should you encounter danger, release a signal flare, and we will come to your aid. Now, I have nothing more to say. Let us depart at once. Glancing at the time, it was now morning, the time when the mine's defenses were at their weakest. Additionally, the workers were fatigued, making it easier to gather intelligence. Moreover, the villagers of Linshu village were working in shifts, enduring daily exhaustion. This presented an opportunity for them to exploit. Meanwhile, within Linshan village, Linshu Rock was experiencing considerable inner turmoil. Despite the fact that everyone has been able to eat their fill these past few days, the overwhelming workload has left them feeling quite exhausted. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. Their circumstances are bound to deteriorate further. Naturally, as the village chief, he is not required to toil within the mine. His role is solely to organize the villagers in their labor and to stabilize their emotions during times of unrest, ensuring they work with renewed vigor. Nevertheless, after several days, he finds himself physically and mentally drained, with a profound sense of guilt weighing heavily on his heart. For a moment, he sits in his dwelling, at a loss for words. However, just as he rises, he hears a knock at the door. At this hour, most people are either sleeping or working, and it is unlikely anyone would seek him out. Could it be Kaga Ichijo? Lin Shuyan promptly exits his room. Upon opening the door, he sees Kaga Ichijo standing at his doorstep, seemingly with matters to discuss. Lin Shuyan quickly bows and inquires, "Lord Kaga, what brings you here?" Kaga Ichijo gestures dismissively, and the two enter the room. Kaga Ichijo plops down into a chair, smiling as he remarks, "Village chief, you and your people have truly labored hard these past days, and the results have been quite fruitful. However, I urge you to expedite your work and extract this batch of ore as swiftly as possible. Rest assured, once you work for 7 days, You shall be granted a day of respite. But do bear in mind, on that day you must remain at home. I am primarily concerned about the possibility of you fleeing. So what do you think? Isn't our management rather humane? Lin Shuyan gazes at Kaga Ichijo's grotesque expression, unable to suppress his fury. After all, they had initially agreed upon a cooperative relationship, yet it now appears as though these ninjas are subjugating them. Moreover, many villagers are toiling daily, and their health is rapidly deteriorating. Continuing down this path does not seem sustainable. Although Kaga Ichijo has promised them half a day of rest, this merely postpones the resentment brewing within the villagers. With this in mind, Lin Shuyan, feeling somewhat helpless, replies, Lord Kaga, first and foremost, I sincerely appreciate your care for our village. Without your support, this vein of, or would not exist. However, we clearly established that our relationship was one of cooperation, and it seems to have exceeded those bounds. Lin Shuyan's words are veiled yet pointed, yet Kaga Ichijo appears to feign ignorance, remaining absorbed in his own thoughts. After a moment of silence from Lin Shuyan, Kaga Ichijo snorts. You truly are amusing. We have ensured you are well fed, and yet you still have so much to say. Should you continue to negotiate terms, you may find even your rest days at risk. Lin Shuyan hastily shakes his head in response. My esteemed Lord Kaga, rest assured. I shall compel them to hasten their work, and I hope you too will honor your promise. However, Kaga Ichijo did not respond to Lin Shuyan's words, and simply rose to depart from Lin Shuyan's dwelling. Although Lin Shuyan found Kaga Ichijo's actions rather excessive, he had nonetheless made some concessions. At the very least, the villagers were granted half a day of rest after 7 days of toil, along with a 12-hour workday. Their labor, though arduous, was bearable. Moreover, with Kaga Ichijo's presence, the villagers could at least enjoy 3 meals a day, alleviating their previous state of hunger. Thus, in the short term, despite some grievances, the villagers dared not protest, and many were reluctant to do so. As Kaga Ichijo walked away, 2 unexpected guests appeared before Lin Shuyan. For a moment, he felt an impulse to scream. However, before he could utter a word, his mouth was covered by Xuanqi Yehua. Village chief, we have come to assist you. Lin Shuyan blinked, his emotions seemingly stabilizing. Only when Xuanqi Yehua withdrew his hand did Lin Shuyan slightly adjust his demeanor and inquire, what brings you here, and in what manner do you intend to aid us? With a sigh, Xuanqi Yehua replied, following the recent events, Grandpa Lin Shanxiong feels a deep sense of guilt, believing that it was their actions that drove you to this desperate situation. He wishes to coexist peacefully with your village, collaborating to exploit the mines. But you must also share your fertile lands with them. Upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's words, Lin Shuyan could not help but display a look of resignation. In truth, I find myself somewhat regretful. After all, these ninjas have never regarded us as equals. They now perceive me as a mere slave, albeit one who can now have sufficient meals. Yet, if this situation persists, the villagers will inevitably suffer. And it is only a matter of time before someone collapses from exhaustion. Xuanqi Yehua, sensing Lin Shuyan's internal conflict, reassured him. I believe Grandpa Lin Shanxiong has already regretted his decision. Do not burden yourself with guilt. We possess the strength to drive them away. As ninjas of Konoha, we can assist you in dealing with them. Once these ninjas are expelled, you may return to your former, tranquil existence. Lin Shuyan's expression reflected his inner turmoil as he pondered Xuanqi Yehua's words. After some contemplation, he replied, this matter requires further consideration, and I must also seek the opinions of others. Therefore, I cannot provide you with an immediate response. Xuanqi Yehua understood this well and continued. Then let us agree to reconvene this evening, at which time you may offer us your answer. However, one must contemplate the consequences of betrayal. Should you forsake us, it is likely that no one will come to your aid in the future. These ninjas have already begun to exploit you, and should they lose their constraints, they will undoubtedly escalate their oppression against you. With those words, Xian Shiyihua departed the village alongside Ri Xiang Jingxiang. Observing their departure, Lin Shuyan promptly exited his dwelling and made his way to the dining hall. For the villagers, the most anticipated part of the day is mealtime, as these individuals still provide ample food, ensuring that everyone can eat to their fill, even without limits. Otherwise, the villagers would have long since ceased their labor. Thus, seizing the moment before the workday concludes, Lin Shuyan hurried to prepare breakfast. As long as there is a sumptuous breakfast each day, the day can be regarded as having passed peacefully. Of course, his visit to the dining hall also served another purpose, to engage in simple communication with the villagers. Chapter 34. Contentedly returning home to sleep, particularly now, with Lin Shanxiong having offered him such a commendable opportunity, perhaps he should also consider the future of the village. Soon, the time arrived, and the villagers emerged from their homes, entering the dining hall to partake in their meal. These were the morning shift villagers. And once they finished their breakfast, they could proceed to the mines for work, followed by the evening shift villagers who would then come for their breakfast. Although the morning fare consisted of watery porridge, steamed buns, and some pickled vegetables, these provisions were sufficient to satiate hunger. Thus, after a day of toil, the villagers returned home contentedly to rest. It was at this moment that Lin Shuyin found the opportunity to converse with them. While Lin Shuyin endeavored to communicate with the villagers, Xian Shihua and Rixiang Jingxiang had successfully returned to their designated meeting point, patiently awaiting the arrival of their companions. Though this was their inaugural mission, their vigilance had significantly heightened following previous assessments. Therefore, even while ostensibly resting, they concealed themselves amidst the foliage of a dense tree, attentively observing their surroundings. However, after an extended wait, they did not encounter Xiao Xianfeng and Mu Jiabin, but instead, they witnessed a meeting between Jia Yichao and a mysterious figure outside the village. Although the location of their meeting was quite distant from Xian Shihua and Rixiang Jingxiang's hiding spot, they were still able to clearly hear the words exchanged. At that moment, upon seeing the masked figure, Jia Yichao immediately knelt, displaying an expression of profound reverence as he spoke. Lord Jia, we have discovered the legendary ore, and there is an abundance of it. Should we extract all of it at once, or? He continued, we require these ores both for research purposes and for the esteemed one's cultivation. Moreover, for the sake of confidentiality, we only need to ensure that a certain quantity of rare ore is secured. Once everything is concluded, you may eliminate all these individuals. Upon hearing the words of the enigmatic masked figure, even Kaga Rachio was momentarily taken aback. Lord Kaga, he pondered, they are rather obedient. Must we truly eliminate them all? Would that not be excessively cruel? Furthermore, if we engage in such brutality, might the people of Konoha also involve themselves in the investigation? The mysterious masked figure scoffed, stating, your inquiries are becoming increasingly numerous. Remember, only the deceased can keep secrets, so it would be wise for you not to contradict me. Simply carry out your duties. With that, the masked figure turned and departed. As Kaga Ichiyo watched the figure retreat, he too made his exit. In that moment, Zhuanyaihua and Hinata Jingxiang dared not relax their vigilance. Indeed, after a while, Kaga Ichiyo returned along the same path, beginning to search the vicinity. However, after a prolonged search yielded no results, he finally departed, seemingly satisfied. Zhuanyaihua and Hinata Jingxiang breathed a sigh of relief. A short time later, Zai Oxuanfeng and Damu Jiabin returned to the rendezvous point. Once Hinata Jingxiang confirmed their identities, the two finally revealed themselves and joined them. Teacher, while we were hidden here, we overheard some information that requires immediate reporting. As they walked back, Zhuanyaihua relayed the contents of their eavesdropping to Zai Oxuanfeng. Zai Oxuanfeng was taken aback to learn that, beyond what they had witnessed, there existed an even larger interest group behind these ninjas, filling him with a sense of unease. It appears that Kagurachiyo is merely a minor leader in a grander scheme. Their true objective is a rare mineral within. Through Zai Oxuanfeng's analysis, a more mysterious organization began to surface. What should we do now? Zhuanyaihua asked, still deeply concerned. After all, Kagurachiyo was a Jainin, and should other Jainin join him, their situation would become increasingly precarious. This mission could very well escalate to a higher tier, increasing its difficulty. How should we handle this matter? Hinata Jingxiang expressed his profound worry. Only Sato Ko remained remarkably composed, stating, we must conduct further investigation. If deemed necessary, we should report our findings to the village. He added, let us return to the village for now. However, we may risk exposing our movements, making our next departure far less effortless. Zai Oxuanfeng recognized that although they had discreetly conducted their inquiry, there remained a possibility that timid villagers might inform others, necessitating that they be prepared for potential exposure in the future. Upon returning to the village, Zai Oxuanfeng promptly penned a letter, fastening it to the leg of a pigeon, which he then released to carry the message home. After all, this matter has involved a much more formidable and enigmatic organization. Little Whirlwind does not wish to perish while the village remains oblivious to these events. That would render him truly culpable. Furthermore, he hastily convened them to discuss the events of the evening. Since you have already arranged to meet with Lin Shuyan tonight, it is imperative that we do not break our promise, for the trust we have painstakingly built must not be squandered. However, we are aware that our exposure has increased the risk significantly. We must ensure Lin Shuyan remains unaware of our predicament, which complicates matters greatly. Thus, we must devise a comprehensive plan. Xuanqi Yehua pondered for a moment and spoke. Teacher, my mastery of illusion techniques is quite proficient. I wish to approach Lin Shuyan alone, while you distract them at a crucial moment. Little Whirlwind nodded in agreement. That is acceptable. We shall provide cover for you. And your task is to engage Lin Shuyan in conversation regarding our next steps. Remember, they are exceedingly perilous at present. If possible, we must act by tomorrow. This matter cannot be delayed any further. Xuanqi Yehua nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements. Subsequently, they returned to their respective quarters to rest, while Little Whirlwind continued his vigilant patrol of the village. After all, they were still in close proximity to Lin Mountain Village. Should the opposing ninjas attempt to ambush them or lurk nearby to gather intelligence, it would signify a foreboding danger, compelling them to remain alert and devise a swift response. If they remained undetected by the enemy ninjas, they might find a momentary reprieve to channel their energies into the plan to attack Lin Mountain Village. This would allow them to focus on a singular objective. As night fell, everyone departed the village and set forth towards Lin Mountain Village. However, before they could approach, they observed numerous ninjas roaming the vicinity of the village. Clearly, they had become aware of the heightened defenses around Lin Mountain Village. Yet, due to the brevity of time, Kaga Ichiyo likely had not discerned their true intentions and thus had not implemented more aggressive measures. This provided Xuanqi Yehua with an opportunity. Swiftly, Little Whirlwind took decisive action, eliminating several patrolling ninjas, while Xuanqi Yehua rapidly approached the residence of Lin Shuyan. In the blink of an eye, he effortlessly penetrated the wooden door and entered. At that moment, Lin Shuyan was anxiously awaiting inside, and upon seeing Xuanqi Yehua's arrival, a look of joy illuminated his face. At long last, you have arrived. I have made my decision. We are willing to assist you in driving away these ninjas. However, the condition is that Linshan Village must allocate half of the mine's resources to us. Xuanqi Yehua nodded in agreement. I am fully authorized to handle this matter, and I have brought a contract with me. You shall sign and affix your seal upon it, and once you fulfill your obligations as per our agreement, the contract shall become fully binding. With that, he produced the prepared contract. After all, possessing this document would instill greater trust in Lin Shuyan. Overjoyed, Lin Shuyan approached to scrutinize the contents and pressed his handprint upon it. Subsequently, he concealed his copy in a corner, a satisfied smile immediately gracing his face. We shall commence the uprising tomorrow. You must not falter in your words, lest the entirety of our village perish. As he spoke, a look of terror crossed Lin Shuyan's face. Were it not for their inability to confront the ninjas, they would have risen up long ago. Xuanqi Yehua nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, this matter is also a commitment from our Konoha village. I shall take my leave now. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared outside the wooden cabin. Village chief, it seems you are conversing with someone. Have you had a visitor? It was none other than Kaga Ichiyo, who had appeared without warning. In that instant, Lin Shuyan was on edge, for Kaga Ichiyo was unhesitatingly approaching the door, evidently intent on barging in. Xuanqi Yehua felt a surge of anxiety, suddenly struck by inspiration. He invoked his transformation technique, morphing into a widow from the village. Clearly, this widow possessed an appealing figure and was supposed to be resting at home after her morning shift. Given the timing, her presence in the village chief's room seemed entirely plausible. Lord Kaga, what brings you here? Upon witnessing Kaga Ichiyo kick the door open, Xuanqi Yehua feigned a bashful expression. Yet, one of her hands remained clasped with Lin Shuyan's, portraying an intimate connection between them. Lin Shuyan, in turn, adopted a facade of indignation, addressing Kaga Ichiyo. Lord Kaga, is this your way of humiliating me? Though I may be aging, I believe certain personal preferences should not be an issue. Kaga Ichiyo, evidently a man of modest disposition, especially in matters of romance, found himself rendered speechless by Lin Shuyan's words. He quickly offered an apology. Ha ha ha, village chief, I sincerely apologize. I did not intend to interrupt your private affairs. With that, Xuanqi Yehua swiftly distanced himself from Kaga Ichiyo, making a hasty retreat. It was clear that he had successfully evaded the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Shuyan merely scoffed, reclining in his chair and choosing to ignore Kaga Ichiyo entirely. However, his expression remained fixed on Kaga Ichiyo, seemingly demanding an explanation. Kaga Ichiyo, feeling helpless, had no choice but to bow respectfully to Lin Shuyan, saying, "Village chief, my primary concern this time is your safety. After all, the people of Linshan village seem to harbor certain ambitions regarding the mineral vein, and I fear they may come to harm you, which is why my actions may have seemed somewhat extreme." Upon hearing Kaga Ichiyo's words, Lin Shuyan's expression softened slightly as he replied, "The Linshan bears have invested much in the mineral vein. Their unwillingness to relent is only natural. Therefore, we must exercise greater caution during this period, lest I suspect they might unleash their wrath upon our villagers. Indeed, prior to your arrival, our two villages had clashed over the mineral vein, but their treachery led to our defeat." Lin Shuyan astutely exaggerated the conflict between the two villages, instilling in Kaga Ichiyo the belief that reconciliation was unlikely, prompting him to leave Lin Shuyan's abode. At this point, Lin Shuyan finally exhaled in relief, for he had managed to secure ample time for Xian Shihua to depart the village. Otherwise, the situation might have revealed itself soon. Upon returning to the assembly point, Xian Shihua also felt a sense of relief, and swiftly the four of them quickened their pace along the original route back. To ensure safety, they exchanged almost no words during their journey, and it was only upon returning to the village that they called upon Linshan Xiong to discuss the plans for the following day. "Village chief, the negotiations with Linshu village have essentially been finalized. We are merely awaiting the execution of the task tomorrow," Linshan Xiong remarked. "Village chief, since all conditions have been agreed upon, we hope that you will uphold your commitments once the battle concludes." Linshan Xiong nodded. "Mr. Sato, rest assured, we will not waver on this matter." "Very well, let us all rest well tonight, and tomorrow we shall proceed as planned." After finalizing the specific plans, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Meanwhile, Xiao Xianfeng chose to patrol the village. As a high-ranking shinobi of the Umbu, he understood the significance of confidentiality, and knew that one must remain vigilant, especially during critical moments. Sure enough, in the dead of night, a house outside suddenly erupted in flames, illuminating the entire village. Xiao Xianfeng swiftly arrived at the scene, where two ninjas, brandishing torches, attempted to ignite other supplies. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Xiao Xianfeng's prowess. Before one of the ninjas could flee, Xiao Xianfeng caught up, striking him directly in the chest with a shuriken, sending him crashing to the ground, lifeless. The other ninja, attempting to escape, was intercepted by Xian Shihua and his companions. Just as the three were about to take action, a towering figure suddenly blocked their path. Chapter 35. Xian Shihua's instant collapse. This person was none other than Kaga Ichiyo. Although the reasons behind his destructive presence in the village remain unclear, it is evident that he has been compelled by some unseen force. He stands defiantly before Xuanqi Yehua, his expression gravely serious. Particularly upon noticing the presence of the little whirlwind, his eyes blaze with a palpable fury. "Heh, I am well aware of your intrusion into our village today," he declares. "I have come to inquire. Do you truly intend to incite a war between our two villages?" The little whirlwind's face immediately reflects astonishment as he responds. "Mr. Kaga, is this your purpose for setting fire to our village in the dead of night?" Kaga Ichizo's mood is decidedly foul, and the threat from the little whirlwind only fuels his anger. "I have merely come to impart a lesson. Should you persist in your disturbances, prepare yourselves for an even fiercer retaliation. Today, we have burned one of your houses, and since you have taken one of my subordinates' lives, we are even. However, if you continue to provoke us, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." As he speaks, 7 or 8 ninjas emerge from behind Kaga Ichizo, indicating that he has come well prepared. The little whirlwind, smiling, asserts, "I understand you may be plotting against our village, but I have already harbored intentions of my own towards you. Since we both seem to have grievances, let us settle this with a fight. Of course, if you promise not to trouble us in the future, I may yet spare you." Seeing that the little whirlwind appears unyielding, Kaga Ichizo quickly alters his demeanor. The little whirlwind glances at Xuanqi Yehua and the others, instructing, "You three, go protect the villagers. I will handle this Jainin." With that, he leaps into the air, landing directly in front of Kaga Ichizo. With a swift motion, he grasps his arm, wielding a katana aimed at Kaga Ichizo's head. Anticipating the attack, Kaga Ichizo performs a hand sign and unleashes a torrent of corrosive acid directed at the little whirlwind. This is no ordinary liquid. It is a highly potent venom. Taken aback by the ferocity of his opponent, Kaga Ichizo invokes flames upon his katana. He then brings the fiery blade crashing down, summoning a fire dragon that engulfs the acidic spray. Despite the fire dragon's formidable presence in neutralizing Kaga Ichizo's attack, the little whirlwind's expression darkens. Meanwhile, Kaga Ichizo retreats, producing a scroll and pressing it against the ground, summoning a gigantic poisonous snake into the village. A summoning technique? Upon witnessing the emergence of such a colossal summoned beast, not only was the little whirlwind taken aback, but even the ever-battling Xuanqi Yehua found himself momentarily bewildered. This venomous serpent measured at least several dozen meters in length. And now, standing tall, it reached a height of over 10 meters, equivalent to several stories. Should this serpent unleash its wrath upon their village, the entire community would surely descend into chaos. At this moment, Xuanqi Yehua felt his hair stand on end in fear. It is crucial to recognize that such a formidable summoned creature possesses not only remarkable resilience, but also an unparalleled offensive capability. Most importantly, due to its sheer size, it serves as an extraordinarily powerful tower-pushing assistant. The wooden houses typical of human habitation would appear as mere toys before it, easily toppled in an instant. With such a behemoth suddenly appearing on the battlefield, the impending battle promised to be quite troublesome. Xuanqi Yehua found himself in a quandary. Simultaneously, within the live-streaming room, numerous viewers gazed at their screens with the awe akin to discovering a new world. Wow! Look at that enormous serpent. It must be at least several dozen meters long and weigh tons. Do you think this time the streamer might be swallowed whole in one bite? They exclaimed. Haha, I just mentioned that the streamer's intelligence had improved and might even set traps for the antagonist. Who would have thought he'd be so swiftly proven wrong? How unfortunate. What can be done now? Regrettably, the streamer's capabilities were too weak to contend with such a creature. Otherwise, he might have had a chance to fight back. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in. Host, since you have not settled your system points today, the system will now forcibly calculate for you. Due to your accrued favor and friendship from Tsunami, Yaina, Shanjun Jinshue, Kat Makawa, Hajong Yejuan, and others, you have received a total of 1,050 points. Given that you are currently in a perilous situation in battle, the system has activated a warning mechanism, allowing you to conduct 120 draws at the expense of your points. 120? With my current points, I can afford many more draws. Will I incur a loss? Xuanqi Yehua pondered anxiously, just as a nearby house was obliterated, its inhabitants barely escaping, thus avoiding casualties. With this thought, he clenched his teeth and commenced the lottery. As the wheel spun, a new symbol soon appeared upon it. Blue Summoning Technique. Wow, the streamer truly manifests his desires, exclaimed the viewers. If it's the Blue Summoning Technique, it would only require 50 fragments to fulfill the requirement. But does the streamer truly possess such good fortune? Indeed. Let us wait and see. After all, the system wouldn't want the streamer to be finished off so quickly. With the spinning of the wheel, the system's lottery process reached its conclusion. Immediately, the prizes were arranged according to their quantity. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 fragments of the Blue Summoning Technique and 30 universal fragments of Blue Ninjutsu. Upon seeing this, Xuanqi Yehua was filled with joy. After all, he had managed to draw a summoning technique. Surely, a Blue Summoning Technique would not be of inferior quality. Given the urgency of the situation, he decided to forego further chatter with his family and proceeded directly to the lottery. Observing the gradually deteriorating houses outside, Xuanqi Yehua felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Meanwhile, Xiao Xianfeng produced a scroll. As he unfurled the scroll, he pressed his palm against the ground, leaving a blood handprint, and soon after, a majestic eagle over 10 meters in length appeared on the ground. Xiao Xianfeng leaped onto the eagle's back, joining the battle. Although the eagle's presence had somewhat restrained the venomous snakes, slowing their assault considerably, they still found themselves at a disadvantage. At that moment, Xuanqi Yehua completed the lottery and began to redeem his prizes. Subsequently, 4 types of summoned beasts appeared on the large screen: the frosty cold toad, the abyssal dragon, the demonic wolfhound, and the joyful dancing rabbit. The frosty cold toad resembled a gigantic toad, but it was entirely blue, its eyes sparkling like sapphires. Its appearance was somewhat eerie, hinting at its frosty attributes. The abyssal dragon, also several meters long, emanated a palpable aura of death, making it the most menacing among the summoned beasts. However, fans of Naruto are aware that summoned beasts possess distinct personalities, and many of them are quite intelligent, sometimes disregarding their summoner's commands. Naruto Uzumaki had previously made such a mistake. Thus, Shuanchi Yehua felt a strong aversion to this particular summoned beast. The demonic wolfhound appeared rather neutral, but sported a coat of black and white fur on its head. It resembled a Siberian husky, yet it exuded a far more ferocious demeanor. Notably, its appearance bore some resemblance to a wild wolf, accentuating its savage nature. Lastly, there was the joyful dancing rabbit. This creature appeared exceedingly adorable, sporting a hat and holding a hand drum, with eyes that sparkled with vivacity, reminiscent of a rabbit-like version of a husky. Upon reaching this point, Shuanchi Yehua's face was instantly filled with conflict. Just then, the system's voice echoed, "Host, you may now allow the fans in the live stream to vote. You have only 1 minute to collect votes, and the one with the highest votes will enhance your chances of obtaining superior prizes. However, rest assured, as long as you enable them to vote." All 4 summoned beasts possess formidable combat abilities. Shuanchi Yehua was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether the system was prompting him to make a decision himself or if it was up to the fans in the live stream to cast their votes. Despite the turmoil brewing within him, he addressed the audience. "Dear friends, we now have the opportunity to vote and determine which summoned beast I will draw next. Each of these 4 creatures possesses formidable strength, so I implore you to make your choice. You all have 1 minute to cast your votes. Let the voting begin." As the votes poured in, Shuanchi Yehua, engaged in a battle with ninjas in the world of Naruto, simultaneously kept an eye on the situation in the live stream. He was, quite literally, multitasking. Indeed, the votes for the 4 options steadily climbed, and soon he noticed one summoned beast's tally surged significantly. However, Shuanchi Yehua was left bewildered. Why was the joyful dancing rabbit receiving the most votes? Look closely. Among the 4 summoned beasts, it seems to be the only one resembling a dancer, while the others are primarily combat-oriented. At that moment, Shuanchi Yehua felt a wave of despair wash over him. If he truly summoned a joyful dancing rabbit, would he not be destined for utter defeat in this battle? Yet, the very next second, the screen froze on the image of the joyful dancing rabbit, which was now leading by a staggering margin of nearly 40%. The next closest contender, the Dark Abyss Dragon, garnered merely 19%. The sudden influx of votes for the joyful dancing rabbit astonished everyone. Is it truly that remarkable? Upon witnessing this scene, Shuanchi Yehua was left utterly dumbfounded. However, the battle had escalated to a critical point, and he could no longer dwell on such thoughts. With a swift series of hand seals, a massive talisman materialized in his palm. As chakra surged into the talisman as if it were boundless, a colossal symbol emerged upon the ground. Following a resounding explosion, a thick cloud of white mist erupted before Shuanchi Yehua. As the smoke dissipated, a robust, joyful dancing rabbit, towering over 10 meters, appeared before him. While the rabbit appeared delicate in the images, in reality, it resembled a fitness-obsessed creature. Observing Shuanchi Yehua's astonished expression, the joyful dancing rabbit displayed a profoundly exasperated demeanor. "Oh, you mortals always gaze at me with such adoration. Fear not, for I am a remarkably formidable rabbit." With that, the rabbit effortlessly lifted Shuanchi Yehua off the ground, placing him atop its head. It then gestured towards the villagers, declaring, "Did you summon me merely to eliminate that venomous serpent?" Shuanchi Yehua was taken aback by the cleverness of the dancing rabbit, nodding in acknowledgement as he asked, "Dancing rabbit, how did you know?" The cheerful dancing rabbit chuckled and replied, "Just look at my brilliance. Moreover, I embody justice. How could I ever assist those of ill intent? That venomous serpent, shrouded in dark energy, is clearly no good, making it my natural adversary." Upon hearing the rabbit's words, the fans in the live stream couldn't help but praise it. Goodness! Although this rabbit appears adorably naive, its principles are undeniably sound. And did you notice? It's completely muscular, a formidable rabbit indeed. Huh. I wonder who voted for the Dark Abyss Dragon earlier. I bet they realize their mistake now. Not necessarily, for having witnessed the strength of the cheerful dancing rabbit. It stands to reason that the other summoned beasts must be even more powerful. At this remark, a hush fell over the viewers in the live stream. Although the individual who had cast the most votes earlier maintained a positive demeanor. So what? We come to the live stream for enjoyment. And I think the cheerful dancing rabbit is splendid. While discussions continued in the live stream, Xuanqi Yehua had already brought the cheerful dancing rabbit before the colossal serpent. At that moment, Kaga Ichiyo was momentarily stunned by the rabbit's appearance, especially as it wielded a baseball bat. As the bat began to swing from its grasp, the enormous bat suddenly soared toward the location of the cheerful dancing rabbit. In an instant, the rabbit-esque figure appeared right before Kaga Ichiyo. Following that, the massive baseball bat came crashing down with great force. Witnessing this scene, the fans in the live stream were left in awe by the impact. Chapter 36. The ninja's disappearance. The colossal serpent was equally taken aback by the sudden emergence of such a large rabbit, leaving it momentarily dumbfounded. The next second, the gigantic bat struck the serpent, causing it to vanish completely. Clearly, the giant serpent had been sent back to its own realm. Meanwhile, Kaga Ichiyo, who had been reveling in his triumph, was now paralyzed with fear, nearly collapsing to the ground. However, he was not foolish. He quickly dove into the earth, disappearing from sight. Observing that all the ninjas had begun to flee, Xuanqi Yehua instructed the cheerful dancing rabbit to assist the villagers in repairing their homes and rescuing those trapped. Fortunately, that night, everyone had escaped unscathed, as the giant serpent had been driven away. Otherwise, the battle would surely have resulted in a devastating defeat. After ensuring the safety of all the villagers, Xuanqi Yehua summoned several respected elders from the village, along with the village chief, to gather in the chief's house. You all have witnessed that the ninjas have now turned against us. We can no longer remain idle. We must retaliate. Therefore, at dawn tomorrow, all capable individuals must head to Linshan village. Of course, I would not mind if some of you stayed behind to protect the village. I shall also provide you with signal flares. Should the village be in danger, you can immediately call for our assistance. After everyone reached an agreement, they returned to their homes to rest. However, after leaving the village, Kaga Ichiyo fled in a direction contrary to that of Linshan village. In his view, he had suffered a significant defeat. Xianxi Hua and his companions would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the village under the cover of night. Thus, he sought refuge in the temporary hideout of the mysterious masked man. Little did he expect that Kaga Ichiyo would arrive looking for him at this moment. Are the oars ready? Seeing Kaga Ichiyo's utterly disheveled appearance, the mysterious masked man was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Kaga Ichiyo hastily replied, "A batch of oars has been prepared, but during my attempt to ambush them tonight, I was injured, and I also lost several subordinates." The mysterious masked man, now visibly agitated, glared at Kaga Ichiyo and scolded, "You fool! Why would you attempt to attack them? Do you not realize we are only days away from evacuation?" Kaga Ichiyo immediately defended himself. "My lord, they have been persistently causing trouble in our village these past few days. I sensed they were planning a significant action, so I took the initiative." The masked man huffed in response, "Let us return to retrieve the oars. This task shall be considered complete. I have received word that Konoha is dispatching reinforcements. If we do not leave soon, we may very well be trapped here." At the break of dawn, Xian Shihua led the villagers toward Linshan village. Upon their arrival, they found no trace of the ninjas. It was as if no outsiders had ever infiltrated Linshan village. At the same time, Lin Shu Yen was patrolling the village with several villagers, seemingly without any leads. Upon seeing Lin Shanxiong arrive with the villagers, Lin Shu Yen hurried over and inquired, "For some unknown reason, all the ninjas in our village vanished overnight. Did you discover any new developments?" Lin Shanxiong sighed. "In truth, last night, Kaga Ichiyo led an attack on our village, but after being defeated, they must have fled under the cover of night. Does that mean we are free now?" Upon hearing Lin Shanxiong's words, the villagers of Lin Shu village immediately perked up. Soon, a chorus of voices surged forth. "Lin Shanxiong, do not go back on your word about sharing half of the ore veins with us. Moreover, the profits derived from the ore we painstakingly mined will rightfully belong to us." Upon hearing the words of the villagers from Lin Shu village, Lin Shanxiong nodded and remarked, "This is acceptable, but the land within your village must also be divided equally with us. Fairness is paramount. Otherwise, we may as well part ways." At that moment, the villagers from both villages fell into a contemplative silence. It was then that Xuanqi Yehua stepped forward and declared, "Now that the ninjas have departed, we have all shed our identities as slaves. Is there a life more oppressive than what we have endured? I believe this is not the time for petty disputes. Rather, we should focus on rebuilding our villages together. As for matters of profit, is there a greater joy than harmonious coexistence between your two villages?" Upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's words, the villagers from both communities began to awaken to their situation. Indeed, during this period, the villagers of Linshu had also experienced significant hardship and had contemplated ways to reconcile with those from Linshan. However, having suddenly gained their freedom, their instincts led them to seek advantages for themselves. Had it not been for Xuanqi Yehua's intervention, a quarrel might have ensued. At that moment, Linshu Yan and Linshan Xiong embraced, signaling a reconciliation. They turned to Ziak Xuanfeng and the others and stated, "Your Konoha village has provided us with immense assistance. Henceforth, our or will be prioritized for your needs." Yet, it seemed they were particularly concerned about this, or could it be that there was a hidden agenda behind it? As he spoke, Linshu Yan handed a peculiar piece of or to Ziak Xuanfeng. Ziak Xuanfeng nodded and replied, "In that case, I shall take this or with me. And I hope for the opportunity to meet again." After completing their mission, Ziak Xuanfeng set off toward Konoha village with their reward in hand. The weight of the strange or felt unsettling to him, suggesting it harbored some mystery that necessitated a swift return to the village. Regarding the enigmatic organization, the village had dispatched others to conduct a more thorough investigation, leaving them with little to concern themselves about. With that, they quickened their pace toward their residence. In less than a day, they returned to the village. This time, they had successfully completed a mission of considerable significance, fortunate to have incurred no casualties, a stroke of luck amidst their misfortunes. Upon arriving home, Xuanqi Yehua was promptly summoned by his mother, who scrutinized him from head to toe before breaking into a satisfied smile. "I never imagined your first mission would keep you away for so long. Your grandfather and I were quite worried about you. But as long as you have returned safely, that is what matters. By the way, how did the mission go?" As soon as Xuanqi Yehua's mother departed, his grandfather, Kangman Dushing, approached with palpable curiosity. Recently, he had been exceedingly concerned about his grandson's mission. Even learning that the village had dispatched additional personnel to investigate the situation, this heightened his sense of urgency. Given his unique status, he could not seek out the Hokage directly, so he decided to gather information through Xuanqi Yehua. After a moment of contemplation, Xuanqi Yehua spoke, "This mission is quite perilous. We were ambushed by ninjas right at the outset and subsequently engaged in combat with a high-ranking ninja. However, you won't believe it. I managed to perform a long-lost summoning technique using our family's sunlight heavenly birth." Kangman Dushing was momentarily taken aback by his grandson's revelation. He quickly inquired, "Could you demonstrate your summoning technique for me, grandson? After all, not all summoned creatures are benign. Some may even be malevolent, and we must remain vigilant." Without hesitation, Xuanqi Yehua summoned forth his creature. Soon, a lively, 2-meter-tall dancing rabbit appeared before Kangman Dushing. Upon seeing the jubilant dancing rabbit, Xuanqi Yehua was momentarily speechless. "Is this really the dancing rabbit? Why are you so small?" The dancing rabbit responded cheerfully, "Previously, you summoned me in my combat form. This is my everyday form. Is it so strange? You didn't summon me merely to admire my appearance, did you?" As it spoke, the dancing rabbit turned its gaze toward Kangman Dushing. "You must be my grandfather, delighted to meet you. I am the dancing rabbit, or you may call me Dancing Rabbit, the summoned creature of your grandson." The dancing rabbit, unreservedly amiable, began conversing with Kangman Dushing. Observing this peculiar summoned creature, Kangman Dushing was taken aback. "Honestly, I have never encountered such an unusual summoned beast. I'm astonished that you can speak our language. Are you a unique rabbit, or do you belong to a specific race?" The dancing rabbit replied, "We are a singular race, all lively and adorable rabbits like me, though our numbers are few. By the way, since I am here as a guest, will you be inviting me to dinner tonight?" Kangman Dushing chuckled heartily. "Indeed. From now on, you and my grandson shall be lifelong friends. So it is certainly no trouble to host you for dinner tonight. However, I must ask, what would you like to eat? Carrots, or perhaps cabbage?" "Cabbage, please." The dancing rabbit was quite unpretentious regarding its dietary preferences, relishing the thought of cabbage. "By the way, where exactly does your race reside?" The grandfather of Xuanqi Yehua remained perpetually curious about the identity of the joyful dancing rabbit, incessantly inquiring about it. Upon hearing this, the joyful dancing rabbit furrowed its brow and pondered before responding, "The place where I reside is likely referred to as a system." Hearing the rabbit's words, Xuanqi Yehua hastily covered its mouth, stating, "Grandfather, the joyful dancing rabbit is still quite young and doesn't fully comprehend its own circumstances." Xuanqi Yehua then shot the rabbit a disapproving glance, remarking, "System? You might as well say I have traversed through realms. Chamendeshing, upon hearing the rabbit's words, was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps due to the rabbit's unclear enunciation, he did not fully grasp what was said. He then continued, in truth, your summoned beast can remain by your side at all times. I hope you will always protect my grandson. Rest assured, as long as you desire. We can prepare delightful meals for you every day. Upon hearing Chamendeshing's words, the joyful dancing rabbit nodded in agreement. If that is the case, the conditions are quite acceptable. Since it is so, I shall reluctantly agree. After all, there is little entertainment where I reside. With that, the joyful dancing rabbit pulled Xuanqi Yehua into the courtyard. Why do you always prevent me from speaking? Did I say something wrong? My home truly is within a system. Xuanqi Yehua displayed a helpless expression, responding, while that may be the truth, your words will undoubtedly prompt my grandfather to probe further. If he inquires about what this system is, how will you respond? The joyful dancing rabbit scratched its head in confusion and finally said, very well, since you insist, I shall endeavor to speak less. However, I am quite pleased that you are allowing me to stay. Observing the joyful dancing rabbit's exuberance, Xuanqi Yehua felt a sense of exasperation. It was unexpected that a summoned beast's intelligence could be a double-edged sword. The moment Xuanqi Yehua appeared to be in distress, the fans in the live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, how is this rabbit so clever? Is it truly a summoned beast? It might actually be a traveler who has taken on the form of a rabbit. It seemed that they had indeed found a remarkable summoned beast. At least with it around, the host would not be so dull. By the way, Naruto should have returned after completing his mission, right? Thinking of the mission in the world of Naruto, the fans were eager for gossip. Haha, you can only concern yourself with that nine-tailed fox. Upon seeing Xuanqi Yehua's enthusiasm, the joyful dancing rabbit became somewhat displeased. Oh well, who told me I am your teacher now? Teacher? What do you mean by that? Xuanqi Yehua was momentarily stunned by the rabbit's statement. The tasks I currently undertake have all been imparted by the system. What relevance does that hold for you? The joyful dancing rabbit, upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's words, responded with a hint of resignation. Do you not comprehend? I am the joyful dancing rabbit, regarded as the most astute summoned creature within the system. In truth, even if they were to overlook me, the system would compel my arrival, with the sole purpose of training you. Moreover, the CH9 exam is on the brink of commencement. How confident do you feel about your chances? Xuanqi Yehua shook his head and replied, I am uncertain of my odds, yet I am convinced that I shall undoubtedly attain the rank of CH9. The joyful dancing rabbit promptly shook its head in response. In each CH9 exam, those who achieve the rank are not solely reliant on brute strength. Otherwise, Naruto, based on his battle with Shikaku, would have easily qualified as a CH9. Chapter 37, Delivering Justice to the Deceased. Yet, in reality, it was only Nara Shikamaru who ultimately became a CH9. Do you not find that peculiar? Thus, the criteria for becoming a CH9 encompass a multitude of aspects. Upon hearing the joyful dancing rabbit's remarks, Xuanqi Yehua fell into silence as well. Shall we still go to see Uzumaki Naruto? Xuanqi Yehua shook his head and said, there remains a significant interval before the CH9 exam. I wish to undertake another mission, considering it a chance to unwind. After all, my experience in this task has been rather arduous. The joyful dancing rabbit nodded in agreement. Indeed, your first experience with taking a life can be quite brutal for a novice like you. Let us return. We can inform your grandfather about the challenges you faced during the mission. Perhaps he may offer assistance. Furthermore, your grandfather is a J-nin, an elite J-nin, with a status in the village second only to the elders. Although he wields little authority, he can certainly arrange some tasks for you to relieve your mind. Given that your mission's rank has escalated, it is essential for the village to provide you with some psychological support. Xuanqi Yehua finally grasped why his grandfather had peppered him with questions upon their meeting. It seemed he was genuinely concerned that this perilous first mission might leave a psychological scar. What? Is this realization only dawning on you now? Faced with the joyful dancing rabbit's heartfelt inquiry, Xuanqi Yehua exhibited a profoundly helpless expression. It is not that I have only just realized it, but I indeed prefer not to dwell on such matters, as this mission has significantly impacted me. Furthermore, I feel that my abilities are still lacking. Had it not been for your timely intervention, the villagers of Linshan would have suffered grievously. I am still far too weak. At this point, Xuanqi Yehua's spirit visibly relaxed, revealing his internal conflict. By this time, they had returned home. In truth, They had merely been meandering outside before. Now, the meal was ready, and they could return to dine. At the dining table, Xuanqi Yehua shared his worries with his grandfather, Kangman Dishing, who offered him several practical suggestions. When Xuanqi Yehua mentioned his intention to embark on a mission to clear his mind, Kangman Dishing adopted a serious demeanor. However, he quickly sighed and said originally, I intended to take you to the seaside for training, but seeing your current state of distress, I have decided to allow you and this rabbit to take a breather. In light of this, I shall request a simple task from the third generation for you to engage in. As they dined, the two conversed casually about various aspects of the mission, and the atmosphere in the house became remarkably harmonious. In the live stream, many fans had already shifted their focus to the upcoming Chunin exams. The competition was imminent, and they speculated on who might emerge as the next Chunin. It will undoubtedly be Nara Shikamaru, they concluded, though the emergence of other contenders due to the streamer's presence remained uncertain. So, it seems you are unsure if the streamer can become a Chunin? That is certain, but currently, the streamer has been performing admirably on his missions. I believe that if the higher-ups of Konoha were not blind, they would certainly promote him to Chunin. While discussions continued in the live chat, Xuanqi Yehua noticed their comments but chose not to engage extensively. After all, whether he would become a Chunin was not his primary concern at the moment. What truly preoccupied him was the impending Chunin competition, as it promised the introduction of many new tasks. Notable figures such as Rock Lee, Gaara, and Kabuto would participate, with Orochimaru also emerging as a highlight of the event. However, this battle bore its own backstory, and Xuanqi Yehua felt confident he could showcase his abilities in the Chunin exams. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed once more. Congratulations, host. You have activated the combat fragment feature. The system has analyzed the combat fragments obtained from your previous missions. The results included 20 white universal fragments, 15 green universal fragments, and 5 blue universal fragments. Since this feature had just been activated, the host needed to accumulate points to upgrade the combat fragment system, thus acquiring more advanced ninjutsu combat fragments. A total of 40 combat fragments? That is somewhat satisfactory, Xuanqi Yehua mused. While not entirely pleased with the outcome, he recognized the value in claiming them. After finishing dinner, Xuanqi Yehua retreated to his room, seeking solace in sleep. In recent days, he had endured considerable anxiety in Linshan village, and the pressure had reached its peak. Thus, he opted to lie down and rest for the night, choosing to disregard the live stream, which was not his primary focus. After a night of rest, Xuanqi Yehua's mental state had barely improved. On the following morning, he awoke only when the sun had risen high in the sky. Once he had tidied his bed, he stepped out of his room, intending to have breakfast. At that moment, Kangman Dishing returned from outside. Upon seeing his grandson just getting out of bed, he promptly handed him a letter, saying, "This is a task your grandfather has just procured from the third generation for you. You are to investigate the mysterious disappearance of a fishing vessel in the Land of Waves. Your main responsibility in this endeavor is to gather basic information regarding the missing ship. Moreover, the Land of Waves has established diplomatic relations with our Hidden Leaf village, and their terms are quite favorable." Xuanqi Yehua then recalled that Uzumaki Naruto had recently traveled to the Land of Waves to carry out a mission, during which he assisted the locals in constructing the Naruto Bridge. It was no wonder that the Land of Waves held such a favorable view of their village. This was likely greatly influenced by Naruto's efforts there. He placed the task recommendation letter into his backpack and proceeded to gather some belongings before hastening towards his destination. Along the way, feeling a bit bored, he summoned the joyful dancing rabbit. Although theoretically, the rabbit could remain in the physical realm as long as Xuanqi Yehua needed it. In practice, he eventually had to use a summoning technique to call it forth again after a certain period. This was merely a part of the process. Previously, they had opted for land travel due to concerns about Kaido intercepting them at sea. However, it was clear that reaching the Land of Waves by boat would be much swifter. Thus, upon arriving at the nearest port to the Hidden Leaf village, they rented a small vessel and set sail for the Land of Waves. In less than a day, they arrived at their destination. Though the Land of Waves was a small nation, its people lived happily once freed from Kaido's control. Upon his arrival, Xuanqi Yehua began his investigation into the disappearance of the ships. What initially appeared to be a straightforward task soon proved to be exceedingly challenging. The circumstances surrounding the disappearances were bizarre, as the crew members had inexplicably vanished without any contact with their families. This left Xuanqi Yehua feeling exceedingly perplexed. Consequently, his investigation became mired in difficulty. He found himself unable to uncover any clues, nor did he possess enough material to compose a comprehensive report. Should I personally venture out to sea to uncover the secrets behind these vessels' disappearance? After inquiring about several fishing boats along the shore and finding no valuable leads, this thought began to take root in Xuanqi Yehua's mind. After all, he could no longer find any valuable clues and had to venture out to sea for personal experience. That evening, he found himself aboard a fishing vessel, opting to work as a deckhand for the fishermen to avoid paying fare, which also included meals and lodging, a rather advantageous arrangement. On this boat, aside from Xuanqi Yehua, there were two other fishermen and the captain. One fisherman was the captain's son, while the other was the captain's grandson. It could be said that this vessel was manned by 3 generations of fishermen. With some idle time on his hands, Xuanqi Yehua inquired about the recent disappearances of fishing boats. Upon hearing his question, Captain Zhuo Weimin sighed in exasperation. Indeed, several fishing boats from our nation have recently set sail only to vanish without a trace. However, I've heard rumors that these boats were cursed and that they all ventured into the same area before disappearing. We have since designated that region as a no-go zone, which has made our fishing expeditions considerably safer. A no-go zone? What does that mean? I don't quite understand, Xuanqi Yehua replied, puzzled. Zhuo Weimin sighed again. What I speak of are merely rumors. It is said that they all visited a small island, where some secret may reside. It is believed that they uncovered this secret before their disappearance. Upon hearing Zhuo Weimin's words, Xuanqi Yehua felt a surge of excitement. If that small island indeed posed a problem, it might allow him to fulfill his mission. Naturally, significant risks would accompany such an endeavor. His safety would undoubtedly be jeopardized should he set foot on that island. Captain, would you be able to take me to that small island? He asked earnestly. Zhuo Weimin quickly shook his head. That island is exceedingly perilous. It's not that I wish to refuse you. Rather, anyone who has ventured to that island has never returned alive. The reasons remain unclear, and we do not know what prompted it. Young man, I advise you against going to that island. Otherwise, I fear you may meet the same fate. Respecting the captain's warning, Xuanqi Yehua refrained from pressing the issue and instead focused on his work. With nearly half a month remaining until the Chunin exams, he had ample time to hone his skills. In the realm of Naruto, only Nara Shikamaru successfully passed the first Chunin exam, while Uzumaki Naruto faced the unfortunate fate of remaining a genin even after becoming Hokage, a rather peculiar and enduring predicament. However, there remains a considerable distinction between genin and jonin. The true strength of a jonin lies not solely in their ninjutsu, but rather in their access to classified documents and the ability to undertake complex missions, often exercising significant autonomy in their tasks. The circumstances for Chunin and Genin, however, differ greatly. Generally speaking, the execution of tasks necessitates the presence of at least one nin within a team, which elucidates why Nara Shikamaru has been entrusted with numerous high-difficulty missions. Conversely, a Genin is typically relegated to a subordinate role, wielding minimal influence within the group, though this does not apply to exceptional cases like Uzumaki Naruto. As the fishing boat navigated the vast ocean, Xuanqi Yehua joined another fisherman in casting nets beneath the surface. Their daily workload was not particularly arduous. Much of their time was consumed by the journey itself. In the intervals between labor, Xuanqi Yehua dedicated time to honing his ninjutsu. For instance, he practiced walking on water by channeling chakra into his feet, a feat that truly tested one's skill. Additionally, techniques such as the replacement technique, transformation technique, shadow clone technique, and fireball technique had become essential components of his training regimen. Noticing Xuanqi Yehua's diligent practice, Zhuo Weimin, the respected elder, approached him during a break. Young man, which village do you hail from? Your presence here suggests you are not merely accompanying us for fishing, he inquired. After spending a few days together, a camaraderie had developed between them. Understanding Zhuo Weimin's concern, Xuanqi Yehua replied, I am here to train, but I also seek to investigate the circumstances surrounding the missing fishermen. My participation in your fishing endeavors is merely incidental. Zhuo Weimin chuckled warmly at Xuanqi Yehua's response. You may appear youthful, yet your aspirations are undeniably grand. Others have attempted to investigate this matter, only to vanish without a trace. I advise you to steer clear of that small island. It is perilous. Xuanqi Yehua, with unwavering resolve, countered. What if I am determined to visit that island? How might I proceed? After a moment's contemplation, Zhuo Weimin replied, if you are resolute, I can offer you our lifeboat. We, too, are deeply concerned about the fishermen who have gone missing over the years. Some of them are our kin. If you can uncover the truth behind their disappearances, perhaps justice can be served for the deceased. However, as a friend, I must caution you against courting death. It is indeed very dangerous. Xuanqi Yehua nodded, a smile gracing his lips. I appreciate your concern, Mr. Zhuo Weimin, but I am determined to uncover the truth. Zhuo Weimin then mused, in fact, my reason for seeking you out is that the island is quite nearby. As he spoke, he produced a telescope and offered it to Xuanqi Yehua. Look over there, at the location of that small island. It takes approximately 3 to 4 hours of rowing to reach it. Remember, once you set foot on the island, conceal your boat. For if you are discovered, you must be able to escape swiftly. After bidding farewell to Zhuo Weimin Zuanxian, Xuanqi Yehua promptly leaped into the small boat. During the past few days spent in their company, Xuanqi Yehua not only acquired numerous fishing skills, but also learned how to row. Now, he steers the boat towards the distant island. According to the information provided by Zhuo Weimin Zuanxian, this island was once merely an uninhabited wasteland. Furthermore, it harbors a multitude of venomous snakes, and many fishermen typically visit only to collect fresh water before departing. Thus, it could at best be classified as a mere way station. However, recently, many who ventured to this island have failed to return, prompting fishermen to designate it as a forbidden zone. As for the true nature of the island, no one is privy to it. Despite the myriad concerns weighing on his mind, Xuanqi Yehua quickens his pace towards the island, for the skies threaten rain, casting a perpetual mist over the horizon. A fog begins to rise ahead, significantly hampering Xuanqi Yehua's journey. Nevertheless, he soon arrives in the vicinity of the island. Hastily, he seeks a concealed spot to moor his small boat along the shore, and then cautiously makes his way onto the island. This island is quite expansive, enveloped in tropical jungles, where venomous snakes are ubiquitous. These snakes slither about, seemingly well adapted to their environment. Yet, upon detecting an outsider, they appear to become agitated. Xuanqi Yehua immediately activates the green seed within his abdomen, and tendrils emerge from his skin, entwining around him. In that instant, the aura of humanity surrounding Xuanqi Yehua dissipates, replaced by the visage of a plant that registers within the visual perception of the snakes. Realizing that Xuanqi Yehua is merely a plant, the snakes disperse, languidly drifting away towards other locales. Xuanqi Yehua is taken aback, as he senses that these snakes seem capable of independent thought. Witnessing their reaction, he suddenly recalls a certain individual, Snake Ant, who, among those he knows, possesses the ability to control snakes and has been particularly active of late. Moreover, it appears that Snake Ant is still a member of the Shao, poised to participate in the Chunin exams. But why would she be present on a small island near the land of waves? Could they be executing a task here, or perhaps embarking on some inhumane experiment? Though Xuanqi Yehua harbored a sense of bewilderment, he endeavored to conceal himself as best as possible, navigating cautiously among the venomous serpents. It is worth noting that the vines entwining Xuanqi Yehua were not mere ordinary disguises, but rather living plants, almost parasitically integrated within his very being. This unique characteristic rendered it a bloodline limit, transcending the realm of conventional ninjutsu. At crucial moments, these vines could even deceive lesser creatures, leading them to mistakenly perceive Xuanqi Yehua as one of their own kind. As he advanced through the lush tropical jungle, a colossal cave entrance soon came into view. Despite the presence of numerous poisonous snakes in the vicinity, they dared not approach the cave, as if something terrifying lurked within. This revelation astonished Xuanqi Yehua. Nevertheless, he remained unhurried, casually selecting a spot to disguise himself as a vine upon a tropical tree, effectively concealing his presence. Before long, 3 figures emerged from within the cave. Among them was the renowned Jonin, Kaga Ikaru, whom they had encountered previously in Linshu village. Accompanying him was a mysterious masked individual, exuding an aura even more formidable than that of Kaga Ikaru. The third figure, however, was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin from Konohagakure, colloquially referred to as Snake Ant. This sight confirmed Xuanqi Yehua's suspicions regarding their clandestine research activities on the island. It occurred to him that Kaga Ikaru had mined several enigmatic ores from the veins in Linshan village. Was it possible that his intention was to deliver these mysterious minerals to Orochimaru for further study? While Xuanqi Yehua was taken aback, he maintained his composure as he silently observed the two depart. Subsequently, He saw Orochimaru also make his way into the cave. After Kaga Ikaru and the masked figure had been gone for a while, Orochimaru and two elderly gentlemen emerged from within, dressed in white lab coats. The two elders appeared to be researchers affiliated with the cave. Orochimaru carried a box, seemingly containing the results of some experiments. After conferring briefly with the two elders, he turned to leave. Xuanyi Yehua continued to watch them depart, waiting until nightfall before he ventured into the cave under the cover of moonlight. Soon, he found himself in front of a laboratory. The rooms within were separated by glass doors, behind which an array of peculiar creatures were suspended in massive nutrient tanks. Among them were several humanoid beings, their expressions blank as they floated within the tanks, their grotesque visages strikingly fearsome. As Xuanyi Yehua wandered outside these chambers, he couldn't help but ponder the bizarre sights that lay before him. What are these strange entities? Is Orochimaru up to some new scheme? Although Xuanyi Yehua was filled with confusion, he remained entirely focused, directing his attention deep into the laboratory. There appeared to be numerous staff members laboring tirelessly on their research. As Xuanyi Yehua ventured further inside, he soon beheld a group of workers carrying an object resembling an octopus towards a colossal nutrient tank. This was no ordinary octopus. It possessed a human-like body with tentacle-like limbs, complete with suction cups on its hands, presenting an unsettling and grotesque visage, akin to a living monstrosity. The creature appeared to be in the form of a youth, eyes tightly shut, exuding an expression of profound anguish as it was being transported. Before long, a staff member opened the nutrient tank, preparing to submerge the octopus-like entity within. At that moment, the creature began to froth at the mouth, seemingly nearing its end. An elderly man urgently called for an injection, exclaiming that if they delayed any longer, the creature would perish. Swiftly, a worker holding a vial of green liquid rushed over, administering the injection directly into the body of the octopus. As the green fluid coursed through its veins, the creature's torment seemed to diminish, replaced by an expression of serene tranquility. Subsequently, the staff united to place the octopus into the nutrient tank, where it began to drift into slumber. Witnessing this, Xuanyi Yehua began to grasp the situation, his mind swirling with contemplation. The octopus-like entity appeared to be a type of seafood, yet it bore a physique reminiscent of humanity. The question lingered. Was this creature cultivated by these individuals, or was it the result of ghastly experiments performed on living subjects? The scene before him was both peculiar and terrifying, prompting Xuanyi Yehua to ponder deeply. Regardless of how this octopus had come to be, the beings existing within this laboratory were undeniably fearsome. It seemed prudent for him to gather more information to present to the village's higher-ups for decisive action. With this thought, Xuanyi Yehua employed a disguise technique to conceal his presence. As the staff concluded their work for the day and prepared to take their meal, he stealthily entered their office area in search of valuable documents. Suddenly, he spotted a row of green vials on a nearby shelf and hurriedly pocketed one. He then continued to scour through paper documents, stowing them in his backpack. Just as he was engrossed in his search, the door swung open, and a staff member hurriedly entered from outside. It is evident that he has come to obtain certain materials. Xuanyi Yehua glanced at the documents in his hand and discreetly placed them into his backpack. Clearly, the staff member intended to seize the documents that Xuanyi Yehua had already secured. Should he discover the documents missing, Xuanyi Yehua would soon reveal his presence by the riverside. Upon seeing this staff member, Xuanyi Yehua understood that his cover had been compromised, thus he deemed further disguise unnecessary. He approached the staff member directly and struck him with a powerful punch, rendering him unconscious. Subsequently, he swiftly added the documents the staff member was holding to his own backpack. Without delay, he dashed toward the cave's entrance. Before long, the blaring alarms of the laboratory echoed behind him, as numerous personnel clad in white coats rushed out. At that moment, Xuanyi Yehua transformed into a vine disguise, positioning himself atop a towering tree in the tropical rainforest. Observing at least 20 armed personnel scouring the island for him, a wave of panic surged within Xuanyi Yehua. Additionally, 3 Nin and 6 genin emerged from the laboratory, all adorned with the symbol of the Sound Ninja on their forehead protectors. Upon their arrival, they swiftly dispersed in various directions across the island, their mission clearly aimed at locating the intruder. However, unbeknownst to them, Xuanyi Yehua remained concealed near the research facility, having cleverly deceived both the snakes and the laboratory staff with his vine disguise. It became apparent that his family's bloodline limit was indeed advantageous for concealment. Now that he had secured the documents, the challenge lay in his escape from the island. Fortunately, he had hidden his small boat quite effectively, making it unlikely to be discovered in the short term. As long as the boat remained safe, Xuanqi would still have a chance to depart the island. Noticing the personnel had scattered, Xuanqi promptly descended from the tree and ventured deeper into the forest, the area closest to the location of his concealed boat. He intended to assess the situation. If anyone lurked near the vessel, he would have to devise an alternative plan. Indeed, as Xuanqi approached, he spotted numerous laboratory staff members continuing their relentless search nearby. A few genin had even set up a campfire in the vicinity, seemingly preparing to spend the night there. This sight ignited a surge of anger within Xuanqi. How infuriating! Not only do these individuals refuse to rest, but they also seek to thwart my return home. It appears I must devise a clever strategy. Meanwhile, the fans in the live stream began to chatter excitedly among themselves. As the days of live streaming progressed, the follower count of Xuanqi surged to over 600,000, nearing 700,000. However, the fans in his live streaming room were genuine and precisely targeted, consisting primarily of ardent admirers of Naruto. Thus, even with fewer than 700,000 followers, his live stream consistently maintained an online viewer count exceeding 200,000. On certain occasions, the number of viewers peaked at 40 or 50,000, and at its highest, it surpassed 1 million. Nonetheless, among these followers, curiosity about the Naruto universe often outweighed interest in Xuanqi himself. Moreover, although the anime visuals were exceptionally clear, they deterred a considerable number of viewers, as the audience for anime is not particularly vast. Most individuals tune into live streams primarily to watch attractive hosts. Consequently, fewer than one-third of the viewers truly became devoted fans. Regardless, the unwavering support of such a large audience, nearly around the clock, continued to elevate the popularity of Xuanqi's live stream. Particularly now, as he encountered Orochimaru's laboratory established on Snake Island, the intrigue among viewers intensified. Did you see that octopus earlier? It looked so lifelike. Do you think that octopus was born that way, or was it artificially pieced together? I suspect it was indeed human-made, as there seem to be no such creatures in the Naruto world. This is merely one perspective. Another group believes that these are the mutants resulting from Orochimaru's latest experiments. Do you recall the moonlight? If Orochimaru could create living beings later on, isn't it plausible that he could produce some abominable entities now? The logic from the previous commentator is quite sound. This must be a new research endeavor by Orochimaru. After all, it is entirely normal for an unethical scientist like him to yield novel results. Observing the lively discussions among the viewers, Xuanqi earnestly interjected. My friends, let us refrain from these fruitless debates. I have obtained quite a few confidential documents. Once I bring these documents back, I will uncover the details of their research, and then the mystery shall be unveiled. His words immediately resonated with numerous fans, who promptly echoed, the host is indeed correct. They are still conducting research, and we cannot reach a definitive conclusion based solely on speculation. Since the host has acquired first-hand information, won't he be able to ascertain the outcome upon returning to Konoha? However, it seems the host is trapped on this small island. Escaping might prove quite challenging. Just as Xuanqi was lost in thought, a humorous streamer unexpectedly appeared before him. The individual in question is none other than Sun Wukong, the Monkey King from Journey to the West, but he is not the real Lu Shaoling Tong. Rather, he is an imitator. Upon witnessing Xuanqi, this impersonator was momentarily taken aback. He realized that his own performance lacked the professionalism he had hoped for, and in comparison to Xuanqi, they were not even on the same level. From his makeup alone, it was evident that he was merely a mimic of Sun Wukong. However, the attire worn by Xuanqi was astonishingly lifelike, almost as if the true character had descended before them. At that moment, the host across from him appeared utterly bewildered. Oh, is that a host streaming Naruto over there? Where are the others? He exclaimed. My friend, your stream seems to have 30,000 viewers, which is about 100 times more than mine. As Xuanqi spoke, the host was taken aback. Wow, you are Naruto. I thought you were just streaming an anime. He continued, my friend, your makeup is simply that of the true character. To which Xuanqi replied with a smile, my dear brother, you are merely imitating. While I am living within the Naruto universe. The host, with a mocking expression, retorted, Don't think that just because you've used face-swapping technology, you can impress me. I'm not easily fooled. It was evident that he had mastered the art of banter between streamers. Such hosts, who rely on entertaining the audience for profit, often concoct scripts behind the scenes to intensify rivalries among themselves, thereby enticing fans to shower them with gifts in a competitive display. When these streamers engage, it often appears as though they are bitter enemies. However, many of them communicate privately after their bouts, and some even become friends, despite their public disagreements. This camaraderie often reflects a mutual understanding. Today, I assist you, and tomorrow, you assist me, thus balancing the scales. This scenario has become a rather common unspoken rule within the industry. Which type of streamer are you? Just an anime host? Do you possess any talents? The host with the monkey face provocatively inquired. Xuanqi Yehua chuckled dismissively, responding, "As I previously mentioned, I am a ninja from Naruto. Although my stream may depict an anime, I inhabit a real world. In essence, I am a host who has traversed into the Naruto universe. While I may not possess your random assortment of talents, I do wield ninjutsu." Upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's declaration, the monkey-faced host erupted into laughter. "Have you not woken up yet? Or did you drink too much fake alcohol last night? Why are you spouting nonsense here? Come, let me check the number of fans in my live stream. What sort of broadcast are you running?" Upon hearing the incessant provocations from the opposing host, Xuanqi Yehua, his own streaming room was suddenly inundated by an army of 10,000 viewers charging into the rival's domain. At that moment, Mahuzi sat on the ground clutching a golden staff, preparing to sharpen it like a needle. With a disdainful smile gracing his face, he remarked, "The host across the way is clearly a fraud. If I were to traverse into the world of Naruto, I would surely be the reincarnation of Sun Wukong." Presently, his streaming room boasted over 1,900 viewers online. It was evident that today's numbers surpassed those of yesterday, increasing by at least several hundred. A wave of pride surged within him. "Dear friends, though I am unaware of how many are watching in the opposing stream, how many could possibly still enjoy Naruto in this day and age? Our traditional culture, however, is different. I am indeed the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. With a single strike, I could vanquish the sage of 6 paths. Do you believe me?" Just then, an influx of 10,000 viewers abruptly flowed from Xuanqi Yehua's stream. For Xuanqi Yehua, his live stream had already attracted over 300,000 viewers, while Mahuzi's numbers surged from just over 1,000 to 16,000 in an instant, causing him to feel euphoric. At that moment, he reveled in his newfound popularity. "Thank you all for your support. Now, if you could light up a little red heart for me, I shall immediately begin to hone my golden staff. Should you illuminate the light board, I will promptly refine this robust golden staff and perform a talent showcase, hoping for your continued support." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he was met with an overwhelming wave of scorn akin to a tsunami. The barrage of insults flooded his screen. "You must be a mere counterfeit monkey. How dare you claim to be the great sage Sun Wukong? If my monkey brother knew of your existence, he would surely send you to your demise with a single blow. You ought to apologize to the esteemed Xuanqi Yehua at once. Let me tell you, Xuanqi Yehua is the genuine Naruto. Although he is but a genin now, his strength is beyond your contempt." They continued, "I suggest you hastily offer your apologies to the great Xuanqi Yehua, or we will persistently flood your stream with our presence, rendering you powerless to continue. Furthermore, we will band together to denounce you, ensuring your live stream becomes utterly infamous." Witnessing the sudden influx of antagonistic viewers in his stream, Mahuzi was rendered speechless. At that moment, a fan sent him a private message. "Mahuzi, it would be wise to concede. Although he is merely an anime streamer, his room boasts 300,000 viewers. Take a look at the individuals berating you. They are mostly from the opposing stream. Once your broadcast concludes, they will likely exit our room as well." The monkey, caught off guard, was utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that an artificial intelligence had bested him. Moreover, this intelligence boasted over 600,000 followers, with online viewers exceeding 30,000. "Hey, streamer across the way, could it be that your online numbers are courtesy of some system intervention? How else could so many people be watching a faded anime?" Observing the obstinate demeanor of the opposing streamer, Xuanqi Yehua genuinely felt anger rise within him. He declared, "You truly seem unaware of the situation. You keep provoking me. Do you believe I won't obliterate you right here and now? Let us settle this. What shall be the stakes? What penalty shall the loser face?" The monkey glanced at the number of viewers in his own stream and felt a surge of confidence. With a smile, he proposed, if anyone loses, they must display the phrase, "I am a loser" in their live stream for 100 days. What do you say? Are you up for it? Upon hearing this provocation, Xian Shihua erupted in laughter. Do not project your life onto mine. Let me put it this way. My stream garners over 1 million in gifts daily. Do you think I care about your little pride? No, let us change the terms. How about this? If you lose, you must willingly become my underling. Don the attire of a character from Naruto and promote my livestream. But fear not, I will not neglect you. I will ensure to redirect some viewers your way, and soon you shall rise to prominence as a major streamer. Upon hearing Xian Shihua's words, the monkey pondered deeply. Although he was unaware of the full extent of Xian Shihua's situation, he recognized a golden opportunity. Without the revenue from live streaming, he might struggle to pay his rent this month. As his streaming career seemed poised to reach an abrupt end, the sudden offer from a powerful ally stirred excitement within him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new underling in the live streaming realm, thus earning 100 chances for a primary lottery draw, equivalent to 1,000 points. Upon receiving this notification, Xian Shihua was left speechless. It seemed the system had erred. Ordinarily, he could draw with a discount at 900 points for 100 draws. Now, faced with the system's choice, he naturally opted for the points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining points, thereby unlocking the reward system upgrade. The streamer now requires only 100,000 points to elevate the lottery system. Upon upgrading, rewards will similarly enhance. For instance, if the majority of current lottery rewards consist of white items, post-upgrade, they shall transform into green rewards. Hearing this, Xian Shihua found himself at a loss for words. How many people would he need to assist to accrue the requisite goodwill and friendship points? It appears that the system is truly intent on exhausting me. Although Xian Shihua felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, he nodded and said, "All right, I understand. System, do you have anything else to convey?" The system pondered for a moment before continuing. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the main quest in the realm of live streaming. Now, please increase the loyalty of your first subordinate to 100, with the maximum being 1,000. Upon hearing this, Xian Shihua immediately smiled and remarked, "Is this even a challenge? Just watch how I, equipped with financial prowess, shall excel." At this moment, the opposing streamer had also made his choice. Fine. Since the prominent streamer across respects my subordinates so much, I shall take a gamble. Come on, everyone. This round pits Naruto against the great sage equal to heaven. Surely, we wouldn't want our homegrown hero to suffer a humiliating defeat. Regardless of his fervent cries, the opposing side was witnessing a surge of hundreds and thousands in value, while Xian Shihua's score skyrocketed to 1 million. This left the opposing streamer, Mao Ho Zi, utterly defeated, as his score barely reached 10,000. A ratio of 100 to 10,000 is nearly insignificant. Mao Ho Zi, you have lost. Henceforth you shall be my subordinate. To be fair, I won't make it too difficult for you. Starting today, you are my little brother. Tomorrow, go purchase an outfit of Uzumaki Naruto, and you shall be considered a member of my guild. Upon hearing Xian Shihua's words, Mao Ho Zi displayed a look of resignation as he replied, "Boss, it's not that I am cowardly, it's just that I am nearly out of money for food, let alone for buying clothes." Xian Shihua waved his hand grandly, and several festive rewards came streaming in. Seeing these rewards credited, Mao Ho Zi nearly shed tears of gratitude. "Thank you, big brother, for the generous gifts. From now on, I, Mao Ho Zi, will stick with you." As this battle concluded, Xian Shihua shifted his focus from the live stream back to the world of Naruto. The night was drawing near, and he was now waiting for an opportunity. The moment the opposing ninjas fell asleep, he would dash out to the secluded spot where his boat was hidden, escaping this small island. Unfortunately, the ninjas were not oblivious to his intentions, aware that he too was biding his time. Thus, they continuously rotated shifts to stay vigilant. Moreover, the entire island was occupied by their forces, leaving Xian Shihua with no place to conceal himself. Just then, it seemed that the opposing ninja had truly succumbed to fatigue, laying down on the ground to sleep. A smile spread across Xian Shihua's face as he hastily emerged from the shadows, quickening his pace toward the seaside. At that moment, the bells hanging from the trees suddenly chimed. Chapter 40. Special training before the Chunin exams. The resonant clang of bells startled Xuanqi Yehua. Instantly revealing his precarious situation, he had been discovered. The thieves swiftly converged upon him, determined not to let him escape. 3 Jinin, accompanied by 5 or 6 staff members, promptly surrounded Xuanqi Yehua. Armed personnel took cover behind them, while the frontline genin simultaneously unleashed ninjutsu. 3 powerful streams of water surged toward his position like cannons. He chuckled to himself. You still have much to learn about ninjutsu. In response, Xuanqi Yehua executed the fireball technique, hurling 3 blazing orbs from his hands. The fireballs collided with the water jets, creating a billowing cloud of steam. Without hesitation, Xuanqi Yehua dashed forward, while the 3 genin and several armed staff charged toward him as well. At that moment, the joyful dancing rabbit appeared at his side. I didn't expect you to bring me such a motley crew of opponents, it exclaimed. Of course, in order to provide you with ample training, I must share some of them. The joyful dancing rabbit leaped toward the genin, leaving the ordinary staff members to Xuanqi Yehua. Unfazed, Xuanqi Yehua engaged the armed personnel in combat, swiftly taking down several of them. Just then, 2 chunin and 3 genin arrived on the scene. Ah, finally. You have shown yourselves. Hand over the stolen documents from the laboratory, and perhaps we can spare your lives. Otherwise, we shall eliminate you and seize the documents. Xuanqi Yehua replied with a cold smile. Do not deceive me. If you could let me go, why would those fishermen perish on this island? The chunin chuckled at his words. Those fishermen? They are not dead. They have merely been transformed into our modified creatures. What? Do you wish to join their ranks? Very well. If you continue to resist, once we capture you, I assure you, life will become a living hell. In an instant, the 2 chunin advanced toward Xuanqi Yehua. However, the next moment, a rabbit wielding a baseball bat materialized behind them. With a swift swing, the 2 chunin were obliterated in a burst of shadow clones. Meanwhile, the 3 genin rushed forward to encircle the joyful dancing rabbit, but the chunin remained focused on Xuanqi Yehua. Do not resist, it will only be a futile effort. Indeed, you are nothing more than a mere genin from the Hidden Leaf Village, and to challenge our chunin from the Sound Village is nothing short of courting disaster. Moreover, we are 2 chunin, and dealing with a single genin is utterly effortless. The 2 chunin approached Xuanqi Yehua, believing that with a mere flick of their hands, this youth would cower and beg for mercy. However, Xuanqi Yehua harbored different thoughts. This was, after all, his first encounter facing 2 chunin simultaneously. While he had previously engaged in battles against jonin, he was not the primary combatant. That role belonged to the lively dancing rabbit. Yet, the circumstances this time were markedly different. He was directly opposing 2 chunin, and even though he knew the dancing rabbit would arrive to assist shortly, a sense of tension gripped him. At that moment, the live stream erupted with the cheers of fans. The host was magnificent. Who would have thought he could stand on his own so swiftly? Although these were all ninjas from the Sound Village, one could not be certain if their chunin status was self-proclaimed. Nevertheless, they had the audacity to label themselves as chunin, which at least spoke to their confidence. Furthermore, they were likely subordinates of Orochimaru, suggesting their strength would not be lacking. I surmised that even if they were stronger than the chunin from the Leaf Village, the difference would not be vast. While the fans in the live stream continued to debate, Xuanqi Yehua appeared directly in the chat. Haha, you can all see the intensity of the battle unfolding. But fear not, these 2 chunin are no match for me. Upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's words, the fans expressed their displeasure. Host, you are merely boasting. Your words are worth 2. How about this? Let us make a wager. If you lose, you shall perform 100 push-ups right here. After all, if you can win within 10 minutes, we shall call you the 8-headed god. Upon hearing the fans, Xuanqi Yehua couldn't help but laugh. 8-headed god, that title sounds quite formidable. I rather like it. Very well, it is settled. He knew that the dancing rabbit would not intervene unless it was a matter of life and death, thus granting him ample time to contend with the 2 chunin. Otherwise, should the dancing rabbit take action, even his desire to win would be futile. Sunlight arise. Xuanqi Yehua immediately activated his ancestral bloodline limit. At that instant, a soft blue luminescence enveloped him. His speed reached its zenith, and he clashed directly with the 2 chunin. The duo was left utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a mere genin from the Leaf Village could hold his own against them. They could not restrain their astonishment. How is it possible for you to be this strong? Is the strength of a genin from the Leaf Village truly so monstrous? The 2 chunin could not help but retreat. Soon, 2 jets of mist erupted from their mouths. Although it appeared to be mere mist, it was, in fact, a highly corrosive acid. A vast expanse of acid swiftly enveloped Xuanqi Yehua. However, in the next moment, Xuanqi Yehua's form detonated explosively. causing a multitude of wooden stakes to plummet from the air. Clearly, these stakes had absorbed a significant amount of damage on behalf of Xuanqi Yehua. In the next instant, Xuanqi Yehua formed seals with his hands, and numerous vines extended from his body. The technique of vine entanglement. A plethora of vines surged forth from Xuanqi Yehua's being, swiftly wrapping around the two Chunin. Although they attempted to resist, in the following moment, Xuanqi Yehua appeared before them. Meteor fire. As Xuanqi Yehua hurled two fireballs, two azure orbs rose simultaneously into the air. Subsequently, the two azure fireballs descended, transforming into beams of light that struck fiercely at the two Chunin. As they attempted to break free, they witnessed the two azure fireballs accelerating towards them. Boom! With two resounding impacts. The forms of the two Chunin were instantaneously propelled by the immense flames of the azure fireballs. Their bodies were scorched, leaving behind two gaping wounds, and they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In that moment, the live stream's audience erupted with excitement. Is this even human speed? Did you time it with the streamer? How long did it take? I've been timing it. It took approximately 4 minutes and 10 seconds. What the hell? He took down two Chunin in just 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Although he had consumed an energy potion, acting as a stimulant, such prowess is undeniably impressive. Great God Yada, please accept my kneeling. Great God Yada is magnificent. As cheers echoed in the live stream, the audience's admiration for Xuanqi Yehua reached new heights. However, at that moment, Xuanqi Yehua hastily reunited with the joyful dancing rabbit and sprinted towards the shore. After all, this was the territory of Orochimaru. It must be noted that Orochimaru's combat prowess was exceedingly formidable, certainly at the level of a Kage. In later battles, Orochimaru even killed the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even when Hiruzen resorted to forbidden techniques in his final moments, he could only seal Orochimaru's hands. Thus, it was evident that Xuanqi Yehua would stand no chance against Orochimaru. Should he encounter Orochimaru, he would do well to contemplate how to meet his end swiftly. As Xuanqi Yehua ran alongside the joyful dancing rabbit, two figures suddenly emerged on the beach ahead. One of them appeared familiar, and as Xuanqi Yehua approached, he finally discerned the identity of the individual. Wasn't this Yakushi Kabuto? Upon recognizing him, Xuanqi Yehua could not help but call out his name. Yakushi Kabuto was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that Xuanqi Yehua would know him, especially since he had maintained a rather low profile in Konoha. Observing Kabuto's surprise, Xuanqi Yehua hastily clarified, I have seen your performance at the Ninja Academy before. You were truly my idol back then, particularly your exquisite manipulation of chakra. At Xuanqi Yehua's half-serious remarks, Kabuto couldn't help but chuckle. However, the more radiant his smile became, the more unsettled Xuanqi Yehua felt inside. In the next moment, a Nin beside them spoke up, Yakushi Kabuto, what do you mean? He has stolen classified information, and you wish to let him go? Just as the Nin vented his fury, a scalpel suddenly appeared in Kabuto's hand. With a swift turn, he severed the Nin's throat. The Nin clutched his neck in disbelief, unable to fathom that Kabuto would take his life. Kabuto then gestured to Xuanqi Yehua, saying, I am an undercover agent from Konoha. Since fate has brought us together, allowing you to escape poses no issue, especially since this place is destined for destruction. Everyone must be silenced. He then asked earnestly, what is your name? Xuanqi Yehua. He replied before dashing towards the shore. Soon, he pushed his small boat out from its concealed position and, once aboard, set sail towards the land of waves. In the distance, he observed the entire island engulfed in flames. Confirming that Kabuto had spoken the truth, it seemed Orochimaru truly intended to annihilate this place. Yet, Xuanqi Yehua recognized that his current strength was insufficient to grasp the full extent of the situation. He was merely grateful to have escaped with his life. Meanwhile, in the live stream, many viewers began to comment on Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto has finally made his appearance. His hidden abilities are astonishing. One remarked, if he hadn't severely injured Tsunade during their battle, I might never have realized how formidable he truly is. Another added, indeed, his performance in the Nin exams was rather average, and he often presents himself as harmless, like the boy next door. No one would believe he could unleash such power at the last moment, almost defeating Naruto Uzumaki. As the fans in the live stream noted Xuanqi Yehua's successful escape, they resumed their discussions regarding Kabuto. At that moment, Xuanqi Yehua quickened his pace, rowing his small boat with urgency as he began to retrace his steps. It can be said that on this arduous journey, Xuanqi Yehua had to consume 2 vials of energy elixirs to barely manage a full day and night of rowing back to the port of the Land of Waves. Upon arriving at the port, he did not dare to squander any time in the Land of Waves and promptly hastened his return to Konohagakure. Once back in the village, he immediately made his way to the office of the 3rd Hokage. To the 3rd surprise, a task he had anticipated would take 10 days was completed by Xuanqi Yehua in merely 6 days, and he returned with an abundance of information, which left the 3rd somewhat astonished. Xuanqi Yehua promptly declared, "Hokage-sama, I witnessed abominable creatures on the island, hybridized by fishermen, a result of the machinations of Orochimaru and a mysterious organization. This organization previously enslaved villagers in Rinsen village to mine for a mysterious ore, likely for the purpose of researching these mutated monsters." Initially, the 3rd had shown little concern, but upon hearing Orochimaru's involvement, he immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. He inquired meticulously about the entire process, to which Xuanqi Yehua recounted every detail faithfully. Before long, the 3rd waved his hand dismissively and stated, "Your performance this time has been commendable, and your task's rank has been elevated. Thus your rewards shall accordingly increase." Shortly thereafter, the Hokage's assistant handed a thick envelope to Xuanqi Yehua, allowing him to take his leave. It was evident that the 3rd regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. Though the task was complete, there would undoubtedly be considerable follow-up work. Moreover, given the 3rd's meticulous nature, it was certain he would dispatch individuals to the island for further investigation. Xuanqi Yehua exited the Hokage's office bearing his task rewards. Chapter 41. The 64 Palms of the Bagua. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted Daimu Kaben and Hyuga Kagami waiting for him. Xuanqi Yehua promptly approached them with a smile, inquiring, "Are you two here specifically to wait for me?" Daimu Kaben laughed heartily, responding, "Ever since you vanished after our last mission, we learned that you had gone off to undertake another task. How did it go?" Xuanqi Yehua replied with a grin. "The task was completed quite smoothly, though I did encounter some dangers along the way. Fortunately, I emerged unscathed. By the way, is there something you wish to discuss?" Hyuga Kagami exchanged a knowing glance with Daimu Kaben before saying, "It's just that Daimu Kaben wants to invite you to train together. As you know, the Chunin exams are fast approaching, and we must prepare ourselves." The Chunin tournament? It dawned on Xuanqi Yehua that the biannual Chunin exams were imminent, this time featuring many new contenders, including Gaara's team. Among them are Gaara, Kankuro, Temari, Rock Lee, Might Guy, Tintin, and Niji Hyuga, along with other fresh faces. This time, even Orochimaru is set to appear in a brand new form at the Chunin exams, making it a highlight of the event. Xuanqi Yehua is filled with anticipation. However, he did not expect that these 2 individuals would proactively seek him out for intensive training sessions. When did they become so eager? Upon reflection, this is indeed a positive development, as it ensures that they won't suffer too greatly in the examination. What kind of training shall we engage in? Before Xuanqi Yehua could finish his thought, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. "Haha, this time I shall serve as your special training instructor, assisting you in enhancing your abilities," he exclaimed. "Ryukun, you performed admirably during the last mission, particularly with your summoning technique, which nearly surpassed my own. Truly unexpected." Xuanqi Yehua smiled broadly. "Teacher, these are merely the secret techniques of our clan, nothing remarkable." Little Whirlwind interjected, "By the way, what kind of special training will you conduct for us? During our last mission, I identified some weaknesses among you, so this intensive training will specifically target those shortcomings. Firstly, we will address your lack of practical combat experience. This deficiency must be rectified. Although you performed admirably in the last battle, you still lag behind some of the more seasoned genin. While it may be excusable for a first-time experience, if this trend continues, you may endanger yourselves or your teammates. Moreover, the Chunin exam carries its own dangers, and although killing is expressly forbidden, should an accident occur during the exam, one can only consider it unfortunate. What kind of special training shall we undertake then?" Not only was Xuanqi Yehua curious, but the other 2 members of the group were equally intrigued. In truth, this special training had been organized by Little Whirlwind, and his fellow teammates were unaware of the specific details. As they journeyed, Little Whirlwind explained, "This intensive training will primarily focus on fundamental ninjutsu. Additionally, I will emphasize techniques that can significantly enhance your strength, such as the shifting technique of the Yamanaka clan, the 100-stone rock of the Kage clan, and the vine entanglement technique of your own clan. These methods can provide a substantial boost to your combat capabilities in a short time. I wonder if you can comprehend my sincere intentions? Upon hearing Little Whirlwind's words, the three of them exclaimed in unison, "Rest assured, teacher, we fully understand your approach, and we will wholeheartedly cooperate with you in this special training." Upon hearing the words of his student, the Little Whirlwind's face radiated satisfaction. At that moment, Xian Shihua noticed 4 individuals ahead engaged in weight training outdoors. The Little Whirlwind promptly led them to the foremost Jonin, exclaiming, "Kai, what a surprise to see you again. Is this your student?" Recognizing the Little Whirlwind, Might Guy rushed towards him with enthusiasm. "Sato-kun, it's been a while," he exclaimed, delivering a playful punch to the Little Whirlwind's chest. It then dawned on Xian Shihua that the Little Whirlwind was a martial arts ninja, likely acquainted with Guy for quite some time. Their method of greeting was peculiar, initiating with a physical exchange rather than a verbal salutation. They quickly engaged in a brief skirmish before pausing to exchange a high five. "Sato-kun, I never imagined you would take on students as well. It's truly wonderful, reminiscent of our youthful days." The Little Whirlwind replied with a smile. "I wonder how Hatake Kakashi is faring. We must find an opportunity for the 3 of us to share a drink together." They embraced once more, their excitement palpable. Much to Xian Shihua's bemusement, was the intellect of those practicing martial arts truly so limited? At that juncture, the Little Whirlwind proposed to Might Guy, "How about our 2 classes train together? This would foster camaraderie and enhance our students' practical experience." Might Guy nodded vigorously in agreement. "Excellent, I wholeheartedly concur." He then turned his gaze to his 3 students. "Rock Lee, Hyuga, Tintin, we are to spar with Class 6 now. Are you confident?" Before Might Guy could finish, Rock Lee shouted, "Absolutely confident." Seeing his students' enthusiasm filled Might Guy with satisfaction. The Little Whirlwind then suggested, "In that case, let us commence the first round of sparring. We'll have Rock Lee take the lead." He glanced at his companion, Damu Jiabin. "Damu Jiabin, please step forward and engage in a spirited match with Rock Lee." Damu Jiabin responded with a thunderous roar, "Rest assured, teacher." Rock Lee, taken aback by the fervor of his opponent, responded with even greater enthusiasm, "Teacher, I too possess the confidence to overcome my opponent." With that, they moved to an open space. Rock Lee immediately assumed an offensive stance, clearly ready to attack, while Damu Jiabin stood poised for action. Given his proficiency in both martial arts and ninjutsu, the outcome of their battle remained uncertain. "Begin." With the passionate command of Might Guy, the duel between the 2 individuals officially commenced. At that moment, Rock Lee dashed towards Daiki Kabane without hesitation. However, Daiki Kabane proved to be equally formidable, his hands moving deftly as stones erupted from beneath his feet, intercepting Rock Lee with uncanny precision. Yet, Rock Lee remained undeterred, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that shattered the stones into fragments. He accelerated once more, charging at Daiki Kabane. In response, Daiki Kabane erupted into laughter, conjuring an immense stone wall before him. In the next instant, Rock Lee's fist collided with the wall, resulting in a thunderous crash as it crumbled, leaving his hand considerably injured. As Rock Lee's movements momentarily faltered, Daiki Kabane closed the distance between them. With a swift punch, he aimed directly at Rock Lee's chest. Rock Lee deftly sidestepped the attack, retaliating with a swift kick. The 2 were soon embroiled in a fierce melee, their combat speed escalating to such an extent that even Xuanqi Yehua found it difficult to discern their movements. Yet, their intensity remained unabated. At that moment, Daiki Kabane's arms trembled, and a stone suddenly erupted from beneath Rock Lee's feet. Rock Lee retaliated with a kick, shattering the stone, but in the next heartbeat, Daiki Kabane's fist was already upon him. After an hour of relentless exchanges, both Rock Lee and Daiki Kabane collapsed to the ground, exhausted, declaring a draw. Observing this outcome, Might Guy and the Little Whirlwind were visibly pleased, recognizing that a stalemate meant neither had brought disgrace upon themselves. Subsequently, Dian was summoned by Might Guy. The Little Whirlwind sent Hinata Kai Saku to battle, and they too engaged in a fierce confrontation, ultimately ending in a draw. The final bout was between Hinata Niji and Xuanqi Yehua. Niji appeared to regard Yehua with a certain disdain, hardly sparing him a glance, instead directing his attention towards Hinata Kai Saku by his side. It was evident that competition for the title of the Hinata clan's foremost prodigy was fierce. Niji then addressed Xuanqi Yehua, proclaiming, "If you possess any skills, reveal them outright. Do not compel me to force them from you bit by bit, for at that moment, your defeat will be most humiliating. In response, Xuanqi Yehua smiled and remarked, Niji, I have heard that you and Hinata Kaisaku are regarded as the geniuses of the Hinata clan. However, I have always believed that Hinata Kaisaku holds the edge. If you dispute this, then prove me wrong by defeating me here. Otherwise, you shall not be recognized as the foremost genius of the Hinata clan. This is clearly a provocation, and a brazen one at that. The fans in the live stream could not help but gasp in astonishment at this scene, exclaiming in unison, wow. How bold is the host today? Indeed, Hyuga Niji is the foremost prodigy of the Hyuga clan, and here he is, directly challenging him. Host, I advise you to tread carefully, otherwise, you may not know how you met your demise. As the fans in the live stream continued to voice their concerns, Xuanqi Yehua grew increasingly irritated. Listen, everyone, although your admiration for Hyuga Niji is palpable, it stems from his ultimate act of protection for Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata. However, we are still within the confines of Konoha. We are merely sparring. Is it not permissible for me to showcase my own strength? With that, Xuanqi Yehua could not suppress a proud smile. The fans in the live stream erupted in excitement. Many, eager for the spectacle, encouraged, the host is right. In the future, he will confront Orochimaru. How could he possibly concede to a mere Hyuga Niji? Indeed, we should rally behind the host. For he is a variable in the world of Hokage. If he cannot even defeat Hyuga Niji, how will he ever stand against Orochimaru or the Akatsuki in the future? As more fans joined in supporting Xuanqi Yehua, he cast his gaze toward Hyuga Niji, who appeared indifferent. Very well, let us see your prowess. However, let it be known that I will show you no mercy. Hyuga Niji shook his head in resignation, seemingly convinced of Xuanqi Yehua's impending defeat. At that moment, the first match commenced. The competitors were Tian Tian and Hyuga Kagami. Their strengths were evenly matched, and with both possessing advantages, they engaged in a spirited yet inconclusive exchange, ultimately deciding to cease hostilities. Subsequently, Rock Lee and Yamaki Kabuto also fought to a stalemate, leading to the highly anticipated clash between Hyuga Niji and Xuanqi Yehua. Haha, Xuanqi Yehua, the time has finally come for our duel. I hope you can stand by your earlier words. With that, Hyuga Niji stepped into the center of the arena. Xuanqi Yehua followed suit, positioning himself directly opposite. In that moment, Xuanqi Yehua made the first move, and a faint blue glow enveloped him. The seasoned fans in the live stream recognized this illumination for what it signified, the innate ability of the sun's radiance. Though the host currently only possessed innate talent, it was nonetheless a form of bloodline limit. While applicable primarily for support, its efficacy was undeniably impressive. In summary, regardless of the technique employed by the streamer, they can garner some degree of enhancement. If the streamer refrains from using ninjutsu, they can still experience amplification in their physical combat skills. Xuanqi Yehua swiftly brandished a kunai and charged towards Hyuga Niji. At that moment, the two engaged in direct hand-to-hand combat, exchanging blows with exhilarating intensity. Yet, it became subtly evident that Hyuga Niji was beginning to gain the upper hand. I am aware of your prowess, though formidable, when it comes to physical techniques. You are merely courting defeat. As he spoke, Hyuga Niji unleashed his Bagua palm technique. In that instant, an intricate Bagua diagram materialized beneath his feet, while his hands moved rhythmically in the air, revealing glimpses of azure chakra swirling between them. He then surged towards Ryao Niji, executing the gentle fists 8 trigrams 64 palms. With each of Niji's strikes, a surge of energy emanated from his palms. Chapter 42. Universal Fragments to Upgrade Ninjutsu. As Xuanqi Yehua clashed with Hyuga Niji, he increasingly found himself in a disadvantageous position. If this continued, Xuanqi Yehua would undoubtedly suffer losses. My physical prowess is inherently lacking, and with Niji employing the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan, I am at a distinct disadvantage. I can only confront him with all my might. Xuanqi Yehua abruptly retreated, and in that moment, he began to form hand seals. Immediately, vines emerged from beneath Hyuga Niji's feet, snaking upwards towards him. As these vines appeared, they swiftly ensnared Niji's form. However, in the next instant, Niji's body trembled, and a powerful chakra shattered the vines into fragments. At that very moment, a fireball in Xuanqi Yehua's hand was hurled forth. This azure fireball first soared into the air before hurtling down towards Niji's body. Whoosh! A torrent of fiery energy crashed towards Niji's chest. Initially, Niji intended to retreat and evade, but the fireball's speed escalated, leaving him with no opportunity to resist. With a thunderous boom, Niji struck with his palm, and a brilliant blue chakra collided fiercely with the fireball. The azure fireball erupted, unleashing a wave of heat that surged towards Niji. He swiftly thrust his hands forward, conjuring a chakra barrier to shield himself from the flames. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Xuanqi Yehua materialized behind him. As Niji deflected the fireball, Xuanqi Yehua's fist was already aimed at Niji's back. In that moment, Niji's body instinctively lowered, narrowly evading the blow. He then executed a nimble roll on the ground, akin to a street dancer, and sprang back to his feet. Immediately thereafter, a powerful strike collided with Xuanqi Yehua, resulting in an intense flurry of punches and kicks exchanged between the two. Witnessing this spectacle, the two instructors couldn't help but display satisfied smiles. "Who would have thought your student possesses such formidable prowess?" exclaimed the small whirlwind nearby, shaking his head in astonishment. However, Xuanqi Yehua still has much to learn. I believe they have reached a stalemate. With that, the instructors intervened, promptly halting the escalating conflict between the two. Once separated, they hastened towards their respective training locations. Before long, Xuanqi Yehua followed the small whirlwind to the training site. Sato pointed at 3 props before them, stating, "These 3 items have been specifically prepared for you by the instructors. Let me introduce them." Approaching the wobbling figures, the small whirlwind explained, "These are training dummies. No matter how hard you strike them, they will not fall." This equipment was actually intended for Hinata Kyosho, as her focus is on physical techniques. And these dummies can enhance your muscle memory. With that, he positioned himself among the dummies and began to strike them with his fists. As the dummies swayed, they began to collide with Xuanqi Yehua, who quickly realized that the dummy's speed correlated with the intensity of the strikes. The harder you hit, the faster their retaliatory movements became. Upon hearing the small whirlwind's words, Hinata Kyosho stepped into the midst of the dummies. However, after just a few attempts, she found herself knocked to the ground. Fortunately, the dummies were not particularly heavy, so her injuries were minor. Undeterred, she resolved to challenge the dummies once more with an indomitable spirit. At that moment, the small whirlwind directed Demujia Ben towards a sturdy rope tied to a large tree. This rope is exceptionally strong. If you secure it around your waist, you won't fall from the tree, he instructed. Your task now is to practice utilizing your chakra. You must channel chakra into your feet and climb to the top of the tree to succeed. Remember, your weight does not diminish your chakra's strength. You are capable of achieving this. In truth, Demujia Ben's ninjutsu skills were already commendable, yet his chakra control required refinement. If he could master the precision of his chakra application, his combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. Now, focus on your training here. As he spoke, Demujia Ben found himself bound by ropes around his waist. With the commencement of his training, he soon plummeted from midair. No matter how many attempts Demujia Ben made, the outcome remained unchanged. However, due to the ropes securing his waist, he sustained no injuries from his numerous falls, merely experiencing a fright. Subsequently, the little whirlwind, accompanied by Xuanqi Yehua, arrived at a small river. He pointed to the pebbles within the water and said, "The vine-binding technique is a bloodline limit of your grandfather's family. Now, with so many pebbles here, you are to utilize the vine-binding technique to gradually drag those stones across to the opposite bank. That will signify the completion of your special training." Gazing at the several large stones on the other side, Xuanqi Yehua felt a surge of confidence. Yet, when he attempted to employ the vine-binding technique, he discovered that his ninjutsu seemed ineffective, as his vines appeared unable to reach the stones across the river. This realization instilled a sense of fear within him. Meanwhile, the fans in the live broadcast room began to chatter among themselves. The streamer is practicing using vines to transport these stones to the other side. It truly is a grueling training session. However, he has been standing there for quite some time, and it seems he hasn't even summoned a shadow of the vines. Is he unable to do it? Don't speak so rashly. The streamer is a formidable ninja. How could he possibly fail? Perhaps he is merely seeking the right technique. Xuanqi Yehua felt a wave of frustration as he read the comments from the fans in the live chat. After all, he had already activated his ninjutsu. Yet it seemed that his vines could not even traverse the pebbles beneath his feet. At that moment, he began to grasp the intention behind his teacher's guidance. "Teacher, rest assured, I will practice diligently." As Xuanqi Yehua exerted himself to weave his vines through the pebbles, a narrow gap began to open among them. However, The sheer number of pebbles made it exceedingly difficult for him to master the essence of the technique, leaving him quite disheartened. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in Xuanqi Yehua's mind. Host, the system has now organized the levels of the ninjutsu you possess. You currently have the following: Substitution Technique Level 1, Clone Technique Level 1, Transformation Technique Level 1, Fireball Technique Level 1, Vine Binding Technique Level 1. In summary, your mastery of these techniques is at the introductory level. But worry not, host. Although your ninjutsu skills are in their infancy, you can use universal fragments to upgrade them. The higher the level of ninjutsu, the more challenging it becomes to enhance, yet its power will also increase exponentially upon application. Upon witnessing Xuanqi Yehua struggle with the vine-binding technique, the system promptly provided him with guidance. After all, he possesses an external enhancement. If he continues to cultivate in this manner, his innate talent, though not particularly exceptional, will hinder his ability to swiftly elevate his strength to rival Orochimaru in the future. Well then, let me assess the caliber of my ninjutsu. Xuanqi Yehua briefly examined his skills. His vine-binding technique was classified as blue, while the Radiant Sun technique was inherently golden. Golden ninjutsu is already considered quite formidable, rivaling even the 8 gates. However, progressing to orange signifies techniques that approach sage arts, and red is nearly synonymous with true sage arts. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Xuanqi Yehua suddenly comprehended the situation. It appeared that the bloodline limit from his maternal grandfather's side was merely a slight enhancement over ordinary ninjutsu. Sensing Xuanqi Yehua's thoughts, the system promptly corrected him. Host, the efficacy of ninjutsu fundamentally hinges on the user's application. For instance, if blue ninjutsu is wielded adeptly, it can indeed surpass golden ninjutsu. Naturally, the varying colors of ninjutsu signify their potential for future development. The more precious the technique, the greater its potential, albeit with a slower rate of enhancement. Each increment in the combat efficacy of such rare ninjutsu becomes increasingly pronounced. In contrast, while ordinary ninjutsu may possess lesser potential, a high level can compensate for its shortcomings, and its ascension is comparatively more manageable. Xuanqi Yehua nodded and remarked, I understand now. How many blue universal shards do I require to enhance my vine-binding technique? The system shook its head and replied, in fact, you can attempt to elevate your abilities using universal blue shards on your own. Xuanqi Yehua nodded and placed the first blue shard into the system to energize his vine-binding technique. After inserting the first shard, he noticed a 3-bar marker appearing on the experience bar of his technique. With 3 shards deposited into the system, Xuanqi Yehua's ninjutsu had evidently improved significantly. At this moment, he could distinctly feel that the vines he unleashed were considerably more powerful than before. Now, his vines could slowly penetrate the pebbled ground, extending deeper below. However, despite the enhancement of his ninjutsu, the quantity of chakra within his body remained finite. As the vines burrowed through the earth and emerged on the shore, Xuanqi Yehua could palpably sense the draining of his chakra as the vines tugged at the stones. Each time he employed the vines to drag a stone, his chakra reserves diminished rapidly. Nevertheless, this represented progress for him. Meanwhile, although Little Whirlwind had assigned them training tasks, he was not idle himself. Now, Little Whirlwind sat atop a tree, observing the performance of the 3. Hinata Kaisuk was putting forth a commendable effort, consistently rising from the ground no matter how many times he was knocked down. Demu Jiabin is also tirelessly striving to surpass his limits. Meanwhile, Xiao Xianfeng was momentarily taken aback upon observing Xian Shiyihua's progress. His training regimen was meticulously tailored to each individual's capabilities, and the level of difficulty was designed to last at least 3 days. In Xiao Xianfeng's estimation, merely extending the vines underground might require Xian Shiyihua a full day of practice. Yet now, it seemed that Xian Shiyihua had managed to stretch the vines across to the opposite shore and began binding stones for dragging within a mere 2 hours. Given his dragging speed, he could potentially complete the 3-day training task in just 1 day, a rate of progress that astonished Xiao Xianfeng. Could it be that Xian Shiyihua is a prodigy and I have misjudged him? At this moment, Xian Shiyihua was equally troubled, as he discovered that each stone selected by Xiao Xianfeng was exceedingly smooth. If he attempted to drag these stones with the vines, they would likely slip off easily at high speed. Conversely, if he slowed down, he would expend an excessive amount of chakra to transport the stones across. Consequently, he might not complete today as special training. Nevertheless, Xian Shihua was resolute and refused to concede defeat easily. He persisted in dragging the stones toward the opposite shore. With continuous attempts, he seemed to grasp a certain technique for utilizing chakra. However, the stones on the ground had yet to be pulled beneath the water. According to Xian Shihua's analysis, as he neared the water's edge, the current would likely increase the difficulty. At that moment, Xiao Xianfeng appeared before Xian Shihua, who might have needed his guidance. Xian Shi, I have observed your use of ninjutsu. While you are indeed exerting great effort and enhancing the power of your techniques with chakra, you have overlooked one crucial aspect. Xian Shihua was perplexed by Xiao Xianfeng's words and quickly inquired, Teacher, I do not quite understand what you mean. Could you please clarify? Xiao Xianfeng promptly held up a leaf and explained, Observe how I effortlessly lift this leaf using chakra. In reality, this is achieved through a certain level of proficiency in chakra manipulation. However, if I do not utilize it effectively, the chakra can exert multiple forces on the leaf, propelling it in different directions and causing it to spin chaotically. As he spoke, Xiao Xianfeng began to demonstrate for Xian Shihua. Indeed, with multiple streams of chakra propelling the leaf, it began to flutter wildly and was soon torn apart by the conflicting forces. Witnessing the transformation of the leaf, Xian Shihua seemed to grasp the underlying principle. He immediately focused intently on experimenting with his newfound insights. Chapter 43, the second examination segment in the eyes of Xuanqi Yehua. The ineffective utilization of chakra stemmed primarily from the uneven distribution of its power. Furthermore, this issue was significantly exacerbated by the practitioners simultaneously releasing a substantial amount of chakra that they could not fully control. Moreover, should this chakra be misapplied, it could lead to a counterproductive effect, resulting in the practitioners experiencing diminished returns when employing ninjutsu. It appeared that I had begun to glean some insights. Although Xuanqi Yehua sensed that he had grasped a fragment of the technique, mastering it still proved to be quite arduous. After all, having acquired the skill marked the onset of a new developmental trajectory, and he needed to engage in continual practice to fully master it. Furthermore, what might theoretically hold true does not necessarily translate seamlessly into practical application. This was a crucial point for Xuanqi Yehua to remain cognizant of. At this moment, he recommenced training with his vines. This time, he focused solely on ensuring that the vines securely wrapped around the stones. Thus, as long as he could bind the stones firmly, any subsequent movement would not result in a dispersion of force. All right, I am on the brink of success. Upon mastering this technique, Xuanqi Yehua felt a surge of excitement within. However, he realized that he would require additional time to achieve proficiency. Nevertheless, the petite whirlwind observed with astonishment the progress made by Xuanqi Yehua. It seemed that within my team, he alone could contend with those prodigies, making him a key focus of my training efforts. Yet, the potential for development in the other two members must not be overlooked. With this in mind, the petite whirlwind hurried over to the other two team members to offer guidance. In no time, he noticed that Hinata Kaisaka's movements appeared to accelerate, while Muki Kabane's elevation also seemed to improve significantly. However, he still lacked sufficient chakra to sustain continuous ascent, resulting in him falling midway. In summary, by evening, everyone was drenched in sweat, yet they all had made considerable progress. All right, everyone can return home to rest. We shall resume training here tomorrow. After assisting in returning the training equipment to its rightful place, the petite whirlwind allowed them to depart. Following a day of rigorous training, Xuanqi Yehua had substantially enhanced his chakra manipulation and even experienced a boost in confidence. However, upon returning home, he promptly devoured his meal and collapsed onto his single bed, succumbing to sleep. After all, he had endured considerable hardship in the preceding days, and given the excessive demands of today's training, merely managing to return home for dinner was an impressive feat. Thus, he enjoyed a restful night's sleep. With the advancements in his training, Xuanqi Yehua awoke feeling invigorated and revitalized. Perhaps this newfound confidence was a testament to the fruits of his labor. Subsequently, he partook in breakfast and made his way to the previously arranged training location. He presumed he had arrived quite early. However, upon reaching the training site, he discovered that his two companions had arrived even earlier and had already commenced their practice. Upon seeing Xuanqi Yehua arrive, the two greeted him warmly. Then, Xuanqi Yehua dove directly into the river to continue practicing the vine entanglement technique. After nearly 3 days, the trio had made significant progress. The most notable advancement was that Damu Jiaban could now directly apply chakra to his feet, enabling him to traverse from the trunk to the treetop with ease. Furthermore, Xuanqi Yehua, within less than half a day, could now pull several large oval stones across the river using vines. Hinata Hyuga also showed considerable improvement, as she could now navigate effortlessly between several tumbling dolls, handling them with ease. 3 days swiftly passed, and soon it was time for the Chunin exams. They quickly arrived at the registration site. As Xuanqi Yehua stepped into the registration area, he spotted Uzumaki Naruto's team. He immediately waved to Naruto, who hurried over. Orochimaru, Kaisaku, Jiaban, you all came to register too, Xuanqi Yehua said with a smile. We may currently be mere genin of the village, but our aspirations to become Chunin remain undiminished. Moreover, once we become Chunin, we can independently lead teams on missions, which means greater rewards. Naruto exclaimed cheerfully. You're absolutely right. Completing high-difficulty tasks can yield quite a sum, allowing me to savor Ichiraku ramen every day. Seeing Naruto so jubilant, Xuanqi Yehua felt genuinely happy for him. Ha, Xuanqi Yehua. I heard the first exam is a theoretical one. You have no issues with that, right? Xuanqi Yehua replied with a smile. Rest assured, I will surely pass with flying colors. At that moment, Sakura and Sasuke approached from the opposite side, saying, Naruto, we must hurry to register. We can't be late. With that, the three turned and left. Xuanqi Yehua and his companions quickly joined the queue to register. Soon, Xuanqi Yehua noticed Rock Lee's team behind them, along with a female ninja from the grass village, reincarnated from Orochimaru, further back. However, the instant he laid eyes on Orochimaru, Xuanqi Yehua felt as though his entire body had been bitten by a venomous snake, rendering him immobile. This sensation was chillingly frightening, causing him to shudder. Yet, as swiftly as the feeling emerged, it dissipated, leading Xuanqi Yehua to believe it was merely Orochimaru's genjutsu, and a passive one at that. At this point, the fans in the live stream erupted with excitement. We've finally reached this episode. Indeed, this is the female ninja transformed by Orochimaru, seemingly named Kanakomaru. Could it be that this is the Serpent Lady? However, Kanakomaru has a rather melodious ring to it. True to Orochimaru's nature, he consistently enters the scene in unique ways. You only just realized? She is indeed the Serpent Lady. With the commencement of the Chunin exams, the entire world of Naruto will soon delve into the main storyline. Following that, Orochimaru will commence his plans to wreak havoc on Konoha, preparing to confront the third Hokage. Unfortunately, the third was ultimately slain by his forsaken disciple, which is truly infuriating. Xuanqi Yehua promptly declared, Rest assured, I too have been troubled by the death of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Now that I have traversed to this realm, I shall undoubtedly take action to rescue him, so have no worries. Upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's words, numerous fans began to discuss in the live chat. Host, claiming you can save the third seems rather unrealistic. Consider that you are merely a genin at present, with quite limited combat experience. Yet what is Orochimaru? He is a figure of legendary status. How can you contend with him? Xuanqi Yehua chuckled. Let us not forget. I have now acquired the blue summoning technique. Though the summoning of the joyful dancing rabbit is merely a blue ninjutsu, it is nonetheless at the level of a jonin. Moreover, I can enhance my ninjutsu, which will further elevate my strength. In addition, I possess 2 formidable bloodline limits. If I continuously grow stronger during the Chunin exams, I shall have the opportunity to save the third. Furthermore, within the Chunin competition, I am an unexpected variable. When Orochimaru descends upon Konoha to wreak destruction, I can unexpectedly stand in his way and thwart him. At this point, Xuanqi Yehua hastily cleared his throat and continued, Apologies, I misspoke. It is improbable that I could vanquish him, but assisting the third in defeating him and preserving his life should still be within the realm of possibility. Upon hearing the host's words, many fans promptly rallied to support him. The host speaks truthfully. After all, he has also risen from weakness to strength, and we have all witnessed it. Moreover, given that there remains some time before Orochimaru slays the third, perhaps the host can indeed grow stronger. Fans in the live chat all echoed their agreement. At this juncture, the registration had concluded, and everyone entered the examination hall to commence their assessments. The first examination of the day was the theoretical test, and Xuanqi Yehua understood that this so-called theoretical examination actually permitted cheating. However, the methods employed must be discreet. Should one cheat brazenly, they would be promptly expelled. Thus, Xuanqi Yehua began utilizing his innate daylight vision to enhance his perception of the surrounding situation. Moreover, His theoretical knowledge was remarkably solid, allowing him to swiftly articulate his answers while subtly conveying hints to his two companions. Before long, the three of them exited the examination hall. Shortly thereafter, the large screen displayed the results of their successful examinations. Wow, all three of us passed. We can participate in the second round of exams this afternoon. However, I had heard that the afternoon assessment would involve competition, and it seemed we would endure a lengthy battle to determine the victor. Xian Xiehua, being a time traveler, possessed a modicum of insider knowledge. The other two, intrigued by his words, shared in his excitement. As the theoretical examination concluded, everyone reconvened, at which point Hong Do swaggered into view. I am thrilled to announce that you have all progressed to the second phase of the examination. This round will be a survival test. In the previous theoretical segment, 28 teams successfully passed. Now, I have 14 scrolls marked with the character for heaven and 14 with the character for earth to distribute among you. I shall hand these scrolls to you, but each group may only claim one type. To achieve victory, you must seize scrolls with characters different from your own and raise them high in your tower. However, each group must have all three members present simultaneously to pass the examination. Otherwise, the results will be deemed invalid. Furthermore, during this test, unless you succeed, remaining within the examination area is mandatory. You may not leave. The duration of the examination is 5 days, ample time for you to acquire what you seek. Upon hearing Hong Do's remarks, many candidates could not suppress their astonishment. Standing nearby, Naruto Uzumaki could not help but inquire, 5 days? What about food? We can't possibly take the exam on an empty stomach. Hong Do glanced at the candidates, gestured confidently, and replied, our examination area has a diameter of 10 kilometers, encompassing a vast wilderness filled with abundant natural resources. This includes wild fruits, small fish, rabbits, and more, all requiring you to hunt and gather for sustenance. Consequently, this serves as a wilderness survival training. However, to ensure your successful completion of the examination, I have a waiver for you to sign. By signing this document, you acknowledge your awareness of the potential dangers that may arise within. One ninja could not contain his curiosity and asked, what exactly are the dangers we might face? With a smile, Hong Do replied, survival in the wild is fraught with peril, and there is a real possibility of fatality. Therefore, if you choose not to participate, you may withdraw. However, once you sign the waiver, any unfortunate events that occur will be of no concern to me. With that, she began distributing the waiver. Upon witnessing an extraordinarily familiar scene, the fans within the live stream could not help but exclaim in exhilaration. Ha ha ha, the ensuing battle promises to be exceedingly entertaining. And Orochimaru shall showcase his prowess in this Chunin exam, clashing against the village hidden in the leaves. Alas, it is unfortunate that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is destined to meet his demise at the hands of Orochimaru. Observing the fervent reactions of the fans in the live stream, Zhuanyihua was the first to voice his thoughts. Do not speak in jest. Although the narrative of Naruto depicts the third Hokage being slain by his wayward disciple, Orochimaru, such an occurrence shall not transpire in my storyline. Now that I have emerged, I shall ensure that such events are averted. Therefore, in the days to come, I shall strive to grow stronger. As Zhuanyihua continued to engage with the fans, Akane addressed the crowd, saying, all right, since everyone has signed the consent forms, we may now enter the examination grounds. Remember, once you acquire both the Heaven and Earth scrolls, you must hasten to the tower to complete your mission. With that, she opened the grand door, allowing the participants to proceed within. The door promptly closed, marking the official commencement of the examination. Upon entering the arena, all participants immediately dispersed. Naturally, Zhuanyihua and his teammates retreated towards a safe zone. Soon, all teams sought refuge within the forest. At that moment, the fans in the live stream became exceedingly agitated, as they could scarcely fathom the opponents Zhuanyihua and his companions might encounter. Furthermore, this examination had drawn numerous ninja villages, with the most formidable being the village hidden in the sand. Among those participating was Gaara, a favored contender for the championship. Ha ha ha. However, according to the main storyline, the first to confront Orochimaru should be Naruto Uzumaki and his squad. Orochimaru's motives for attending this event were twofold: to annihilate the Leaf Village and to seek a new vessel for his next reincarnation, none other than Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 44. Caught off guard regrettably, during this conflict, the third Hokage fell, yet he managed to seal Orochimaru's hands. This compelled Orochimaru to seek a substitute, even implanting a curse mark upon the second sun, which marked the beginning of Uchiha Sasuke's flight. Of course, these events are part of the central narrative, which will unfold over a considerable span of time. As the fans gathered in the live stream continued their animated discussions, a rustling sound suddenly echoed through the world of Naruto. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was unclear who traversed the underbrush. Zhuanyaihua and his two companions quickly concealed themselves. Before long, 3 ninjas from the village hidden in the sand emerged from the thicket. Each bore a distinct weapon, exuding an air of arrogance. One of the ninjas chuckled and remarked, "It seems I just caught a glimpse of several ninjas from the hidden leaf village lurking nearby. How peculiar that they seem to have vanished. Did you perhaps misjudge?" Datubo? Zhua Shengyuren glanced at the towering ninja beside him, standing an impressive 2 meters tall, and couldn't help but express his curiosity. The remaining ninja, known as Tian Shu Chi Yu, sensing the heavy atmosphere in the vicinity, unsheathed a formidable scythe from his side. With the emergence of the scythe, the surrounding tension intensified. In the next moment, Zhua Shengyuren opened his mouth and abruptly expelled a creature resembling a small kitten. However, this little animal appeared damp and somewhat unappealing as it emerged from his mouth. Once the kitten appeared, it began to sniff around, seemingly in search of something. "They're coming." As Zhua Shengyuren uttered these words, the 3 ninjas hastily concealed themselves. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. "Wow, I thought those 3 were a surprise, but it turns out there's even more to uncover. Ha ha ha. If another wave comes, that would truly be a surprise. Imagine if several groups discovered each other. Wouldn't that lead to a grand brawl?" Upon witnessing this scene, Xian Shihua was momentarily at a loss for words. Dear viewers, are you merely here for the spectacle? Let us not forget the considerable number of ninjas who have perished in this survival exam. Do you truly wish to see the broadcaster eliminated before even passing the test? Hearing Xian Shihua's remarks, many viewers began to retort. "Broadcaster, don't assume we're foolish. The ones out for blood this time are ninjas from the Sound Village, under the command of Orochimaru." Xian Shihua observed the headbands of the recently emerged ninjas and concluded they were not from the Sound Village. Furthermore, Orochimaru's current allegiance was to the grass-hidden village. Yet, these 3 ninjas did not seem to belong to either of these villages. Even if they crossed paths, they likely would not be so ruthless. With this thought in mind, Xian Shihua and his 2 teammates concealed themselves once more. Any sound might betray their location, rendering them targets for 2 groups, a rather troublesome predicament. Soon, another group of ninjas from the Sand Village came into view. This time, it was the ninjas from the Moon Hidden Village who felt a surge of excitement. They believed they had stumbled upon their prey upon entering the wilderness, and successfully ambushing them was an unprecedented stroke of luck. The 3 lower ninjas from the Sand Village remained blissfully unaware of the danger surrounding them, strolling leisurely as they scanned their surroundings. Meanwhile, Xian Shihua and his companions closely monitored the situation outside. However, they refrained from taking action, for the 3 ninjas from the Sand Village wielded the Book of Heaven, just as Xian Shihua and his team did. In contrast, the Moon Hidden Village ninjas possessed the Book of Earth, which was precisely what they sought. Thus, the current contest hinged on who could exercise greater patience. As the adage goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In this moment, the fans within the livestream room were filled with excitement. The ninjas from the Music Village, believing themselves to be astute, were oblivious to the fact that they had already been marked by the broadcaster. Meanwhile, those from the Sand Hidden Village, feeling quite formidable, remained unaware that they had become prey. Patience was now a virtue for all. However, I suspect the ninjas from the Sand Hidden Village may still be ignorant of their peril, but they are likely to depart soon. Yet, at the moment they leave, it will also be the time for the ninjas from the Moon Hidden Village to strike. Instantly, the great minds began to speculate. Before long, several ninjas from the Sand Hidden Village, having scoured the vicinity without making any discoveries, prepared to leave. At that moment, a few shurikens, seemingly guided by instinct, flew from a great tree toward them. In an instant, the 3 ninjas from the Sand Hidden Village scattered, while 3 ninjas from the Moon Hidden Village emerged from the shadows. Unlike their opponents, they took the initiative, launching their formidable techniques toward one of the Sand Hidden ninjas. The moment one of the Moon Hidden ninjas appeared, he began to weave hand signs. Suddenly, black tendrils resembling venomous serpents emerged from his body. These were not mere tendrils, but shadows akin to Nara Shikamaru's. However, These shadows were gradually taking on physical form, capable of acting independently to attack. With the emergence of the shadow serpents, a ninja from the sand-hidden village unleashed his own jutsu. He formed hand signs, and a torrent of yellow sand erupted from his mouth. Yet, in the very next moment, dozens of black shadow serpents lunged at him, sinking their fangs into his flesh. The sand-hidden ninja's jutsu was disrupted, and he immediately cried out in agony, blood spilling profusely. His two comrades sought to assist him, but found themselves at a loss for how to extend help. Fortunately, one companion seemed to have discovered the key and charged toward the casting ninja. At that moment, the other two ninjas from the moon-hidden village also appeared, intercepting the remaining two ninjas from the sand-hidden village. Suddenly, one of the sand-hidden ninjas hesitated and began to form hand signs. A powerful sandstorm erupted from his mouth. The swirling sands, as if guided by an unseen force, engulfed them. In an instant, the raging sands threatened to bury the surrounding trees. The ninjas from the moon-hidden village were overwhelmed by the sand, causing their techniques to falter. Witnessing their comrades' injury, the two ninjas from the sand-hidden village fled. The three ninjas from the moon-hidden village pursued them, and the 6 individuals vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Xuanqi Yehu and his 2 teammates leapt down from a great tree, their faces reflecting a sense of helplessness. They fought with remarkable intensity, yet it seemed that we were no longer involved in their skirmish. After speaking, Xian Shihua led his teammates deeper into the woods. However, this forest was home to 28 teams, and they needed to tread carefully. Otherwise, encountering their enemies could lead to an ambush, as evidenced by the previous injuries sustained by the 3 ninjas from the sand village. Yet, remaining stationary could mean missing a golden opportunity. The whereabouts of Orochimaru remained on Xian Shihua's mind. Just then, a rustling sound echoed around them, sending chills down his spine as every hair seemed to stand on end. If he was not mistaken, they were likely being watched. Everyone, be cautious. There must be ninjas lying in wait nearby. Let us not exhibit excessive nervousness, and instead, escape to the side. He instructed. If anyone pursues us, we will counterattack immediately. Perhaps we can turn the tide. At this moment, Xian Shihua assumed the role of the team leader. Once he finished speaking, they began to move forward slowly. Run. With Xian Shihua's command, they all fled in unison. At that moment, 3 ninjas from behind began to chase them. A sly smile crept across Xian Shihua's face. He had successfully lured them out sooner than expected. Had he not been astute, they might have found themselves in dire straits. Prepare for a counterattack. Let us form the formations we practiced. As he spoke, Xian Shihua suddenly halted on a large tree. At that moment, Damu Jiabin took the initiative to launch an offensive. Perhaps the intensive training over the past 3 days had paid off, for Damu Jiabin exuded newfound confidence. As he formed hand seals, stones began to coalesce behind him, transforming into a barrage of shurikens that he hurled at the approaching foes. Swish, swish, swish. Some stones struck branches, severing them in two, while others detonated upon hitting the ground, scattering debris. However, the majority of the stones targeted the ninjas from the Sound Village. Thud, thud, thud. Each ninja from the Sound Village was struck multiple times, caught entirely off guard. Damn it, we've been tricked. Anger flashed across their faces. Huh. You have successfully provoked us, and for that, you shall pay dearly. One of the ninjas declared, forming hand seals before unleashing a torrent of needle-like projectiles from his mouth, resembling rain as they surged toward Xian Shihua and his companions. A deluge of needle-like projectiles descended, swiftly creating a wave of counterattacks. In that moment, Xian Shihua and his companions hastily sought refuge behind cover. The barrage of needle strikes, akin to a torrential rain, granted the inhabitants of In village precious time. At that juncture, a ninja with hair resembling sharp needles charged forward, his body curling into a ball. In that instant, he resembled Jiraiya, enveloping himself within his own hair. Propelling himself forward, he unleashed a torrent of needle-like strands towards the opposition. It remained unclear whether his hair concealed actual needles or if it was, in fact, composed of them. Regardless, he swiftly targeted Hinata Kyuka, the perceived weakest member of the team, launching his assault. With a flurry of swift projectiles, a multitude of needles rained down from the air, ensnaring Hinata Kyuka. Although slightly apprehensive, he summoned the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan. 8 trigrams, return. In an instant, his form spun violently, creating a massive vortex of air. Countless needles struck his body, only to be swept away by the powerful currents. In the next heartbeat, the projectiles fell to the ground, rendered ineffective. At that moment, Xian Shiyihua surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the chest of the ninja. The sound ninja was sent reeling from the impact. Just then, another sound ninja arrived on the scene. Upon his arrival, he extended a hand, unleashing a barrage of needles from his palm. These projectiles whistled through the air, targeting Xian Shiyihua, who responded by thrusting out a hand, conjuring a fireball that soared towards the oncoming assault. The fireball, significantly larger than before, approximately the size of 2 footballs, intercepted the needles, resulting in a stalemate between the two sides. Anger flared in the eyes of Xian Shiyihua and his companions as they regarded their adversaries. Surrender your scrolls, and we may spare your lives. However, should this conflict persist, you shall surely meet your demise. The ninjas from In village met Xian Shiyihua's gaze without flinching, their murderous intent unmistakable. Xian Shiyihua retorted with commanding bravado. You truly are amusing. Such childish words can escape your lips. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Kabuto, take action. Upon hearing Xian Shiyihua's command, Damu Kabuto swiftly formed hand seals. Meanwhile, the ninjas from In village assumed defensive stances in anticipation of the impending clash. In the next moment, Damu Jia Ben flipped his palm, and a massive boulder abruptly emerged from the ground, soaring into the air. Subsequently, the stone descended from the sky, resembling a colossal hand that aimed to strike down upon them. With a resounding crash, the ninjas of Sound Ninja Village scattered in all directions. Xian Shiyihua swiftly formed hand seals, and tendrils sprouted from his body, snaking towards the nearest Sound Ninja. Caught off guard, he found himself ensnared, the vines binding him tightly and rendering him immobile, causing him to plummet from the air. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, Hinata Kai Suk appeared before him, delivering a powerful strike that impacted the Sound Ninja's form. In that instant, the ninja's body erupted in a burst of energy, transforming into a wooden stump that fell to the earth. Clearly, he had successfully evaded capture through the use of a substitution technique. The hallmark of the substitution technique lies in its ability to swiftly swap one's position with a substitute, facilitating a seamless escape. However, in the following second, a towering ninja leapt down from the sky, and a colossal hand followed suit, aimed at the ninjas of Sound Ninja Village. This hand was no ordinary appendage. It was a palm forged from solid rock. At that moment, the Sound Ninja positioned himself beneath the descending hand, forming hand seals with both hands. With a sudden ripping sound, a sharp gear protruded from his back, as if it were an integral part of his flesh. Instantly, his form transformed into a spinning circle, propelling him towards the enormous hand above. With a resounding crack, the hand was cleaved in two, resulting in a stalemate between the two factions. Nevertheless, Xian Shiyihua retained a measure of initiative. In this critical moment, Xian Shiyihua once again formed hand seals, conjuring a sphere of azure flame in his hands. He hurled this fireball, which was as large as 2 basketballs, hurtling from the air directly toward one of the Sound Ninjas. Due to the unexpected nature of Xian Shiyihua's action, especially following a tense exchange of blows, everyone was caught off guard. However, as the blue fireball accelerated, one of the Sound Ninjas barely managed to react. In a panic, he drew forth a kunai to shield his chest. In the next instant, the fireball struck his arm with an explosive impact. The azure radiance erupted, and the flames of the fireball surged forth like a venomous serpent, striking directly at the chest of the Sound Ninja. With a thunderous crash, his body was hurled against a towering tree, collapsing to the ground, gravely injured. Witnessing this scene, the faces of several Sound Ninjas contorted with fury. One of them opened his mouth, unleashing a multitude of needle-like projectiles. In the next heartbeat, they charged toward their wounded comrade. As a smoke bomb detonated, the 3 Sound Ninjas vanished without a trace. Xuanqi Yehua could not suppress a triumphant smile as he observed their retreat. I am aware of their whereabouts. We shall continue our pursuit. It is essential to note that vines are no ordinary flora. They can bloom rapidly through the infusion of chakra, producing pollen. Though the scent of this pollen is faint, Xuanqi Yehua can establish a connection with the vines, enabling him to track the location of these markings. This is but one application of the vines. However, to effectively track them, he must ensnare the target with the vines and ensure a sufficient amount of pollen adheres to them to leave a mark. Nevertheless, this method remains an excellent tracking technique. Let us proceed. They cannot have fled far, and we should be able to catch up with them. Xuanqi Yehua recognized this as an opportunity, a chance to defeat them before they could recover. Once they regained their strength, seizing the scroll from them would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, as the enemy fled, they immediately pursued. Xuanqi Yehua had yet to catch sight of Naruto Uzumaki or Orochimaru, indicating that Orochimaru was likely with Naruto's group. It seemed the main storyline was still unfolding. He wondered if Sasuke Uchiha had already been injured by Orochimaru and was being hidden by Sakura Haruno for treatment. Yet, given that these characters are central to the narrative, their demise would likely not come easily. As for him, a mere supporting character, he should exercise greater caution. Having underestimated the resolve of the fleeing adversaries, Xuanqi Yehua pursued them for over an hour, only to find his own stamina beginning to wane while the enemy did not relent. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream could not help but engage in discussions. Do the ninjas of the Sound Village truly resort to such cowardice? Always fleeing, never engaging in battle? Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? With only 2 members, how could they possibly fight? Would they throw themselves to their demise? I believe they are undoubtedly seeking reinforcements. After all, there are 3 teams of ninjas participating from the Sound Village. If they encounter their comrades, they might find salvation. Are you jesting? In such an expansive forest, the Sound Village has merely 4 teams. In addition, there were 24 other teams. Could you truly ascertain that they would not encounter their own adversaries shortly? According to the speculations of the fans in the live stream, the likelihood of encountering enemies in such skirmishes was considerably high. Thus, at this moment, Xuanqi Yehua felt a twinge of anxiety. However, if they continued to chase relentlessly, their stamina would inevitably deplete, and should they be ambushed by others, it would be a futile endeavor. Let us first find a place to rest and procure some sustenance, Xuanqi Yehua proposed upon spotting a small river ahead. After a day without food, it was certain that everyone was quite famished. Hearing Xuanqi Yehua's suggestion, Demujiabin was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Nevertheless, Hinata Kyushi harbored some concerns. While the area ahead appears tranquil, it could be perilous if someone lay in ambush there. Xuanqi Yehua nodded in acknowledgement. There is no need for worry. We shall consume a portion of the provisions we carry to replenish our strength before proceeding to the riverside. This will at least enhance our safety. His words garnered unanimous approval from his companions. They promptly retrieved their rice balls and began to eat, each consuming one to regain some energy. At that moment, they slowly approached the riverbank. Suddenly, 3 ninjas emerged from the water. Upon their appearance, they immediately formed hand seals, unleashing torrents of flames from their mouths. Xuanqi Yehua and his 2 teammates were caught off guard and were sent flying. The 3 ninjas then leaped from the water, charging toward Xuanqi Yehua and his team. Clearly, they had been lying in wait, seeking an unsuspecting target to ambush. However, in the next instant, the 3 figures before them transformed into wooden stakes. Evidently, Xuanqi Yehua and his companions were not naive and had prepared in advance. Realizing their ambush had failed, the 3 ninjas promptly fled in the opposite direction. In the following moment, Xuanqi Yehua appeared atop a large tree alongside his 2 teammates. Once the ninjas had departed, they approached the riverbank to catch fish. Xuanqi Yehua formed hand seals, and tendrils extended from his hands, swiftly reaching into the water. As the tendrils coiled beneath the surface, he captured several fish weighing around 5 to 6 pounds each. After cleaning the fish, he stowed them in his pocket. They then continued their pursuit towards the hiding spots of the Sound Ninjas. For some unknown reason, it seemed the opponents had halted, perhaps taking a moment to rest. As Xuanqi Yehua and his 2 companions exchanged glances, they commenced their separate endeavors. In a brief moment, Xuanqi Yehua found himself perched atop a grand tree. Below, 3 Sound Ninjas rested on the ground, one of whom appeared injured and had already succumbed to slumber. The other 2 ninjas continually surveyed their surroundings, seemingly evading detection. Xuanqi Yehua, observing the situation, offered a wry smile and spoke. It seems you were quite intrigued by us at first. However, you have chosen the wrong adversaries. If you willingly surrender the scrolls in your possession, we might spare you, granting you a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's words, the expressions of the 2 Sound Ninjas morphed into cruel grins. The ninjas of Konoha are all worthless. You'll have to kill us if you wish to obtain our scrolls. One of the hidden ninjas suddenly let his hair elongate violently, enveloping his entire body, transforming into a spherical form that barreled toward Xuanqi Yehua. Simultaneously, a barrage of needles erupted from his form. The other sound ninja, tearing his clothing, revealed a serrated appendage protruding from his back, before also morphing into a sphere and launching himself toward Hinata Q. In an instant, the two factions clashed anew. Amidst the cacophony of battle, the injured sound ninja, who had intended to rise, felt a sudden constriction around his neck, ensnared by a clump of sand. Before he could utter a cry, his neck was brutally twisted, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this, Kanjiro displayed a cruel smile, seemingly accustomed to Gaara's ruthless actions. Meanwhile, Temari, observing the scene, was filled with trepidation. After all, Gaara had become an unhinged individual. If such a madman were to ascend as Kazekage, chaos would surely ensue within Sunagakure. Despite her myriad concerns, Temari recognized the prevailing tumult in the ninja world. Perhaps Gaara's conduct was a means of safeguarding their village, for in such a disordered realm, strength was indeed their lifeline. Gaara, shall we intervene now, or wait a while longer? She inquired politely, noticing Gaara's reluctance to act. Gaara turned to glare at Temari fiercely, causing her to tense instinctively. He then turned away, dismissing her entirely, revealing his irritation at her interjection. Meanwhile, Kanjiro remained silent, seemingly understanding Gaara's temperament. As the battle raged on, Xuanqi Yehua successfully intercepted one of the sound ninjas. At that moment, his hands continuously formed hand seals, and a frenzy of vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the sound ninja completely. The body of this sound ninja was tightly bound, leaving him with no room for movement. Just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, a mound of sand enveloped his head. With a muffled sound, his skull was crushed, leading to his immediate demise. Meanwhile, another sound ninja attempted to flee, only to be pierced by a barrage of diamond-shaped shurikens made of sand, leading him to collapse in a pool of his own blood. It could be said that with a single display of power, Gaara had dispatched two sound ninjas in an instant. Subsequently, Gaara appeared before Xuanqi Yehua and his companions, a cloud of sand swirling around him. Although Xuanqi Yehua had watched Naruto countless times, especially the Chunin exams, and had even encountered Gaara during the survival exams registration, nothing compared to the overwhelming sense of dread he felt at this moment. Gaara now resembled a madman. Even a mere glance from him could send chills down Xuanqi Yehua's spine. Simultaneously, the fans in the live stream could not contain their astonishment. They were experiencing everything from Xuanqi Yehua's perspective, and while the murderous intent they felt was not as potent as his, it was still palpable. Heh, Xuanqi Yehua, Okamura Kabuto. Hyuga, I never expected we would become rivals. As for the sound ninjas, they are utterly unworthy of being my opponents. I only regard the three of you as worthy. Although Gaara was not particularly articulate, his words carried an undeniable authoritative tone. He then glanced at Kankuro and Temari, stating, I am Xuanqi Yehua's opponent. You two may choose your adversaries. He suddenly realized he had yet to inspect the scrolls on the three sound ninjas. With that thought, Gaara reached out and seized one of the scrolls from a sound ninja. Upon examining the scroll in his hand, a hint of disappointment crossed his face. The others had no opportunity to discern its contents before Gaara claimed it for himself. At that moment, Gaara began to stride towards Xuanqi Yehua, igniting a fervor among the fans in the live stream. Ha ha ha, will Shikaku make an appearance during the battle with the streamer? Ha ha ha, perhaps not. I believe that if Gaara unleashes his true power, Shikaku will surely take over. Hey, that's a problematic statement. What do you mean by take over? It's not like he is a ghost. That terminology feels rather inappropriate. It should be controlled by Shikaku, considering he is currently filled with resentment. Indeed, Gaara is now regarded as a monster by the village. From a young age, Gaara has never experienced the warmth and care of others. He has now become a veritable killing machine. Ah, those three sound ninjas, though their demise was not entirely unjust, met a rather tragic end. My current concern, however, lies with the streamer. Will Gaara eliminate him without hesitation? Upon hearing the words of the fans, Xuanqi Yehua found himself at a loss for words. Dear friends, could you not offer a few more blessings? Cursing me like this serves no benefit. Should I perish, what good would it do you? Chapter 46. Fortune seems to be lacking moreover. While Gaara has Shikaku, I too possess my own cheerful dancing rabbit. Furthermore, my cheerful dancing rabbit is in its complete form and under my control. In contrast, Shikaku remains in a state of mutual manipulation and restraint with Gaara. I firmly believe my cheerful dancing rabbit can certainly defeat Shikaku. Upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's words, many fans nodded in agreement. Indeed, while I believe Shikaku may surpass the cheerful dancing rabbit in power, that is only in its incomplete state. Additionally, Shikaku's upper limit does not seem very high, by comparison. The cheerful dancing rabbit appears to be more intelligent than Xuanqi Yehua. I suspect that in a battle of wits, even the combined might of the tailed beasts would not match the cleverness of the cheerful dancing rabbit. Seeing the fans in the live stream discussing the cheerful dancing rabbit, Xuanqi Yehua sighed in exasperation. Forget it. I shall focus on confronting Gaara one-on-one. Otherwise, if I am truly defeated, I shall have no grounds to argue. Suddenly, a faint blue glow enveloped Xuanqi Yehua, and his form accelerated towards Gaara's position. Gaara, at that moment, wore a stoic expression resembling a block of ice, intently fixated on Xuanqi Yehua. Then, with a swift motion, he grasped his hand, causing a whirlwind of sand to converge upon Xuanqi Yehua from all directions. Feeling Gaara's shift in demeanor, Xuanqi Yehua's mind sparked with a new idea. Could my bloodline limit truly be inferior to his sand? With this thought, he spread his arms, and a series of vines morphed into hands that cradled him within. The encroaching sand rapidly gathered towards him, but was held at bay. At that instant, Xuanqi Yehua thrust his palm forward, and the vines erupted from beneath Gaara's feet, ensnaring him. Until now, he had concealed his strength, aiming to maximize his training. However, faced with Gaara's formidable assault, Xuanqi Yehua resolved to reveal his true power. As his strength surged forth, the vines entwined around Gaara's body in an instant. Despite being ensnared, Gaara's expression bore no trace of pain. Instead, he appeared almost relieved. Upon witnessing this scene, Xuanqi Yehua was momentarily taken aback. The fans in the live stream could not help but voice their astonishment. Wow, when Gaara was entangled by the vines, why did it seem as if he felt no pain, but rather a sense of liberation? You are not mistaken, my friend. He must have finally encountered a worthy opponent whose abilities are akin to his own, bringing him solace. Indeed, previously, Gaara's assaults were merely a one-sided massacre, with an imbalance of power rendering the fights dull. Now, however, the streamer presents a different dynamic. Not only can he counter Gaara, but he also possesses the potential to turn the tide, providing Gaara with a long-lost sense of recognition. Perhaps Gaara is on the brink of an extraordinary performance. Xuanqi Yehua, observing the discussions in the live stream, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yet, he understood that Gaara must have perceived him as a formidable rival, thus revealing such a gratifying expression. For Gaara, this was finally an adversary against whom he could unleash his full strength. Heh, Xuanqi Yehua, you truly satisfy me. But soon, I shall make you acquainted with the meaning of suffering. As the vines pierced his body, drawing blood, Gaara displayed no signs of worry. Instead, he sampled his blood, seemingly savoring its taste. The sands erupted, intertwining with the vines and tearing them apart. In the next moment, Xuanqi Yehua found himself directly before Gaara. Yet, before he could seize Gaara, he was repelled by a surge of sand. Almost immediately, colossal hands coalesced from the ground, striking towards Xuanqi Yehua. Vines suddenly emerged beneath him, propelling his body away. With a resounding clash, the two massive hands collided, instantly transforming into a heap of sand that scattered to the ground. However, in an instant, countless grains of sand shot forth like swords towards Xuanqi Yehua's position. Not one to relent, Xuanqi Yehua spread his arms wide, conjuring an array of vines to shield himself. Next, he unleashed two spheres of blue flames that hurtled towards Gaara's location. Gaara, with his hands clasped together, summoned a powerful sand barrier that effectively intercepted the two fireballs. Boom! The fireball struck the ground, exploding and revealing Gaara within. Yet, in the following moment, vines swiftly emerged from beneath Gaara's feet, attempting to ensnare him. However, before the vines could fully bind him, sand erupted from Gaara's body, swirling like a vortex and shredding the vines into fragments. In less than 5 minutes, the two had exchanged blows a dozen times, yet the outcome remained indecisive. This revelation instilled in Gaara a newfound respect for Xuanqi Yehua. He chuckled, Xuanqi Yehua, I hadn't anticipated that you would surpass my expectations. However, it matters not. I shall soon overcome you. With these words, Gaara bit through his own hand and pressed it against the sand. In that instant, it was as if the sand sensed the madness within its master, awakening a hint of sentience. Whirling and swirling, the grains of sand began to revolve around Gaara's form. A look of exhilaration spread across his face. Now, Prepare to experience my ninjutsu, Sand Shuriken. A menacing grin emerged on Gaara's visage, and in a heartbeat, countless sand fragments, akin to bullets, surged towards Xuanqi Yehua. The barrage of sand struck relentlessly, akin to an overwhelming tide of shurikens. Xuanqi Yehua's expression shifted to one of gravity, his demeanor now laced with a palpable intensity. Oh, Gaara, it appears you truly wish for us both to be vanquished. Very well, I shall unleash my true prowess and engage you in earnest. As Xuanqi Yehua clasped his hands together, he summoned forth tendrils that thickened considerably. The blue radiance enveloping him intensified, and even his hair danced wildly in the wake of the chakra surging from his being. A halo of light flickered around him as he bellowed to the heavens. Born anew. In that moment, the azure glow surrounding him erupted with fervor. The tendrils he had conjured twisted and writhed. Just as the shards of sand were launched towards Xuanqi Yehua, these tendrils transformed into a colossal vine, shattering the projectiles and redirecting their force back towards Gaara. Sand shield. With a swift accumulation of sand, Gaara encased himself within a protective cocoon. Yet, the immense vine descended, obliterating the sand shield into fragments. Gaara swiftly formed another hand sign, seizing the vine with a powerful grip. A sinister smile returned to his face. Sand binding coffin. In an instant, a deluge of sand surged towards Xuanqi Yehua, enveloping him like a coffin. It seemed that during their earlier confrontation, Gaara had already laid a trap in close proximity to Xuanqi Yehua. Now, as the ninjutsu erupted forth, the trap finally fulfilled its purpose. A subtle expression flickered in Gaara's eyes, conveying to Xuanqi Yehua that the culmination of their battle was imminent. Xuanqi Yehua, you are indeed a formidable adversary, but alas, it is time for you to be dispatched. Sand burial. Gaara, opened my palm and then clenched it forcefully. In that moment, an immense quantity of sand began to constrict around Xuanqi Yehua's body, as if an overwhelming force sought to shred him into pieces. The viewers in the live stream could not contain their excitement. Isn't that Gaara's ultimate technique, sand burial? My goodness, the streamer is trapped. Will he perish? Friends, if the streamer dies, it's game over. The chat was filled with cries of despair, resonating like thunder. Is the streamer doomed? He is ensnared by Gaara's sand coffin. I've never seen the streamer pushed to such extremes. It appears he might truly meet his end. Streamer, I apologize. I shouldn't have cursed you earlier. If you survive this, I shall reward you with a grand prize. Streamer, I too will contribute. I'll gift you a yacht. In an instant, the live stream transformed into a petition of sorts, with a plethora of blessings and gifts flooding in. At that moment, Xuanqi Yehua felt quite helpless. Everyone, do not despair. The streamer will not be so easily vanquished. His strength is formidable. Even on the brink of death, he can resurrect. Moreover, do not forget, he possesses numerous tools. If he gets injured, he can still defeat Gaara using them. Upon hearing the streamer's boastful words, the fans in the live chat quickly reacted. How could I forget? The streamer has a cheat. He still has the system and tools at his disposal. If he were to perish so easily, it would be utterly disgraceful. Besides, he just had an explosive surge of power. How could he lose to Gaara? Indeed, the streamer's true rival has always been Orochimaru, who is far stronger than Gaara. Come on, streamer, rise up and show us your worth. Give Gaara a taste of defeat. As the fans wailed and cheered, Gaara revealed a sinister smile. It was all coming to an end. He clasped his hands together, and the sand that had ensnared Xuanqi Yehua began to constrict with tremendous force. The sand tightened violently, obliterating everything within, leaving only fragments of vines scattered on the ground. However, there were no signs of blood. According to everyone's recollections, each time Gaara executed sand burial, blood would erupt forth. Yet this time, it seemed there were only remnants of vines. So, where had the streamer gone? As the fans in the live broadcast room brimming with curiosity, Xianxia swiftly materialized behind Gaara. Gaara, the one who is defeated now is not me, but you. Subsequently, Xianxia extended his hand, ensnaring Gaara completely with vines. The scene unfolded as Gaara's body gradually became entangled, a pained expression manifesting on his face. At that moment, it appeared that the battle across the way had also undergone some changes. Kanjiro had surprisingly defeated Mookie Kaben, with a puppet brandishing a blade poised to pierce Mookie's body. Meanwhile, Hinata Kyuka and Temari were engaged in an exhilarating exchange of blows. However, Kanjiro's gaze was evidently fixated on Xianxia. Xianxia, release Gaara immediately, or I shall take your ally's life." Xian Xie chuckled. "Then let us not resort to deceit and release each other. Otherwise, Gaara will perish as well." At this moment, although Gaara was a hostage, he showed no signs of pleading or fear while held captive by Xian Xie. Kanjiro then pushed Mukikeben away, prompting Xian Xie to release Gaara. Though Gaara had not sustained severe injuries, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating internal damage. Kanjiro swiftly lifted Gaara and retreated towards the distance, while Temari and Hinata Kyuka, upon separating, also dashed in Kanjiro's direction. Just as Hinata Kyuka intended to pursue, Xian Xie obstructed him. With Mukikeben injured, there is no need to chase. Moreover, we have acquired the scroll from Gaara. We should consider this a successful examination. As he spoke, Xian Xie revealed the scroll. Having not examined it during the earlier skirmish, he was only now aware that Gaara's scroll was also a book of earth. Although they had emerged victorious, possessing 2 books of earth seemed of little consequence. Resigned, Xian Xie tucked the book of earth into his bosom. However, the fans in the live broadcast room could not contain their excitement. Are 2 books of earth truly useless? Previously, Naruto's team succeeded just by doing this. This sparked a fervent discussion among the viewers. While Xian Xie did not place all his hopes on this, he tacitly acknowledged the fans' sentiments. Chapter 47. Xian Xie's Dilemma. Very well. If we cannot locate the Book of Heaven, perhaps we should consider this option. With that, Xian Xie led the team to find a concealed location. With Mukikeben injured, their team could not set off immediately. Fortunately, Xian Xie possessed recovery items, promptly administering one to Mukikeben. The injuries on Daiki are visibly healing at an astonishing rate. After several hours have passed, Daiki awakens from his slumber. Upon seeing that Daiki has finally regained consciousness, Schwani Yehua presents him with some freshly grilled fish. The sight of the fish elicits an immediate smile from Daiki, who seems blissfully unaware of his recent brush with death. Meanwhile, Rieo Jingxiang displays a look of concern. "It is surprising that we encountered Gaara this time. Were it not for you, we might have perished here." One can discern a hint of frustration in Rieo's expression. Schwani Yehua, however, dismisses the gravity of the situation, stating, "I believe everyone has exerted great effort. There is no need to be disheartened over trivial matters. Moreover, I narrowly escaped being killed by Gaara. My survival is a testament to my good fortune." Seeing Schwani Yehua maintain such a positive outlook seems to offer solace to Rieo Jingxiang. What should we do next? Schwani Yehua ponders for a moment before responding. "We ought to press forward. It is paramount that we locate a team possessing the Book of Heaven and seize it, for that would ensure our safe passage. However, beyond obtaining the Book of Heaven, we must also reach the tower, which indeed lies some distance away. Yet, we should refrain from traveling at night." "Very well, we shall take turns keeping watch tonight." With that, Schwani Yehua lies down first and promptly falls asleep. Daiki glances at Rieo Jingxiang and states, "I have sufficiently rested. Now it is your turn to take a break." Although Schwani Yehua appears to be resting, he is, in fact, engaging with his fans in a live stream. "Family, did you see that? My performance was commendable, wasn't it? Though Gaara is formidable now, he still pales slightly in comparison to me. To put it this way, even if Gaara summoned Shikaku, I could make him cry for his mother." Hearing Schwani Yehua's words, some fans in the live chat expressed their displeasure. "Host, stop with the empty bravado. What good does that do? If you have the guts, confront Orochimaru directly." Indeed, if I recall correctly, Orochimaru was a kunoichi from the grass village during the Chunin exams. He consistently summoned snakes throughout the exams, and at that point, you could have your dancing rabbit face him in a duel. To the commenters above, please refrain from using such juvenile terminology to describe Orochimaru. After all, he is an intersex being. For goodness sake, I am genuinely disgusted by the comments above. Why don't you just make a graceful gesture? Brother, he is still a little girl. Let us not tease her. Observing the fans' banter in the live chat nearly makes Schwani Yehua retch. Goodness, you all are just playing around. My time is up, and I must go on watch. Schwanchi Yehua could not help but express his disdain as he found himself transported to the world of Naruto. At that moment, Omukigabane indeed appeared to be rather fatigued. Schwanchi Yehua promptly advised him, "You are injured and require ample rest. You should retire for the night." Upon hearing Schwanchi Yehua's words, Omukigabane hastily laid himself upon the ground, and within a minute, he succumbed to slumber. The fans in the live stream erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Is this the advantage of being overweight? Just collapsing to sleep without a hint of discomfort. Indeed, I believe these individuals possess remarkable abilities. They can fall asleep anytime they are weary. Xuanqi Yehua was taken aback by the fans' curiosity regarding Omyukigabane's sleeping posture, feeling a sense of exasperation. At that moment, Xuanqi Yehua suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if his very hairs were standing on end. He sensed that danger was approaching them. He urgently instructed his two companions, "You must rise immediately. We may be in peril." Upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's warning, Hinata Kaisaku and Omyukigabane scrambled to their feet. Omyukigabane glanced around and observed nothing amiss, while Hinata Kaisaku appeared to have detected something, his expression growing tense. Indeed, perched upon a nearby tree was a pallid figure, androgynous in appearance, who emerged before them. At this sight, excitement surged among the onlookers, particularly the fans in the live stream, who could not contain their astonishment. Wow, it seems I have foreseen this moment. What did I just say? Look, isn't Orochimaru here? I wonder what Orochimaru seeks from the broadcaster. Could it be an interest in the host's physique? I think so. She must be enticed by the host's form. Host, given that Orochimaru is now a woman, why not indulge and engage with her? Xuanqi Yehua was left speechless. Engage in what? Your thoughts are exceedingly inappropriate. Let me clarify. Although Orochimaru presently inhabits a female body, her mind remains indifferent to matters of gender. Please refrain from such wild speculations. Instead, let us inquire what Orochimaru intends. As he spoke, Orochimaru approached them. She exhibited a keen interest in Xuanqi Yehua. Oh, so you are Xuanqi Yehua. It appears this is our first encounter. What do you say? Would you like to accompany me? I can grant you immense power. Otherwise, a prodigy like you remaining in Konoha will only lead to your gradual decline. Even the third Hokage may scrutinize you. Can you not comprehend the plight of a genius? Though Orochimaru now presents as a woman, the madness reflected in her eyes suggests she regards Xianyan Yefire not as a person, but as prey. Rather than viewing Orochimaru as a human, one might better describe her as a venomous serpent on the hunt. Ah, Orochimaru. I am acutely aware of your intentions to abduct Uchiha Sasuke and obliterate Konoha, yet regrettably, our paths do not align. I firmly believe collaboration between us is utterly impossible. Abandon such hopes. Upon hearing Xianyan Yefire's words, a cruel expression emerged on Orochimaru's face. She seemed devoid of any remorse, her only desire ignited by the thrill of battle. Ah, then let us engage in a duel and ascertain whether you possess the capability to refuse me. In that moment, Orochimaru lunged forward, unleashing a sword from her mouth aimed directly at Xianyan Yefire's body. Without hesitation, Xianyan Yefire summoned the joyful dancing rabbit. The rabbit's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness upon encountering Orochimaru. Its baseball bat collided fiercely with the sword, resulting in a fierce confrontation, with neither side gaining the upper hand. However, Xianyan Yefire turned to his two companions and urged, "We must flee. We are no match for Orochimaru." With that, he swiftly led his teammates to escape. Meanwhile, the joyful dancing rabbit continued to engage Orochimaru. Although it was not a match for her, being a product of the system afforded it certain advantages. Possessing its own consciousness, upon noticing Xianyan Yefire retreating, it vanished from sight, despite sustaining several injuries. Orochimaru could not suppress a smirk as she licked her wounds, remarking, "Xianyan Yefire is quite interesting. Should we cross paths again, you shall not escape so easily." With that, she transformed into a snake and disappeared into the foliage. On the other side, Xianyan Yefire had successfully led his team to safety. He promptly summoned the joyful dancing rabbit once more. At this moment, the rabbit bore numerous wounds, appearing quite pitiful. Xianyan Yefire hastily applied healing ointment to its injuries. Soon, the rabbit regained its vigor and spoke. That Orochimaru was utterly relentless. Alas, if only I possessed ninjutsu, I would not have been so beleaguered. You lack ninjutsu? Who are you trying to deceive? Xianyan Yefire was taken aback by the rabbit's words. The joyful dancing rabbit gazed at him with a mix of exasperation and annoyance, responding, "My level is simply too low. It is only natural that I cannot wield ninjutsu." Xianyan Yefire quickly accessed the rabbit's profile and confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, it was listed as level 1. How does the system upgrade the joyful dancing rabbit? Is it also with blue shards? The host is quite clever. The joyful dancing rabbit possesses blue skills, and it can indeed be upgraded using blue shards. Upon upgrading, it can provide skills to the joyful dancing rabbit to a certain extent. After acquiring a skill, Each subsequent upgrade may enhance the skill level or even grant superior skills. However, upgrading the Joyful Dancing Rabbit skills also requires skill shards, which I hope the host can comprehend. What? The Joyful Dancing Rabbit skill upgrades also necessitate skill shards? How utterly frustrating. Well, who am I to complain? If I advance too rapidly, it won't be long before I ascend to the position of Hokage. Although I feel somewhat uneasy about it, I suppose it remains fair. Upon hearing the host's words, the fans in the live streaming room instantly commenced their banter. Host, you are truly shameless. With your mental potions, you can restore chakra in an instant. If you prepare an ample supply of energy potions, wouldn't that essentially mean your body is endowed with a tailed beast? And how old are you now? 12, perhaps? Do you really aspire to soar to such heights? Is it not a tad exaggerated for a 12-year-old ninja to contend with shadow-level opponents? Listening to the incessant teasing from the fans, Xuanqi Yehua felt somewhat speechless. I am merely striving to rescue the third Hokage through rigorous training. If I disregard him, I could at least ensure my own safety. Though Xuanqi Yehua voiced this, he felt rather pleased internally. It's just that the Joyful Dancing Rabbit can indeed seem a bit of a burden. All right, I understand that I will upgrade you shortly, but it appears that I lack sufficient shards. Upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's words, the system immediately provided a prompt. Congratulations, host. Your 2 green shards can be exchanged for 1 blue shard, and 3 white shards can be traded for 1 green shard, and so forth. What? Such a transformation is truly exhilarating. However, my current shard count remains too low. What should I do? The system promptly advised. The host must continuously assist others. For instance, helping an elderly lady cross the street could yield substantial points. Moreover, aiding friends in evading danger could also garner points, and if you save someone else's life, evoking their gratitude, the points acquired will be even greater. Additionally, prolonging the duration for point exchanges may also yield points, as the quantity is calculated based on the emotional bonds you build with others. Now you should understand how points are earned. After hearing the system's explanation, Xuanqi Yehua grasped the process of accumulating points. Essentially, it entails increasing interactions with those around you. I must embrace my playful side. Xuanqi Yehua immediately turned to his 2 teammates and smiled, saying, now that we are finally safe, let us set off at once. Excellent. Both teammates nodded eagerly, trailing behind Xuanqi Yehua as they journeyed forward. Xuanqi Yehua harbored a deep desire to encounter Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. After all, they were likely still recovering from their injuries at this time. Was it not an opportune moment to rescue them from peril and, in doing so, cultivate goodwill and garner additional points? As they pressed onward, they soon heard the unmistakable sounds of battle ahead. A look of surprise illuminated Xuanqi Yehua's face as he beheld Ino Yamanaka's team engaged in combat with the Sound Ninja, which undoubtedly marked the scene of Sakura Haruno's rescue. Xuanqi Yehua hastened over to inquire about the situation. How are Naruto and Sasuke? I possess some medical knowledge. I might be able to assist them. Sakura Haruno, upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's words, was immediately filled with excitement. She promptly led him back to their resting place. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha lay unconscious on the ground. Xuanqi Yehua found himself momentarily at a loss. After all, he only had healing ointments capable of treating external injuries. The mental strength potion could restore chakra and perhaps replenish their energy. However, it was evident that both were suffering from internal injuries, presenting a dilemma for Xuanqi Yehua. Noticing his troubled expression, Sakura grew anxious. Are they truly in grave danger? Xuanqi Yehua shook his head and reassured her. There shouldn't be any major issues. I will commence their treatment now. He promptly contacted the system. System, how should I proceed with their healing in this situation? The host merely needs to administer half a bottle of the mental strength potion to each and apply the healing ointment to their injuries, the system instructed. Nodding in understanding, Xuanqi Yehua replied, all right, I shall give it a try. As he poured the mental strength potion into their mouths, the expressions on Naruto and Sasuke's faces seemed to soften considerably. Subsequently, Xuanqi Yehua applied the healing ointment to their wounds. Gradually, as the ointment took effect, their injuries began to mend. Before long, Sasuke Uchiha was the first to awaken from his state of injury. He looked around, bewildered, at Xuanqi Yehua and Sakura. In that moment, Sakura suddenly leaped into Sasuke's arms, flushed with shyness. Sasuke-kun, you've finally awakened. Sasuke, still wearing a disgruntled expression, remarked, I actually had a rather pleasant sleep. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki also stirred from his slumber, glancing at Sasuke with a joyful expression. Ha ha, I can't believe I'm unscathed. Sasuke, you're fine too. This is truly wonderful. By the way, how did you all end up here? Upon seeing Shuanshi Yehua's group, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Sakura quickly began to explain. Moments ago, we encountered Yamada, who claimed he could provide you with treatment, so I brought him along. Naruto Uzumaki immediately stood up and embraced Shinin Yehua. Their rapport had always been strong, and now their friendship seemed to have deepened significantly. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have once again acquired a wave of camaraderie, and the friendship points continue to accumulate. You may collect them now, albeit at a reduced rate. Shinin Yehua quickly shook his head. Let us wait until the current mission concludes. He understood the importance of timing. It was akin to planting a seed, allowing it to take root and sprout. One could not harvest a plant as soon as it emerged. It was prudent to wait until it bore fruit for the greatest yield. We shall take our leave now. Do ensure your safety. After confirming their well-being, Shinin Yehua led his team away. At this juncture, they were still in search of their own Book of Heaven, as they currently possessed only 2 books of Earth. As for Naruto and his companions, they had merely 1 book of Earth. While they pressed onward, they spotted Inuzuka Kiba and his team rushing toward them. Upon recognizing Shinin Yehua, Kiba approached with enthusiasm. Yamada, what brings you here? Was the journey arduous? Noticing the tattered clothing of his companions, which suggested they had endured hardships, Shinin Yehua replied with a smile. There were indeed some troubles, but nothing insurmountable. By the way, what scrolls are you carrying? At Shinin Yehua's inquiry, Kiba's expression shifted to one of apprehension. He clutched the Book of Heaven tighter, though Shinin Yehua perceived the subtle signs. Nearby, Hinata Hyuga nervously assumed a combat stance, while Shino Aburame maintained his cool demeanor, hands in pockets, fixated on Shinin Yehua as if he were the greatest adversary. He chuckled. Shinin Yehua, it seems you harbor ill intentions toward us. You shall not succeed today. Despite his nonchalant pose, Shino felt a surge of anxiety. To maintain his composure, he suppressed his trembling body, allowing numerous insects to emerge and conceal his shaking legs. Observing their anxious demeanor, Shinin Yehua raised his hand. If you were indeed the Book of Heaven, that would be splendid. I have a Book of Earth to offer you. In fact, we previously encountered a mix-up. We intended to seize the Book of Heaven, but ended up with an additional Book of Earth. He then tossed the Book of Earth toward them. In an instant, the Book of Earth fell before Inuzuka Kiba and his companions, yet none of them made a move to retrieve it. Observing their evident concern, Xianxihua promptly gestured toward them, saying, Well then, we shall take our leave. Feel free to pick it up. With that, they parted ways with Kiba's group. Soon, Xianxihua had led his team some distance away. The system's notification sound chimed once more, announcing, Congratulations, host. You have gained a wave of favorability. Xianxihua's face instantly lit up with delight. Simultaneously, fans in the live stream began to chime in with playful banter. Haha, did you see that? Just now. Yin Yushino appeared quite composed, while in reality, she was inwardly flustered. Indeed, I dare say that among all the groups, the members of Inuzuka Kiba's clan possessed the least courage, particularly Hinata Hyuga, whose bravery is as minuscule as that of an ant. TCH, you are mistaken. While they may seem timid on the surface, especially Yin Yushino, who struggles with social anxiety, they actually possess tremendous explosive potential. Hinata, the one deemed the most timid, can unleash an astonishing burst of energy. Ahem, the commenter above is correct. Hinata indeed harbors an incredibly resilient spirit, and her emotions run deep. By the way, did you notice how the host's smile was as radiant as a blooming flower? Has he perhaps garnered another wave of favorability? Hey host, have you indeed increased your favorability again? Do share with us. As the live stream erupted in excitement, with no pressing matters at hand, he stepped forward and addressed the viewers. Dear friends, you are absolutely right. I did indeed accumulate a significant amount of favorability just now. However, do not fret. This favorability will continue to ferment, yielding greater rewards as time passes. Rest assured, once I convert this favorability into points, I shall promptly hold a lottery for you all. After all, accumulating favorability is quite arduous, yet converting it to points tends to dissipate swiftly. Wonderful. But you mustn't deceive us, for I have been recording for 24 hours. Grateful for the unwavering support from his viewers, Xianxihua readily assured them, Fear not, my friends, I will not forget you. At that moment, Xianxihua suddenly sensed a powerful aura of malice encroaching upon him. He swiftly raised his hand, signaling the team to halt. If I am not mistaken, we appear to be surrounded. Everyone, exercise utmost caution. Gazing ahead, he indeed spotted a thin line, and following it, he discovered a detonating talisman. As he retrieved the talisman, a sense of relief washed over him. At that moment, a ninja from the moon-hidden village suddenly leaped down from a towering tree. In a flash, a dozen shurikens erupted from his hand, whistling through the air as they homed in on the body of Xian Shiyihua, leaving him little time to react. Two other ninjas from the moon-hidden village emerged from the shadows, weapons drawn, charging straight toward Damu Jiabin and Hinata Jingxiang. Hehe, encountering us. You are surely doomed today. The fans in the live stream erupted in excitement at this sight. Wow, aren't these the same ninjas from the moon-hidden village who fought against the sand-hidden village before? Who would have thought they would finally cross paths with the streamer? It was said that the ninjas of the moon-hidden village excelled in shadow techniques, though their ninjutsu differed from that of the Nara clan. While the Nara clan's techniques were used for control, those of the moon-hidden village were primarily offensive. Indeed, they were not to be underestimated. As the battle was about to commence, numerous shadows began to fill the battlefield. In that instant, Xian Shiyihua swiftly formed hand seals, and a massive hand composed of vines surged forth, intercepting the incoming shurikens. He engaged in a fierce struggle, clashing shurikens with his own. Just then, Tian Shu Qiyu suddenly retreated sharply, placing his scythe on the ground before forming hand seals. Dark shadows erupted from his hands, swiftly writhing toward Xian Shiyihua as if possessing a will of their own. This was a fusion of shadows and chakra. At first glance, these shadows appeared insubstantial. Yet if Tian Shu Qiyu chose to attack, he could instantly combine chakra with shadows to unleash formidable destructive power. Xian Shiyihua, well aware of how to counter this, understood that any method could be employed to disrupt chakra. Break for me. Xian Shiyihua unleashed his vine-binding technique, causing vines to burst forth from the ground, severing the shadows beneath him. Although the shadows seemed unaffected at first glance, Xian Shiyihua had successfully intercepted the chakra. Thus, the opponent's ninjutsu was rendered ineffective. Nonetheless, Xian Shiyihua remained cautious as he charged toward Tian Shu Qiyu's position. Simultaneously, more shurikens flew from his hands, whistling through the air toward Tian Shu Qiyu, who had no choice but to interrupt his ninjutsu and grasp his massive scythe. With a sweeping motion, he deflected all the shurikens. In the next moment, Xian Shiyihua stood before Tian Shu Qiyu. Despite the handprint he left behind, tendrils began to emerge from the ground, unfurling one after another. These vines extended from the feet of Xuanqi Yehua, reaching deep into the earth. The reason these tendrils sought to delve beneath the surface, rather than directly surging from Xuanqi Yehua's body towards Tian Shu Qiyu, was primarily due to the fact that upon contacting the ground, they would instantly acquire their own vitality. In due course, these tendrils, once detached from Xuanqi Yehua's form, would be capable of surviving independently, even exhibiting a period of sustained activity. However, should these tendrils be severed from Xuanqi Yehua's body without the sustenance from the soil, they would swiftly dissipate. Furthermore, these tendrils would ensnare Xuanqi Yehua's movements, binding his body as if shackled by chains. Yet, once these tendrils penetrated the soil, the situation would transform entirely. Xuanqi Yehua could sever the tendrils at will, allowing them to continue their assault while he retained the freedom to maneuver. This would significantly enhance his agility. As the tendrils entwined around Tian Shu Qiyu, Xuanqi Yehua approached him. In desperation, Tian Shu Qiyu swung the sickle in his hand, attempting to thwart Xuanqi Yehua. However, he had forgotten an ancient adage: a weapon is stronger with every inch it gains, and more perilous with every inch it loses. Now, as Xuanqi Yehua closed in with his kunai, Tian Shu Qiyu's formidable sickle lost its advantage, while Xuanqi Yehua wielded a dominating force. In the next moment, a swirl of dark runes manifested upon Tian Shu Qiyu's body, coalescing into a dense aura of blackness. Witnessing this, Xuanqi Yehua was momentarily taken aback, instinctively yearning to flee. Yet, the black aura transformed into chains that swiftly ensnared Xuanqi Yehua. At that moment, a sinister expression crossed Tian Shu Qiyu's face. Huh, you thought my sickle was mere decoration? Allow me to enlighten you. This is a formidable curse. Once I bind your body with these chains, your vitality will soon transfer to me, rendering you a lifeless husk. He cackled. As the black aura continued to materialize, Tian Shuqiu's physique began to wither, while the encroaching chains relentlessly wound around Xuanqi Yehua. In that instant, the darkness surrounding Xuanqi Yehua intensified. Witnessing this, despair gripped his heart, for he could distinctly sense the chains rapidly converging upon him, the sinister essence striving to penetrate his skin and seep into his flesh, siphoning away his life force. Once these ominous black chains succeed, his body will swiftly transform into a desiccated husk akin to that of Tian Shuqiu. No, I cannot allow you to prevail. Begone. Xian Shiyihua immediately activated the sunlight essence, enveloping himself in a soft azure glow. In that moment, verdant tendrils emerged around him, effectively intercepting the sinister black chains. Subsequently, additional vines extended from Tian Shuqiu's form. Chapter 49. Uncontrollably spiraling before long, Tian Shuqiu's body was ensnared by the creeping vines. The contest now hinged upon which of them could endure until the end. As anticipated, with the continuous withering of Tian Shuqiu's form, he soon collapsed into a heap of charred remains, utterly lifeless. Only then did Xian Shiyihua breathe a sigh of relief. Extracting the Book of Heaven from Tian Shuqiu's garments and advancing towards the positions of the other two individuals. This time, Damu Jia Ben was engaged in a fierce struggle with his opponent, but he soon gained the upper hand, rendering his adversary unconscious. Similarly, Rixiang Jingxiang triumphed over his contender. Upon witnessing the Book of Heaven in Xian Shiyihua's grasp, a wave of joyous laughter erupted among them. Let us proceed to the central tower. As Xian Shiyihua and his companions quickened their pace, they swiftly arrived at the central tower. With the opening of the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth, the summoning technique was passively activated. Shortly thereafter, Hai Iru Ka materialized before them. Upon recognizing his students, a radiant smile illuminated Hai Iru Ka's face. Congratulations to the three of you for successfully passing the examination. You may now await further instructions. He then directed them to assemble in the plaza. Before long, all teams had passed the examination, totaling 24 successful candidates. Clearly, in alignment with the main storyline, the excessive number of successful participants necessitated additional rounds to eliminate the surplus. Thus, 12 individuals would proceed to the forthcoming final showdown. However, the ultimate contest would not take place for another month. Well versed in the main storyline, Xian Shiyihua understood that the finals would likely coincide with Orochimaru's impending assault on the village. It seems I have at least a month to enhance my strength. I wonder if I can stand against Orochimaru. Of course, my true aim is not to eradicate Orochimaru, but to defeat him and rescue the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Xian Shiyihua calculated the time, feeling a sense of urgency. After all, he was acutely aware that the third Hokage's demise was tied to his sealing of Orochimaru's hands with the dead demon consuming seal. To save the third Hokage, he would need to devise a means to vanquish Orochimaru. Alternatively, one might consider sealing Orochimaru using a similar method. However, Xuanqi Yehua understands that with his current capabilities, even after a month, it would be exceedingly challenging to possess the strength necessary to confront Orochimaru. Nevertheless, it is not imperative for him to defeat Orochimaru single-handedly. After all, Orochimaru's adversary is the third Hokage, and he merely needs to assist the third Hokage in vanquishing Orochimaru. In light of this, if he wishes to save the third Hokage, there are three potential courses of action. The first approach entails training to a level of strength sufficient to repel Orochimaru, which is, in fact, the most arduous task. Although this method is straightforward, its realization is fraught with difficulties, as it is nearly impossible for him to elevate his power to that of confronting Orochimaru in such a short span. The second method is relatively more feasible, discovering a means to resurrect the third Hokage, while he currently lacks a clear direction. Should there be any advanced artifacts capable of bestowing life upon the deceased, it would be an excellent solution. Furthermore, Xuanqi Yehua is eager to find a way to save the third Hokage, but the prospect of resurrection heavily relies on luck. The third option involves emerging at the moment the third Hokage attempts to seal Orochimaru, employing a novel ninjutsu to accomplish this. This would require Xuanqi Yehua to develop a completely new technique. However, his family's two bloodline limits include one that is intended for binding, which, at present, appears to lack sealing capabilities. The other enhances physical potential, both being combat-oriented techniques. Thus, discovering a sealing method proves to be exceedingly challenging. Contemplating this, Xuanqi Yehua feels a surge of frustration. In that moment, the fans in the live stream begin to engage in lively discussions. The storyline has finally progressed to the second round of elimination matches. While uncertainty looms over whether the host will successfully advance, it is evident that his current strength is formidable. Unless unforeseen events occur, he is surely poised to progress in this elimination round. The only mystery lies in who his ultimate opponent will be. At this juncture, the livestream audience shifts their focus to Uchiha Sasuke, noting the severity of his injuries. Consequently, a flurry of comments about his condition ensues. It seems that Orochimaru has indeed placed a curse upon him, one that will later become a central theme in the narrative of Naruto. Should we have the host intervene? One suggested. Indeed, once the host brings down Sasuke, he will lose his chance to grow stronger. Another chuckled. Does this mean we are transforming Uchiha Sasuke into a mere mediocre? You all are quite mischievous. After all, without this experience, Uchiha Sasuke would not even be on the same level as Naruto Uzumaki. With the mention of Naruto summoning the Nine Tails, he added, he would easily leave Sasuke searching for his teeth. As the fans in the live stream engaged in lively discussions, Shuanchi Yehua smiled and announced, I have exciting news. The system can assist me in selecting opponents. Among the 20 or so contenders present, you are free to choose. He continued, while Naruto and Gaara are main storyline tasks and cannot be eliminated for now, everyone else is fair game. The fans erupted in excitement at Shuanchi Yehua's words. So, does this mean Sasuke can be eliminated? They inquired eagerly. Shuanchi Yehua nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Sasuke is not part of the main plot. However, he still possesses significant potential for future battles, making the likelihood of selecting him quite low. He added, moreover, Rock Lee and others are also viable options. The fans began to discuss fervently, and soon, through voting, they selected 5 candidates. Uchiha Sasuke, who garnered the highest votes, followed by Rock Lee, Inazuka Kiba, and Hyuga Neji. The reason many did not choose Nara Shikamaru was due to his impending battle with Temari, which seemed destined to forge a bond between them, making it the highlight of the contest. Alright, everyone continue to vote. However, if you wish for Sasuke to fight, his votes must exceed others by 20%. With Shuanchi Yehua's call to action, a wave of fans began to cast their votes. 10 minutes later, the results revealed Rock Lee had surpassed all others, claiming the highest score. The live stream erupted in chatter. I refrained from voting for Sasuke primarily because he still bears a curse that has not been sealed, rendering his combat prowess significantly weakened. He needs time to recover before he can face any foes. In contrast, Rock Lee is different. Although he is not the protagonist, even if he were to be eliminated, it would allow Gaara's focus to shift towards the host. Moreover, his combat abilities are currently at their peak, making it quite thrilling to watch the host take him on. Many fans expressed dissatisfaction with the voting results from numerous netizens. However, the prevailing sentiment could only allow the main storyline to progress. At that moment, the battle list was also unveiled. The first round featured a confrontation between the companion Kanjuro and the swordsman Sammy. It was evident that Kanjuro emerged victorious, a result entirely consistent with the main narrative. As the competition advanced, it soon came time for the clash between Shuanchi Yehua and Rock Lee. Shuanchi Yehua held a certain admiration for Rock Lee. Engaging in combat with him was, on one hand, a matter of necessity, and on the other, a desire to demonstrate his own prowess. Before long, the two found themselves at the center of the battlefield, igniting excitement among fans in the live stream as they anticipated the duel. Notably, Rock Lee had mastered the 8 gates, even managing to unlock the 5th gate. However, if misused, the formidable power of the 8 gates could lead to catastrophic consequences for one's body, risking collapse and potential death if the enemy was not swiftly vanquished. This was why Rock Lee had resorted to the 4th gate during the Chunin exams, ultimately succumbing to Gaara, who proved to be an exceptionally strong opponent. Had it not been for Might Guy's timely intervention, Rock Lee might have met a dire fate at Gaara's hands. Nonetheless, Rock Lee seemed to have instilled in Gaara a sense of resilience, stirring something within him. In this world of Naruto, Shuanchi Yehua had previously triumphed over Gaara, although Gaara had not yet unleashed his full power. In that moment, Shuanchi Yehua had a distinct advantage. After all, Shuanchi Yehua's vines could thrive even in sand. Should Gaara struggle, he would only exacerbate his injuries. Indeed, when ensnared by the vines, Gaara experienced an inexplicable sensation, as if the living tendrils wrapped around him offered a semblance of the care he had long been denied, dissuading him from resisting. Moreover, Shuanchi Yehua had no intention of killing him, thus leaving Gaara without the will to fight back. This was a conclusion Xuanqi Yehua would come to reflect upon later. Now that the system had paired him with Rock Lee, one could argue that Rock Lee was fortunate. Had he faced Gaara, he would likely have lost an arm and a leg. In a certain sense, Xuanqi Yehua had saved Rock Lee from a grim fate. Of course, Rock Lee remained blissfully unaware of this. As Xuanqi Yehua's opponent, he would not take it easy on Rock Lee. "Come on, Rock Lee," Xuanqi Yehua declared, standing before Rock Lee and mirroring his stance. Simultaneously, the viewer count in the live stream surged to 1 million. Although everyone understands that this is an anime, no one has yet witnessed the truly extraordinary new chapter that transcends the world of Naruto. Some viewers are watching it as a live broadcast, while others are purely enjoying it as an animated series. In no time, a multitude of fans congregated in the live stream. To their surprise, the host actually engaged in a battle with Rock Lee. This sparked curiosity about who possesses greater strength, Rock Lee or the host. Naturally, the host prevails, having defeated Gaara. In the official Naruto storyline, Gaara triumphed over Rock Lee, rendering him incapable by incapacitating one of his arms and legs. Now, as the host faces Rock Lee, it remains uncertain how long he can withstand Rock Lee's formidable techniques. Moreover, I nearly overlooked the fact that the host possesses martial arts skills, albeit slightly inferior to the 8 Gates technique. Nonetheless, it is indeed a secret art. Additionally, the host's abilities stem from a bloodline limit, a skill not accessible to just anyone, but rather exclusive to the Hikari clan. This impending contest promises to be thrilling. Let us hope the host does not inflict fatal harm upon Rock Lee. Amidst the discussions, Xuanqi Yehua and Rock Lee have already clashed. Apologies. Xuanqi Yehua initiated the attack. At that moment, a blue luminescence began to radiate from his body. With the innate endowment of the Hikari lineage, he had gained insights into martial arts. Furthermore, he had been secretly practicing combat techniques recently, which can be deemed a skill in this world. Bang, bang, bang. As their confrontation intensified, the exchanges between Xuanqi Yehua and Rock Lee grew increasingly fierce. When Rock Lee struck, Xuanqi Yehua noticed that the shadows before him seemed to blur. Nevertheless, he understood that in this moment, he could not rely solely on his vision, but rather on his instinct. With the activation of his Hikari abilities, his reaction speed had significantly increased. At that instant, Rock Lee seized Xuanqi Yehua's body, preparing to execute a lotus technique. Xuanqi Yehua, taken by surprise, found himself involuntarily spinning. Chapter 50, the second realm of Hikari's innate ability. Soon after, his body began to plummet rapidly, as if all mobility had been stripped away from him. The descent was swift. In that moment, vines sprouted rapidly from his body. The next moment, Xuanqi Yehua made intimate contact with the earth. Yet, he was securely shielded by the vines. It seemed that Xuanqi Yehua had found inspiration from Gaara, using the vines to create a form of defense around himself. Although this defense was still somewhat lacking compared to Gaara's sand, it ultimately withstood Gaara's onslaught. However, in the very next moment, the vines from Xuanqi Yehua's body surged forth from the ground, ensnaring Gaara's form. The vines then transformed into a massive hand, seizing Rock Lee's body and violently slamming him into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Rock Lee's body was tossed about like a mere toy, incessantly scraping against the earth. Witnessing this scene, Xuanqi Yehua was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his unintentional actions would inadvertently give rise to a new ninjutsu, the Vine Pendulum. Just as Xuanqi Yehua basked in the spectacle of Rock Lee's torment, a kunai suddenly materialized in Rock Lee's hand, severing the vines that bound him, allowing him to escape. Although he had just been thrown around like a rag doll, Rock Lee's experience prevailed. He shielded his vital points with his hands, sustaining no serious injuries. Now free from the vines, he charged once more toward Xuanqi Yehua's position. Xuanqi Yehua glanced at Rock Lee and smiled, promptly drawing forth a kunai and launching it toward his opponent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of kunai swiftly sealed off Rock Lee's advance. In the next moment, Rock Lee retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks, sending the kunai hurtling away. Simultaneously, he descended from above. Xuanqi Yehua remained vigilant, propping himself up to conjure another colossal hand of vines that ensnared Rock Lee once again. Surely, not this tactic again. Rock Lee felt a mix of exasperation and annoyance. Being tossed around like this was far from enjoyable. In the next instant, several kunai shot forth from Rock Lee's hands. Despite the hindrance posed by Xuanqi Yehua's vines, he unleashed a precise knife-hand strike that severed the tendrils. Xuanqi Yehua could clearly discern that Rock Lee had activated the 8 gates. In that moment, Rock Lee's speed began to escalate. The opening and rest gates. With these 2 gates opened, Rock Lee's velocity surged exponentially. Xuanqi Yehua felt the mounting pressure from the transformed Rock Lee. He too activated his innate ability, the Sunlight Genesis. In that instant, the azure radiance enveloping Xuanqi Yehua intensified. In the stands, witnessing the fierce exchange between Xuanqi Yehua and Rock Lee, Might Guy's expression turned grave. I once thought my 8 gates were formidable. Yet it seems the Sunlight Genesis of the Ryeo clan is equally powerful. I wonder which of Rock Lee's 8 gates and Sunlight Genesis is superior this time. Casting a worried glance at Kakashi Hatake beside him, Might Guy's concern deepened. At that moment, a small whirlwind silently appeared between the two. Upon witnessing the little whirlwind, Might Guy and Kakashi Hatake immediately exchanged disapproving glances. What? Have you not imparted your ultimate technique to your students? Little Whirlwind shook his head and replied, My taijutsu is meant for lethal combat, not for trivial skirmishes like this. If I were to teach Zhuanyaihuo my techniques, Rock Lee would surely have met his demise by now. Might Guy, casting a disdainful look at Little Whirlwind, retorted, Rock Lee embodies the essence of youth. How could he possibly be so easily defeated? Meanwhile, Kakashi Hatake, intrigued, inquired, to what extent can Rock Lee currently open the gates? In response to Kakashi's question, Might Guy replied earnestly, he can currently open the 5th gate, but that is his limit. Rock Lee is not yet capable of enduring the full extent of the 8 gates, so reaching the 4th gate is already perilous for him. Nevertheless, my student is undeniably exceptional. I have great faith in him. Hearing Might Guy's words, Little Whirlwind merely smiled faintly without further comment. At that moment, the fans in the live stream began to buzz with excitement. Wow, the streamer is truly impressive. I can't believe he can match Rock Lee's 8 gates with his family's bloodline limit. Does that mean if the streamer continues to utilize the Daylight's endowment, he could even rival the 8 gates, achieving a power akin to that of a super shadow? The live stream was abuzz with speculation. However, Zhuanyaihuo seemed unfazed by the chatter. At this moment, he was wholly focused on the physical confrontation with Rock Lee. After exchanging blows, Rock Lee swiftly opened the 3rd gate, his speed seemingly enhanced. Subsequently, he opened the 4th gate, and as blood surged through his veins, his entire body turned a crimson hue. With this transformation, Rock Lee's speed doubled, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Zhuanyaihuo. With a powerful punch, he sent Zhuanyaihuo soaring off the ground. Taken aback by Rock Lee's activation of the 4th gate, Zhuanyaihuo gritted his teeth and activated his Daylight's endowment to the 2nd level. In truth, Daylight's endowment could be activated to an immortal state in one go. However, due to the limitations of his body's capacity to bear such power, even if he achieved immortality, he would collapse instantly, losing any ability to resist. The notion of immortality is, in essence, relative. At this moment, Zhuanyaihuo activating Daylight's endowment to the immortal state would not differ significantly from willingly courting death. This is akin to Rock Lee unleashing all 5 gates at once. Even if he can endure for a while, once his body surpasses its limits, his fate is sealed, with no need for an adversary to intervene. However, with Xuanqi Yehua directly elevating his abilities to the next level, his speed has significantly improved. Though he still finds it challenging to match Rock Lee, he has at least acquired the means to resist. The clash between Xuanqi Yehua and Rock Lee continues unabated. While Rock Lee's speed escalates, Xuanqi Yehua is not merely on the defensive. In fact, the vines surrounding Xuanqi Yehua become his auxiliary strength. In that moment, Rock Lee strikes again at Xuanqi Yehua's chest, but the next second, Xuanqi Yehua seizes the opportunity to entangle Rock Lee with his vines. The chakra emanating from Rock Lee erupts violently, tearing the vines apart. Yet, in the following instant, Rock Lee retaliates with a kick aimed at Xuanqi Yehua. However, Xuanqi Yehua does not remain passive. He ensnares Rock Lee with the vines, and they both plummet from the air. During this descent, they engage in close combat, landing blows with remarkable intensity. After reaching a stalemate with Rock Lee, Xuanqi Yehua swiftly retreats, noticing that Rock Lee's stamina has begun to wane. At this moment, Xuanqi Yehua conjures 3 meteoric fireballs in his hands. As Rock Lee comes to a halt, Xuanqi Yehua launches the fireballs, their blue flames flickering ominously towards Rock Lee's position. Ha ha ha, Rock Lee, this time you cannot evade. The three blue fireballs soar into the air and then rapidly descend toward Rock Lee. Observing the fireballs, Rock Lee leaps and executes a sweeping kick midair. However, in the next moment, the fireballs explode violently, colliding with Rock Lee. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the three fireballs detonates simultaneously, akin to three heavy punches striking Rock Lee's abdomen. With a resounding impact, Rock Lee is driven into the ground, creating a deep crater. He lies there, eyes closed, appearing to have lost consciousness. Witnessing this scene, the fans in the live stream finally exhale in relief. Although Rock Lee has once again been defeated, it seems his injuries are not severe. Across from him, Xuanqi Yehua also breathes a sigh of relief. If he could not overcome Rock Lee now, he wondered what ninjutsu he would have to resort to next, as he felt he had nearly exhausted his options. Just then, Rock Lee shakily rises from the ground, appearing as though he yearns to continue the fight. Many fans in the live stream are moved to tears by this display of determination. Rock Lee truly embodies the spirit of Naruto, and even to this day, he has not relinquished his determination. Upon witnessing this scene, I was undoubtedly moved to tears. It was profoundly touching. Indeed, Rock Lee's defeat at the hands of the streamer was not unjust. However, it seems the streamer was rather lenient, sparing Rock Lee from severe injury, which could be considered a stroke of luck for him. As Xuanqi Yehua observed Rock Lee standing still, he refrained from making a move. Before long, Rock Lee collapsed to the ground, unconscious. With the conclusion of the battle, Xuanqi Yehua let out a sigh of relief. The ensuing fights would involve the others. And during this competition, both Yakushi Kabuto and Mukagami had withdrawn from the matches. Hinata Q also managed to progress through the elimination rounds, primarily due to the lack of strength in her opponents. The confrontations among the others were largely akin to the main storyline of Naruto. However, Gaara encountered an unfortunate soul, nearly incapacitating his opponent right from the start. While not fatal, it left them severely impaired. With the elimination rounds concluded, the final match would be held in approximately a month. During this period, Naruto Uzumaki would train under Jiraiya, while Xuanqi Yehua had yet to find a suitable place for himself. Returning home, he felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Yet he also bore a considerable amount of pressure. Despite his recent victory over Rock Lee, thanks to unlocking the second tier of the Daylight Heavenly Birth, he was well aware of the substantial gap that still existed between himself and Orochimaru. He resolved to venture elsewhere to complete missions and, in the process, accumulate some points. However, the most effective means of acquiring points was through monetary expenditure, for he currently possessed a considerable amount of silver. Thanks to the generous donations and crowdfunding from his fans during this period, Xuanqi Yehua's account now boasted over 3 million ryo. This significant sum would allow him to enjoy a carefree existence in the Naruto world for a time. Thus, Xuanqi Yehua intended to utilize this wealth to assist others while simultaneously advancing his own training. At home, he shared a quiet meal with his grandfather, Kangman. Noticing his grandson seemed preoccupied, Kangman promptly inquired, "Yaki, do you have something on your mind?" Xuanqi Yehua nodded and replied, "I wish to venture out to train and enhance my abilities, yet I am uncertain where to begin." Kangman pondered for a moment before responding. "There are indeed options available. It all depends on your perspective. As your grandfather, I suggest you explore places that can enrich your experiences, such as the Land of Earth. In the Land of Earth, there lies the Hidden Stone Village. While the ninjas there may not be particularly formidable, they are a group of dreamers. Moreover, the inhabitants of the Mud-Round country are quite impoverished. After your arrival, you may assist them in cultivating harmonious relations. As for financial matters, our family possesses considerable resources. On this occasion, your grandfather has graciously provided you with 500,000 taels." Hearing the words of Kangman, the fans in the live stream became quite agitated. 500,000 taels equates to 500,000 dragon coins. The Rieo family is truly affluent, which explains why the streamer seems utterly unconcerned about expenditures. Indeed, the life of a wealthy heir is splendid, filled with enjoyment. Observing Xuanqi Yehua's hesitance, Kangman placed the money in his hands and advised, "You are still quite young. Remember to conceal your spending, as if this were all you possessed. Do not attract attention, for it could lead to significant trouble." Xuanqi Yehua nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Kangman produced a notebook and handed it to Xuanqi Yehua, saying, "Last time, I taught you the vine entanglement technique. This is a new ninjutsu called Bountiful Harvest. As you channel the vines, they will bear fruit, which will transform into your projectiles to assist you in vanquishing your adversaries. As he spoke, Kangman Dishing led Xuanqi Yehua into the garden. There, tendrils of vines emerged from beneath Kangman Dishing's feet, subsequently producing clusters of fruit. These fruits rapidly matured into robust projectiles. Chapter 51. Two Young Rascals. Whoosh. These projectiles were launched, striking a tree with a resounding impact. The tree subsequently splintered, and the fruit burst open, releasing a copious amount of liquid that corroded the remaining parts of the tree. The corrosive liquid then seeped into the ground, melting the very earth beneath. Witnessing this spectacle, Xuanqi Yehua's face displayed astonishment. Kangman Dishing, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "Did you see that? This is the effect of bountiful harvest." In reality, the fruits of the Kangman vines possess potent corrosive properties. They are indeed a weapon. How to utilize them in combat is for you to discern. Very well. I have inscribed the essence of this ninjutsu in this tome. The rest is for you to supplement. With a wave of his hand, Kangman Dishing retreated into the house. He could not help but feel a pang of sorrow as he acknowledged that his grandson would soon depart from the Hidden Leaf Village to forge his own path. As for himself, he knew he could not leave the village, and should he do so, he would require companionship. Xuanqi Yehua gazed at the shattered fruit on the ground, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Hinata Kai-S unexpectedly appeared at their doorstep. Upon seeing Hinata Kai-S, Xuanqi Yehua was taken aback. "Hinata Kai-S, have you come to seek me?" Hinata Kai-S nodded in affirmation. "This examination has illuminated my shortcomings. I am uncertain where you intend to hone your skills, but I would be glad to accompany you." After some contemplation, Xuanqi Yehua realized that a month away would likely be tedious if undertaken alone. Having a companion not only serves as a source of shared experiences, but also provides mutual support in critical moments. Thus, he readily agreed. However, Xuanqi Yehua added, "By the way, our journey may keep us away from the village for an entire month. Will your guardians be worried about you?" "My guardians?" Hinata Kyuka replied with a hint of sadness. "I regret to inform you that they are no longer with me. I am, in fact, an orphan. Nevertheless, my Hinata clan is quite large, and I belong to a collateral branch. Previously, I resided with relatives, but now I live independently." Upon hearing Hinata Kyuka's words, Xuanqi Yehua felt a stirring in his heart. "Very well, let us set forth today. Do you require anything for our journey? Perhaps a change of clothes?" Hinata Kyuka shook his head. "I possess only the outfit I am wearing, and I seldom wash it. Should it become soiled, I will simply purchase a new one. The previous set was damaged during combat, so this is all I currently have." Xuanqi Yehua nodded in understanding. "That is of no concern. I will take you to a clothing store shortly to acquire a couple of outfits, ensuring we have clean garments for the journey. Come along." Upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's words, Hinata Kyuka became flustered. "I have money, so you need not cover the cost of clothing." Xuanqi Yehua immediately shook his head. "That cannot be. You are accompanying me on this journey. I must provide some form of compensation. Besides, my family is quite affluent. As a second-generation heir, this modest expense is insignificant." Hinata Kyuka had initially intended to reach for her purse, but upon seeing Xuanqi Yehua produce a hefty pouch filled with bills, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Xuanqi Yehua then hurriedly guided Hinata Kyuka towards the shop. Before long, he purchased 2 exquisite outfits for her. They also prepared some provisions for the road and set off. "Our destination is the Land of Earth. Are you familiar with this nation? The Land of Earth? I believe I have heard of it, though it is said to be quite impoverished. What has prompted your sudden desire to travel there?" Hinata Kyuka inquired. Xuanqi Yehua reflected for a moment before responding. "I have heard from my grandfather that there are many in need of assistance there. Undertaking this journey will enrich my experiences. Moreover, our family once resided in the Land of Earth long ago." Hinata Kyuka nodded thoughtfully. "It seems there is a ninja village called the Hidden Earth Village in the Land of Earth. We can conveniently visit there as well. The distance between the Hidden Leaf Village and the Land of Rain is considerable if they were to rely solely on running. It would likely take them a day and a night, or perhaps even longer, to arrive." However, Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Kai-suk had ample time, so this was not a concern. Along the journey, Xuanqi Yehua took a moment to rest and began to prepare himself to receive the affection points earned from the CH-NIN exam. "System, please calculate the total affection points I acquired during the CH-NIN exam." "Congratulations, host. After a period of cultivation, you have amassed a significant amount of affection points, totaling 1,500. Wow, that is quite a sum, but to upgrade the reward system, I need 100,000 points. By comparison, holding 1,500 points feels rather insufficient. Noticing Xuanqi Yehua's disappointment, the system offered a reminder. Currently, your interactions and assistance are primarily with those of lower status. If you were to aid prominent figures, such as Jonin or even Kaga-level individuals, your points would increase substantially. Moreover, merely providing ordinary assistance is insufficient for acquiring substantial affection points. If you were to save their lives, the outcome would be vastly different. So the host must continue to strive. Though Xuanqi Yehua felt somewhat helpless, he recognized that acquiring 1,500 points granted him at least 100 chances for a draw, which was not a loss. Nevertheless, he did not intend to engage in the lottery just yet. They were still on the road, and he planned to find a place to stay overnight before redeeming his rewards. As they progressed, a village soon came into view. Although modest in size, the villagers within were notably warm and welcoming. Upon seeing Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Kai-suk, the villagers greeted them enthusiastically. "Are you two heading to the land of rain?" Xuanqi Yehua nodded and replied, "Indeed, I am traveling to the land of rain. Has something occurred there recently?" The villager smiled and said, "It seems a monster has appeared along the coastline of the land of rain, disrupting the daily fishing activities of the local fishermen. Consequently, the daimyo of the land of rain is offering a substantial bounty for anyone who can eliminate this sea creature." Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Kai-suk exchanged glances, instantly intrigued. It appeared that their trip to the land of rain would certainly be filled with exciting adventures. The villager continued, "By the way, it's quite late now. You are welcome to stay at our home for the night. This area can be dangerous after dark." Xuanqi Yehua turned to Hinata Kai-suk and said, "Then we shall stay here. However, sir, is the accommodation complimentary?" The villager chuckled and replied, "Certainly not for free, but if the two of you stay, we will charge each of you 1,200 silver coins." Upon hearing this, Hinata Kai-suk exclaimed, "Sir, that fee is rather exorbitant. 1,000 taels of silver for a night's stay? It's merely for one evening." The elder chuckled. "Then you too should pay 1,000 taels." Hinata Kai-suk promptly shook his head. "At most, for 100 taels, no more." As she spoke, she produced a banknote of 400 taels and presented it. The elder scrutinized the note and ultimately acquiesced. Xuanqi Yehua immediately gave Hinata Kai-suk a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You truly are impressive. Let us enjoy a restful night." Following Hinata Kai-suk, Xuanqi Yehua entered the room. Before long, the kind woman prepared dinner for them, smiling as she remarked, "You two must be ninjas. But considering your age, do your guardians allow you to venture out alone?" Xuanqi Yehua smiled back and replied, "Our guardians encouraged us to embark on this journey. Besides, we are quite capable." Hinata Kai-suk chimed in cheerfully, "Don't listen to his nonsense. We are here in the land of the mudball to seek our guardians." However, he is correct. We are indeed ninjas and can protect ourselves. The woman nodded with a smile. "We don't have much to offer. Please make do with what we have." With that, she exited the room. Now, only Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Kai-suk remained, dining leisurely on rice and meat dishes. As they ate, they engaged in conversation. "Tonight we rest here, and by tomorrow, we shall reach the land of the mudball. Perhaps we might even encounter sea monsters there. What do you think they would look like? Should we slay one? It could yield substantial rewards." As they chatted, the audience in the live stream grew slightly envious. The host is truly remarkable. Capturing the attention of a beauty like Hinata is no small feat. Wait, it was Hinata Kai-suk who approached the host. Does she have feelings for him? That cannot be. Just look at the host's charm. If these girls weren't interested, why would they draw near? Upon hearing these comments, some fans grew displeased. Listen, folks, don't get the wrong idea. The host is only 12, and Hinata Kai-suk is merely 11. Their thoughts are still quite innocent. What ill intentions could an 11-year-old girl have towards a 12-year-old boy? As this fan spoke, others began to recall the ages within the world of Naruto. Ultimately, they were merely a group of children still in elementary school. At that moment, a commotion erupted from outside. Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Kai-suk furrowed their brows and made their way outside to investigate. "It seems there is a commotion outside. Let us go and ascertain the situation." As they stepped out, they encountered a cluster of robust men at the village entrance, facing off against a dozen or so villagers. The villagers appeared rather feeble and seemed to be engaged in a heated debate. At that moment, the kind uncle who had previously hosted them rushed back to Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Kagami, saying, "You two are ninjas from Konoha village. Please mediate for us." These individuals wish to stay in our village without compensation and are attempting to seize our belongings. Surely, such behavior is reprehensible. Xuanqi Yehua nodded reassuringly. Fear not, uncle. We shall investigate the matter. If they prove to be unreasonable, I shall ensure your grievances are addressed. With that, Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Kagami made their way towards the gathering crowd, soon hearing the nature of the dispute. If you wish to reside in our village, you must pay. Otherwise, entry shall be denied. The leader of the villagers, a frail old man who appeared somewhat gaunt yet possessed an undeniable presence, stood firm. Behind him, the villagers brandished weapons, exuding a fierce demeanor, though they were little more than paper tigers. In stark contrast, 8 burly men stood before them, their expressions brazen. The leader among them, a middle-aged man with a prominent scar traversing half of his face, seemed to embody their audacity. He regarded the village chief with a mocking laugh, proclaiming, We are the infamous wolf mercenary group in these parts. Do you simpletons dare to demand payment from us? Have you lost your wits? One of the hulking men beside him chimed in menacingly. If you seek to end your lives, just say so. Otherwise, you may not see the light of tomorrow. Hand over your valuables. We not only demand lodging, but shall also rob you. Clearly, the brutes were incensed and prepared to escalate their threats. At that moment, the uncle interjected, Silence. I have summoned 2 ninjas from Konoha village to assist us. Let them arbitrate. Upon hearing the name of Konoha village, the rowdy mercenaries fell silent. For Konoha is renowned as the strongest ninja force in the world of Hokage. The prospect of real ninjas being present in the village filled them with trepidation, and they contemplated retreat. However, upon the arrival of Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Kagami, the one-eyed leader felt emboldened once more. Upon seeing 2 youths approach, he erupted in laughter. I never expected you to be mere boys. Since it is thus, I shall not hold back. Once we eliminate the 2 of you, all the treasures of this village shall belong to us. However, upon seeing the elder bring forth 2 youths, the village chief was filled with frustration and struck the elder on the head with a swift motion. Chapter 52. Rebirth Sealing Technique. What kind of chaos are you causing? Do you not see that they are merely children? What can they possibly do? Hurry and escort them away. The elder was suddenly displeased. No matter how young they are still ninjas, and besides, those who venture out on their own must possess some capability, far surpassing our own. Hearing the elder's words, Xian Shihua immediately chuckled and declared, the elder speaks true. Though we are but children, we fear not these brigands. Hey, one-eyed dragon, what do you say? Am I right? Xian Shihua, standing at a height of approximately 1 meters, was not particularly tall, yet certainly not short, fitting comfortably within the average height range. Hyuga was of a similar stature, around 1.38 meters, although the burly men towered above them. The tallest among them stood only around 1.73 to 1.74 meters. Each of them bore robust muscles, exuding an air of strength, and they were at least a head taller than Xian Shihua. Upon witnessing Xian Shihua boldly step forward to confront them, the burly men erupted into laughter. You are ninjas from Konoha? Are you all this formidable? Yet you appear so small. How can you be so audacious? Instantly, they surrounded the 2, their gazes fierce and their faces twisted with malevolence. Then, the one-eyed wolf approached Xian Shihua and barked, Boy, I offer you a chance to flee at once, or I shall ensure that you all meet your demise. Xian Shihua surveyed the burly men before him and let out a cold laugh. Oh, since you have such confidence in yourselves, why not engage in a duel? Do not be deceived by our height. Our strength is by no means inferior. As he spoke, Xian Shihua and Hyuga assumed their combat stances. Witnessing the 2 youngsters adopt their fighting postures, the 8 bandits sneered in derision. This is truly amusing. Do their stances not seem rather convincing? I find myself somewhat intimidated. Hearing their taunts, the village chief could no longer contain his frustration. He glanced at Xian Shihua and Hyuga and admonished them. What chaos are you 2 children causing here? Depart at once, or you may find it too late to escape. It was evident that the village chief genuinely intended to protect them, yet Xian Shihua felt a flicker of irritation at his words. The village chief. We are but the lower ninjas of Konoha, not mere children. Yet, the fans in the live stream are even more incensed than Xuanqi Yehua. This village chief is truly amusing. How could they underestimate the streamer so grossly? Indeed, they are clearly judging by appearances, a shameless bunch. However, these robbers are quite foolish. They believe themselves formidable, but before the streamer, they are merely taller than average. Streamer, you are a lower ninja with strength comparable to that of an upper ninja. Swiftly vanquish them. Streamer, we grant you 5 minutes to eliminate these eyesores. Otherwise, we shall collectively unfollow you. In an instant, the fans in the live stream began to stir with agitation once more. Observing this, Xuanqi Yehua hurriedly appeared in the live stream to calm the emotions, simultaneously presenting several options to engage the fans. Dear family, do not fret. Let us vote first. The results will be in within a minute. The live stream instantly displayed 3 options: 1 minute, 2 minutes, and 3 minutes. This time, without a moment's hesitation, all the fans cast their votes for 1 minute. The votes surged to a staggering 600,000 within that minute, setting a new record. Witnessing this scene, Xuanqi Yehua was left speechless. Are these robbers truly that popular? Contemplating this, Xuanqi Yehua pressed on, directly approaching the one-eyed hungry wolf. The one-eyed wolf assumed Xuanqi Yehua had come to apologize and pointed to the ground, stating, "Kneel before me and bow your head. Perhaps I shall forgive you. Otherwise, you should contemplate your life." Meanwhile, the village chief looked at Xuanqi Yehua with disappointment, scolding, "You little rascals, I told you to flee earlier. Now it's too late. Prepare to be beaten." He sighed, "Let us not concern ourselves with you. We shall return to the village while you resolve your own issues." The uncle who had previously hired Hinata Kai-suk was also bewildered. He never anticipated that the 2 ninjas he had recruited would prove so ineffective, his face betraying his disappointment. What sort of ninjas are they? Utterly useless. Do not dare to claim you are ninjas in the future. Hurry back home and seek protection from your parents. As he spoke, the uncle turned to leave. Xuanqi Yehua was incensed. "You all halt. Did I grant you permission to leave? And you, how dare you look down upon me? Now, I shall show you my true prowess." With a flourish of his hands, Xuanqi Yehua began to weave a series of hand seals. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the one-eyed wolf hastily exclaimed, "These youngsters are ninjas. They are employing ninjutsu. Let us all attack them together." As they spoke, the bandits charged towards Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Kentucky. Just as they were about to make a move, thick, robust vines suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring them instantly. At that moment, a soft blue glow emanated from Xuanqi Yehua, and as the light flickered, the vines grew at an astonishing pace, swiftly wrapping around the 8 bandits. In an instant, the bandits found themselves bound, resembling 8 rice dumplings as they collapsed to the ground, immobilized. At this moment, Xuanqi Yehua exuded an aura of lethal intent as he slowly approached the nearby villagers, his eyes reflecting a fierce anger. "Village chief, what was it you just called us?" The village chief, taken aback by the sudden defeat of the previously arrogant bandits, trembled in fear along with the other villagers. The chief, overwhelmed, fell to his knees. "Lord Shinobi, we were blind to your greatness. Please forgive us." Witnessing this scene, the live chat erupted with cheers. Indeed, these villains should be dealt with in such a manner. A swift execution is truly splendid. I find this quite satisfactory, but if they could be eliminated outright, that would be even better. As the saying goes, evil has its own reckoning. I believe the streamer will dispatch them with ease. The excitement among the fans intensified, leading to a flurry of gifts flooding the live stream. Xuanqi Yehua glanced at the incapacitated bandits on the ground and declared, "Let today's events be concluded thus. I have no desire to dwell on this matter, but I hope you will refrain from judging others by their appearance in the future. Now, secure these bandits in a room. Tomorrow, I shall take them to claim the bounty. Ensure the villagers keep a watchful eye over them tonight, or I shall hold you accountable." Afterward, Xuanqi Yehua turned to the elder beside him and said, "Elder, why do you no longer recognize us? Let us retire to our quarters. I must prepare for tomorrow's journey." "Ah, yes, of course." The elder's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation following the earlier events. His attitude towards Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Kai now one of deep respect. "You should stay in my room tonight. After all, you two are now the saviors of our village. By the way, how did you become ninjas? What skills do you possess?" Hearing the elder's inquiry, Xuanqi Yehua smiled and replied, "There are indeed skills involved. Are your children aspiring to become ninjas? However, there are prerequisites for becoming a ninja. Not everyone has the opportunity." At Xuanqi Yehua's words, the elder nodded in agreement, falling silent thereafter. At this moment, they had returned to their abode and promptly succumbed to slumber. As Xuanqi Yehua observed Hinata Kai-suk fast asleep, he immediately activated the lottery system, preparing for an exhilarating series of 150 draws. It was evident that the uncle, witnessing Xuanqi Yehua's formidable prowess, might be tempted to send his child to Konoha village to become a ninja. However, not everyone possesses the qualities necessary to become a ninja. Beyond enduring hardship, one must also possess a certain degree of talent. Without chakra, how could one possibly become a ninja or learn ninjutsu? After addressing the uncle's remarks, Xuanqi Yehua nestled into his blanket and commenced the lottery. Beside him lay another kunoichi, Hinata Kai Suk, who appeared utterly fatigued, having swiftly drifted off to sleep. With her slumbering form beside him, Xuanqi Yehua felt reassured to proceed with the draws. Otherwise, should he happen upon something remarkable and inadvertently burst into laughter, it would undoubtedly be quite embarrassing. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream became intensely focused. They were eager to see what treasures the streamer would unveil. After all, 150 consecutive draws promised the acquisition of formidable ninjutsu. Streamer, if you procure something exceptional this time, we shall undoubtedly offer our unwavering support. As the excitement from the livestream audience surged, Xuanqi Yehua's heart raced. Before long, he had begun the lottery. Even with special effects, 150 consecutive draws would take a moment. In that instant, 3 options materialized on the livestream screen. Upon seeing these choices, Xuanqi Yehua felt a rush of anticipation. Option 1 predominantly featured white items. Option 2 leaned towards green, while option 3 was largely blue. Though this was evidently a straightforward question, he remained apprehensive about unforeseen outcomes. Nevertheless, he remained confident within the livestream. To his surprise, the system seemed exceptionally generous, and he hoped his family would grant him this opportunity. Family, it would be wise to cast your votes swiftly. Everyone should opt for the blue option. After all, with 150 chances, selecting blue would ensure at least 100 blue shards. With these blue shards, I could upgrade my skills. And if I were fortunate enough to select 50 identical ninjutsu shards, wouldn't my strength be significantly enhanced? With this thought, a smile blossomed on Xuanqi Yehua's face. Suddenly, the spinning wheel came to a halt, and the pointer landed on 150 options. The results quickly materialized: 30 white options, 30 green options, and 90 blue options. Among these, a blue ninjutsu was revealed. Wow, is this a blue ninjutsu? How impressive! Unable to see the blue options, Xuanqi Yehua became increasingly excited. After all, this was a remarkable discovery. He opened the blue ninjutsu card and was greeted by a new technique, the rebirth sealing technique. Xuanqi Yehua was momentarily taken aback. System, what is the rebirth sealing technique? The system responded with utmost seriousness. The rebirth sealing technique is, in essence, a sealing technique that allows one to confine the sealed object within the body of a significantly weaker entity. In the absence of a reference object nearby, it will randomly transform into a feeble life form. This transformation is arbitrary, typically resulting in small creatures such as chickens, ducks, dogs, or cats. However, the sealing duration is quite limited, lasting merely a few seconds. Xuanqi Yehua was once again stunned. He had not anticipated that this sealing technique would be so feeble. Only capable of confining for a few seconds. How disappointing. The system offered Xuanqi Yehua a resigned glance and remarked, "Host. The primary advantage of this seal is its ability to disregard the opponent's strength, allowing it to be activated while the opponent is using ninjutsu, thus greatly aiding your teammates. However, this sealing technique can only inhibit the opponent's abilities, not their defensive capabilities, which is why it is classified as blue level. If the host wishes to extend the sealing duration, the only option is to elevate the sealing technique's level. Should it reach level 100, it might be possible to seal for a duration of 10 days or even 10 years. Upon hearing the system's words, Xuanqi Yehua felt a surge of happiness. After all, achieving such a level with a blue ninjutsu was indeed commendable. Moreover, he had also obtained 40 blue universal fragments. Streamer, impressive. Acquiring a sealing technique must have significantly enhanced your power. Xuanqi Yehua shook his head and replied, "Dear friends, while I have indeed drawn the sealing technique, as you all know, mastery of this technique requires continuous practice, making it quite arduous for me. Of course, I am willing to put in the effort to assist the person I admire." With this thought, Xuanqi Yehua promptly left his house to practice his ninjutsu outside. However, shortly after he began his training, he noticed Hinata Kai Saku emerging from the house as well. Chapter 53. Hinata Kai Saku lifts the seal. Hinata Kai Saku approached him, curiously observing Xuanqi Yehua, as if he were a hero. Seeing Hinata Kaisaku in such an infatuated state gave Xuanqi Yehua a slight headache. Nevertheless, he understood that having a girl accompany him on this journey would save considerable time. Moreover, he had nothing to conceal from Hinata Kaisaku. With this in mind, he resumed his training diligently. Soon enough, he captured a rabbit to practice the sealing technique. In no time, the rabbit transformed into a frog, then into a mouse, and finally into a small bird, which swiftly took flight. Upon witnessing the progress of the sealing technique employed by Xuanqi Yehua, the audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. Haha, the host's sealing technique is truly remarkable. If it could transform Orochimaru into a mere serpent, wouldn't that render him utterly vulnerable to our whims? Someone remarked. I doubt the host possesses the strength to successfully seal Orochimaru. Should he fail, wouldn't that spell his doom? Hinata Kagami inquired. Yahagi, is this your sealing technique? It appears rather amusing. Why not experiment on me? Hinata Kagami suggested. Noticing the rabbit Xuanqi Yehua had captured making its escape. Initially hesitant, Xuanqi Yehua soon found Hinata Kagami right before him, eagerly awaiting her transformation. Gritting his teeth, Xuanqi Yehua commenced the metamorphosis. Seal. As Xuanqi Yehua formed hand seals and applied them to Hinata Kagami, she instantly transformed into an adorably plump little rabbit. This delightful creature began to frolic playfully before Xuanqi Yehua, evoking an irresistible urge within him to scoop her up and shower her with affection. Nevertheless, he promptly released Hinata Kagami from the seal, feeling that sealing others offered him greater training benefits. The two frolicked outdoors until dawn before retreating to their quarters for rest. Upon the break of day, they instructed the villagers to escort the bandits to the nearest city for the authorities, while they themselves continued their journey toward the land of mud. Along their route, Xuanqi Yehua encountered numerous tales regarding sea monsters. He even learned that the sea monsters at the harbor of the land of mud had devoured many individuals, inflicting severe injuries upon several jonin who had ventured forth. This piqued the curiosity of both Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Kagami. After all, with so many people flocking to the land of mud, one could anticipate the occurrence of intriguing events. Thus, they quickened their pace. The land of mud comprises only a handful of cities, with the primary economic source being its harbor. Presently, a bounty of 1 million taels had been placed on the sea monsters, a considerable sum indeed. 1 million? If we could assist in capturing this sea monster, we would surely strike it rich. Upon entering the land of mud, Hinata Kagami, upon spotting the notices plastered throughout the streets, began to envision a splendid future. Xuanqi Yehua nodded in agreement. We do have some confidence this time. It all depends on what this sea monster truly is. Hinata Kagami replied with a gleeful smile. Shall we celebrate in advance? You treat, and once we receive the bounty, I shall return the favor. Xuanqi Yehua did not oppose, as he currently had ample funds, having been the primary spender throughout their journey. Let us proceed. Ahead lies a seafood restaurant. We can inquire about the situation. Upon entering the establishment, they found it already filled with patrons. These individuals are bounty hunters arriving in the land of mud pill seeking their fortunes. Setting aside whether they can successfully capture the sea monster, it is evident that their presence has ignited a surge in local consumption. Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Kaisaku found a place to sit and began to eavesdrop on their discussions. At one table, 4 samurai were animatedly recounting their experiences. You won't believe it, I spotted the sea monster last night. It was a colossal octopus, nearly 30 meters long. Upon seeing a fishing boat, it ensnared it and dragged it into the depths of the sea. Over 100 of us battled it for more than an hour. After wounding it, we let it retreat, but I heard it later reappeared and capsized another fishing vessel. Now, due to this creature, no one dares to venture out to sea. However, it seems to only appear in the morning and evening. Otherwise, we would have nothing to eat. One of the samurai glanced at Xuanqi Yehua and chuckled. Young man, you must be a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. What? Do you wish to join the fray? I suggest you refrain, lest you become a nuisance. Xuanqi Yehua shook his head and replied, Gentlemen, you may not be able to defeat the sea monster, but perhaps we stand a chance. Besides, we are here for the 1,000,000 Rio bounty. Upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's words, the crowd erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, you little one, though small in stature. Your bravado is quite impressive. Disinterested in their mockery, Xuanqi Yehua continued to enjoy his meal. Soon, 4 ninjas from the grass village appeared before them. Heh, you from the leaf village are here to join the commotion? Aren't you afraid we might eliminate you? One of them sneered. Boss, Why don't we find a quieter spot to take them down? After all, they are merely children. Noticing the youthfulness of Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Kai-suk, the grass ninjas became rather arrogant. Xuanqi Yehua looked at the grass ninjas with disdain and retorted, though you may be older, do not forget that a ninja's strength is not determined by age, but by skill. If you truly believe you can defeat us, then make your move. Xuanqi Yehua regarded the four with indifference, particularly as their strongest member was merely a nin. The four ninjas chose to ignore Xuanqi Yehua and turned to leave, but not before casting a menacing glare at him, seemingly holding a grudge. Once they departed, the tavern returned to its usual lively atmosphere, showing no concern that soon they might have no seafood to enjoy. Although the proprietor had limited stock, he was eager for the sea monster to continue causing a stir. While fishermen could not venture far, there were still some catches to be made in the nearshore waters. However, should they venture into the depths of the ocean, there exists the peril of encountering sea monsters, and such an encounter could spell certain doom. Conversely, if they evade such encounters, they might return with a modest fortune. After satisfying their hunger, Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Kai-suk initially intended to depart when an official from the mud entered, holding a notice in his hand. He proclaimed that anyone wishing to partake in the mission tonight must register with him, regardless of whether they succeeded in capturing or slaying a sea monster. Each participant would be entitled to a reward of 100 taels of silver, and those who engaged in combat with the monsters could earn 500 taels. However, should anyone perish during the mission, they would forfeit their reward. Thus, he urged everyone to prioritize their safety. As he spoke, the official found a spot to commence the registration process. It was evident that this was an official registration site of the mud, which explained the particularly high number of attendees. Soon after, Xuanqi Yehua overheard 5 ninjas at the adjacent table discussing the matter. The rewards for missions are diminishing, one remarked. If it weren't for the prospect of splitting 1,000,000 taels for slaying this sea monster, we wouldn't even consider participating. Another added, however, I've heard that the one who delivers the final blow could claim at least 50% of the bounty. Upon hearing their discourse, the official nodded in agreement. This friend is correct. For this mission, in addition to the standard rewards, there exists a bounty for slaying. As long as one can slay the monster, those registered for the kill will receive no less than 50% of the reward, while the remaining 50% will be awarded to the hunter who deals the final blow. Furthermore, participants may withdraw from the task without affecting their eligibility for rewards. However, should the monster be slain, they will not be entitled to a share of the bounty. Nonetheless, this arrangement bears a certain advantage. One need not fear being slain by the monster. However, should I discover anyone attempting to shirk their responsibilities and flee, they will not only be barred from future missions, but also lose the right to claim any rewards. Now, everyone, please proceed to register. Upon hearing the official's call, all present promptly advanced to partake in the registration process. Xuanqi Yehua took Hinata Kai-suk's hand, joining the throng. Were it not for their headbands bearing the symbol of Konohagakure, the official might have denied them registration. Yet, being ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village, the conditions were undoubtedly relaxed for them. Once registration was complete, they received their identification tags, which served as a form of identification, alleviating any concerns regarding their identities being questioned. Moreover, following the conclusion of the battle, they could utilize these tags to claim their rewards. Let us find a place to rest before the mission tonight, Xuanqi Yehua suggested, leading Hinata Kai-suk to a nearby inn. Inside, they found a modest single room, and as they lay in bed, the space felt rather cramped for the two of them. However, after a hearty lunch and a long journey, I felt quite fatigued and soon fell asleep on the bed. As evening approached, Hinata Kai-suk suddenly sat up, rousing Jinki Yako from his slumber as well. Let us hasten to the port and register, lest we arrive too late and miss the fishing boat set for the mission. Jinki nodded and followed Hinata as they departed the inn, making their way towards the port. The distance to the port was not far, and they arrived in just a few minutes. Upon reaching the port, they found nearly 100 individuals already engaged in the registration process. As they inquired, it became apparent that many had already begun to register. This was the second round of registration. The first was merely to tally the numbers, while the second was for the formal distribution of rewards. Typically, attendance yielded a reward of 100 taels of silver, roughly equivalent to 100 modern-day dollars. Should they survive the battle without falling in combat or slaying sea monsters, they would receive 500 taels. If they did manage to slay a sea monster, the rewards would be allocated according to merit. Come on, you two have arrived rather late. Do try not to be tardy next time, or else you shall miss out on your earnings. The official cast a glance at Chun Lang and Jinky Yako, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Clearly, they held little expectation for the two youngsters. As they boarded two fishing boats laden with gravel, these vessels set sail across the sea. The pace of their journey was not swift, yet it ensured the safety of the ships. After all, the strength of sea monsters was limited. The vessels, filled with sand, were not easily overturned, granting them ample time to carry out their mission. As the boats glided over the waves, shouts soon erupted from those on board. "We spotted a sea monster. We spotted a sea monster." A massive shadow emerged, revealing a colossal sea creature within their line of sight. Its tentacles began to ascend the fishing boat, anchoring it firmly to the water's surface. Subsequently, the beast began to rock the vessel, attempting to capsize it. Alas, the boat's load of sand rendered it substantial, and the creature lacked the strength to overturn it. At this moment, numerous warriors and ninjas commenced their assaults on the beast. Pain struck the creature, and its many tentacles lashed out at those who dared to attack. In an instant, several tentacles ensnared numerous individuals, dragging them down towards the ocean's depths. This gigantic octopus, with tentacles stretching nearly 30 meters, resembled a behemoth. Meanwhile, Jinky Yako and Hinata remained at the rear of the group. Viewers in the live stream could not contain their excitement at the unfolding spectacle. Whoa, such a massive octopus. Truly a creature on par with a tailed beast. However, if we were to slay this sea monster, we would undoubtedly feast upon a delightful bounty. Wouldn't that be exhilarating? Indeed, if I were to vanquish this creature, I might even earn a handsome sum. Upon hearing the fans' enthusiastic remarks, the audience in the live stream could not help but exclaim in excitement. After all, such fortuitous opportunities seem rare these days. At that moment, the sea monster began to sway the fishing vessel once more. Clearly, it remained intent on capsizing the boat. Unfortunately, the two large fishing boats that had ventured out were particularly heavy, and despite the monster exerting all its strength, it only managed to cause a noticeable rocking of the vessel. Yet, it was far from sufficient to overturn the ship. Just then, three ninjas suddenly leaped from the crowd. They began to form hand seals, and with a swift motion, flames erupted from their mouths. Upon seeing the fire, the sea monster retaliated by spraying water, extinguishing the flames in an instant. Chapter 54. I Cannot Swim. Following this, the colossal creature lashed out with 3 of its tentacles. The ninjas, caught off guard, were swiftly pulled into the depths of the sea. It was evident that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the fate of these 3 individuals was grim. Witnessing this scene, Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Kagami felt somewhat powerless. Summoning the joyous dancing rabbit seemed impractical, as that creature was terrestrial and would likely meet a dire fate in the ocean. You still have a considerable amount of green universal fragments, don't you? You might want to try your luck at obtaining a green summoning technique. Hearing the fan's suggestion, Xuanqi Yehua immediately felt invigorated. Indeed, he still possessed numerous green fragments that had yet to be exchanged for ninjutsu. Alright, I shall commence the lottery now. Each green ninjutsu fragment could be exchanged for 10 draws, and he had plenty to spare. The lottery began. As the voting options appeared on the live stream screen, everyone cast their votes in favor of the summoning technique. Shortly thereafter, Xuanqi Yehua drew a summoning technique. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a green summoning technique. The 3 summoning options were as follows: the dominant dragonfish, which is massive but can only thrive in aquatic environments; the stellar dragon turtle, a marine creature capable of traversing oceans, freshwater, and even land, with moderate combat prowess but formidable defense; and the giant eagle, which can soar through the skies, is enormous in size, possesses average combat capabilities, and can swiftly carry the host aloft. Upon seeing these 3 options presented by the system, Xuanqi Yehua realized that yet another voting selection was imminent. Indeed, every voting round was a thrilling endeavor for him. Family, the options are here. Let the selection commence. Alright, host, rest assured, we shall support you wholeheartedly. With the votes from the fans in the live stream, the Baryonyx was swiftly chosen. Though it could only function underwater, its combat prowess was unparalleled among the trio, making it exceptionally well suited to confront the sea monster. The Baryonyx? A splendid choice. Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Jingxiang refrained from immediate action. After all, at this juncture, what was being tested was endurance, as there were still over 100 participants in the task. Should Xuanqi Yehua strike now, his achievements would likely be usurped by others. Meanwhile, the two lingered at the rear of the group, biding their time and seeking opportunities, for the sea monster's strength was not to be underestimated. The first to charge would surely suffer. Then, with the unfortunate fate of several individuals dragged beneath the waves by the colossal octopus, the toll had risen swiftly. Over a dozen had already perished within the hour. Yet, some bravely surged forward, convinced of their ability to vanquish the giant creature. At this moment, 5 ninjas leaped forth from the throng. As they did, waves surged from the depths, and the colossal octopus was momentarily engulfed by the tumult. However, they seemed to have underestimated the octopus's formidable defenses. While a few waves struck it, sending it sprawling, it resurfaced almost instantaneously. The giant octopus extended its tentacles, and the 5 ninjas were once again dragged into the depths, meeting their demise. By now, several waves of participants had fallen, reducing their number to below 100. Yet the octopus had only sustained minor superficial injuries. It was evident that the creature possessed remarkable defensive capabilities, coupled with formidable offensive strength, for this was its domain. Once it ensnared an individual in its underwater grasp, survival was nearly impossible. At this moment, some began to falter. We must retreat. We cannot slay it. If we linger, it will annihilate us all. Individuals began to leap into the water, seeking to swim back. Regrettably, as soon as they plunged in, the monster intercepted them. Before they could even struggle, it dragged them beneath the waves, their fates sealed. Now, only over 90 souls remained aboard the 2 vessels. However, these remaining individuals were the backbone of the evening's endeavor. Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Jingxiang remained patient, not rushing into battle. While others were driven by the allure of bounty, their primary motivation lay in the pursuit of personal growth. Simply participating in this hunt for the sea monster was, in itself, a form of cultivation. They had also engaged in combat, leaving behind faint scars upon the creature's tentacles. The colossal octopus's tentacles were coated in a viscous liquid, rendering any attempts to pierce its flesh, even with the most forceful strikes from the shuriken wielded by Xuanqi Yehua, futile. Only a full-force assault from a ninja brandishing a katana might leave a significant mark on the sea monster. At that moment, a nin from the grass village emerged from the throng. Casting a disdainful glance at those before him, he advanced directly towards the creature. Just then, the giant octopus launched another assault, but before it could reach him, the nin leaped onto its back and thrust his blade deep into its head. Though the wound was not profound, it nonetheless penetrated the creature's flesh. In pain, the colossal octopus attempted to flee. At that instant, chains suddenly shot forth from all directions. As 6 ninjas from the grass village appeared, binding the octopus tightly, the creature began to thrash violently, releasing powerful jets of water in all directions. However, the 8 ninjas surrounding it maintained their grip, relentlessly pulling at its massive form. At this juncture, a swarm of ninjas and samurai surged forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the octopus. Various ninjutsu and weapons rained down upon it, leading Xuanqi Yehua to believe that the creature was nearing its demise. Suddenly, a tremendous column of water erupted beneath the ship, propelling the octopus upward. The nin clinging to its back was also thrown off. The creature began to thrash beneath the surface, creating a vast whirlpool that rocked 2 fishing boats perilously, causing many aboard to tumble into the uncertain depths below. The giant octopus bore numerous new wounds, clearly suffering significant injuries. Just then, a ninja from the water village appeared, swiftly forming hand seals upon the deck. With the unfurling of a scroll, a peculiar pattern emanated from his gestures. In rapid succession, several sharks leapt forth from the barrier. 4 or 5 ninjas from the water village mounted the sharks and pursued the fleeing octopus. We too joined the chase. The appearance of the sharks left the octopus no time to dispatch the fallen, forcing it to retreat in disarray. The remaining individuals quickly boarded the fishing boats in pursuit. Now, fewer than 80 people remained on the vessel, yet these individuals were still fixated on the prospect of a prize. After all, even a bounty of 500,000 could yield several thousand Rio per person. In this era, several thousand Rio could indeed purchase a multitude of goods. Moreover, from their perspective, if the death toll were to rise significantly, the bounty they could procure would also increase correspondingly. Furthermore, amidst such tumultuous chaos, who could guarantee that the individual who ultimately slays the sea monster would not be themselves? Thus, despite the substantial loss of life during this confrontation, a multitude of bounty hunters fervently pressed on to fulfill their mission. Eventually, they arrived at a small island, where it appeared that the colossal octopus had followed the river flowing into the heart of the island. The reason for its return remained a mystery. Witnessing this, Xian Shihua felt an ominous premonition settle within his heart. After all, such occurrences typically heralded the presence of even greater dangers lurking on the island. One could only wonder what surprises this all held in store. Soon, 2 fishing boats anchored at the shore. Xian Shihua disembarked directly onto the beach, followed by the others who descended from the vessels, leaving a few individuals behind to safeguard the boats. Should any unforeseen events transpire, they would signal with flares to alert the others to retreat to the boats. Otherwise, should the fishing boats depart, they risked becoming stranded on the island. The group began to scour the island for clues, prepared to signal their findings immediately. If anyone encountered danger, they were to send up flares to warn the others. Under no circumstances should they venture out alone. Given the heavy casualties endured, the officials assured them that as long as they returned safely, they would receive a reward of 1,000 taels, even if they failed to slay the sea monster. Upon hearing this, the vast majority of faces lit up with excitement. For to many ordinary individuals, 1,000 taels would afford them a comfortable respite for quite some time. All right, let us commence our mission. Set forth. With that, as everyone began to disperse, Xian Shihua and Rixiang Jingri also made their way toward the interior of the island. However, they found the island devoid of anything but a few tropical plants, which left them feeling somewhat bored. Nonetheless, Xian Shihua glanced at the adjacent river and remarked, "If the sea monster has arrived on this island, should we not explore the underwater realm?" Rixiang Jingri promptly waved his hands in protest, exclaiming, "That is out of the question. I cannot swim." Without hesitation, Xian Shihua retrieved a length of rope, binding himself and Rixiang Jingri together. Subsequently, he formed a series of hand seals and, using his own blood, inscribed a talisman upon the ground. In an instant, a 10-meter-long ba-long fish materialized before them. This magnificent creature, reminiscent of a whale in size, revealed a mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth, appearing even more ferocious than a shark. In particular, a pair of eyes revealed a ferocious gaze, causing Hinata Kayasuke's legs to weaken, nearly bringing him to his knees. However, Xian Shihua, undaunted, boldly seated himself atop the Balongyu. With a resigned sigh, Balongyu introduced himself. "Greetings, my master. I am Balongyu, also known as the Underwater Sovereign. I am aware of your quest, and I shall lead you to the octopus." After speaking, Balongyu guided Xian Shihua and the others into the depths of the water. Due to the mental connection between Xian Shihua and Balongyu, their thoughts were conveyed swiftly, facilitated by the system as an intermediary, achieving seamless communication. "Do you know where the giant octopus resides?" Balongyu shook his head and replied, "My master, do not forget, this is my first expedition here as well. While I may not know the exact location, I can certainly search for it." As he spoke, Balongyu kindly created a bubble for them. With this bubble, Xian Shihua and Hinata Kayasuke could breathe freely underwater. The river's surface appeared calm, only about 10 meters wide, yet beneath the surface lay a different realm entirely. The riverbed spanned hundreds of meters, teeming with thousands of fish swimming joyfully in their aquatic freedom. Xian Shihua even spotted several sharks prowling below, hunting for the giant octopus, exuding an aura of menace. However, compared to Balongyu, these sharks seemed as helpless as children in the presence of adults. The disparity in combat prowess was immense, and before Balongyu could approach, the sharks had already fled in terror. After a thorough exploration of the underwater expanse, Balongyu found no signs of the octopus, which puzzled Xian Shihua. Nevertheless, with Balongyu's assistance, they could remain submerged for an extended period without concern, so Xian Shihua chose not to rush to the surface. He planned to complete a full circuit of the underwater space before investigating the situation above. At that moment, Balongyu unexpectedly led them into a cave. Observing the platform above the cave, it seemed there were traces of something having emerged from the water. "This is intriguing. Let us follow this trail and see if the giant octopus ascended from here." As Xian Shihua surveyed the expansive area around him, excitement began to flicker in his eyes. This presented a promising lead. Retrieving Balongyu, he and Hinata Kayasuke ventured deeper into the cave. The cavern soared to a height of 20 meters. If the giant octopus were to stand upon the ground, it would barely reach a height of 10 meters, making it entirely plausible for it to have emerged from this very spot. As they pressed onward, they soon encountered a smaller chamber and heard voices emanating from within. Chapter 55. A wave of dizziness. It was utterly astonishing that the colossal octopus we had released was slain by the refuse of Mud Pill Kingdom. How outrageous. Indeed. This was our finest specimen in recent times, possessing unmatched combat prowess. If Lord Kaga were to discover this, he would undoubtedly bring us to ruin. What shall we do? If Lord Kaga learns of this, we may face severe repercussions. Moreover, is it not the case that those outside seek to eradicate them as well? Indeed. Let us hasten to find Lord Kamikaze. With his intervention, any adversaries that approach shall meet their demise. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps gradually faded away. Meanwhile, Xuanqi Yehua pressed forward, only to behold a mammoth octopus, towering over 10 meters, recuperating within a nutrient tank. Additionally, its numerous tentacles, stretching over 20 meters, writhed within the tank. This giant octopus bore significant injuries, deep gashes from blades, bruises from blunt instruments, and punctures from sharp implements, all bearing witness to various ninjutsu techniques. Beside this colossal creature were 3 similarly sized tanks, each housing octopuses in a state resembling dormancy, seemingly smaller in stature. Xuanqi Yehua felt little concern, yet his curiosity towards the elusive Kamikaze grew. Should we await Kamikaze's arrival, or merely linger here? Hinata Kaisuke, upon witnessing for such massive octopuses, was already quite alarmed. However, Xuanqi Yehua appeared remarkably composed, instilling an inexplicable sense of security in Hinata Kaisuke. Nevertheless, he cautioned, "Yagikijin, I believe we ought to exercise caution. Should formidable ninjas indeed lurk here, we could find ourselves in peril." Xuanqi Yehua nodded reassuringly. "Rest assured, as long as I am present, we shall encounter no danger. Let us proceed." Although Xuanqi Yehua feigned nonchalance, he maintained a vigilant demeanor as he guided Hinata Kaisuke through the laboratory. It was clear that this was yet another facility of the mysterious organization, yet Xuanqi Yehua remained perplexed regarding their true research intentions, an aspect that struck him as peculiar. However, based on the current circumstances, it seemed plausible that they were experimenting with biologically potent creatures, perhaps intending to unleash these engineered monstrosities to upend the world. Despite Xuanqi Yehua's deep-seated uncertainties, he recognized that these strange beings alone would unlikely pose a significant threat to humanity on land. Any actual offensive would require these cultivated beasts to possess power on par with tailed beasts. However, through their encounters, Xuanqi Yehua felt that the combat prowess of the sea monster could barely rival that of a seasoned jonin. The distinction lay in the fact that their domain was the vast ocean, where the sea creature undeniably held the advantage. Otherwise, were the confrontation to take place on solid ground, numerous jonin would have little difficulty in dispatching it. Yet, the reward for this mission was 1,000,000, a sum neither enticing nor inadequate, which would likely fail to attract jonin to undertake the task. However, if the so-called Kamikaze were indeed a jonin, the interest in this mission would undoubtedly transform instantaneously. Let us proceed further. As they advanced, they stumbled upon numerous smaller octopus nutrient containers, numbering well over 100. There were even some palm-sized octopuses displayed upon a shelf. Beyond this lay several office computers and various documents. It seemed they had unearthed a clandestine research facility, and it was imperative to retrieve some data. Unlike the previous occasion, Xuanqi Yehua had learned his lesson and opted to use a camera to fulfill his mission. With the camera clicking away, he meticulously compiled a wealth of crucial information. At that moment, footsteps echoed nearby. Xuanqi Yehua swiftly led Hinata Kaisuke to a concealed spot to hide. Soon, 7 or 8 staff members appeared before them, followed by an elderly man resembling a scientist. Upon his arrival, the old man expressed his anger vehemently. "How infuriating! There are far too many intruders this time. If we cannot eliminate them all, we will have to seek another location for our experiments. These are the fruits of my labor over the past few months, sleepless and relentless." The old man gazed sorrowfully at the glass apparatus before him. Yet, he lamented, "If we must leave, we can only abandon a portion." Continuing, he commanded, "Whatever I instruct you to move, you must obey without mistake. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath." As he spoke, the staff began relocating the small nutrient containers. Once they departed, Xuanqi Yehua hastily led Hinata Kaisuke out of the laboratory. With the emergence of the bawang fish, they followed the underwater route back upstream. At this moment, several personnel had begun to converge. Xuanqi Yehua rushed towards their gathering point. Observing a considerable assembly, he quickly declared, "I have just witnessed some alarming developments." This is a secret research facility. A formidable and mysterious organization has seized control of the island, and they will soon dispatch powerful entities to eliminate us. We must evacuate at once. Xuanqi Yehua was acutely aware that the individual responsible for the security of the entire island possessed extraordinary capabilities. At the very least, this person was of a high ninja rank. Although he could barely hold his own against a ninja of such caliber, it was only due to his desperate attempts to flee, coupled with the adversary's reluctance to take his life. Had the opponent truly wished to prevent their escape, it was certain that none of them would have survived. Move swiftly, or we shall perish here. Several individuals cast scornful glances at Xuanqi Yehua and retorted, "We have been on this island for quite some time, yet we have not encountered a single soul. You claim that there exists a terrifying presence capable of annihilating us all. Kid, if you are truly fearful, then be gone. I have no time for your idle chatter." Xuanqi Yehua replied, observing those who were eager to depart. "If they choose not to leave, we shall. It is evident that slaying the sea monsters is no longer feasible. We cannot risk our lives for a pittance." Numerous lives had already been lost during this expedition. Had they not witnessed the injury inflicted upon the colossal octopus, they likely would not have pursued it to this point. Upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's words, many began to reconsider their choices. Consequently, the surviving few dozen followed Xuanqi Yehua, leaving behind those who were overly self-important. Shortly after Xuanqi Yehua departed, a dozen ninjas clad in black, their mouths covered, appeared before them. Leading them was a man adorned with a fire emblem tattoo on his chest. Upon his arrival, he swiftly cleaved one of the bounty hunters in half, subsequently launching signal flares into the sky. However, in the next moment, every individual was struck down in an instant, their bodies collapsing to the ground, blood gushing forth. At that moment, Xuanqi Yehua, accompanied by the 40 or so survivors, had returned to the fishing vessel. Upon spotting the officials aboard, he immediately declared, "Sir, this is a secret experimental base, guarded by a high-ranking ninja. If we do not depart soon, we may all meet our demise here." As he spoke, Xuanqi Yehua handed a snapshot to the official. Upon viewing the photograph depicting 4 massive octopuses contained within a nutrient tank, the official instantly believed Xuanqi Yehua's assertions. Although his mission was to lead bounty hunters in the hunt for sea monsters, he too feared for his life. Otherwise, he would not have been waiting with so many individuals aboard the fishing vessel for news. Seeing the photograph, the official ordered the vessel to set sail at full speed. Additionally, all the sediment aboard the fishing vessel was promptly released into the sea. As this sediment was clean, it would not pollute the ocean. Thus, the speed of the fishing vessel increased manifold. The 2 fishing boats hastily accelerated towards the port of Mud. At that moment, numerous signal flares erupted on the island. Regrettably, no one dared to return for assistance. A few hours later, 2 fishing boats returned to the port of Mudwan Kingdom. This time, a contingent of over 140 individuals set out, yet fewer than 70 returned, nearly half perishing at sea or on that enigmatic isle. However, Xuanqi Yehua managed to save the majority of lives. Had he not urged their swift departure, it is likely that only he and one other would have survived this ordeal. Nevertheless, this meant Xuanqi Yehua also forfeited the chance to meet the esteemed Lord Kamikaze. He felt no sense of loss, for perhaps avoiding that encounter was a stroke of fortune in itself. Once all were in possession of their 1,000 taels and silver notes, the official once again summoned Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Kai Suk. He promptly led the 2 toward the royal palace, the residence of the Mudwan Lord. As they walked, the official expressed his gratitude, saying, "We are truly thankful for your efforts in ensuring our safe return, and you have also acquired some crucial intelligence. I hope you will accompany me to meet the Lord and recount the entire sequence of events. If the situation is indeed as dire as it appears, we seek assistance from the Leaf Village of the Land of Fire." Xuanqi Yehua, intrigued, inquired, "Do you intend to escalate the mission's difficulty?" The official nodded in affirmation, stating, "It remains uncertain what the adversary's intentions are. If they persist in preventing us from fishing at sea, we must enhance the mission's rewards and enlist the aid of Jonin from the Leaf Village." Xuanqi Yehua comprehended the official's sentiments. Given the gravity of the circumstances, it would be prudent to amplify the situation, thereby necessitating intervention from more formidable teams. This, too, reflected a responsible attitude toward the fishermen of Mudwan Kingdom. Upon arriving at the Lord's estate, they encountered a white-bearded elder in his 60s. The old man sat leisurely in his chair, savoring tea. seemingly untroubled by the monstrous incursions plaguing Mudwan Kingdom. Observing this, the official could not suppress his furrowed brow, a visage of concern crossing his features. As Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Kai-suk entered, the old man's countenance shifted to one of seriousness, exclaiming, "Kong Ming, why have you brought these two youngsters into my abode? This is unlike your usual conduct." Kong Ming quickly bowed and replied, "My lord, I brought them here to discuss an urgent matter. We encountered significant troubles while hunting the sea monsters. According to reliable intelligence, these creatures have been specifically bred to target our Mudwan Kingdom." As he spoke, Kong Ming presented a snapshot to the lord. Initially, the lord appeared indifferent, dismissively responding, "Are these not merely ordinary sea monsters? I have already allocated 1 million ryo to you. Is it too much to expect you to manage this minor issue?" exclaimed Xuanqi Yehua. "My lord, you may not fully grasp the situation. These individuals are nurturing not only sea monsters, but also harbor ambitions to overthrow the Mud Pillar Kingdom's regime. If I am not mistaken, they likely intend to incite chaos within Mud Pillar, thereby seizing power." Upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's words, the lord became instantly alert. The presence of sea monsters was somewhat relevant to him, yet it hardly affected his daily life. However, if someone aimed to destabilize the regime, he would undoubtedly be impacted, and his very rule could be at stake. This time, his troubles had escalated significantly. The thought of potentially losing his idyllic life caused a look of panic to cross the lord's face as he declared, "Since this matter has reached such proportions, we must seek assistance from the Hidden Leaf Village. Hichiming, I entrust this matter entirely to you." Hichiming nodded in agreement. "Thanks to these two youths from the Hidden Leaf Village, we have hope. I wish to grant each of them an additional reward of 10,000 ryo. Furthermore, let us allocate 100,000 ryo to hire them for my safe passage to the Hidden Leaf Village and back." Upon hearing of the additional expenditure, a troubled expression immediately crossed the lord's face. "This amount seems rather excessive." Hichiming chuckled softly. "My lord, consider this. Our request for help from the Hidden Leaf Village extends beyond merely dealing with sea monsters. We may also require their assistance in quelling a rebellion. As long as the Mud Pillar Kingdom's regime remains intact, a mere sum of over 100,000 ryo should be manageable for you. Conversely, should the regime fall, what value would any amount of money hold for you?" It must be said that the officials of the Mud Pillar Kingdom possessed a remarkable gift for persuasion. With just a few words, they had managed to sway the lord's heart. After this discourse, the lord felt slightly disoriented, yet he grasped Hichiming's intent. Chapter 56. Lingering Concerns. As long as he remained the lord, he would have funds to spend, should opposing forces overthrow his rule. Even the most frugal lifestyle would merely yield the wealth of others. "Very well, I shall permit you to attend to these affairs in the Hidden Leaf Village. I hope you will return swiftly." With that, the lord resumed his tea. Subsequently, Hichiming presented the silver notes to Xuanqi Yehua. "This constitutes your payment for this venture, as well as the remuneration for escorting me. I appreciate your assistance." After speaking, Xuanqi Yehua departed the Mud Pillar Kingdom with Hichiming. Once they had left, in a concealed location within Mud Pillar, several ninjas exited the lord's estate, hastening towards a hidden courtyard. Inside the courtyard, an official of the Mud Pillar Kingdom awaited their news while seated. Subsequently, one of the ninjas knelt on the ground and remarked, "My lord, it seems that Kurami has departed the village to seek assistance from Konoha. Should we leave him be?" The official nodded in agreement, stating, "Kurami has indeed become increasingly unruly. Since he no longer wishes to live, I shall have no choice but to eliminate him. Zhang, take your subordinates and ensure Kurami's demise. Remember, you must also dispose of the two ninjas from Konoha. Absolutely no traces must remain. If possible, it would be best to frame Sunagakure, inciting discord between Konoha and Sunagakure." After uttering these words, the official strode directly into the building. Upon witnessing the official's departure, the ninjas dispersed, followed shortly by 7 or 8 others hastening towards the borders of the Land of Mud. Meanwhile, Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Kyuka had already escorted Kurami away from the Land of Mud. Along the way, Kurami recounted tales about the Land of Mud. In truth, during the time when the daimyo was still in good health, the country, though not affluent, led a life of happiness and harmony. However, in recent years, the daimyo appeared to have changed drastically, and it remained unclear what had transpired. If the situation in the Land of Mud continues as it is, the entire nation may face annihilation. Xuanqi Yehua and Hinata Kyuka listened to Kurami's incessant murmuring, choosing to disregard his words. After all, matters of politics were typically beyond the purview of ninjas, who were primarily tasked with executing missions. Moreover, they were still young and lacked the capacity to intervene, even if they wished to. At that moment, Kurami suddenly recalled something and turned to Xuani Yehua and Hinata Kyuka, saying, "I remember that the daimyo seems to visit a certain place every night. I asked him about it, but he refused to disclose any information. If we can trick him into leaving, we could secretly follow him tonight and perhaps uncover some clues." Xuani Yehua nodded in response to Kurami's suggestion, saying, "In truth, we have come to the land of mud for training. If you have any intriguing activities planned, I might accompany you." Upon hearing Xuani Yehua's words, Kurami immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much. Let us go. I know a hidden path that will lead us back to the land of mud without being detected. Follow me." Kurami promptly led them back along the original route. Before long, the grand estate of the daimyo came into view. The three of them found shelter behind a large tree. Soon, night fell, while Xuani Yehua and Hinata Kyuka rested in the tree. Kurami noticed the daimyo had exited the estate, boarding a carriage bound for an unknown destination. He swiftly descended from the tree, exclaiming, "Let us follow the daimyo's carriage." Xuani Yehua and Hinata Kyuka quickly leapt from the tree, pursuing the carriage. The carriage first circled through the city of Mudwan, and upon confirming they were not being followed, it exited the city via a winding road. Three individuals trailed closely behind. Once outside, the carriage made its way toward the outskirts. Soon, it halted before a manor, which was brilliantly illuminated, yet devoid of any human presence. The manor resembled a haunted house. As the trio ventured inside, an unsettling chill enveloped them. At that moment, even Xuanqi Yehua began to entertain the notion of supernatural beings. The three exchanged glances, a mix of trepidation and resolve flickering in their hearts. Yet they proceeded into the house. Outside, the manor was aglow with light, but within, a profound darkness prevailed. Even standing at the threshold, they sensed no trace of life inside, which astonished Xuanqi Yehua. He cautiously opened the door and led the others inside. Although He Ming was advanced in years, he remained a general of Mudwan, and despite any fears that may have stirred within him, he showed no sign of retreat. However, after searching for a considerable time without encountering anyone, Ryabaki felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Where could they possibly be if not within the house? After exchanging glances, Xuanqi Yehua activated his ninjutsu, Ryeo Tiansheng, a potent support technique designed to heighten sensory perception. This allowed him to discern even the faintest of sounds. As he employed the technique, subtle noises soon emerged from a mysterious source. Urgently, he guided the others toward the bedroom. Inside, a large scroll lay on the table, seemingly removed from the wall. With the scroll missing, a hidden entrance became evident on the wall. Upon discovering this passage, Xuanqi Yehua exclaimed, "Let us descend. Perhaps we might uncover something intriguing." Despite his enthusiasm, it was He Ming who felt the most anxious among them. Though he remained silent, a sense of foreboding lingered in his thoughts. They soon found themselves in a dimly lit basement. Proceeding forward, they encountered a temple. At its center stood a statue of the Grim Reaper. The sight of this figure left Xuanqi Yehua and his companions momentarily speechless. Behind the statue stood four men clad in Grim Reaper attire, performing what appeared to be a ritual, circling the figure continuously. At that moment, the Lord knelt before them, fervently engaged in prayer. At this moment, several shadowy figures swirled around him, exuding an eerie presence. Unlike the four Grim Reapers clad in dark attire, these phantoms appeared more ethereal, evoking a sensation akin to that of souls. Xuanqi Yehua, upon observing these four spirits, found himself engulfed in confusion. Could it be that the world of Naruto truly harbors ghosts? Not only Xuanqi Yehua, but even the viewers in the live stream exhibited expressions of bewilderment, seemingly astonished by the unfolding scene. What was happening? Wasn't he the Naruto realm devoid of spirits? What were these apparitions? Who claimed that the Naruto world was free of ghosts? What, then, were the Grim Reapers? Furthermore, the technique of Edo Tensei appeared capable of summoning individuals from another realm. Did this not imply the existence of ghosts in the Naruto universe? Xuanqi Yehua promptly shook his head and remarked that ghosts and souls are entirely distinct concepts. Souls inhabit the spiritual realm, while ghosts exist solely to instill fear in others. Upon hearing Xuanqi Yehua's words, the fans in the live stream couldn't help but engage in spirited discussion. However, Xuanqi Yehua grew weary of conversing with them. At that moment, his gaze was entirely fixated on the dark figure gradually coalescing before the daimyo. This shadow began to transform, ultimately taking on a humanoid form. Upon witnessing this figure, Hiramitsu nearly exclaimed in surprise. He then quietly whispered to Xuanqi Yehua that this individual was none other than the daimyo's son. Once a general of the Land of Clay, he met his demise on the battlefield due to the nature of his mission, becoming an everlasting sorrow in the daimyo's heart. I had believed the daimyo would have long forgotten this matter, yet astonishingly, even after more than a decade, it still weighed heavily on his mind. As this dark figure continued to solidify, it morphed into the visage of a young man. Upon laying eyes on the daimyo, the young man immediately rushed toward him. "Father, why have you come to see me?" Hearing his son's words, tears streamed down the daimyo's face. "Aishing, why did you have to appear so suddenly? Father has missed you dearly." Witnessing his father's tears, Aishing offered him continuous comfort. In that moment, the daimyo's weeping grew even more profound. Observing this poignant scene, Hiramitsu couldn't help but discreetly wipe away his tears, which in turn weighed heavily on Xuanqi Yehua's heart, for his own father had also perished in battle. The father and son conversed for approximately half an hour when, suddenly, the son vanished from the daimyo's sight. Unable to contain himself, the daimyo revealed a forlorn expression. Just then, a figure emerged from a concealed spot, clapping their hands. This person, shrouded in a black mask, appeared to be shrouded in mystery, for reasons unbeknownst to him. Upon laying eyes on the figure before him, Xuanqi Yehua inexplicably recalled the mysterious organization that had appeared in Linshan village. Could it be that everything here was also orchestrated by that enigmatic group? Xuanqi Yehua remained silent, intent on observing the actions of these individuals. Upon the arrival of the masked man, he promptly addressed the Lord. "What do you think? You have now seen your son, have you not? It is time for you to fulfill your promise to me. Arrange for my subordinates to be appointed as generals in your army. Surely, that is not too much to ask." At that moment, the Lord's eyes had dulled, reflecting a lifeless spirit. Hearing the masked man's words, he mechanically nodded and replied, "Rest assured, I shall honor my commitment. I only hope you will allow me to see my son once more." The masked man let out a cold laugh. "Your son has long since perished. The price to see him again is steep indeed. However, since you have made such a request, I can accommodate you. But you must provide 500,000 taels." The Lord was taken aback by the masked man's demand. He quickly pleaded, "We are but a small nation. 500,000 taels is a tremendous burden for us. I implore you to consider lessening our expenditure." The masked man sneered in response. "Oh, you still claim to be the lord of this nation, yet you cannot even procure 500,000 taels. Do you truly wish to retain this title? Very well. It seems you are not inclined to see your son after all. Let us consider our future dealings null and void." With a dismissive shake of his head, the masked man declared, "If you have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave." Yet, before he could depart, the Lord grasped his garment, continuing to implore, "I beseech you, grant me another opportunity. I shall endeavor to find a solution." Then, the masked man vanished within the temple. Upon witnessing his disappearance, the Lord sighed heavily. "It appears I have no choice but to liquidate my valuable possessions." With that, he exited the basement, accompanied by a cadre of dark-clad figures. As the Lord departed, Xuanqi Yehua intended to check on the divine investigator, only to be confronted by 3 masked individuals emerging from behind him. One of the women remarked with a laugh, "This Lord is truly foolish. His son has long been dead. How could he possibly come back to life? The entire affair was merely an illusion I conjured to deceive him. How naive." The leader of the masked figures, however, wore a grave expression. "Do not let your guard down. This old man is still a lord. He is currently ensnared by his yearning for his son, which has clouded his perception of our ruse. Should you grow careless and allow him to uncover our scheme, we too will find ourselves in a precarious position." At the leader's admonition, the other 2 figures finally adopted a serious demeanor. "Leader, when shall we commence our plans to seize control of this nation?" inquired the masked figure at the forefront. "Do not be hasty. We must await the moment when those 2 engage in a deadly struggle before we act. Premature intervention would only result in significant losses. If we successfully usurp the regime of the Land of Mud and hand it over to our leader, we could potentially become pivotal figures within the organization." Upon hearing the words of the leading masked figure, the other 2 turned and departed. Once they had finally left, Xuanqi Yehu led them away from the scene depicted in the scroll. After exiting the estate, He Ming's face reflected a sense of guilt. The demise of AI Sheng was due to my negligence in caring for him, and now I have allowed the Lord to fall into despair. While the Lord is not yet deeply ensnared, I wish to rescue him from this illusion. With that, He Ming intended to rush to the Lord's residence to convey everything to him. At that moment, Xuanqi Yehu and Hinata Kai managed to restrain He Ming, allowing him to regain a semblance of rationality. Once He Ming had fully calmed down, Xuanqi Yehu spoke. Chapter 57. The Art of Survival. I sense that there is something amiss, so it would be wise to remain composed and ponder why the Lord has so easily succumbed to the illusion. He Ming recalled certain details. I believe the Lord, longing for his son, has been ailing due to overwork and has been on medication ever since. The concoctions he previously took were prepared by me, but now he has engaged a dedicated apothecary, rendering my services unnecessary. Moreover, this apothecary must have arrived at the Lord's estate not long ago. Are you suggesting that this apothecary administered hallucinogenic drugs to the Lord? Xuanqi Yehu nodded affirmatively. I consider this possibility to be quite significant. We should investigate further. Let us stealthily enter the Lord's residence tonight and ascertain the nature of the medication he has been provided. With that, they infiltrated the Lord's estate and located the pouch containing the medication regularly consumed by him. After Xuanqi Yehu's careful examination, it was confirmed that it was indeed a concoction of hallucinogenic properties. At that moment, someone arrived to retrieve medication for the Lord. He Ming swiftly added a few restorative herbs to the pouch. Soon, the bundle of herbs was taken away by a servant for brewing. Once prepared, the potion was naturally delivered to the Lord. Due to the calming effects of the concoction, it wasn't long before the Lord succumbed to a deep slumber in his bed. Observing this scene, a satisfied smile began to emerge on He Ming's face. Let us depart, since the Lord has taken his medicine. He is sure to enjoy a restful night. Noticing the peaceful expression on He Ming's face, Hinata Kai felt a surge of joy for him. It was evident that He Ming harbored a unique sense of loyalty towards the Lord. Upon perceiving the bewilderment in Xian Shiyihua's eyes, He Ming decided to unveil his innermost thoughts. In truth, during my youth, I was merely a small ruffian on the streets. It was only after receiving the assistance of the esteemed daimyo that I began to rise and ultimately became the general of the Mudball Kingdom. He Ming succinctly recounted his lineage, which stirred a wave of emotion within Xian Shiyihua. Had it not been for the daimyo's intervention back then, He Ming as we know him today would not exist. It is precisely for this reason that He Ming harbors unwavering loyalty towards the daimyo. To think you possess such a fascinating backstory. What are your current intentions? Do you plan to remain in the Mudball Kingdom to awaken the daimyo from his stupor? Or shall you head to the Hidden Leaf Village? He Ming pondered for a moment before responding. Initially, he believed the daimyo was merely suffering from an ephemeral sorrow, but it now appeared that his tea drinking was an effort to alleviate his fatigue. Moreover, the moments he spent reminiscing about his son brought forth an involuntary smile. Perhaps this was the effect of the medication. Thus, I wish to stay and assist the daimyo in discerning the true nature of those around him. Xian Shiyihua nodded in agreement, stating, since you hold such intentions, we are willing to remain and support you. However, we must deliberate on the specifics. After some contemplation, Xian Shiyihua proposed, given that they primarily employ hallucinogens to manipulate the daimyo, we should allow him some time to recuperate. In approximately 3 to 4 days, his vitality should be restored. Otherwise, if we delay too long, they may catch on. He Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. I shall give this matter due consideration. However, the foremost priority remains to uncover their true identities. Xian Shiyihua replied with a smile. It is quite simple. As the daimyo gradually regains his senses, when he next encounters those individuals, we shall confront them directly. It would be prudent for you to summon some allies, as I fear we may be overwhelmed in the heat of the moment. He Ming nodded, accepting Xian Shiyihua's counsel. Approximately 3 days later, the daimyo once again boarded a carriage bound for the outskirts. Soon, their carriage arrived at the entrance of the manor. This time, Xian Shiyihua and the others witnessed the daimyo enter the estate and subsequently proceed into the house. Following the familiar path, they too descended into the basement. In the basement, Xian Shiyihua once more beheld the scene of the daimyo being deceived by illusions. This time, for shadowy figures eerily circled around the daimyo, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The more bizarre the spectacle, the greater the potential for illusion and susceptibility to hypnosis. At that moment, Xian Shiyihua boldly stepped before the daimyo and declared, Daimyo, scrutinize these individuals closely. They are nothing but deceivers. Your son is merely hiding beneath the altar, playing tricks." As he spoke, Xuanqi Yehua had already torn down the black cloth beneath the altar. Soon after, a masked figure awaited below, ready to deceive the Lord. In recent days, the Lord's mental state had improved significantly, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he immediately sensed something amiss. He pointed at the masked figure leading the others and exclaimed, "Ah, you are well aware that I am the Lord of the land of mud. Yet you still dare to deceive me? Do you not wish to live?" The leading masked figure could not suppress a cold laugh. "Do I not wish to live? It seems to me that it is you who truly wishes for death. And as for this little brat, wearing the forehead protector of the Hidden Leaf Village, could it be that you are a ninja from there? Yet it matters not. Since you are indeed a ninja from the Hidden Leaf, we might as well engage in a friendly spar." As he spoke, the masked leader approached Xuanqi Yehua. Observing the situation, He Ming, who was behind, quickly grasped the urgency and dashed out of the underground chamber in search of reinforcements. Meanwhile, Xuanqi Yehua began to form hand seals, summoning the joyful dancing rabbit. Upon seeing the divine detective before him, the joyful dancing rabbit was taken aback. "Master, what purpose do you have in summoning this divine detective?" it inquired. "Although this world lacks great spirits, it does possess deities, and these deities are merely stronger beings. You are constructing an altar here, and the divine can sense it." Xuanqi Yehua dismissed the joyful dancing rabbit's concerns and pointed at the ninjas standing across from him. "I am in trouble this time. I summoned you to help me eliminate this Jainin." He was not mistaken. The masked figure was indeed a Jainin. Though merely a special Jainin, he was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. "Very well, I shall leave the others to you," the joyful dancing rabbit declared as it charged towards the leading masked figure. In that moment, Xuanqi Yehua surged towards one of the ninjas, specifically the female ninja who had been hiding beneath the table. Concurrently, He Ming returned with allies from outside. The female ninja harbored a deep-seated hatred for Xuanqi Yehua, for exposing secrets was never a commendable habit. "Heh, boy, since you seek death, I shall oblige," she taunted, forming hand seals with her hands. Xuanqi Yehua felt as though something was piercing into his mind. It was evident that she was employing illusionary techniques against him. In that instant, he seemed to return to his childhood, running frantically in the courtyard of his home, yet finding no one. The fear he felt then was profound, a terror that penetrated to his very bones. Even now, as he reminisced, it sent chills down his spine. Just when he was engulfed by this haunting illusion, a sharp, piercing sound suddenly erupted in his mind, jolting him back to reality. As he opened his eyes once more, a female ninja emerged, brandishing a kunai aimed directly at his chest. "Huh, this time, you're doomed." Yet, in the blink of an eye, Xuanqi Yehua snatched the kunai from her grasp, swiftly unmasking her. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful young woman appeared before him, her gaze as frigid as ice, and she turned to flee. It seemed her greatest strength lay in illusion techniques, but now that Xuanqi Yehua had seen through her deception, her confidence in her ninjutsu had withered. Just as she attempted to escape, the entire temple began to tremble, as if a colossal entity was about to emerge from the ground. "What is happening?" the young woman thought in terror, and without a second thought, she dashed toward the temple's exit. "Is that all you've got?" Xuanqi Yehua smirked, having intended to prolong their encounter. However, in the next instant, he noticed the walls of the temple cracking open. His expression paled drastically, disbelief flooding his eyes. How is this possible? For he beheld an array of bizarre, gigantic beasts surrounding the temple, dragons, phoenixes, and a multitude of other creatures. Each exuded an aura of despair, many of which Xuanqi Yehua recognized. Some loomed like mountains, while others were astonishingly diminutive. Yet regardless of their size, they were far from ordinary beings. Roaring, a golden serpent reared its head and emitted a piercing cry, as if mocking the insignificant ants before it. Xuanqi Yehua's eyes widened in shock. Who was orchestrating this? This was the totem of all beasts. His pupils constricted in realization. He had encountered such creatures before. He recalled reading about the totem of all beasts in ancient texts, said to possess not only cataclysmic power, but also the ability to command all creatures. It was said that any being in this world would heed its call. Legend spoke of a hero from the ancient era of Xianjian III, who, after offending the totem, had drawn the wrath of countless fiends, even prompting intervention from the heavenly realms. Xuanqi Yehua's grandfather had once battled the totem of all beasts for a time. Eventually, the totem was sealed away in a forbidden place, which subsequently vanished from existence. Yet now, the totem of all beasts had resurfaced, imprisoned in this very locale. He suddenly comprehended the reason behind the influx of strangers in the village, and why these unfamiliar faces sought his demise. Could this be the summons of the totem of all beasts? Huh, you fools, do you truly believe I am merely a master of illusions? At that moment, the voice of the female ninja echoed once again. It was then that Xuanqi Yehua finally discerned the true nature of the female ninja's illusions. He had been aware of her secret long before. She employed her illusions to divert the enemy's attention, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. This was her ultimate survival skill. Indeed, they had fallen into her trap. Not only had Xuanqi Yehua been injured by the female ninja, but their other comrades were also ensnared by her illusions, turning against one another in a chaotic counterattack. Nevertheless, this was only a temporary predicament, for even though they were ensnared here, they remained within the confines of their own village. A thunderous rumble reverberated through the air as the temple began to move slowly. What on earth was happening? Xuanqi Yehua's heart raced violently, sensing a tremendous danger closing in on him. In the next instant, the temple erupted in a cacophony of destruction. With a resounding blast, dust and debris were sent flying, and Xuanqi Yehua instinctively shielded his face. Yet, as the smoke began to settle, a jolt of terror coursed through him, nearly causing him to faint. Before him lay a vast, empty hall. The chamber was expansive, measuring several hundred meters in width, and at its center coiled a colossal black dragon. This dragon was shrouded in an inky darkness, its scales glistening like forged iron. Most terrifying of all, its body towered over 10 meters high, truly a behemoth. At that moment, Xuanqi Yehua grasped just how formidable that female ninja truly was. She could command the beasts. Yet before this great black dragon, she seemed no more significant than an ant. The great black dragon lay still upon the ground, appearing to be in slumber. Xuanqi Yehua struggled to swallow, feeling his legs weaken. No, this cannot be. How could this be possible? His steps involuntarily retreated as his breath quickened. How could there be a living creature here? This defied logic. It was utterly irrational. Suddenly, a crucial realization struck him. Aside from the great black dragon, no other beings inhabited this hall. This indicated that the dragon belonged to this grand chamber. This temple was merely another sanctum. The thought sent beads of cold sweat trickling down Xuanqi Yehua's forehead. Could it be that this was an elaborate conspiracy? In his mind, countless thoughts flickered. Yet they ultimately coalesced into a single phrase. It is over. Although he currently possessed a lifespan of merely 2,500 years, he was unwilling to squander his life in such a manner. Chapter 58. I must leave alive. After all, there remained far too many endeavors he had yet to accomplish. Thus, he must survive. With this in mind, Xuanqi Yehua swiftly retrieved the jade pendant hanging from his neck, his fingers deftly weaving intricate hand seals, until a drop of essence was extracted, transforming into a wisp of pale blue flame. Go, he uttered in a low voice, and the drop of essence ignited fervently, rapidly expanding until its diameter reached approximately half a foot before it ceased its growth. In the next moment, the flame surged directly into Xuanqi Yehua's body, merging with his being. Simultaneously, a bizarre scene unfolded within his mind. It was a desolate desert where fine raindrops fell from the sky, creating mysterious and unfathomable patterns upon the ground. Xuanqi Yehua furrowed his brow, gazing at these images, as a profound sadness welled up within him. Why? Why must it be this way? Why? Each scene pierced his heart with anguish. I must save her. I must bring her home. I must seek answers from her. Xuanqi Yehua's heart roared incessantly. At that moment, a tempest of various emotions surged within him. Anger, unwillingness, and even a hint of hysteria. He longed to annihilate those responsible. Yet, reason cautioned him that it was all but an illusion, and he could not alter the course of history. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble resonated as the ground quaked violently, and colossal stones crashed down around the hall, enveloping the space in a cloud of dust, rendering it akin to a hellish inferno. In that instant, he beheld a bloodied girl, her tattered clothing clinging to her trembling form as she knelt there. Damn it, so this was the illusion. A wave of relief washed over Xuanqi Yehua as he finally comprehended the multitude of visions he had just witnessed. However, at that moment, the female ninja emerged. Her complexion pale, a deep handprint marring her chest, evidently struck hard by the great black dragon. Meanwhile, the great black dragon slowly opened its eyes. In an instant, An overwhelming chill enveloped the world, causing everything to fall into an eerie silence. What kind of eyes were these, filled with the weight of ages, seemingly piercing through countless years, radiating an oppressive aura? Even from across the void, Xuanqi Yehua could feel the tremor of his very soul. Roar. This time, the great black dragon did not move immediately. Instead, it let out a thunderous roar, and an immense pressure descended upon the realm. Xuanqi Yehua felt a sudden stiffness enveloping his body, as if struck by lightning. Is this the great demon king? Truly extraordinary. Roar. At this moment, the colossal black dragon finally rose slowly, fixing its gaze upon Xuanqi Yehua, revealing a glimmer of insatiable greed and madness. This was the instinct of a predator. At that instant, Xuanqi Yehua also felt the weight of his own insignificance. He even doubted that the dragon could effortlessly tear him apart with a mere swipe of its claw. Such was the chasm of power. Yet, this was but an illusion. Why not seize this opportunity to restore myself to my peak condition? Xuanqi Yehua gritted his teeth and declared. Closing his eyes, he began to summon the power within him. In the next moment, a brilliant light erupted from his dantian, followed by a surge of energy that began to boil and radiate a golden sheen. Dazzling like the sun itself, an armor materialized around his body, enveloping him and rendering him extraordinarily resilient. Roar. The black dragon emitted an exuberant roar, as if it had spotted its prey, lunging toward Xuanqi Yehua. A smile curled at the corners of Xuanqi Yehua's mouth. Humph, do you truly think I fear you? In an instant, his figure vanished, only to reappear atop the great black dragon's back, sword in hand, plunging it downward. With a piercing sound, Xuanqi Yehua's sword pierced the dragon's back. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto his armor, yet it quickly seeped into the armor, vanishing without a trace. The black dragon, however, remained in its original stance, utterly unmoving. How is this possible? How could your flesh be so formidable? This armor was forged from meteorite iron. Unbelievable, simply astounding. Xuanqi Yehua marveled. However, at that moment, the dragon's eyes glinted with ferocity, and it abruptly turned its head. Those crimson orbs radiated an overwhelming chill. Xuanqi Yehua felt a wave of suffocation wash over him, and his body instinctively recoiled several feet, as if jolted by electricity. That was close. I almost fell, he thought, his heart racing. Roar. But the next moment, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the black dragon extended its sharp claws toward Xuanqi Yehua. Damn it, he cursed, hastily evading. Swish. Swish. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a flurry of afterimages swept past his feet, rendering him unable to discern which was the true form and which were mere phantoms. Bang. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from his abdomen, as if it had been pierced through. With a piercing scream, Xuanqi Yehua was sent flying, crashing to the ground as he gasped for breath. Such power. This creature is certainly no ordinary beast. At this moment, Xuanqi Yehua felt as if he were ensnared in a vivid dream. What has happened to him? It was not merely the astonishing realism of this illusion, but also the overwhelming might of the great black dragon that surpassed all his expectations. His avatar possessed formidable strength, especially since his soul had ascended to the level of a grand master. Logically, he should have been able to withstand this illusion. Yet this time, he found himself utterly unable to do so, leaving him bewildered. Roar. Before Xuanqi Yehua, the great black dragon's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty glint. It opened its fearsome maw once more, aiming to devour Xuanqi Yehua. Boom. Just as the great black dragon drew near, a thunderous roar erupted. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, enveloping Xuanqi Yehua in its grasp. Buzzing ripples cascaded through the void, and then a series of runes appeared, coalescing into a phantom of a bang. The great black dragon collided with this phantom, yet it found itself utterly incapable of overcoming it. How could this be? What on earth is this? Xuanqi Yehua exclaimed in astonishment, for before him stood a human, towering at a height of 100 feet. It wielded a spear and was clad in heavy bronze armor, exuding an aura of terrifying might. Though it possessed only a partial form, its arm could pierce the heavens. Its cold gaze surveyed the great black dragon, as though it were looking down upon mere ants. Roar. The great black dragon let out a low growl, its scales bristling in alarm. We cannot fight. This is utterly futile. Xuanqi Yehua shouted in despair. However, the great black dragon paid him no heed, charging forward regardless. Damn it. Xuanqi Yehua cursed under his breath, left with no choice but to confront the beast head-on. Boom. As the two forces collided, visible ripples spread outward, sending Xuanqi Yehua hurtling away. Thud. He crashed to the ground. This was his first encounter with the great black dragon. Despite being a grandmaster with mastery over grandmaster-level martial arts, he found himself unable to breach the dragon's formidable defenses. He realized he was facing a truly formidable foe. At that moment, the great black dragon lunged at him once more, its speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance. This time, it opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames. Boom. The intensity of the flames was staggering, igniting the surrounding trees into a blaze. Indeed, it is a manifestation of myth, an entity of immense power. Were I to rely solely on my current abilities, I would be utterly incapable of withstanding it. A grave expression settled upon Xuanqi Yehua's face. He dared not be negligent. In his hand, he produced a jade pendant, which instantly summoned a delicate azure barrier around him, providing shelter. Boom. Flames struck the barrier, resulting in a tremendous explosion, as the inferno surged and transformed into a mushroom cloud. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, mushroom clouds ascended into the sky. Xuanqi Yehua furrowed his brow. The ferocity of these flames was staggering. His eyes widened in disbelief. It is known that the temperature of such flames exceeds several thousand degrees Celsius, capable of melting ordinary steel. Yet, astonishingly, his barrier remained intact. Is this the essence of refining materials? It is indeed remarkable, he murmured. He understood that the power of these flames was likely far greater than what he had thus far experienced. Roar. At that moment, the great black dragon launched another assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From its maw erupted terrifying bolts of lightning, hurtling towards him. Boom, boom. The thunderous strikes relentlessly battered the barrier, yet it remained steadfast. The strength of the great black dragon was evidently increasing, and its form appeared to be rapidly growing. Xuanqi Yehua's countenance darkened. It was then that he comprehended the magnitude of the entity he had provoked. Roar. With a resounding roar, the great black dragon lunged forward once more. Xuanqi Yehua's expression shifted dramatically. Clang. He swiftly swung his fist in a collision, toppling the great black dragon to the ground. However, the dragon immediately retaliated, descending upon him with the weight of a mountain, imbued with inexhaustible power. Cursed be this creature. How can it not tire? Xuanqi Yehua gritted his teeth, yet found himself without recourse, compelled to resist. Each of his punches seemed capable of rending the very fabric of the heavens. Nevertheless, the dragon's defense was astonishingly formidable. Even as his strikes landed, they merely left superficial scars. Moreover, even when injured, the great black dragon exhibited no fear, continuing its relentless assault. Boom, boom, boom. Xuanqi Yehua unleashed a flurry of strikes, but to no avail. He observed with alarm that the dragon's size was expanding and its speed accelerating, each collision causing his bones to tremble. With a final gasp, he could no longer endure, spewing blood and being sent reeling backward. Crack! At that moment, a tail swept through the air, striking Xuanqi Yehua squarely in the chest and sending him flying. The great black dragon pursued him with fervor. Boom! Xuanqi Yehu collided with a towering tree, embedding himself within its trunk. With a deep inhale, he exerted force, and with a resounding crack, the tree was uprooted. You scoundrel! A fierce glimmer flashed in the corners of Xuanqi Yehu's eyes. He then exerted tremendous strength with his right hand, flinging the ancient tree towards the massive black dragon. With a thunderous roar, the black dragon swiped its claw, shattering the tree into splinters. In that fleeting moment, Xuanqi Yehu seized the opportunity to escape, vanishing from sight. The black dragon let out a furious roar, its gaze fixated on Xuanqi Yehu, yet he had already retreated to a considerable distance. Swiftly, Xuanqi Yehu navigated through the dense forest, a sanctuary he knew intimately from his childhood. Even the formidable black dragon could not easily track him here. Suddenly, an aura of danger permeated the air, yet excitement surged within Xuanqi Yehu, for it signified the impending demise of the black dragon. This scene was vividly observable from the outside. Xuanqi Yehu inhaled deeply, contemplating the exceptional nature of the beast from the great sage realm, marveling at the unprecedented encounter. Yet, at that moment, the black dragon breached the barrier Xuanqi Yehu had meticulously set, charging forth and fleeing into the distance. Lightning crackled behind it, sending Xuanqi Yehu into a frenzy of fear, his expression shifting dramatically. The black dragon's speed was astonishing, and its might overwhelming. He realized he was no longer a match for it, and turned to flee. The black dragon, however, pursued him relentlessly. With a swift motion, it lunged forward, its foot crashing down, causing the ground to erupt. Xuanqi Yehu cursed under his breath. Damn it, what a predicament. Suddenly, a magical vessel resembling a precious bottle materialized in his palm, from which mist began to emanate. With a roar, the mist coalesced into towering waves that surged toward the black dragon. A fierce light flickered in the dragon's eyes as it extended its claws to annihilate the vapor. The mist exploded upon impact, yet did not fully disperse. Instead, it infiltrated the black dragon's very being. The colossal black dragon let out a thunderous roar, its eyes shimmering with a crimson glow. Yet, it did not relent, continuing its ferocious assault towards Xuanqi Yehu. With a cold smirk, Xuanqi Yehu declared, "Since you have chosen this path, do not blame me for being impolite." He then extended 2 fingers, gesturing into the air before directing them towards the black dragon. Whoosh! A blade of light surged forth, striking the dragon's head. The dragon's hide was remarkably resilient, rivaling that of spiritual artifacts, perhaps even surpassing them. However, Xuanqi Yehu sensed that the power contained within this blade of light was potent enough to pierce through a mountain. Consequently, as the blade descended, the black dragon emitted a wretched cry, its body cleaved in 2. Thud! The dragon's lifeless form plummeted to the ground. It struggled momentarily before succumbing to death entirely. Gasping for breath, Xuanqi Yehu felt the toll of the battle weigh heavily upon him. The confrontation with the black dragon had nearly drained all his strength, leaving him yearning for a restful slumber. Swiftly, he retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it, then sat cross-legged upon the ground to regulate his breathing. Though his injuries were grave, his physique possessed an extraordinary resilience. An enigmatic force coursed through his body, mending his wounds and momentarily restoring a fragment of his strength. Buzzing. Just as he prepared to depart, a faint glow unexpectedly emanated from the dragon's remains. Startled, he approached the carcass. The radiance intensified, ultimately transforming into 2 luminous orbs. Curious, Xuanqi Yehu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing them closely. A look of astonishment crossed his face as he deduced that these orbs resembled some form of demonic cores, specifically 2-star demonic cores. What a delightful surprise. I never expected to encounter such fortune here. Fate has indeed favored me. Xuanqi Yehu rejoiced. Swiftly, he seized one of the demonic cores, leaving the other behind. Roar! Just as he intended to retreat, a deafening sound erupted. A terrifying aura instantaneously enveloped the entire secret realm. Xuanqi Yehu's expression shifted dramatically, for the sound unmistakably belonged to the black dragon's roar, and it seemed alarmingly close. Without hesitation, he darted towards the exit, for this place was fraught with peril. He had to escape swiftly, otherwise, encountering other formidable humans or demonic beings could spell danger. Even within the Great Xia Empire, he could not act recklessly. Rumbling. At that moment, a cacophony of shattering air filled the surroundings. Xuanqi Yehu lifted his gaze, and amidst the vast emptiness, an enormous dragon boat glided slowly through the void. Countless formidable figures stood upon it, each at least of the martial sovereign rank. Cursed be this fate. Upon witnessing this scene, a sinister expression contorted Xuanqi Yehu's face. These individuals had evidently come for the 2 second-tier demon cores he possessed. This time, he had truly overstepped his bounds. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, aware that departing safely today would be an insurmountable challenge. Haha, Xuanqi Yehu. How did you find yourself in such a predicament? This must be a forbidden zone, yet here you are, intruding. Quite amusing. A chilling voice rang out, laced with mockery. With no further ado, the command was given. Kill. At the sound of this proclamation, the multitude aboard the dragon boat launched their assault. Armed with weapons, they surged toward Xuanqi Yehu like an overwhelming torrent. Begone! Xuanqi Yehu roared in fury. With a powerful strike, he confronted a strong demon clan warrior. However, despite being merely at the 4th level of martial sovereign, the adversary's strength was formidable enough to force him back. Swoosh! At the same moment, a more potent arrow sliced through the air, striking Xuanqi Yehu in the chest and causing him to stagger back several paces. Roaring in pain, he spat a mouthful of blood, the hatred in his eyes nearly impossible to conceal. You dare to harm me? Prepare to meet your doom, he bellowed. Yet, the demon clan warriors regarded him with disdain. Oomph! What can the young master of the Xuanqi family do? Today, we shall capture you and deliver you to the imperial city for a reward. Your father cannot protect you. With that, they charged once more at Xuanqi Yehua. His eyes brimmed with rage. He fought desperately to resist, but his injuries incapacitated him. The more he struggled, the more frenzied the demon warriors became. Xuanqi Yehua felt himself on the brink of collapse. With a deafening roar, he unleashed a heart-wrenching cry, and his massive form crashed to the ground, shattering upon impact. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 million experience points. The system's notification echoed, yet at that moment, Xuanqi Yehua had already slipped into unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to him, as he lay in a state of oblivion, his once battered body began to stir slowly. Crack! A faint sound emanated from within, and soon after, Xuanqi Yehua awakened. Astonishingly, he had undergone a dramatic transformation. He had grown several inches in height, and 2 magnificent wings had sprouted from his back. The entire scene was bathed in a resplendent golden hue, emanating sharp, piercing energies that rendered Xuanqi Yehua an imposing figure. His eyes blazed with a fierce electric light, causing those from the demon clan nearby to recoil in alarm. He appeared anything but a mere mortal. At that moment, a colossal black dragon aboard the dragon boat suddenly opened its eyes. Its icy gaze swept across the surroundings as if it were in search of prey. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, the dragon's cry sent shockwaves, prompting even the demons to retreat in haste. Could this be the Dragon Emperor? Xuanqi Yehua's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the black dragon before him, unable to fathom its power, which seemed to rival that of his own father. In an instant, while he was momentarily stunned, the Dragon Emperor sprang into action. With a single claw, it seized Xuanqi Yehua. Pain radiating from his back as he let out a pained scream, silenced thereafter. The Dragon Emperor did not relent, dragging him away at a breathtaking speed, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. The remaining demons, brimming with excitement, reveled in the thought of Xuanqi Yehua's demise, envisioning the treasures now within their grasp. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the scene, Xuanqi Yehua's brother felt as though his heart would shatter, emitting anguished cries. With a furious roar, he surged forward, but it was too late. The Dragon Emperor had already made its escape. At that moment, the Dragon Emperor arrived before the portal to the secret realm. With a swift motion, he pushed open the stone door, which creaked as it gradually swung ajar. In a flash, he slipped inside, sensing that uncovering the secrets of the dragon's lair would exponentially enhance his strength. Simultaneously, members of the Xuanqi clan detected Xuanqi Yehua's presence and immediately bellowed, "Pursue him." At this command, they surged forward. Yet, as they drew near, the roar of the dragon echoed around them, followed by a dazzling golden silhouette that erupted from the cave. With thunderous collisions resonating through the air, the unprepared demons were swiftly vanquished, a thick mist of blood swirling above. The dragon's roar grew ever more magnificent, a true dragon's hymn that was utterly distinct from that of ordinary dragons. On the other side, when the members of the Xuanqi family arrived, they were utterly astonished by the scene before them. They could not fathom how a gifted scion of their lineage could be imprisoned in such a manner. At that moment, not only the guards, but even the ancestral elders of the Xuanqi family were perplexed. Within this secret realm, there existed a seal of its own. Once one's cultivation reached the 6th level of the divine sovereign, they would be sealed within this secret domain. Only by attaining the 9th level of the great sage could one break free. Moreover, each time the seal was lifted, a recovery period was necessary, otherwise, one's strength could never return to its peak. Yet, what level of cultivation did Xuanqi Yehua possess? Merely the 3rd level of the great sage. What grounds did he have to escape the seal? At this moment, the head of the Xuanqi family wore an ashen expression. He was determined to uncover the truth of the matter. Otherwise, the dignity of the entire family would be at stake. With this thought, he prepared to enter the secret realm to investigate. After all, he knew Yehua's character all too well. Be cautious, family head. The dragon clan is formidable. One of the attendants cautioned, clearly fearing that the head of the Xuanqi family might come to harm. Haha, our illustrious Xuanqi family fears no one. Even if there are experts guarding it, I shall still enter to behold it. If Yehua encounters danger, I will be there to rescue him. The head of the Xuanqi family replied with a smile. Boom. Just as his words fell, a grand formation outside the sealed secret realm was instantly activated, its brilliant light illuminating the sky, causing the head of the Xuanqi family to change color. He then bellowed in anger, "Break it!" As his voice echoed, he struck out with his palm. A resounding crash reverberated, shaking the entire space, and the grand formation began to tremble. Roar. However, just as the head of the Xuanqi family was about to step out, the sound of a dragon's roar resounded once more, followed by the appearance of a colossal dragon python that overshadowed half the sky. It roared angrily at the family head. "You dare to obstruct me, wretched beast? You shall die." With that, it launched a punch towards the dragon python. The force of his strike howled through the air, emanating a terrifying pressure. Yet, it had no effect whatsoever. Bang! With that punch, the head of the Xuanqi family was sent flying backward, his figure in utter disarray. Although he was a powerful figure among the demon clan, he could not compare to the dragon sovereign. Roar! At that moment, the roar of the dragon sovereign echoed once more, and it raised its massive head, letting out a thunderous cry. A blazing sphere of light hurtled towards the members of the Xuanqi family with breathtaking speed, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, instilling terror in all who beheld it. With a thunderous crash, a cloud of dust erupted from the crowd of the Xuanqi clan. In an instant, both the clan leader and the guardians were obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. The head of the Xuanqi family stood paralyzed with fear, utterly bewildered by the abruptness of the event, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. However, just as he contemplated fleeing, he was mercilessly struck down by the Dragon Emperor's tail, shattering his corporeal form. A piercing scream erupted. "You dare to kill me? You shall not escape unscathed." Upon hearing this, the Dragon Emperor's eyes glimmered with a malevolent intensity. In a swift motion, he severed the man's neck, devouring his head and swallowing it whole, leaving the few survivors of the Xuanqi family trembling with horror. In that moment, all thoughts of resistance vanished as they desperately fled into the distance, leaving behind the body consumed by the Dragon Emperor. Yet, their respite was fleeting. As they fled, thousands of dragon-scaled leopards encircled them, their razor-sharp teeth tearing flesh, blood splattering, and dismembered limbs flying in all directions. Meanwhile, in the depths of the secret realm, Xuanqi Yihua was expelled for the second time within a single day. His countenance was grim, realizing with dismay that he had been ensnared by the dragon clan. A frenzied glint flickered in his eyes, as the scion of the Xuanqi family. Being subdued in this manner would spell doom for his aspirations of resurgence. At that moment, he understood that only one path remained, to fight his way out. Outside the secret realm, in the grand hall, the patriarch of the Xuanqi family glared at Xuanqi Yihua with fury, demanding, "What have you done?" His voice tinged with a cold indifference. Yet, Xuanqi Yihua remained silent, standing resolute, his eyes ablaze with hatred towards the Dragon Emperor. With a sharp crack, the clan leader struck him across the face, causing blood to spill from his lips. Nevertheless, he defiantly met his father's gaze, refusing to utter a word. "How reckless! You are the hope of the Xuanqi family. Should you perish, we will suffer irreparable losses, and our clan will be subjugated. You must clarify why the Dragon Emperor has assailed us today. If you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, not only will you perish, but the entire Xuanqi city will face obliteration. Moreover, I shall inform your siblings of your treachery, conspiring with the Dragon clan to betray your own kin, thus leading them to accompany you in death." The head of the Xuanqi family spoke with a visage steeped in malice. Chapter 60. The grand finale with a resounding clash. Master Jiang's blade met thunderous force, causing him to momentarily freeze, his weapon clattering to the ground. His body was charred, and an aroma reminiscent of roasted flesh wafted through the air. Infuriated by the audacity of the ambush, Master Jiang's fury ignited as he stomped his foot, vanishing from sight in an instant. When he reappeared, 2 poison needles had materialized in his hand. With a swift whoosh, the needles transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards Yifeng. At that moment, Master Jiang's eyes brimmed with a frenzied battle spirit. He yearned to rend Yifeng into 1,000 pieces to quench his wrath. Yifeng caught a glimpse of the approaching needles from the corner of his eye and suddenly darted to the left, extending his hand to seize the needles firmly, yanking them towards himself with great force. Bang! A powerful gravitational force erupted from Master Jiang's body, drawing one of the needles to him. As he relaxed his grip, it shot towards Yifeng. Seeing the needles speedily approaching, Yifeng smirked coldly, dismissing it as mere trifles. With a swift motion, he grasped the needle tightly, exerting force to snap it in two. As the needle shattered in his grasp, a glint of cold light flickered in Master Jiang's eyes. he swiftly raised his wrist, launching another needle at Yi Feng. The potent corrosive toxin enveloping the needle instigated a searing sensation in Yi Feng's body. With a sweep of his Qinglian sword, he deflected the needle aside. A melodious chime resonated as Master Jiang's hand trembled, causing a delicate bell to sway. Though its tone was enchanting, it bore an undercurrent of beguilement. Buzzing sounds emanated as the bell rang, sending waves of entrancing resonance into the depths of Yi Feng's mind, momentarily clouding his senses. Seizing the opportunity, Master Jiang lunged forward, his hands trembling as dozens of poison needles shot forth once more. Yi Feng furrowed his brow, hastily evading the onslaught. Just as he maneuvered to dodge, Master Jiang surged forward, his blade poised to strike mercilessly at Yi Feng's head. With a swift flick of his sword, Yi Feng unleashed a sharp arc of light that sliced through Master Jiang's flesh, severing a piece of muscle. Yet, this strike merely wounded Master Jiang. It lacked the potency to claim his life. "Bastard! You dare to harm me?" Master Jiang roared in fury, a violent shout escaping his lips as he unleashed another pair of poison needles towards Yi Feng's form. The threat posed by the poison needles was as formidable as a full-force strike from a master-level expert. Yi Feng dared not be negligent. He swiftly drew the long sword from his back and advanced towards the twin poison needles. With a crisp clang, the poison needles were intercepted by Yi Feng's sword, and he leveraged the recoil to swiftly retreat. Then, with a powerful swing, he sent the poison needles crashing to the ground. With a deft twist of his sword, he aimed a slash at Master Jiang's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Master Jiang raised his broadsword just in time to block Yi Feng's strike. Though Yi Feng's arm trembled slightly, pushing the broadsword upward. Seizing the moment when Master Jiang's attack was restrained, Yi Feng darted forward once more, his sword aimed directly at Master Jiang's throat. Master Jiang's eyes widened, a flicker of panic flashing in his pupils. He had never anticipated the sheer strength Yi Feng possessed. The brief exchange had revealed a level of combat prowess that exceeded his earlier expectations. As Yi Feng's sword approached his throat, Master Jiang's heart raced. He swiftly slapped his waist storage pouch, retrieving a pill and swallowing it whole, even as he wielded his broadsword to slash at Yi Feng. Upon ingesting the pill, Master Jiang's aura surged dramatically, transforming him into a seemingly unsheathed divine blade, its sharp radiance tearing through the air toward Yi Feng. Observing this, Yi Feng scoffed, his foot stomping down on the ground as he shot forth like an arrow, narrowly avoiding Master Jiang's form while aiming his sword downward toward the master's neck. With a sharp clang, their weapons collided, sending sparks flying. Master Jiang felt a numbing shock in his hands as he was propelled backward, crashing to the ground in disarray. At this moment, he was soaked in blood, his clothing torn, and a prominent sword mark marred his skin, blood gushing forth. Yi Feng regarded the fallen Master Jiang with an expression of indifference, a growing aura of menace surrounding him as he slowly advanced. His eyes brimmed with lethal intent. It was time to end this. "What do you intend to do? Do you dare to kill me? If you take my life, the eight-headed serpent will not let you go. Your entire Huaxia, indeed the entire mundane world, will face annihilation," Master Jiang warned, his voice frigid as he observed Yi Feng drawing closer. Why should I hesitate to kill you?" Yi Feng retorted with a cold smile. "I know you are powerful, but the eight-headed serpent is among the most formidable of the demon race. Even if your cultivation surpasses the peak of the innate 9th level, you may not be able to slay me, for the eight-headed serpent has already reached the master realm," Master Jiang replied, his expression icy, each word deliberate. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he added, "You should understand the terror of a master." Listening to Master Jiang's words, Yi Feng replied expressionlessly, "Is a master truly that formidable? Today, I shall kill you, just as I did with your brothers before." As Master Jiang suddenly burst into laughter, he fixed his gaze upon Yi Feng and admitted, "I concede, you are indeed formidable. However, I do not believe you can defeat the legendary Yaki no Orochi at the Master Realm." The distance between Jiang and Yi Feng was already minimal, and as soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, a sinister grin crept across Jiang's lips. He abruptly leaped forward, his body soaring into the air. In that moment of ascension, his right leg shot downward, aimed squarely at Yi Feng's chest. Yi Feng narrowly evaded this strike by shifting his body to the side. As he dodged Jiang's aerial kick, he deftly flicked his wrist, and a sleek black dagger materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, Yi Feng advanced, the dagger glinting like silver against the night. aimed directly at Jiang's throat. Just as the dagger approached its target, Yifeng gripped it firmly, his body spinning with sudden momentum, channeling a tremendous surge of true essence into the blade. The dagger surged forth like a dragon emerging from its lair, piercing towards Jiang's throat with a chilling ferocity. Jiang's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily retreated 2 steps before retaliating with a powerful whip kick. A dull thud resonated as Jiang's left foot collided with Yifeng's long sword, a tremendous force erupting that sent Jiang hurtling backward. As he was flung away by Yifeng's strike, a piercing scream escaped his lips, his left arm hanging limply, evidently severed by Yifeng's blade. This scene ignited a profound sense of regret within Jiang. Had he known Yifeng would prove so troublesome, he would have refrained from posturing and opted for a surprise attack from the outset. "You think I hesitate to kill you?" Yifeng declared, sword in hand, advancing towards Jiang once more, his eyes glinting with a frigid, murderous intent. No sooner had Yifeng spoken than he unleashed a sweeping arc of radiant sword light aimed at Jiang. Jiang's expression altered as he swiftly evaded, retreating into the distance. "Where do you think you're going?" Yifeng exclaimed, flicking his fingers to launch several iron nails, which shot forth like dark projectiles towards Jiang. The sound of clinking echoed as Jiang conjured a protective layer of earthy golden energy, deflecting the iron nails and disappearing into the shadows of the night. Rather than retreating, Jiang chose to lurk nearby, biding his time for the opportune moment to strike when Yifeng would be weary. Unfortunately for Jiang, he found no opportunity for ambush, even as Yifeng departed from the hilltop. After Yifeng left, Jiang followed closely behind, making his way towards the fringes of Huaxia. Yifeng raced forward, halting at the edge of the area, standing still and gazing into the depths of the nearby thicket. In a low voice, he called out, "Since you have arrived, why not step forth?" Upon hearing those words, a rustling sound emerged from the thickets of the dense forest, and several figures gradually stepped forth, 5 or 6 in total. They were the martial arts experts who had previously lain in ambush, intent on taking action against Yifeng. The moment Yifeng beheld their presence, his expression darkened considerably. He never expected that these individuals had not yet departed and appeared to have been waiting for him for quite some time. "Young man, you are quite arrogant." A hoarse voice resonated from the hillside, followed closely by a diminutive man accompanied by 4 others as they emerged from the woods. Upon sighting these 5, Yifeng furrowed his brow, a grave expression overtaking his countenance. Among these martial artists, apart from the short man, who was a half-step innate warrior, the remaining 4 were all formidable beings at the 8th level of innate mastery. The aura they exuded was robust, their strength far beyond what Yifeng could contend with. Should it come to a direct confrontation, he would hold no advantage and would likely be overwhelmed and killed by their combined assault. Although Yifeng was adept in combat techniques and possessed sharp skills, he was ultimately outnumbered. Even the most skilled fists falter against the might of many. Moreover, facing 5 8th-level innate experts alone, it would be exceedingly challenging for him to withstand their onslaught. "Leave these individuals to you. I shall pursue the remaining 2 and spare none," Yifeng declared, his figure flickering as he swiftly darted towards the direction in which Master Jiayang had fled. While Master Jiayang was not weak, he paled in comparison to Yifeng, who was considerably more powerful, especially with his formidable physical strength. After Master Jiayang took flight, Yifeng pursued him relentlessly. His speed was astonishing. Within mere minutes, he had closed the distance to Master Jiayang. "You scoundrel! Weren't you intent on killing me? Why do you not come closer?" Master Jiayang exclaimed in fury, his countenance reflecting his rage as he noted the diminishing gap between them. "Huh, I said I would kill you, and now I shall," Yifeng replied with a grin, his body lunging into the woods as he hastened towards Master Jiayang. At that moment, Master Jiayang was gravely injured, particularly his left shoulder, which bore an oddly contorted posture, a result of Yifeng's overwhelming strike. With a face twisted in malice, Master Jiayang glared at Yifeng, his eyes filled with vengeful intent. "Youngster, you will pay for this. I will ensure that you meet a fate worse than death," he roared in a menacing tone. Just as his voice echoed, a short blade materialized in his hand. With a tremor, he swung the blade fiercely, unleashing a razor-sharp arc of light that sliced through the air, cleaving into the trees. In that instant, the ancient tree, aged a century, was severed in twain. With a crisp crack, the tree collapsed, crashing down and snapping surrounding branches, landing heavily upon Master Jiayang. "Damn it! Master Jie Yang's expression soured immensely as he rolled and scrambled to evade the falling ancient tree. Young man, fortune smiles upon you, for you have acquired a blood ginseng fruit tree. Master Jiang gazed up at the tree, a palpable greed etched upon his face. During this expedition to the border of Huaxia, Master Jiang had originally intended to seek out a rare herb to concoct a healing elixir to mend his wounds. However, he could not have anticipated that his actions would inadvertently summon the formidable Yifeng. At this moment, Yifeng had approached Master Jiang, coldly locking eyes with him, and declared, "Master Jiang, produce the treasure bestowed upon me by my master, or face certain death." Ha ha! Master Jiang erupted into an unexpected bout of laughter, which continued for quite some time before he finally ceased, his demeanor turning icy as he retorted, "I concede that tonight was our oversight. I never imagined you possessed a hidden card. Nevertheless, we are not to be trifled with. If you wish for me to relinquish the item, you must prove your capability. Enough with the pleasantries. Prepare to meet your end." With that, Yifeng propelled himself into the air with a powerful thrust of his right foot, launching a punch towards Master Jiang. "Humph, I doubt you possess the qualification." Master Jiang scoffed, leaping into the air and swinging his tanto fiercely towards Yifeng. A sharp blade of light sliced through the air, hurtling towards Yifeng's fist. Yifeng remained unfazed, his expression calm as he welcomed the oncoming strike. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as the blade met Yifeng's fist, erupting in a violent explosion of force that sent shockwaves rippling through the vicinity, toppling massive boulders and rendering the landscape a chaotic mess. All is about to conclude. The end.